Hello everyone and welcome back to PAX and Recreation. This year has been a very long year full of commander decks everywhere. So I thought, why not? Let's put all the reviews together and let's do the ASMR helping you to sleep Magic the Gathering 2024 commander decks analysis compilation. So I hope you like it. And I hope you like my sexy voice, trying to either help you decide on decks in case you didn't see the original videos, or to, put in the background where you try to sleep or try to study or whatever. So imagine these hands, but like by a window trying to do homework with a cat, I guess, because that's what we do. So thank you very much. Happy New Year. And on with the video. Hello everyone and welcome back to PAX and Recreation. And today we are going to discuss the latest commander decks. But time of recording, obviously, if you see this in the future, well, oops. The commander decks from Karlov's at Markov Manor, or Markov's at Karlov Manor, or Karlov Manor at... So, fun fact, I think everyone misnames these things. I believe that there's a video from this channel before this set was released where I was like, oh yeah, they're going to release the Markov Manor's commander decks, and I don't know, I think everyone just likes Sorin and his family. Even though Sorin is not a really good character, and trust me, he technically is my favorite planeswalker, and yet, but yeah, this name is kind of confusing, and some YouTubers are scared of saying the full name of the set because it's a bad word. So there you go. But there are 4 commander decks. Right off the bat, I have to say that the ideas behind these decks are very interesting. I was very excited about these decks because of the designer. Because he gets me, and based on the Doctor Who work, right, the decks by Gavin normally are ones that I enjoy. So there is that. Then there is the financial aspect, which we don't really care that much in this channel, right? So they have great rare prints and some very good cards that you can use somewhere else, and as we show them, the values will show here. And as usual, just as a intro kind of thing, I do take a little longer than to review these, because the way this works is that I buy 2, I immediately open the one set to play with friends, family, enemies, etc., and then the other is for the review when I think I played enough with them. So I have to say that I feel confident to review them? I don't know, maybe. So right off the bat, before we start talking about this stuff and opening them, one thing that I have to point, and I know is a me thing, but this is one of the few times that we go back to Ravnica in a setup or in a setting, in a temporal setting, where Commander is the most popular format. And I know that you look at this name and you don't think Ravnica, and that there is this whole theory about the assets being from a New Capenna story and all that. So maybe that was the case. Certainly this name doesn't say Ravnica to me, but I think it was like a missed opportunity. Like, I know this is like a wishful thinking, but sometimes they release 5 commander decks in a set. Sometimes they release 2. This is the average number, like 4. And a part of me wishes that they did two sets in Ravnica, like part 1, part 2 of a story, which we know is not a thing anymore. They no longer do like longer stories in planes. You're switching planes all the time. So that you don't like this one, don't worry. In 2 months, you will have another setup, so you can buy that one. And the story is not that important anymore. But can you imagine if they did 2 sets in Ravnica and the commander decks were like 5 and 5, and you had a commander deck for each guild? That would be great. Because it's kind of, it's like, oh, these are guilds, these are not, right? So, I don't know, I think it will be like a very interesting, crazy idea for Wizards to do, and you know how this works. You saw the videos, if not, there is the link, about, the pre-releases for Ravnica, and how people enjoy, like, the guild concept and all that. Can you imagine that in Commander precons? That would be crazy. But enough with that. So the 4 precons. Let's start with, I don't know, let's go alphabetical, I guess. Blame Game, and then we will see from that point onwards. So Blame Game is a Boros deck, and it says goad your foes, identify suspects. Okay. And I always love these, by the way, like the way they change the magic icon, the Planeswalker icon. I love it, and it's always very creative. So a little bit of foil in the back. I'm not going to do this for all the decks, just for the first one. And, everyone is a suspect. Battle your friends with powerful creatures and spectacular spells. With Nelly Borka, which is kind of a weird name. In your court, the suspect mechanic is your strategy of choice. Goad your suspects and grant card draw to encourage Boba. So Nelly Borka, impulsive accuser. Nelly is a young sergeant for the agency and the Boros Legion, but her brashness means she's more an instigator than an investigator. Interesting nonetheless, so let's go. Interesting, like nice looking, thing. I don't know what you call this. Jacuz. Okay, fantastic. I always love the cheeky messages inside the box. Oh, there we go. Nice looking box. Now they incorporate a little bit more of tokens, because that was kind of a lost art. I really like this thing. I think this is like I know this is a minor thing and no one cares except me, but I don't know, it's one of those things that I'm like, I really like the design, right? So everything goes in here, even the deck box and the collector booster sample. You have a life counter, which is kind of a shame. They could like use this design here, right? I know that they print this in bulk and they just put them into the decks. In the past, they used to have the commander here, so at least you had like some identity to this. But at the very minimum, like do these. Otherwise, don't include this. I mean, who uses this, right? Like, maybe some people uses it, but like you can't track commander damage. I don't know. I always feel like this is kind of a meh. Obviously, they're going to cut it and not make the decks cheaper. So, if that's the case, then I guess thank you and shut up. But and then the deck box, yeah, they don't have any way around it. They do have to put the commander, etc. And the thing that I always like to point out, that is that the art that they use, nice, the art that they use for the commander in the box and the deck box is not the art from the card, which is something that I always like a lot, and I always wonder about the creation process. They ask two artists for different arts, etc. So some counters here for double strike and +1/+1s, and then the suspect token. A suspected creature has menace and can't block. Okay, so some people use this, some people don't care. There is that. And now, and this is the plastic card, then the official card, and I don't like this art very much. I mean, it reflects what it needs to reflect. That there's an investigation in progress, and she's accusing, so that makes sense. But this is more like commander fitting art, I guess, than this. This is like, I don't know. But then again, if you look at the art in all the boxes, they all look like very mystical, like playing with this wavy thing that everyone has. And in a way, this gives me this like Disney Channel commercial bumper thing vibe. It's like just imagine all the commanders going like dun 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 and doing the thing. I don't know where they went for that aesthetic in the boxes. It's kind of weird. Let's see the inserts. We do love our inserts. Ooh, a wheel. Join the community, blah, blah, blah. So, Nelly Borka, impulsive accuser. So, Nelly Borka is a Wojek sergeant in the Boros Legion who is on a secondment to the Ravnican Agency of Magicological Investigations. And I won't read this. You can pause it if you want to read it. Or I can read it later for you if you want with a proper voice. This leads to an astonishingly rapid case resolutions. So, yeah, basically she's a hothead, right? That's kind of how this is going. And playing the deck, so there the mother Get Him says say with conviction, but as you work with upstart detective Nelly Borka, impulsive accuser, don't be afraid to change your answer next turn. So this deck wants to play politics and convince your opponents to attack one another. After all, when they do, Nelly gives them cards. Just keep reminding them of that, and if that doesn't convince them, you can protect yourself with cards like Ghostly Prison or gold cards with Hawk Pursuit, etc. So that's kind of the summary of the deck, secondary art. And then there is this wheel thing, the confounding kidnapper, because this is part of the puzzle for the set, Karlov Manor. You have the ravnicadetectiveagency.com, so this is why this thing is here. The thing is already solved. That's part of the beauty of the internet, is that it got solved very fast, and part of the sad thing about the internet is that, well, it got solved very fast, and kind of that you don't need to solve it on your own. You can just go to Reddit and see the answer, and that's it. And that's kind of a shame, to be honest, because, you know, it's like, okay, I guess if you like the puzzle, you can be like, no, I like the puzzle. Let me try to let me in, coach. I can try to solve it, but otherwise, it's kind of spoiled. Like a lot of magic channels and stuff like that already like told the solution, so it's very difficult for you to not be spoiled in case you don't want to. But plus, the reward is nothing crazy. So okay, so collector booster. The reward is for Magic Arena. So in case you were wondering, that's why I say it's nothing crazy. Forensic Gadgeteer. Oh, this card is very good. So this is the special case style of art. A lot of people complain about this because they are made in the style of a case file, kind of thing. But at the same time, all of them look white. And it's like, yeah, you have like the blue corners here, but from across the table, this looks white. So, and then the type of text, etc. Like, these type of cards, I don't know. I like the bling bling, but this is the type of thing that I will accept the commander to be in this format because it's like a showpiece, etc. But the other cards just make the game a lot more difficult to play than it needs to be, because you need to see like what the hell is that card and remember, and you're like, oh, is that blue? Is that black? I don't know. I guess it depends on the player. Some players may be like, the color doesn't matter, but I don't know. So this card is very good. Why? 2/1 blue for a 2/3 Vedalken Artificer Detective that says, whenever you cast an artifact spell, investigate. Activated abilities of artifacts you control cost 1 less to investigate. This effect can't reduce the mana in cost to less than 1. So that's very good. And the second card is Soul Enervation. Okay, this is the story spotlight special treatment for cards. There is a lot of story spotlights in this one compared to normal. So yeah, so there is that. Please remember, in case you are new to this, that the cards that appear in the sample booster are not always the same. So don't buy your deck thinking that you're going to get those cards. That's not how it works. I know it sounds pretty obvious, but you will be surprised. So just saying. Now, onto the deck itself, and let's talk about the deck and how it plays. So, Boros and Impulsiveness. I have to say that that's a pretty, obvious like choice. If I will have made the same choice in terms of like deck building and colors, I guess. And it's an interesting choice to like have because I guess that being Ravnica, everyone will be like, oh, the army, it's going to be an army deck. And it's like, nope, it's just accusing. But the mechanics are very Boros, right? So everything is on theme and very correct. So the main commander of the deck is Nelivorka, Impulsive Accuser, which art I don't really go crazy about, but I guess it shows what it needs to show. For 2, 1 red, 1 white, legendary creature, human detective, 2/4 with vigilance, and whenever Nelivorka attacks, suspect target creature. Then gold all suspected creatures. And a suspected creature has menace and can block, right? And whenever 1 or more creatures an opponent controls deal combat damage to 1 or more of your opponents, you and the controller of those creatures each draw a card. So this is a very white effect, so that's a great combination. And you can attack and then suspect target creature and gold all the suspected creatures. and the suspect aspect doesn't go away. The gold does. So you need to keep attacking with her. She's not like the craziest thing to attack with, but the deck supports her to a degree. And, you know, if you gold things from your opponents that have menace and can't block, that means that they're like a, you know, double-edged sword. Like, they are very difficult to block. At the same time, they can't block themselves. So as long as you guarantee that you're always goading, those things won't turn against you. But as the game goes forward, they will turn against you, because they will start to kill each other because they want power and cool stuff, and they draw cards, and you as well, right? And but eventually they run out of people to kill each other with against, you know, like, because they pick another target when there is another target. If they are not, even if they're golded, they're going to attack you. So in the early stages of the game, this deck, and this commander in particular, is very good. For the late stages of the game, you have to be prepared. And we will see in a while why the deck is somewhat built for that stage, but not that much. So Feather, Radiant Arbiter. This is something more expected of a Boros deck in Ravnica. So for 1 red and 2 white, is a 4/3, so kind of the opposite, with flying and lifelink. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell that targets only Feather, you may choose any number of other creatures that spell could target and pay 2 for each of those creatures. If you do, each of those creatures, for each of those creatures, copy that spell. The copy targets that creature. So as a co-commander, this is interesting, but it's in a whole complete place when it comes to the deck itself. So this approach is like, you know, if you play the deck with Nelly, which is the intended way, is the way it's meant to be played. So the deck is very political and is all about, I will goad you so that you kill that guy. And it's like, okay, cool, bam, 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 bam. And like, you make some partnerships, willingly or unwillingly, because you can also use that to remove stuff from your way. But with Feather, it's a whole new game. Like, if Nelly had flying, because she has vigilance, so like, yeah, you can attack and, you know, she can still defend, so that's good. But like, if Nelly had vigilance, so if the accuser was an angel, which, you know, Boros Legion, so maybe that thing will be very broken, because you can attack. It's harder to block you, right? So there is the reason why this commander is not like crazy good is because of that. Like, you have to attack, and she's not like the craziest thing to attack with. But Feather is just like, anytime that you use a spell that targets Feather, so like blinking or, I don't know, power-ups or anything, you can pay 2 extra for each of those creatures and multiply the effect. It's like, it's okay, right? If you have a way of offset that cost, or like if you want to save some stuff, etc., that's kind of good. But other than that, to be honest, that commander feels a little meh. So it's not bad, but it doesn't resound with the deck, to be honest. So now you have the plastic card as usual, or the thick card, or whatever you want to call it. You can tell what the deck is going to be like just by looking at the tokens. So you have a construct token, soldier token. You may be going crazy, like, what, a 6/12 with trample? What's up? You will see why in a second. A human, a soldier that looks awfully like guts. There's something weird here. And an ogre, another soldier. So you have a bunch of soldiers. You will see why in a second as well. Ogres, soldier. Kobolds of Care Keep. I love how for some things they request new art, but for others they just keep using the same, which is the case of the kobolds. And then gold, and gold. So sacrifice this artifact, add 1 mana of any color. So it's a treasure, pretty much. And then you have the monarch, more kobolds, a treasure, and which is an excellent treasure, which is kind of okay, and a lightning rager, which is another 5/1 elemental with trample haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this creature. So everything is very Boros, not boring, but Boros. Now, in terms of this deck, well, this deck is one of the most interesting ones in the pack, if not the most interesting one. One thing that you will realize is that the whole deck is around, not only you are goaded, but you only have like commander to goad, but you have a lot of things to goad, such as this aura, right? Like a redemption arc. There is a lot of things. This card is one of the most. This card is making waves, right? Trouble in Paris, because for 2 and 2 white is an enchantment that says if an opponent will begin an extra turn, the player skips that turn instead. And whenever an opponent attacks you with 2 or more creatures, draws their second card each turn or casts their second spell each turn, you draw a card. Which the first effect is like, okay, I guess it's a good like anti-blue thing, and it's okay. But the second one is very painful, right? So whenever anyone attacks with 2 or more creatures, which is kind of normal, or they draw a second card, which is like, against blue again, or cast a second spell, which is not that crazy, you draw a card. So this is a crazy engine for value that is in this deck, and it's one of those cards that you will wish more often than not that you can actually pull. I think that one of the things that hurts this deck the most, by the way, we're not going to go card by card, I'm just going to talk overall while I show you the cards. One of the things that hurts this deck more than others is that, as you can see by now, a lot of the things in here are kind of expensive. So 5 mana, 4 mana, 4 mana. And I know what you're thinking. Well, I mean, expensive? Really? Like, that's not expensive. This is Commander. Like, that's normal. It's like, well, allow me to retort. Like, it's kind of expensive when you are playing Boros and you are trying to goad people. So what this deck is trying to aim for is that you get people to kill each other, and you're like, okay, cool. And in the meantime, you're building stuff. And yes, you have some angels. And this like it's funny how this is organized in terms of like colors and creatures. I forgot the order completely. But in terms of like mechanics, you have a lot of wide mechanics here. Like, you can create stuff. You have Duelist Heritage. Elspeth is here because Boros Legion, I guess, because you can create soldiers. You have a lot of things that creates you soldiers so that you can defend yourself in some way or another. See, like create 1/1 creature, white soldier. Lord of the Third Path is one of the best ways to removing white in a standard, and she's here, so this is good. And then she has like a draw engine that in standard is not that good, but in Commander, I mean, this deck is all about alliances, and it's weird because normally the politic decks that I'm used to using, it's kind of me. The politics that I'm used to using are very normally like white, blue, green, right? And sometimes white, blue, black. But normally white is always there, and then but not that much with red. Red is too aggressive to be like proper politics, right? And one of my favorite decks is the 2017 Stalwart Unity deck, and that thing is everything except black, and that's like politics 300%. This card is very useful, by the way. So what this deck translates to is, okay, I am going to make you fight each other. In the meantime, I will create treasures and I will create things to defend myself, and I have a couple of things here to avoid from attacking myself. And obviously, you have a board wipe because why not? I guess that a lot of these things can be switched for by better versions of themselves, like a cheaper board wipe or something like that. In red, and you can see the transition here. Like you have like some mix of cards in here. Some of the newer cards, and you can tell by the names, right? Like Trouble in Pairs, Redemption Arc, all this stuff. You have some mix here, and then it becomes White Festival, which is all about 1/1 tokens and board wiping, and then it goes to red, right? And when it goes to red, you know this game, right? It's like gold, and distribution of damage. But see, like gold everything. Whenever it attacks, exile. So this deck wants to finish duo, which is a very good card. Like this deck wants you to be aggressive because red, but it lacks a bit of punch to be that crazy red. Like it's trying to compensate like, I don't know why Kazul is here, to be honest. Like, it's a very defending strategy, so I don't like, the deck is interesting and I like it. I think it's one of the one that I like. I don't know if it's like that one the most, but one of the ones that I like the most, one of my favorites, and it's a little bit all over the place, and that's kind of what bothers me. And you can tell that, I don't know, I mean, likely, I know, I wish that Gavin is watching this and he's thinking to himself, like, oh, you don't know, like, actually, we designed the deck, but then we need to kind of be flexible with it because precons are supposed to be for, like, you know, early players and for everyone, and we need to make compromises, and then you need to have a commander and a second commander, and the deck kind of has to work for both, or in some capacity. Like Gisela, you know, you have some great cards in here, but what feels weird to me, see, this is the card that generates the construct. What feels weird to me is, what are we trying to do, right? So at the same time, I know what you may be thinking, and it's something around the lines of, my brother, listen, this is a precon, right? So you buy this to start playing, or if you're a no-lifer like you and me, and you already have a bunch of Magic cards, but you like the theme or something, and you buy the deck. But this is not like a super ultra competitive deck for competitive EDH, so chill a little bit, be happy, right? And that will be a fair assessment. What I'm trying to get at here is that this is, of all the decks, I think this is the one that has more potential for you to take one way or the other, right? Because you can go super defensive, because the deck is defensive. You have a lot of white cards for defense whenever they attack you, whenever they do whatever, because it's a politics deck. And then you have a bunch of red stuff about golding, because golding is your protection here. You're golding people so that they attack someone else and you can take some benefits. But at the same time, you get some red cards there that are just like, oh, double damage and attacking and all that stuff. And it's like, why are you here? Like, I get that we need some firepower, but at the same time, it's like, what are we trying to get at, right? So I think that the two things that hurt this deck the most, as it is, right off the box, is, as usual, the mana base. I think that the mana base here is a little bit, it's the usual, right, for the precons. The mana base is okay. It's nothing to go crazy about, and and the deck has a lot of expensive cards or mildly expensive cards. See, like, you can draw at any point and you see these values and you'll be like, oh, that's not that expensive for commander. I mean, if you have a good mana base and a good mana engine, not. But if you are with this as it is, you are playing with red, and normally red is a lot of, red usually is the color of pew pew very fast, right? And a lot of red here is expensive for red standards, and white is either kind of cheap or is just in the same place. So this deck, right off the box, it starts kind of slow to my taste, and then it becomes a very interesting thing that has some options for you to go one way or the other. And I think this is the deck that you have the most fun with if you just want to play with 4 people and do some chaos. Ironic, because the Boros Legion is all about order, but this is a very chaotic deck in more than one sense. I like it a lot, and we will see how it compares to the others in a second. But I don't know. Just want to point that, and how interesting is that. When I compare them all, I will have like better notes against each other, just so that you know what I mean. Deadly Disguise is the next one. Disguise cards, big surprises. So, and this guy that really reminds me of an actor, but I can't pinpoint the face. So, Face Down, Face Off. And when I saw these, you know me, you saw this channel, that I play some Yu-Gi-Oh, I've been around. So I saw this and I was like, oh boy, I do like turning cards down in Magic, because it just feels very weird and dirty, because you're not supposed to do that in Magic the Gathering. You have some cards that do that, but it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh. In Yu-Gi-Oh, you have a bunch of things that flip and are supposed to be turned down. Who was that mysterious masked card? I love it when they have fun. At the end of the day, this is a game, And I know that, you know, you had all those polemic stuff about like Hasbro and stocks and the price of cards and the play boosters and all that. And it's not that it's not important. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, if the game is too expensive and no one can play it, then what are we doing? Like, people will resort to proxying or something. And you may be thinking, well, everyone should proxy and, you know, F it. But let's be clear about something. If everyone proxies, and I don't have anything against proxy. Like, trust me, half of my play group is full of proxies. Like, their decks are like 90% proxies. Like, I don't have anything against proxies. What I think that we should consider at all times is not only, you know, the usual discussions, and we should make a video about that, I guess, about like how fair it is to use proxies in a commander night versus people that don't use them, and you know, if basic etiquette in your group of like, talk to your group, see if they don't mind that you use proxies and all that, because this is all about communication. Like, at the end of the day, a good commander night is like sex, right? If you don't have good communication with your partners, this thing is not going to work. And I feel that when people go like, we should proxy everything, it's like, okay, yes, I agree that sometimes Wizards does some things, and sometimes maybe it's because of Wizards, sometimes it's because of Hasbro, and I don't know. It's also true that the Magic the Gathering players just gobble anything, opposite to like the Dungeons and Dragons players, for example. So they push the luck as much as you allow them to. But if you proxy everything, who's going to design the cards? And you can be like, I can design my own cards. Like, yeah, but that's not fun, right? Like, one of the things that I would like to see, like one of my personal dreams, I know this is like a stupid thing, but like, bear with me. One of my personal dreams is a person that loves game design in all forms and shapes, and a person that works, you know, designing and developing video games, is that I would love to sit in like Wizards of the Coast R&D team meetings for like a week, right? Or why I say a week instead of just like one meeting. And the reason why I say that is because likely it's a progressive development thing. Like, they don't decide everything in the single meeting. Ooh, Fugitive Codebreaker in the case style is a creature goblin rogue. This is not a bad card. For 1/1 red, it has prowess and haste, and you can disguise it for 5 and 1 red. This cost is reduced by 1 for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard, which is not bad. When it's turned face up, discard your hand, then draw 3 cards. And Crowl Whipcracker for 1 black and 1 green. Do not approach, stay a safe distance away, and then take 5 more steps back. So yeah, I love this. This is why we love Magic. The problem is that the market is what it is, right? So, and businesses are businesses. So we can love Magic all we want, and I can be here gushing about the story of sets and all that. And at the end of the day, if the Lord of the Rings set makes $200 million and is the best-selling set in Magic's history, the signal that sends to, you know, the makers of the game is, okay, people don't care about our IP as much as they care about other people's IP. And to that, I have to say, well, Wizards, Hasbro, whose fault is that? Like, people that care about Magic the Gathering, like I do, and a lot of people do, like watching this channel, they care about the lore of Magic the Gathering, but you never made an effort, you know, to like I don't know, let's try to do a series. You know why people love the Lord of the Rings? Because of the movie. A lot of people love the books, don't get me wrong, but the reason why you sold 200 million is because of the movies, not so much the books. As long as you went around in the comments like, oh, the books are very popular, it's like, yes, the books are very popular, but the reason why the Lord of the Rings is a staple is because of the movies. So, and that can be applied to a lot of other things, like The Witcher, because of the video games, not so much the books. And I love the books, and that happens with a lot of other things. So, Wizards, we love your game at any point in time, whenever you want. I don't know, talk to Netflix or to Amazon, wherever. Amazon is giving money to a lot of shitty projects. Look at the Wheel of Time thing. Just talk to them and be like, hey, let's do a Magic the Gathering series. 10 episodes, 2 episodes focused for each planeswalker of the initial Gatewatch. I don't know. Doesn't seem so hard. If Hasbro can just put money in a Battleship movie, why they don't do anything for Magic the Gathering? That's something that just... sorry, this became a weird rant about Magic's lore when this was supposed to be about gameplay. So, Cost. Eyes of Glade. So for 1 red or white and a green, you have this David Bowie-esque character, a Dryad detective. Is a 2/2 that says whenever a creature you control that was turned face up this turn deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card, which is very good. And then you can tap the cost and you turn target face down attacking creature you control face up. If you think you're being watched, you're probably right. So this commander is ultra interesting, right? Because the whole deck is about morphing and disguising. I will pick something at random and show you. Not the first cards, because those are the specific ones for the deck, but see, like the first cards are always like the specific ones, or most of the times at least. And this is where, like, obviously they try to make it more adjusted to the deck with the new cards as usual. Like these guys, if they don't have these guys, they have some sort of mechanic related to these guys, right? Like these guys. Which guys? These guys. So you have, all that stuff. But then, and I think every deck has the ransom note. I think, I'm not sure, but I mean, yeah, sure, enjoy it. Why not? Because it's a Karlov Manor mystery. So you have morph or these guys, right? Basically, just turning cards down, a mega morph, which is crazy. So the deck is full of that, and to me, that's very interesting. No, there is nothing more unnerving in a Magic the Gathering game than turning a card face down, because that's not normal. Like the only hidden information in Magic the Gathering is your hand most of the times, and I guess your deck, but like to your opponents is usually your hand. They don't know what you have in your hand. They have to react to what you have in your hand. And if you're a blue player, your hand is your biggest asset. However, when you put something on the field face down, it's for one of two reasons. Either because it has a mechanic that it will make it transform at some point, or because it's a card that you don't deem necessary and you have other card that allows you to use it as a something face down. But sometimes they are trap cards, like in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like these things that are supposed to be face down, and when you turn them up, bloop, something happens, and that's where your commander comes in. So whenever a creature you control that was turned face up this turn deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and you can turn target face down attacking creature you control face up. This brings this brought a lot of debate in my group for quite a lot of reasons, because this is one of those cases that is like, judge, if you're not used to this. For example, if you disguise this card, right? Like let's use this example. If you disguise this card is a 4. You disguise it for 4 and 1 green. It's actually more expensive to disguise it than it is to summon it. And the effect is that whenever Experiment 12 or another creature you control is turned face up, you put the +1/+1 counter. So this creature is more useful face up. However, you may cast this card face down for 3 as a 2/2 creature with ward 2, then turn it face down for a disguise cost, right? So you pay 3, which is, you save 1 green, I guess. It has ward 2, which is not bad, and you put this thing like this, 2/2, you start attacking, etc. So when you attack with it, and you go like, I'm attacking, the moment you do the attacking thing, you can tap your commander, and it says, turn target face down attacking creature you control face up. It's a good thing that this deck is green. This feels like this deck was almost Boros as well, and they were like, no, we need green. You need more mana here to be able to pay some of this cost. Also, green has a lot of morph things, but the moment you attack with it, it's a 2/2 with ward, and you use your commander to tap it, the thing will flip, and then it becomes a judge moment. What is attacking anymore? Is it a 2/2? Is it a 4/4? Is it a surprise? Well, it is a surprise. So it's called Deadly Disguise, and that's kind of the logic, right? And the moment you do this, the other effect comes, like if you do damage, then you draw a card, which is very good. But then you have other cards that kind of trigger that. So, it's an interesting mechanic. This deck is very fun, and it's one thing that I like about the decks that Gavin normally designs is that he tries to do stuff that is not the usual, and that's something that I appreciate a lot. So What I mean with the usual, a lot of commander decks that we have gotten in the last years are basically like, oh, this is a tribal or typal for this, this is a tribal for that, and it's pretty much the same deck with different skins. Or like, oh, this deck is more valuable in the market or less valuable in the market or whatever. And they're kind of boring. So a lot of people just buy those precons as, a box of tools. Like they buy a knight deck, a deck, or it's a tribal for knights, just because they want to build a knight tribal, and the card has a lot of good stuff, so it's like a starter deck, right? So a lot of people see the commander decks, the precons, as starter decks or starter kits, or for their own decks, or even if they want to build a new deck and they want to build on top of it, or just to take the pieces and use them for other decks. So, for example, the Boros Legion one, the gold mechanic is a thing that is there. So that's why this deck is kind of flexible, because you want to gold, but it's not the only thing that the deck can do, but the mechanics should be around golding. This deck is interesting because it has the same problem as Timey-Wimey, which is Timey-Wimey went for an old mechanic, that was I forgot the name of the mechanic. The mechanic that you have to wait turns for it to summon. God damn it! They have, because the deck has the time travel mechanic, but then you have the regional mechanic, which is I can't remember. But basically, they used time counters, and by using time counters, they went to the past, and you can get a lot of cards that had like suspend. That's the mechanic. They had suspend mechanic, so that you can do interesting thing with those decks. So they enabled that mechanic with a new card that is not that broken, right? You can make it broken, but it's not that broken. Here is a similar thing. You have a lot of morph or disguise. So everything that is turned down, and the way that this commander is written, it doesn't specifically refer disguise or morph. It just refers face down. And that makes this commander very interesting because it enables you in multiple ways. The co-commander, however, different play, a lot more expensive, is a 5/5 Duskana, the Rage Mother, for 2, 1 red, 1 green, 1 white. And when Duskana, the Rage Mother, enters the battlefield, draw a card for each creature you control with base power and toughness 2/2. So this also works with your turn down cards or face down cards. Whenever a creature you control with base power and toughness 2/2 attacks, it gets +3/+3 at the end of turn. So this is one of those rare cases where in a commander deck, and this is one of the better ones in this regard, like of all the set and in general, that the both commanders work together perfectly with the entire deck. So normally what happens, as you can check in other videos that we made so far, is that you will be like, oh, this deck, the main commander works for 70% of the deck, and then the co-commander for 25 or something like that, around those numbers. But these two work for the entirety of the deck, because this wants you to turn them up, put them face up, and this one wants you to keep them face down. So ideally, in an ideal world, in a fantasy world, these things have partner, and then you can have both effects. So it means that when they are face down, they're very dangerous, and when you turn it up, they are some other thing, right? Obviously, you can have two things, so you have to pick your strategy. And this is a very interesting and cool thing about this deck. You want to play about surprise attacks, or you want to play with the possibility of doing that, but just the mob effect of like power charging them, right? Obviously, if you can tutor one of these while the other is in play, it's great, because these two make a great combo. And I get that they're like druids and shit, and they're likely together in some capacity, or they know each other or something, but these are two commanders that, in my humble opinion, they look like the art should be referential to each other. Like for example, the bear should be in the back of this image, and then if you see this image, you could see Kaust somewhere, because I don't know the lore for these two, but like they really complement each other. So that's one of the best things about the deck. Now, in terms of tokens, you can tell the story here, right? A lot of ooze, and sadly it's not a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle deck, which, if they want to do a Universes Beyond thing, might as well be Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and please make 4 decks and make 1 for each turtle, which is just me asking for stuff. Likely, if they do 4 commander decks for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it's going to be 1 for the turtles, or 1 for half of the turtles, but I don't think they have the balls to separate the turtles. So it's going to be 1 for the turtles, 1 for the Foot Clan, 1 for the mutants, and 1 for, I don't know, the allies of the turtles or something, or like the Dimension X or something like that, like Foot Clan, Dimension X, and mutants or something. I don't know, wishful thinking. So, Ooze, a mysterious creature, which I love this thing. Snake, Morph, and Morph, right? So you see where this is going already. Saproling, which is, you get Manifests and Morph. Manifest is very interesting. You can cover a face down manifested creature with this reminder card. So you get about like this. A lot of these things are just here to like help you not forget what the thing is while they are face down. And 2 insects. There are also 2 manifests, right? So the story is here. You can tell what the deck is going to do. No crazy surprises for anyone. And the deck, the deck is very interesting. I think that it lacks some punch, which is a shame. You have like all the new cards are about turning stuff face up or face down. So that's, again, those are the mechanics. Since I already talked a lot about the deck just with the commanders, I'm going to move faster. Judith's Hellhound. I love that they try to put stuff from Ravnica here, but at the same time, Experiment 12. See, again, we pulled it in the deck. Ooze, which is always very dangerous to have Ooze. Whenever the Ooze or another creature you control is turned face up, you create a 0/0 green Ooze creature token with trample, and the token enters the battlefield with X+1/+1 counters, where X is the number of other creatures you control. So overall, a lot of mobbing here, like a lot of attacking with everything that you have face down or keeping stuff face down and turning them around. Obviously, it's white, so there is your board wipe, and another board wipe, and etc. etc. It's a shame that there are not a lot of like white board wipe cards. It has a lot of board wipes, as you can see. Like I don't remember, it has like 4 or 5. But this is the type of board wipe that you want, not the other, right? Like Fell the Mighty. Destroy all creatures with power greater than target creature's power. If your creatures are all 2/2, right? This is very useful because it's not that likely that, like in late stages of the game, your opponents have things that are around those values. And if they have, certainly they are not that painful. Maybe it's their commander, right? So Megamorph, you can, which is like another type of face down up mechanic. This is a deck that really gives you like a good kit if you ever play with someone that turn cards face down and you're like, you know what, that's kind of cool. Well, this is your starter deck right here, right? A Chroma. So plus, if I recall correctly, this is the deck that has, there you go, Jessica's Will. And everyone's like, oh my god, Jessica's Will is very good. It's very valuable. Everyone knows about this. This kind of, some people say like, oh, that's to compensate for the deck because the deck is meh. And it's like, well, I don't know. Is it? Well, it's not easy. It's Boros, but like ironically, you have a lot more power here for red than you have in the Boros deck, and it's weird. I guess that they are using the fact that you have, green to compensate for mana, but I don't know. You have a lot of morph. Again, this is an example of that intelligent design, which is the commander does something, but does it in a way that references old mechanics. So you can actually go to Magic's history and get a lot of those old cards and use them to either improve this deck or create crazier versions of this deck because the commander is an enabler for that, right? So again, the cards are very expensive, but that's kind of the whole trick here, is that the cards are expensive, but if you can summon them for cheaper as a 2/2. So this deck has like 2 phases to it, or 2 stages to it that I think tell the story of this deck. Like, everything is kind of expensive and very big. You have a lot of board wipes. Sadly, not as many selective board wipes as I would like, but you can change those if you want. And the mana base is what it is, right? So you already know what this is going to be, you have green, but it doesn't mean that you have green fixing for your mana. The thing about the commander is that since it allows you to use, there you go, since it allows you to use green, you can get mana fixing that is not necessarily present here. So that will make your life easier, right? But there you go, some nature's lore here. Sakura Tribe Elder, right? Like you have some, if you want more or better, you can have it, but you have at least those 3 cards to get. And then you have the classics and some classic, multicolor slow lands that come in every commander deck. Tip of the False God, because that's always a thing. And that's the thing, right? So this deck, how do you play this deck? Well, this deck is, if the Boros one had like 2 stages, this one is not that far. Actually, what happens with this deck is that you start playing in a way, then transition to other way, but not. I think it's kind of a theme with these 2 decks, right? With the Boros one and this one, the Disguise one, is that you play in 2 phases, you play in 2 speeds. So with Boros, well, we will speak about this at the end, but like the Disguise deck, pretty much you start playing with everything turned down because it's cheaper, and if you have your commander ready and in action, you can snowball a little bit and have a lot of things face down and have your opponents, confused. The moment you start getting mana, you can turn them on. You can turn them face up. The thing is about the commander is that the commander makes it easier for you to turn up face down cards, and that's a somewhat of a cheating mechanism, because remember that sometimes you morph creatures and the cost is not that cheap compared to or megamorph or whatever, compared to the actual cost of the creature. But that's why there are also a lot of expensive creatures. Like if the creature costs like 7 or 8 and the cost to have it face down is like 2, you can cheat it with your commander. And that's great, right? The problem is that, well, it's exposed there and it has ward too, right? But again, you get there. I want to talk more about the deck when I compare them all, but that deck has things that I like a lot and some other things that is like, again, this feels like a masterclass in deck design for multiple reasons, because kind of the theme here is like you have this good base, run with it, right? Like you can improve the deck, you can take pieces for other decks, right? Yeah, like you have that flexibility that is not present in all precons. You may be thinking, oh, that's for precons. Like, no, not necessarily. Clue tokens, card advantage. This is the one that I have to say, this is my mixed feelings deck. And the last deck remaining is the Contrarian deck. You will see why in a second. So watch out for a red herring. So this deck is all about clues. And if you've been following this channel, or if you ever play against me online or something, or in my friends group, whatever, there is one thing that you need to know about me, is that I don't like clues. But when I say I don't like clues, I mean it. Like, I don't like clues with a passion, like a fury passion. And I think it's maybe because all the decks that I played that used clues were not that good of a deck, or were precons or something, and it was like meh. Because I guess that maybe it's biased, because it's like, oh, why having clues if you can have treasures, right? And it's like, oh, different objectives, pal. And it's like, yes, I know. One is for mana, the other is for card advantage. And card advantage technically is the most powerful power in the game, right? Morska Undersea Sleuth. For the fact that it's not a Merfolk, I guess they didn't want to do 2 Merfolk decks in a row. Disillusioned former Simic researcher, Morska is now the preeminent deep water detective at the Ravnica Agency for Magicological Investigations, and therefore adopted white, right? Because apparently one more color for her. And you can see here the wheel again for causes and all that, and you're the perfect Vidakian detective for the case. So what happens with this deck is that, well, clues, and drawing cards, and then that's pretty much it. I will show you in a second. I mean, as I show you the cards, you will see what I mean. I don't like to shit on decks because I know that they take time to design and everyone has their own deck. So the reason why I make these videos the way that I make them, which is like I don't focus that much on financial value. You can see that on the screen if you want. You can just look it online. I mean, let's be honest. If you want to see what's the most valuable deck, like likely asking ChatGPT is a lot faster. But I do this more about the experience, right? Like, because a commander deck, to me, like some people are crazy like me and you buy all 4 or all 5 or all 3 or all 2. I don't think they do 3 often. So 2, 4 or 5. But some people, rightfully so, are like, nah, I'm not going to spend crazy money on this. Like, Treacherous Greed. Nice. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature that deals damage this turn. Draw 3 cards, each opponent loses 3 life, and you gain 3 life. Not bad. And Persuasive Interrogators. 4 and 2 black for a Gorgon Detective. Which is, okay. And it investigates, which is interesting because it kind of fits in the deck perfectly. So, except that, it's black and it doesn't fit in the deck, but you know what I mean. So, my thing with this, the way that I look at decks is, I look at them like your starter Pokemon, right? Sometimes it's actually literally the first deck that you're going to buy and play with. And sometimes it's just like, you're a chill guy and you're like, my ritual is to buy 1 PreCon per set. Or like, I only buy a deck that I feel is fun, or I like the mechanics and I expand on them. Some people don't expand on them. I have a lot of PreCons, as you can imagine, and I don't expand on all of them. Some of them, I like them just as they are. And, if I don't need to adjust the power scale, then what's the point, right? So, Morska Undersea Sleuth, because a sloth is something and a slot is something else. So, Undersea Sleuth, for 1 green, 1 white, 1 blue, is a 2/3 Vedalken Fish Detective. And she says, you have no maximum hand size, which is promising. And at the beginning of your upkeep, investigate. You create a clue token, it's an artifact with 2, sacrifice this artifact, draw a card. The reason why I don't like clues normally is because I think the cost is too high. It's like food tokens. But when you have a deck like the one from the Hobbits in the Lord of the Rings that makes food cheaper with Sam, so it only costs 1, and then you actually sacrifice those tokens freely with other mechanics, then it's worth. And with clues, it's kind of that way for me. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, you put a +1/+1 counter on Morska. So she gives you clues and no maximum hand size. She gives you clues, and then likely if you use those clues, you're going to get your second card each turn. And if you do, she gets +1/+1. So this commander incites you or invites you to bulk her up and go smash. That's kind of what she's telling, right? You read the commander, where's the story that she's telling? I can give you a lot of tokens. Also, if you draw more cards, I will go Hulk smash, which is, cool. You can read this selectively, which is what I recommend, and that will translate to I will give you a lot of tokens just by existing, and you have no maximum hand size. The other thing is a nice to have, right? But if you read the commander for what it is, that's a different story. And then you have the co-commander. This is one of the most interesting cases in these 4 decks, which is Sophia, Dogged Detective, which is a weird name. So for 1 green, 1 blue, 1 white, is a 3/4. So, more or less scale, same color, so you don't need to sacrifice anything. Legendary creature, human detective. When Sophia enters the battlefield, create Tiny, a legendary 2/2 green dot detective token with trample, which you will see the token in a second. If you pay 1 and sacrifice an artifact token, you put a +1/+1 counter on each dog you control. Whenever a dog you control deals combat damage to a player, create a food token, then investigate. Now, this is one of those examples, right? Like, one of these things is not like the other. And this is, this is interesting because like, oh, you can build a deck in 2 different ways, but that you will see in the deck that the deck is kind of built in 2 different ways itself, because Morska wants to give you the clues, and Sophia wants to sacrifice those clues for just 1. You don't draw cards, but you get +1/+1 to dogs. Now, is this deck a dog themed deck? No, and if you only look at this, you may be like, oh, it's because this way the dog gets stronger, right? Like, this is literally Scooby-Doo. Like, Scooby is going to get stronger, and it's like, and every time the dog attacks, you create a food token and then investigate, right? So you create a food token and then a clue token. It creates a lot of tokens, so you can sacrifice them. So she's self-sufficient. She doesn't need Morska to work. Now, the problem is that these are 2 different decks, and let me show you what I mean. So, the Morska plastic card, and then you have a Drake token with flying. Okay, cool. A cat token. You have Tiny. Here is Tiny. An Eldrazi token. You may be thinking, sorry, what? Exactly. A City Blessings token. A Human Soldier. And then, as you may expect, Clue, Insect, Thopter, Rhino Warrior, Thopter, Treasure, Excellent Treasure, or whatever. Clue, which I believe is... Okay, I was almost about to say that it was like an excellent clue, but it's not. Another clue, an insect, another Drake, a cat, Spirit, Phyrexian Germ, Tentacle, Comas, Coil. So, I know what you may be thinking after reading the 2 commanders, and that will be, wait, you have 1 dog, which is tiny because it's part of the effect of the co-commander Sophia, and you have an Eldrazi for some reason, which I find funny that the Eldrazi is on the back of Tiny, but you have 2 cat tokens here. Cat and cat. And you may be thinking, wait, but wouldn't it make more sense to have dog tokens? Because otherwise, why is Sophia there? I was like, well, Sophia is like a featuring, like when you listen to a Pitbull song and Pitbull is just in the back going like, dale, 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 1, 2, 3. So that's kind of what Sophia is doing here. Like, Sophia deserves her own deck. It just so happens that since you're going to have artifacts anyway because of Morska, if you get Sophia into the battlefield, she will create Tiny, and then Tiny will create more stuff if you attack with it, and you can sacrifice tokens to make Tiny bigger, right? So, and you're going to have those tokens right away because of Morska. So it's not like she doesn't belong in the deck. She works, fairly well with the deck and with the other commander, but it just feels like she deserves her own deck full of dogs, because otherwise, why have her as commander? Just make her a normal creature. So, investigate twice. You're going to see, this is the theme here, right? Investigate twice. Whenever something happens, investigate. Whenever this thing enters the battlefield, investigate. Whenever you attack, investigate. And my problem is that investigate is not alleviated in any crazy way by some of the other cards. So you get, other clues you control become a 6/6 plant creature in addition to the other types, and that's very good. Because while this thing is there, even though it's very expensive, all the clues are 6/6, and you can attack with your clues, and that's very dangerous. But this is a very expensive card, and is one of the new ones. So what happens is that the new ones are like forcing your hand in the clue department. Some of the others, not so much, right? I see like more impulsors for investigate. Whenever you draw a second card, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tap. So again, they're really leaning into that clue mechanic. I think that there are a lot of cards here that don't specifically refer to clues, and that being the case, you can really just use them in other decks. Again, ransom note, because why not? And I think that the note is different in every deck, if I'm not mistaken, which is actually kind of nice. Because it just says that whenever you draw a card, and you have some effect that say whenever you draw a second card, I think there are better ways of drawing second cards than freaking clues. And I don't know, maybe it's me, maybe it's just me that I'm biased, I don't like clues, board wipe, but another board wipe. So white is in these decks normally just to board wipe, and it's funny that it's in the tree, in the tree and in the 3 decks so far, and all of them you have board wipes mechanics, which is actually more powerful than it seems in a commander game, because you can just everyone will hate you, but you can just reset expectations. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, whenever you draw your second card, and whenever you draw your 5th card each turn, again, are you going to pay 2 for each clue that you have? Like, it will be a lot more useful if Morska's second ability, I guess it will be a lot more boring, but it will be a lot more thematic with the deck, that instead of being like, whenever you draw a second card each turn, put +1/+1 counters on Morska, this seems like she will go into another deck that benefits drawing cards more than piloting her own deck. But instead of that second ability that just wants you to do a smash with her, which I guess is a Simic thing that is happening here, I would really prefer if she had abilities from clues you control cost 1 less, because she creates clues. The entire deck is about clues, and they cost 2. In a deck that has green, yes. And that's kind of the tone overall. It's like, oh, you create clues, investigate. And it's like, yeah, but make this cheaper for me. I'm just asking you. Some artifacts, like you have things like Kappa Cannoneer here. It's like, oh, artifacts help you cast. It's like, yeah, I guess, thank you, because I have a lot of clues, but what is this deck trying to do? Is this deck an artifact sheer numbers deck? Is this deck a draw cards deck? And you may be like, well, it's both, because that's the beauty of a clue. You can draw cards, or you can just, use them as artifacts and sacrifice them and stuff. And it's like, I guess, right? Like you tap stuff to sacrifice. If you go draw a card, except the first one, draw 2 cards instead, right? So there is a lot of that. Tesla, when he was blue, the first activated ability of an artifact you activate each turn costs 2 less to activate. So it will be free, I guess, unless it can go lower than 1. But Tezzeret should be the commander here, right? Like this should be like that title here saying like Tezzeret can be your commander, but that's not the case. So when you get Tezzeret, you get crazy facilities, but at the same time it's a planeswalker, so good luck defending him. Affinity for artifacts. There's a battlefield, draw 2 cards, so you have a lot of draw things, enablers. Green is kind of here to give you defenses, and like some of them have like whenever you do the second each turn. And in this case, it's to create cats. So the cats are because of this, by the way. Or like create food tokens equal to the number of opponents you have, right? This is what I mean when I say like the deck is trying to do a lot of things, and it feels like a deck that I will do in terms of like, oh, artifacts, and oh, this is saying to create clues, and this is saying to create food. Both of them are things that you can sacrifice. So if I have things that have affinity for artifacts, I can do this or that. So, multiplier for tokens or for artifacts, like it has very good cards. The problem is that it doesn't feel like it's telling a story. You know what I mean? It feels like, I don't know, this deck of all of them, this is the one that I really feel like this is an SDK, right? This is a starter development kit for other decks. It's funny that between these 3 decks, there are a lot of decks a lot of cards from that Stalwart Unity deck that I always refer because it was my first commander deck. So, like if you create a clue, food, or treasure token instead, create 1 of each. It's like, oh, okay, right? You have that sort of thing, like that's the deck, my friends. Why do I feel, and then the mana base, which is, as you can imagine, the mana base for a PreCon. I guess this is where the designers have their hands most tied. It's like, well, I can't make any. I can't put more value here because lands are actually what makes or break a deck. Like this deck can be okay if you put $1,000 worth of lands, the best lands in the business, this deck becomes a killing machine. And why? Because mana enables you. So if you have good mana base, you have a good enabler, you can do whatever you want. Even if the deck is mid, the deck immediately goes up at least 1 or 2 levels, because just on the mana base alone, right? So I will have this comment for all precons, like, the mana base is mid at best. And you will be like, well, repeating yourself, but I have to point it out. Overall, this deck feels like I tried to build a deck with the cards that I had in my house. And that's the weird part to me. Like, it works, don't get me wrong. I think in some cases it works better than the others because it has this weird synergy with the other moving parts of the deck. But what are we trying to do, right? Like, it's like, is it food and clues? So it's about artifacts? It's like, no, it's about clues. Because a lot of cards say clues specifically. It's like, oh, okay, cool. And then it's like, no. It's about drawing cards. And drawing cards, you get enabled by the clues. And it's like, so is these or that? And you can be like, it's all of them. Stop being such a... It's like, again, the deck works, but it just feels like, it's like you put 5 wheels in your bicycle because you thought like it will make it more reliable, and like, I was like, no, just give me 2 good wheels that are consistent. And in this case, I would like to be like, if it clues, then everything is clues, and give me cheaper clues. Give me, or like if it's card draw, just give me card draw. Don't make it about the clues, right? So I don't know. It feels in its defense, the box does say. Clue tokens, card advantage, so no promises are broken here, but it just doesn't feel right. I think that's my assessment. And now for the last one, Revenant Recon. A lot of people say that this is the best deck. Well, is it? No, it's Dimir. So watch your back with Mirko, Obsessive Theorist. So I'm gonna be honest here. This is, well, you will see in a second. I hate when this happens, just because of I'm going to throw the box away anyway. But my OCD, bro, my OCD. So what does it say here? This will be a great place for a secret message. Great. So there is that. And Reverend Recon, it says surveil, resurrect creatures. So that's interesting. It's not the craziest, okay, solved. It's not the craziest part of mechanics. I don't think is the most interesting even. And you may be thinking, well, you're kind of biased because we know that you don't like black mechanics, like playing with the cemetery and all that. And this is the most attractive deck for a lot of people because of 2 reasons mostly. The deck works in a lot of ways more consistently than the others, and because it's blue and black. Let's be honest, you try hards out there. Just the moment you see a blue-black deck, you're already like, ooh, that's my favorite deck. Yes, they are the most powerful colors in Commander, I know. Yes, Wizards is trying to compensate with white recently because everyone made fun of white. So, Mirko, Obsessive Theorist. Once a high-ranking member of the House Dimir, Mirko Vosk has been adrift ever since House Dimir's destruction during the Phyrexian invasion. So you can read the rest. You can read the rest in mtghistory.com. So there is there, and the other side with the wheel. And play the deck. Where is Lazav? To find out, Mirko Vosk will stop at nothing. It's funny that the Commander decks are kind of trying to tell a story that the main set is not telling, and that's wild to me. And neither you, when you play this deck, it's full of cards and surveil and cards, blah, blah, blah. So you're basically, this is surveil and graveyard, and you will see why. Which is kind of a 1-2 punch is a basic combo. If it works, don't touch it kind of thing. if you surveil, and we will see in a second, sometimes simplicity is where the beauty is. Fugitive Codebreaker in foil. You may realize by now that these cards sometimes are foil and sometimes they're not. This is a repeat card, and then Makeshift Binding. Very nice looking card. The card is kind of okay. Makeshift Binding enters the battlefield, excite target creature an opponent controls until Makeshift Binding leaves the battlefield. You gain 2 life. So it kind of works for some creatures, not for commanders though, because you can always return it to the command zone. Not the podcast, which is great, but the literal thing. Sometimes there you go. So let's see what Mirko does specifically. This is here, this is there, this goes here, and let's see. The names are crazy, by the way. Mirko and Marvo. It's like, well, do they know each other? Doesn't seem like it. So Mirko, or maybe they do. Is this thing Marvo? Nah, I don't think so. So Mirko, Obsessive Theorist, legendary creature, Vampire Detective. So Flying Vigilance is a 1/3 for 1/1 blue 1 black that says whenever you surveil, put a +1/+1 counter on Mirko. So this already sounds like a better version of other commander, right? But of another commander. But at the beginning of your end step, you may return target creature card with power less than Mirko's from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. So if you will die, exile it instead. This is a very interesting commander, and I say this as a person that doesn't like playing with the graveyard. So, I mean, whenever you surveil, it gets more powerful, and if you are, you can just bring back stuff that is weaker than him. So you want to just. The name is great. It's Obsessive Theorist. He's just like accumulating power. This reminds me of that deck of I forgot the name. It's like green black and Mare Toth, Searing of Mel Toth or something like that. The green black commander that maybe we can put it in the screen. The green black commander that says. That you discard cards, and if it's once per turn, at the end of the turn, you can bring the card from the graveyard to your hand if it's more power than her, and if it's less power, you can summon it. I have it here. Yep, I knew it wasn't that crazy. So the name is very similar to what I was trying to say. So Meren of Clan Nel Toth. So I love these boxes, but they are very difficult to record on. And then the sleeves. Look at those sleeves. You can't read anything. So whenever another creature you control dies, you get an experience counter. And then at the beginning of your end step, choose target creature card in your graveyard. If that card's converted mana cost is less than or equal to the number of experience counters you have, return to the battlefield. Otherwise, put it in your hand. So this is why this lady here is one of the most beloved commanders. And I realized that whoever played with this deck before me did something crazy. Some cards are up, some cards are down. What the hell is this? I say heresy, but so this is a similar version of that, just more oriented to blue and black, and not so much green. And instead of experience counters, it's +1/+1s, which is very good because this thing has flying and vigilance. That's great. Now the co-commander though is weird because it's an octopus, and. I don't know. Marvo Deep Operative or Operative for 3, 1 blue, 1 black is a 1/8. Get it? Because it's an octopus that says whenever Marvo attacks, clash with defending player. And if you're like me, you're like, sorry, what? It's like, exactly. Each clashing player reveals the top card of the library, then puts that card on the top or bottom. A player wins if their card had higher mana value. Right, so interesting mechanic, and allows you to do some sort of surveilling, I guess. And whenever you win a clash, draw a card. Then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value 8 or less without paying its mana cost. So these two commanders are doing similar things, but not necessarily the same. And stuff is coming, but from different places. So I guess that Marvel is more my style, and Mirko is not so much my style because I don't like playing with the graveyard, but that's a me thing. Why? Because what you're going to do with Mirko is surveil, surveil, surveil. And if you don't remember exactly what surveil does, my friend, let me grab any random card because I don't want to. I can tell you, but I don't want to misremember it, and then someone saying like, that's not exactly surveil, and I don't want to pick my phone to check. There you go, surveil. So to surveil 2, in this case, because it's surveil 2, look at the top 2 cards of your library, then put any number of them into your graveyard and the rest on the top of your library in any order. So surveil comes perfectly with this commander, and that's why a lot of people are like, oh, this deck is great, because it's a lot more boring, in my humble opinion. It doesn't do crazy things like the others, but it works, because what the main commander is asking of you is, okay, so whenever you surveil, however, the commander doesn't surveil, right? So this commander can just work anywhere and get a better version of its own deck, but the deck is going to surveil. So whenever you do it, you put a +1/+1 counter. So it's kind of a slow burn thing. But then at the end of each of your turns, you can bring stuff that is cheaper to the battlefield, and it has a finality counter on it, right? So Meren of Clan Nel Toth is still better because she doesn't have like a finality counter on her or something. Obviously, the finality counter here, the mechanic here, is to avoid you from spamming the same creature over and over, and to have some degree of, stopping infinite loops. So this shows that this was properly tested, and we're in an era of Magic where people just do crazy combos easier. But Marvel also wants you to cheat stuff into the battlefield, but I will say that, yes, Marvel is more expensive, so that's kind of where the thing is balanced. Marvel just wants something different for you, because what it's saying is just like, attack, right? And it's free attacks, because you're not going to, it's a 1/8. So the problem, whenever I try to use this thing, it doesn't work like you think it's going to work in your mind for multiple reasons, because you say like, oh, I attack and we clash, and the thing is that it's a 1/8, so a lot of times it's not going to get blocked. The good thing is that it says defending player, so I don't think, well, maybe, call a judge, I guess. At least the times that we played, it doesn't, with the way we did this, it says defending player. It doesn't mean that the player is going to defend, the player needs to defend or to block you, because it will be like blocking player. Defending player is just because it's getting the damage, right? So, but defending player also makes you believe that it needs to defend itself, right? Or he or herself. So, or themselves or whatever. So it means that, right? So it can be some confusion here, but if you're an experienced Magic player, you're likely screaming at the screen and saying like, why is this guy saying defending player is the one that's taking the attack? And in that case, sorry for confusing people. Sometimes I just overread the card, but basically what's going to happen is like sometimes you don't even get blocked because it's a 1/8, so no one cares, and you can throw it at people because it's a 1/8. Even if they block you, it doesn't matter. You just want to play the clash, and if you win the clash, draw a card, and then you can bring something from your hand. So is two different types of surveil, right? Like with Marvel, you will be surveilling. It's funny because no one talks about Marvel, and I think that Marvel is funnier to play with than Mirko. Mirko is a lot more basic in the sense that you surveil, and you go like, okay, so let's see cards that surveil. At the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. To solve, there are 15 or more cards in your graveyard. If unsolved, solve at the beginning of your end step. Solved, whenever you cast a non-legendary creature spell, copy that spell. See, some useful bombs in here. Whenever you surveil, that's kind of the name of the game here. You have flying and ward and flash, and but the new cards are all about surveilling, right? So that's kind of the name of the game. If you go that way, you may be thinking that Marvel doesn't work that well with the deck, because Marvel doesn't make any reference to surveilling, just to attack and clashing. However, this is why I think that this is another weird case where they don't complement each other necessarily. They can play with each other. But the interesting thing is that both fit in the deck. Like all the cards in the deck fit both, which is not that common. Another note in a different... that is not that common, right? You have... you can exile... You have some cards with Encore, which is interesting. But overall, it's just this deck wants you to surveil and force your hand to throw stuff into the graveyard. And the way this works is fun because with Mirko, you know what it's going to come, and you're like, okay, I can put this here, and you throw to the graveyard exactly what you want to summon later with thanks to Mirko, right? So you see what is coming, and then you throw it away. Oh, Grave Titan, by the way. And then you throw it away just for it to come back. It does come with a finality counter, but still is better because you have some very expensive stuff here, right? So you want to cheat that stuff from your graveyard. That's kind of the whole point, right? And that's kind of what they need to do. You have Reanimate, so you have other ways of bringing stuff from your graveyard in case your commander is not there. One big bomb here. So this deck personally is one of those things that is like, it doesn't match my playing style too much. It loves to play with the graveyard. It's that type of deck. But the idea, and Lazav is here, by the way, which is great. I love when the lore is like, the guy is like, where is Lazav? And Lazav is like in the deck, which is like, I don't know if it is like tongue in cheek, but I love it. You know, I played with Miracle like 3 times, and I was like, okay, this deck is solid. And I played with Marvo twice, I think. I just changed the commander, literally just a change. Didn't change the deck at all. And it's incredible how the deck works for both, but your play style, your mindset needs to change completely. And this is what I like to see more in commander and co-commanders, because a lot of times I feel like, and we have some examples here, the commander does something and the deck is around the commander, and then the co-commander is like nothing. It's just there because they had a cool idea, but they don't feel like it should fit in their own deck, or they are like, yeah, let's print it now, and because it fits the colors and it kind of fits the theme. It's like a lot of times the second commander feels like a discarded idea, right? Like, oh, what is going to be the commander? This or that? Oh, this one. And what do we do about the other? Make it the second commander, whatever, right? Like that's kind of how it feels. And sometimes they actually work together, and that depends a lot on the designer and like the cards, etc. Like sometimes the deck is divided, and I don't like those scenarios. When the deck is divided, what happens is that, half of the or 70% of the deck, or 75 or whatever, is for one commander, and the other half is thought for the other commander. Sometimes the second commander is doing nothing here. Sometimes the two feel like they should be together in the field at the same time. And sometimes, like in this deck, in the Dimir one, the deck actually works with both, right? So with Mirko is surveil stuff. If you like it, throw it into the graveyard so that the late you can summon it for free with Mirko. And with Marvo is you surveil so that you see what's the card that is on top of the library. Don't throw stuff into the graveyard. Put the powerful card on top of the library so that you clash. When you clash, you flip it, you win the clash, or like you increase your probabilities of winning the clash. And since you won, you can summon something from your hand. And since you put the stuff on top and you surveil X times, you know what are the cards that you're going to pull next turn so that you can play again and keep summoning. That's something that I find interesting, to say the least. So now let's talk about the decks overall, and let's compare them and like what's better than what, because this is the part that you like. We are competitive animals. So the 4 decks, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. So in terms of monetary value, the numbers, you've seen the numbers so far. You can that's like, that's not why we are here. We're here about the play style and the design and the crazy things. So in terms of power, which deck is the most powerful to just go there and pew, 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 pew. My personal opinion is that it's somewhere here, I will say. No, actually, wait. It's somewhere here, right? Like my personal opinion. So this, why do I feel this way? This is a very solid cycle for you to cheat stuff into the battlefield, and it works. Caust, you have two phases in your game. So you have the phase where everything is turned face down, and because you don't have mana, you don't have money, so you're like playing stuff. And then when you finally get this commander, which is fairly cheap to get into the battlefield, and that's kind of the joke, you start tapping it just to enable you to turn face up stuff and cheat them into the battlefield. So that's kind of powerful. The deck kind of wobbles a little bit in terms of like how to get there, but I think that it's a very powerful thing. Nelly, maybe these ones are more like these are in the same level, right? It's not like this, but it's just like they are in the same level. It depends on how you want to see it, but like maybe it's just because Nelly, I won't say the Nelly deck is powerful. It's fun, but I don't say it's powerful in the sense that you will your goal is to stay away of the action by accusing people and making them kill each other while you try to build your stuff. So I don't think that's powerful. Like, yes, you will win a couple of times. I won a lot of times with this one, but like it doesn't, it's like, oh, the action is there and I am going to like build my thing, right? So it lacks a little bit of punch. And this one, I don't know, maybe it's me. Because I've seen some videos online and some people are like, oh, this is the best deck by far. I'm just look at this deck and I'm like, well, I mean, you can do stuff with it. So that's why I'm saying that maybe it's the same power as this one, right? Like maybe it's something like this, in my opinion. And that will be fair in terms of power because the deck has mechanisms, but it just feels so scattered. And it doesn't feel like, I don't know, it feels like very all over the place, and I'm confused by it. Maybe it's just me. Not confused in the sense that I don't understand the deck. I understand it. I just don't know what the deck wants me to tell. Like, what's the story here, right? Like, it has like 3 stories at the same time. It just feels weird. I feel like in terms of fun, though, fun. I think that the fun, it's somewhere like these, maybe. Let's put it like this. I don't think I hate this one. Like, very fun to just mess around with people, but it depends on your table as well. So, but like, and it depends if you like to do that, right? So I like to do that. So I think it's fun to just mess up with people and do alliances and stuff, and like and a lot of conspiracy. And this is funny because Yu-Gi-Oh! And flipping stuff and being like, haha, look at my creature and all that stuff. And sometimes you feel like you're playing alone your thing, and then you flip and the game changes, kind of thing. And these ones are the same amount of fun for multiple reasons. Like, this is fun because it works, but it's kind of, 1 + 1 2 kind of deck. So like, it's not that crazy. And this is a deck that is fun in the sense that you have to find your way around it because you have to do stuff with clues and with food and with, and with card draw and stuff. And it's like, you're trying to make it work. So to me, it's fun because that's a challenge to myself. Like, it's like a mecha or like a good car or something, like, or like a stallion. Like, it's only as good as the rider, right? Like, you need to actually be able to make it work. And that's something that I like with some decks. I like that the deck is stubborn and I have to make it work. So that's why I say that they are in the same level, more or less. But again, don't say that it's bad. It's just that it's weird. In terms of personal preference, it would be something like this, maybe. Like overall score kind of thing. Like, I have fun with this. I have fun with this. This is kind of boring, but I see why it works. And this is all over the place, but I know what it's trying to do. We are just not in the same place, and the co-commander is a whole different beast. I don't know what is the objective here. What are you trying to tell me? Like, I don't know. So, and if I try to, like, if you want to expand on them, I think that the more expandable ones are like straightforward expansions. Like, it will be like this, like first these two and then these two. And for like, if you really want to put the work and make it work, and like, come on, I think that this is the easiest one to build around. No work necessary. This is kind of easy to build around as well. So no, and these two, they really require you to go like, okay, so this one you need to really find cards that do more for Mega Morph or whatever. That's the thing. You need to build around that. And this one, you need to have a good mana base, otherwise you can't flip stuff with all your commander. And this one has like 3 different exits, and it's like, pick one if you want this to be like a very precise clock. If you do that, it will cut all the time, every time. But if you don't want to upgrade, the deck is cool, but I don't know what it's trying to tell me. And I know that you're thinking, well, just read the box, and reading the box explains the deck, and it's like, it says clue tokens, card advantage, and it's like, yes, but it's like 2 different statements. And you were thinking like, no, sacrificing clues gives you card advantage. It's like, yes, but not in the way that it should work. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you think that this deck is actually the best. If I recall correctly, I think I saw the professor's review or something, and he was like, oh, this thing is the shit. And I'm like, prof, I love you. Maybe you are thinking, maybe you're thinking this is a Merfolk. That he actually makes a joke saying, oh, this is not a Merfolk. It's like, maybe it's me. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I didn't play enough with this one. Maybe it never clicked, because there are some decks that need to click for you to be like, oh, crazy. For example, the Hobbit deck from the Lord of the Rings. I played with it 3 times, I remember, and I was like, oh, I don't know why people say this deck is so good. Like, I don't get it. And then the 4th time I play, the deck just clicked, and I was like, oh, okay, this deck is pretty good and pretty powerful, right? But like, until then, you doesn't know. And again, this is just talking about the commander decks as they come from the box, right? Like, no crazy upgrades or anything, just as they come. This is, so my go-to in terms of preference will be something like this. And 1, 2, Tithe. So let me know in the comments if you agree with my rationale, if you play with them, if you bought one of them. I don't know, let me know your opinion. And if you like this type of video, if you think that maybe I should be faster talking about the freak index, if you just care about the comparison, I don't know. Let me know down below, and I hope to see you next time on PAX and Recreation. Bye. Hello everyone once again, and welcome back to PAX and Recreation. And today we are going to tackle the Fallout Commander decks from Universes Beyond. So this is likely it's not the first Magic the Gathering card or cards based on a video game, because out of the top of my head we had the Street Fighter ones, and we had the Tomb Raider not so long ago, but all of those were Secret Lair. I can't remember if we had something included in the main set that was from a video game. Maybe. Well, maybe you're saying, well, Baldur's Gate, and it's like, well, yes, I guess so. Baldur's Gate technically is the first video game, but I don't count it because that's cheating, because Wizard owns both Dungeons and Dragons and Magic. Mind you, they both things, by the way, just go check the Wikipedia for that. But the first commander decks from Universes Beyond are from Fallout. And ironically, Assassin's Creed is not having commander decks, which is kind of weird. But here we are, Fallout. Plus, one thing that we have to address right away is, I know a lot of people online talk shit about the Magic the Gathering, about Wizards and the amount of products they release and all that. One thing I have to say is their planning skills are pretty good, because Warhammer was the first, and the first Universes Beyond Commander decks. I guess they did it. I don't know why they picked Warhammer first. Maybe it was an anniversary or something. I am not that much into Warhammer, so maybe it was out of respect, because Magic the Gathering and Warhammer 40,000 or Warhammer as a whole are like the gentleman's agreement of old school nerd board games. I don't know, but then their timing with these releases has been amazing. So the Lord of the Rings was kind of there because it didn't match with the release of anything. It was after the Amazon series and before the Gollum game, so yikes. But for Doctor Who, it was right there for the anniversary, so that was great. And now for Fallout, is right there for the series. So as you know, they design everything 2 years in advance. So great, which makes me wonder what is there for Assassin's Creed. I think nothing. And what is there for Marvel? Because Marvel is going downwards and they are going to release 2 Marvel sets a year from now on. So I don't know. But now to the thing. Fallout. I am a reasonably sized, well, not reasonably sized, I'm a big size, but like I am a reasonable Fallout fan, like Fallout 1 and 2. I played a lot. Those are my Fallout games. Fallout Tactics, well, we don't talk about Fallout Tactics. Then we had Fallout 3, which is what most people know nowadays, and I guess is responsible for the big, popularity of Fallout nowadays. I played Fallout 3. It's okay. I'm not the biggest Bethesda fan, as you will notice as we go forward. Then Fallout New Vegas, which in my opinion is the best Fallout in 3D. Go Obsidian. And then Fallout 4, which I play a very little, and Fallout 76, which I haven't touched because it's radioactive to me. So there is that. But I don't have anything against the games, or that I like Fallout 4, for example. I just, it's like Starfield. I have Starfield. I played Starfield, but I don't know if it's me or it's the games. But I just prefer to play other things nowadays. Like, I don't know, Elden Ring. I know it's like different types of games, but yeah. So with the intro done, so you know that I am actually kind of a gamer and kind of a Fallout connoisseur myself. Not the biggest fan, so heads up. We're going to talk about the decks in multiple regards. So I am late to the party, as usual, and the reason for this is, well, I have played with these decks for almost 2 weeks, and to the point that it's kind of annoying. Try to get your pod or multiple pods to play with you fast enough so that you can comprehensively test all 4 decks. As you know, in this channel we don't get the decks ahead of time yet. Wing Wizards, but so we have to we get them a little bit earlier at most. Then I start trying to play with people. You can only play on weekends most of the time because people have lives. And then I try to make it so everyone plays with the PreCons, but some people just want to try their new decks or shit. So you have to do what you have. So 4 decks. We have Scrappy Survivors with Dogmeat right here. Science with Dr. Madison Lee. Hail Caesar or Kaiser, I still don't know what I'm going to call him for this video, and Mutant Menace with the Wise Mothman, right? So 4 themes, 4 decks, and now we need to talk about theming for a second. As you know, these decks are normally what happens with Universes Beyond is that they follow a theme, right? So in the case of Warhammer, they went with factions. In the case of Lord of the Rings, they went with, well, kind of factions as well. So you had the Hobbits and the Shire, and then you had humans and Rohan and Gondor. Then you had just the Forces of Evil, and you had the Council, right? So you had which is elves and all that stuff. So you had the 4 main themes. With Doctor Who, they had to adapt because for some reason, and I don't know, the commander deck alignment is you will never see 2 commander decks. We had some cases historically where we had 3 commander decks, but most of the times we get 4 and sometimes 5. For some reason, for the Universes Beyond, they decided that the best number is 4. I sometimes feel that a 5th will be very useful to try to fit more stuff from that IP, but I guess that it's a lot of work. Most of these decks have around 40 something new cards in average, and you have to design them mechanically, and then visually all of them are Fallout themed, so not that easy. Plus, one thing to mention very quickly, if you are new to this, I guess, is that if you want all the Magic the Gathering Fallout cards, if you buy the 4 things, the 4 decks, you will have all the Fallout Magic the Gathering cards. The other product that they have that we will crack in a future video is the Fallout collector boosters. And here you will have exactly the same cards that you have inside these decks. The only thing is that you will get special treatments, like cards that look like you're in the VAT system and stuff like that. So it's nice. It's not necessary. See, they did the same with Doctor Who. And to be honest, I think is the best approach, because what they did with Warhammer 40k, I think it was kind of meh. Like, you had the decks and then you had the 4 decks with a collector's edition, like all the cards were foil and all of them were bent and curved. That was meh. So here they go again with the gacha machine, and you know, this is basically a casino, but you have multiple treatments for cards. So I guess if you're into that, just you can buy this. But as usual, don't buy this. Just buy the singles of the card that you want. It's a lot cheaper than buying these, because trust me, these things are very expensive. So now for the decks, in terms of theming, well, you can see that we are covering the 4 corners of Fallout, but to which degree, right? You have like survivors, okay, then Dogmeat is from Fallout 4, so Fallout 4, Fallout 3, and to a degree 4, right? But the theme is science, because science is this big thing in Fallout. Hail Caesar, this is Fallout New Vegas, so there you go. And the Mothman, which is Fallout 76, if I am not wrong. So all the 3D Fallouts are represented. You have some references and some cards that are from other Fallouts, the older ones. But as it is the case with the new Fallout era, they don't talk about the old ones because they are difficult to sell nowadays to people that are used to the FPS style. So let's go in alphabetical order. So what will be first? Hail Caesar. Well, let's go. If we go by order of video game release, right? It should be Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, 4, and then 76, right? Which, mind you, this is the thing that I wanted to address very quickly. That's not the division they followed for these decks. So there's a theme division, but it's not a video game division. So it's not like Fallout 4, Fallout 3, 76, and New Vegas. You have a lot of cards from those games because the commander is kind of related to the theme, but it's not. You are not like, oh, my favorite Fallout game is Fallout 3, so I should buy science. Like, you will have a lot of references to other Fallout stuff in the other decks, so it's not so much like that. If you look at the Doctor Who decks, the division was, okay, you have the most popular Doctor, or Doctors, which are 9, 10, and 11th. That was a deck. Then you had the new Doctors, 13 and 14. No, sorry, 12 and 13 at that time. Then 14 and 15, it was a secret lair because, of course, thank you, Wizards. And you had all the legacy Doctors from Old Who in a deck, and then you had the bad guys in a deck. Here, you could say that this is the bad guys, although this is more like the humans. This is the survivors, which I guess this is the one that fits the more with the protagonist theme, I guess. Then science, because science in Fallout, and then mutants, because mutants. But mechanically, they are different, and we will see it in a second. Now, let's jump right into it. Let's use video game alphabetical order, or video game launch order. So Fallout 3, then New Vegas, then 4, and then 76. And then someone is saying, well, the Mothman actually appears first in... I don't care, man. So what does it include? It includes... By the way, they use this packaging for the Universes Beyond. This is the same as Lord of the Rings and Doctor Who, which is interesting because the Commander deck packaging is no longer like this. So I don't know if it is a choice or what, but I digress. So white, red, blue for science, which makes sense, and it includes a collector booster sample pack. I love it that they press enter right there at sample pack. At least they kept sample here, because in the past it used to be a collector booster sample pack, plus 2 legendary traditional foils, which is kind of meh, because those 2 legendary traditional foils are the commander and the co-commander, so that's kind of a meh thing. War never changes. Now, battle your fellow wastelanders for survival as the Fallout series joins the Magic the Gathering, blah, 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 blah. This is pretty much the same for every deck. Then enlist the brilliance of Dr. Madison Lee to build a robot army, generating energy counters with every artifact you cast. Charge up your Mechanical Legion, led by Liberty Prime, and stomp out the opposition. I think that if you played a lot of Fallout 3, and Fallout 3 is your infancy game, because I am old, I guess, I think that is the one that will resonate the most with you, but it's not the funnier deck to play with, and I will address that in a second. Dr. Madison Lee is one of the brightest scientific minds of her time, spearheading advanced research in the capital wasteland and the Commonwealth. While her employers and actions are occasionally questionable, she always fights for the future of the Earth. And it has 100 cards and blah blah. You have some previews here of cards, which is good. Now, let's open it. What was the way that we're supposed to open this? Okay, this way. So you open it from the back. Don't do it like I did in a video once that I opened it from the top and I was like, oh, you can't open this. So this is a stupid detail that I like a lot. So sue me, I guess. Which is a foil Vault Boy right there, giving you the thumbs up. Now, there is a debate online, because no one, to my knowledge, no one has ever confirmed this, that this is not a thumbs up, this is the Vault Tech Boy measuring the distance from a nuclear mushroom, right? After a nuclear explosion. If your technically the legend says that, because this is a thing that they say in the real world as well, is that if your thumb covers the explosion, you're at a safe distance. If it doesn't, you need to keep going back, right? Which it can be the case, or it can be just because, you know, here he's just giving the thumbs up. Here is winking. The other side is that, you know, everything is okay, because that's the whole thing about Vault Tech and all that stuff. So you get some foil VAT style tokens, which are kind of nice. This is actually foil. Normally this is not the case. They are not foil, they're just like a normal color. And then you get some mini dividers, foil as well, which is interesting because they have this subtle foiling, which is, you know, it's kind of stupid, but it gives you that VAT vibe that is very cool. And I mean, if you use this, if you don't use that, it's just cardboard. Then the deck and the tokens, and nothing else to see here. Now, you get a deck box, to call it somehow, with your commander in there. A thing that I always love is that the art is not necessarily the same art in the card, so that's, you know, that's nice. You really have to like Dr. Madison Lee though, because she is a very important character in Fallout 3, but, you know, she is not by any means your you know, the most, I don't know, badass card to like have as a commander or something. You get a life counter, which, very nice detail from Wizards. I love these small details. The numbers, again, are in the font and color of what you will expect from Fallout, which is actually very cool because, you know, like no one cares about this, which they could just like do the same thing, but they actually changed the font for this. So those are the small details that, you know, keep me defending this and going like, well, you know, they tried. I like them. They hit me, but they like me. So the collector booster pack, the tokens, the deck. We're not going to go this slow for all decks, by the way. This is just for the first one. All the others are the same. We're just going to read the insert, kind of, because we love inserts in this channel. So you have here how to play the deck. And it's all about Dr. Madison Lee and Liberty Prime and energy tokens. And you have, which is true, perhaps the most important technological marvel to survive the war, the Nuka-Cola vending machine, which is, you will see that card in a second. And then you have here another art for Dr. Madison Lee and the description of the two commanders, let's say, let's call it that way, Dr. Madison Lee and Liberty Prime recharged. And then this thing that I actually like a lot from Universes Beyond, which is not only the explanation of the colors for new people, because let's be honest, if you buy this because you're a Fallout nerd, so rise up gamers, you likely maybe never play Fallout, never play Magic the Gathering. So this is a good explanation of what each color means. And then why are Dr. Madison Lee and Liberty Prime blue, red, and white? Well, there is a clear reason why, and it's called America. But both Dr. Lee and Liberty Prime typify blue mana through their connection to technology and progress, white through the desire or directive to restore order, and red through their recklessness with which that order may be enacted. Which, you know, I don't think they wanted to maybe acknowledge that the colors are also because of the flag, but if you play Fallout, the colors are because of the flag. I mean, the thing is called Liberty Prime, for God's sake. So, but you can really, the colors in Magic is a concept that I like a lot, but you can really bend in whichever one you want, because you can be like, oh, it's black because the ambition of Dr. Madison Lee that makes her take no compromises, right? And she will be like a black mana card as well, right? So, but a sample, so just to be clear, the sample is, well, exactly that, is a sample. There is no guarantee of what you will get here. It's just a mini sample of a collector booster to like wet your beak, and is all different in all decks. So you get an ad that, you know, tells you, oh, get more, and then you have Elder Arthur Maxon, which, okay, sadly you can use in this deck. That's why I'm saying that the cards here are not necessarily, you know, maybe you can't use them with the deck right away, which is the case because they have black, and that's not in the commander color identity. So, and you have Fervent Charge, right? So 2 wide art cards, which is not bad, and these cards are not that bad. The only problem is that you don't get any of the showcase cool arts for the you know, Pip-Boy style cards. So the plastic commander, as I like to call it, Dr. Madison Lee. We will see what the commander does in a second, and then the tokens. But if you are new to the channel, one thing that I like to see whenever I do the commander deck reviews is let's just see the tokens first and try to guess what the deck is about. So Energy Reserve, there you go. You kind of already know what the deck is going to be about. A treasure token, which is Nuka-Cola Caps. A Human Knight, which gotta love the Fallout theme adapted to Magic stuff. Actually, let's go one way first and then the other. A Thopter, which makes sense. Thopters, another copy. Treasure, food, again from a Nuka-Cola vending machine. And a robot, which I think we can all recognize this bad boy right here. And basically treasures, robots, human knights, clues, junk, treasure, copies, and food. So yeah, this is the most important token, and you only get one because that's like where you track your stuff. So what is in this deck? Now, the theme of this deck is science, but I guess that the most scientific thing that Magic the Gathering can do, as it is the energy counters, which I am not necessarily against. I think is kind of a good match because Kaladesh is kind of the scientific plane, in the sense that it's like, oh, it's all science and, you know, progress, steampunk and all stuff. So Dr. Madison Lee is the commander, and we're going to address that right now. So it's a 2/3 for 1 blue, 1 red, 1 white. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, you get an energy counter. Energy counters are this mechanic that some people like it, some people hate it. Depends on your play style. If you really like to play in a more tactical way, to call it somehow, this is, you know, very nice. If you just want to go fast, energy counters, you know, it's like having mana on top of your mana, right? So likely you're not gonna like it, but it's a mana that you can bank, right? So there is that. And she is the whole engine of the deck because you can tap it and pay 1 energy. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains trample and haste at the end of turn. So red. You can tap it and play 3 energy counters. You can draw a card, so blue. And you can tap it and pay 5 energy counters. Return target artifact card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I guess this will be white. But so energy. We're going to keep her right here. And Liberty Prime Recharge is 2, 1 blue, 1 red, 1 white, and is an 8/8 robot that has vigilance, trample, and haste. So well, I was about to say all the abilities from all colors, but actually no, blue is not there. So whenever Liberty Prime Recharge attacks or blocks, sacrifice it unless you pay 2 energy counters. So you really need to feed the bad boy, and if you pay 2 and tap and sacrifice an artifact, you get 2 energy counters and draw a card. Democracy is non-negotiable. I have a feeling that this guy will be right there in Helldivers too. So this is the commander and the co-commander. Liberty Prime, you will notice it looking at the rest of the deck, which we are going to go like very briefly over, but you can command the deck with Liberty Prime, but Liberty Prime is not an enabler. Liberty Prime is a consumer, as you just noticed. Like, he's quote-unquote cheap and kind of powerful because, you know, is a 8/8, but it consumes energy. And on the other side, Dr. Madison Lee generates energy. So you really want to command this with Dr. Madison Lee. The deck is good, but it's not that good without Dr. Madison Lee, and we will check right away why. So, automated assembly line. The whole theme of this deck, right? We're not going to go card by card because otherwise this video is going to be 4 hours, and I certainly don't want that. But the whole theme of this deck is energy counters. Now, that's a good thing, and that's a bad thing. I'm going to scroll over the cards, by the way, and then you can pause if you want to read one or just check the card list. But like, the first cards are the new cards or the exclusive cards to the deck. Normally, in a normal commander deck, this will be like 10 cards, and for this one, it's like 30 something, right? So the whole theme of this deck is energy counters, energy counters, energy counters, and that has good size and bad size. Good size is that, well, you can do some cool stuff. The bad side is that it was a mechanic that was not that well received. And since it was not that well received, although, you know, some people really love it, some people don't that much, the set where you're going to get most of the cards to enhance this deck is Kaladesh. And that's it. So if you want to go with the energy theme, now there is a 5D chess play in the Horizon, which is the Modern Horizon 3 Commander decks. Yes, a modern set is going to have Commander decks instead of modern decks. And one of those decks is all about energy counters. So between this deck and that deck, one of those is going to become, like, whether you use that one as the base or this one as the base. And technically, I believe that that one will be the superior one because it's a lot more expensive. So otherwise, is Wizards just charging us for the name of the set? I don't know. Really? Come on. So with you put cards together from this deck and that deck, and you will have some crazy stuff plus Kaladesh. But right now, you don't have that much base to go over. Now, the other thing that you will notice from this deck is that it has a problem that most Commander decks have, but the universes beyond Commander decks have a lot more, which is the deck tries to do too many things at once. What does that mean? It means that, for example, if you go watch the Karlov Manor decks, which are the ones that came before these ones, you will see that it's like most of the decks are like, okay, this deck is trying to do this, but 30% of the cards is trying to do something different, right? And what does that mean? That means that the deck is, goes one way or the other, and sometimes the commander does something, and the second commander or second option commander does something else that kind of fits the theme or not really. So it's very weird that to get a commander deck where both options for commander do pretty much the same, because then it's kind of repetitive. They give you like a second one and those cool stuff, and you can transform the deck for that second commander if you want to. That's for the normal decks. For the universes beyond, what happens is that they go by theme. In this case, well, it's a Fallout deck, right? So this is the science deck. So they try to put all the cards in here that make sense for the theme, even if it doesn't make sense mechanically, because they can't fit the mechanic into the card. And one such good example of that is Red Death Shipwrecker. So this card, for example, is a possible commander for another deck that has Alluring Eyes. Go target creature opponent controls, target player draws a card, you add red mana. This is okay, but it has nothing to do with the rest of the deck, right? So it happens a lot with a lot of commanders, like Arcade Ganon, or I don't know, like everything that doesn't have an energy counter on it is kind of just sitting here and okay, right? Like the thing is, it's all about energy counters and artifacts. So you have some cards here that generate clues or react to clues or whatever. That's the whole name of the game, because every time an artifact enters the battlefield, you get an energy counter, thanks to Dr. Madison Lee. But if you don't, then it's kind of, that card is just occupying space. And this deck is trying to do, like, it has like 2.5 decks inside of one. So you have the main deck, which is the energy one, and then you have some golding and some stuff in there that doesn't match the rest of the deck at all. So there's an also other thing that I seen online that some people complain about, and this is a product of this product being a fan service product, which is what it is. It's for fans of Fallout. Like, no one is going to buy this without being a fan of Fallout. I know that we Magic the Gathering players are going to look at this with Magic the Gathering eyes, which is you either look at this as stocks, like, oh, this card is worth $40 and all that stuff, or you're going to look at it like, oh, I can use this card for my deck, in which case, just buy the singles. But this product is done in a way so that if you play Magic and you like Fallout, happy birthday to you, and if you don't, you have cards that you can pull if you only play Magic, but if you only play Fallout, maybe this will bring you to Magic, which is what happened with Doctor Who, which is what happened with Warhammer, and with Lord of the Rings. And in the case of Doctor Who, for example, with me it was backwards. I play Magic, and I started to watch Doctor Who because of the decks, because I was interested in what I was seeing, right? So it can also do that for people that maybe people from Magic are like, I never played Fallout. You see these decks, and you're like, okay, let me try one, right? And you buy one game. Fallout New Vegas, obviously, that's the one that you need to try. But then you have some stuff. I remember because of the image here, which we will see in a second. There are some cards here that are not producing any, good amount of value. By the way, the mana base, this applies to all decks. So again, the first deck is always the slowest one because I kind of go over a lot of topics that are general to all of them. But the mana base is meh. The Doctor Who mana base was a lot better. It wasn't like super crazy or anything, but it was a lot better than this. And then, once the Fallout cards and then the basic mana ends, you get versions of other cards, right? Like, for example, see, this is useful for the deck. So each creature you control that's an artifact or human gets indestructible. So that's kind of the theme. Nerd Rage is kind of there as well. So whenever it enters the battlefield, you draw 2 cards. And enchanted creature you have no maximum hand size, which is whatever. Where this creature attacks, you have 10 or more cards in your hand. It gets +10/+10 at the end of turn. This is great. If it wasn't because, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, yes, you have a bunch of energy effects that give you card draw, but the deck is not about card draw. It's about energy counters to do other stuff. So, there's a bunch of, if you do draw a card, which I guess this is why this thing is here, but it's not the craziest, right? So this deck, by the way, lacks finishers to a degree, and also board wipes, which is weird because it has white on it, so it should have at least like 2 board wipes, but not so much. Like, I guess that your finishers are Liberty Prime and some other, because it's a big bulky card, and some other, this is the thing that I wanted to talk about. So all the decks have bobbleheads. Now, the people online are complaining about the bobbleheads, and this is the thing that I want to address. It's like, people, this is a Fallout deck, first and foremost. Each deck has 2 bobbleheads, if I recall correctly, and it's all fun concepts, like Endurance bobblehead. You add 1 mana of any color. It's a mana rock. It's not the best mana rock because it's 3 for 1 of any color, and then it has a secondary effect that is, it depends on the concept. It's got intelligence, endurance, so you can see the effects here. They're not the best cards, so you can remove them. And I see a lot of people complain, like, oh, these cards are very bad. If they were 2 mana, maybe, but being 3 mana is just shitty. Like, I don't know why the bobbleheads are there. Like, they should do like... That's the joke. In the Bethesda era of Fallout games, the bobbleheads are hidden collectibles. And a lot of people never find them without a guide. So, that's the whole joke, people. You have 2 of them in each deck, and you're like, oh, I found this, right? Like the deck is for the theme first, and then for Magic the Gathering. Like, these are not bad decks by any means, but they are not like top competitive decks. They are just fan service decks. They are for what they are, right? Complaining about the bobbleheads is like complaining about, I don't know, there are characters that are not from Magic the Gathering. It's like, well, yes, thank you. That's the whole point. Nuka-Cola vending machine. This card is creating a lot of fuss all over the place. Some people hate it, some people love it. For this deck, it's there, right? So you pay 3 and then you pay 1 and tap. It creates a food token. And whenever you sacrifice food, you create a tap treasure token. So the machine it's very good, but because you can sacrifice those food tokens the normal way, but the actual way of doing it is through other cards in your deck that will ask you to sacrifice artifacts. And if you do, you get a treasure token that you can use to summon more stuff. So the Nuka-Cola vending machine is a very good engine for this deck. Again, then you have the commons and the uncommons. A lot of, okay cards that fit the theme. Overall, what you can expect is, and then I love these cards. This is me nerding, but I love when they pick the normal cards and they just change the art to fit the theme. So this is an Arcane Signet, which is a very nice reference. And the Lightning Greaves, there you go. No matter how big the fall is, you're safe as long as you land with both feet. So the Mind Stone, say this is like, if you like Magic and the IP that they are, using, these things is where you see the love. Is like, yep, this is a Soul Ring, which is, technically the super duper Soul Ring is the one in the playmat, but this is also a Soul Ring, and you're gonna love it. Talisman of Conviction, Talisman of Creativity, Talisman of Progress, right? So a Thought Vessel, all these references, Wayfarer's Bubble, and then the main lands, Command Tower, which makes sense, Evolving Wilds. Again, the lands are nothing to write home about. They are okay. It's a normal mana base. The actual lands, they gave us full art lands, and they are beautiful. Even more if you like Fallout, you recognize a bunch of these passages and a bunch of these places. So, going to the point with this deck, the name of the game here is Energy Counters. Now, we're going to go over this in better detail when I start comparing all the decks, right? So I will pick up the pace. But the whole theme that you need to understand here is energy counters. So if you don't like to play in a two dimensions to call it, because you have your mana and then you have the energy counters, and you use energy counters to do stuff that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with your mana, maybe you're not going to like this, because it's a very two-step kind of gameplay, right? So now, if you are more the type of player that is more into the rush of things and just, attack, and the end justifies the means, here is Caesar or Kaiser. And from Fallout New Vegas, and this is the bad guys deck. Although it's not 100% bad guys, you have some. It's more like faction deck than bad guys, to be honest, because that's the beauty of Fallout. No one is 100% bad. Well, technically, there are some characters that are 100% bad, but in the good written games, some of you have doubts always. The character had a point, So Caesar is all about the end justifies the means, which we're going to see in a second. And Caesar or Kaiser isn't actually the famous Roman, but his desire for power and conquer is a perfect match for his ancient predecessor. In order to found a new empire, Caesar or Kaiser and his legion seek control of New Vegas, even if it means war with the new California Republic. So the NCR is also here. If you are a New Vegas nerd, this is likely the deck that you want, but as you saw just now, because of the science deck, there is a lot of just overall Fallout themes in that deck as well. So, it's not like, this deck has exactly the only thing that I want. Now, same logic, the tokens or the counters are more appropriate for this deck. You have a shield, a +1/+1, menace, yada yada. Fun fact, they didn't put anything on top. Now, the deck box, in this case for Caesar or Kaiser, I still haven't decided what we want to call the guy, but there you go. So on the back, the envelope, the magical envelope, and a sample pack, the deck box, the life counter, same logic, same good details, with the man himself right there. Caesar is such a good character. Not good like because of goodness, but like good as in well written. I love New Vegas. So there is this again, radiation counters, I guess, or dividers with radiation symbols, and the Magic the Gathering symbol or the Planeswalk symbol. Then the insert, the magical insert, in this case, it is for Kaiser, and it says play the deck. So we will talk about that in a second. And it's all about being tactical and sacrificing stuff. And you have Mr. House as well. And this is another example of the deck trying to do two things at the same time. So you have Kaiser, Legion's Emperor, and Mr. House, President and CEO. You can just pause and read if you want. Here's the man and the magic colors. And once again, why are Caesar and Mr. House red, white, and black? Caesar and Mr. House are black aligned because they crave power and will do anything to maintain it. The aggressive ways in which they enforce their twisted notions of order also exemplify white and red, which is kind of a cop-out from Wizards. It's like, yeah, the aggressive way is red and it's order, so it's white. It's like, okay, Wizards. Okay, like, I will let it pass, but just so you know. So now for the sample pack. Oh, there you go. So I wonder if we're going to pull something that is better looking. Well, Arcade Ganon, that will fit the other deck, and one with the machine, which will also fit the other deck. Not bad. Again, not a bad card or anything, but at least this one is foil, so cool. As usual, these are just cards that you may get, so don't get ideas by looking at what I pull. That's not an indication of anything. So for the tokens will tell us a lot of what Caesar is going to do here. So the Caesar Plastic Commander, and then a robot, a copy, a robot, a copy, a copy, a soldier, 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 which has a Roman armor, which is more appropriate, a warrior, which is from the NCR, and a warrior again. And then on the back, you have soldiers, food, which is a very nice reference, a treasure, because the NCR has its own money. They don't use bottle caps anymore. And technically, by the time of Fallout 2, they didn't use bottle caps anymore, but I know Bethesda really liked the whole bottle cap thing, so they kept it. Human soldier, junk, treasure, and treasure. So you can see where this is going. The robots are there because of Mr. President. So let's see what's up with the actual thingy. Now, I may be biased because of New Vegas, but I promise I will try to be as impartial as possible. So the two possible commanders, you have Caesar, Legion's Emperor for one red, one white, one black, and this guy is going to carry the deck from end to end because it's a 4/4 that says whenever you attack, you may sacrifice another creature. When you do, choose two. Create two 1/1 red and white soldier creature tokens with haste that are tapped and attacking. You draw a card and you lose one life. Or Caesar basically deals damage equal to the number of creature tokens you control to target opponents. So you can see that this is very aggressive and tactical. And the idea is that if you sacrifice another creature while attacking, that's actually kind of good because if I'm not doing this wrong, which I may be, is when you attack. So it's when you declare attackers, it's before the blocker, so it's not the craziest thing. But I am not sure. I will need to check this, or someone will need to correct me. But if you attack, if I declare attackers and then you blockers, I cannot trigger this ability. It has to be when I declare attack because it says whenever you attack, you may sacrifice, right? So the new things that you invoke is not like they are not going to be blocked. You can just point them to another opponent if, I don't know, something like that. But as you can see, is very, the end justifies the means. So remove creatures, get me more stuff, remove creatures, get me more stuff, do damage, like, don't stop, let's go. And Mr. House, President and CEO, is red, white, and black for a 0/4 legendary artifact creature that says, whenever you roll a 4 or higher, create a 3/3 colorless robot artifact, which is the token that we have there. If you roll a 6 or higher, instead create that token and a treasure token, which is, Then if you pay 4 and tap, you roll a 6-sided die plus an additional 6-sided die for each mana from treasures spent to activate this ability. So this is one good example of this card is not like they wanted to put New Vegas all together and try to do the bad guys together, or bad guys quote unquote, but it's this card doesn't fit the theme. Like it kind of, because it says whenever you roll a 4 or higher, it doesn't say that it has to be because of this ability. So if you have other cards that make you roll dice, that's great. So this card as a commander for a dice rolling deck smashes, right? Because every time you roll a die, you create robots, and if you 6 or more, you create a robot and a treasure tokens. But and then one more for each treasure activated for this. So you can enter a dangerous loop, but it's so expensive that it's not like it's going to be super duper. But again, this card doesn't necessarily fit anything of what Caesar is trying to do, and that's kind of the point, is that the two commanders doesn't necessarily have to do the same, but the consequences are in the 99, because the 99 will be divided. Most of the deck is pandering to Caesar, but then a good chunk of it, I think it's like 30% or something, is trying to play in the same space as Mr. President and or Mr. House, sorry. Which, yeah, so, and there's the founder, you have Enlist, which is kind of a perfect match for this deck. You have a bunch of these. This is why I said that it was like, oh, it's a bad guys deck. Well, it's the factions deck, because you have a bunch of these. You have to choose between NCR or Legion, and based on what you pick, you go one way or the other, right? The Overseer of Vault 76, again, this is not necessarily just New Vegas, stuff is just here. This is like a human soldier tribal thing, but then you have robots because of Mr. House. So, but you can sacrifice the robots. It doesn't say that you need to sacrifice a human, it's just another creature. So you can sacrifice the Security Squadron. You have a lot of squad abilities, which is very good for this deck. Squad, as you can read, means that if you pay X more, any number of times, you have more copies of this. And this card in particular is very good, because whenever a creature token enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So a good generator. Sierra, Nuka's biggest fan. It's kind of there, but again, this one, whenever one or more creatures you control, it fits with Caesar, but the food tokens is like, like the food tokens, you don't do much with the food tokens as they are. So Vault 75, middle school, this is a very nice reference. Kind of a board wipe, and then you continue. Yes Man, which is a very good card to pair up with the other commander, but I get the point, because this is you can make a commander deck with him, but I don't know if he can be the commander, because this is a defector card. So as you can see, you can just roll it between your opponents. The good thing, and what saves this card in this deck, is the wild card aspect. When it dies, when it leaves the battlefield, you create a tapped 1/1 white soldier, right? So every time that the thing went to another player, it gets a quest counter. So you will get X soldiers for the quest counters. Now it goes to another player, they can just sacrifice it or kill it, or so there is a good idea there. It certainly matches the lore. But you have Vats here, which has split second, which is one of the best fits of a mechanic and a theme I ever seen. Choose any number of target creatures with equal toughness, destroy the chosen creatures. The effect is okay for kind of a board wipe at the low level gameplay, but it's not going to do any crazy things for you. Wasteland Raiders is a good finisher. It's kind of a crazy card. Has a squad 2, so for extra 2 you can have more copies of this, and when it enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a creature. That includes you. But if you sacrifice a creature, you can trigger some of the abilities that the other cards have, because this whole deck is about sacking creatures, right? So Mysterious Stranger, this card is all over the place. A lot of people were going crazy about this one when the spoilers came out, because you can just exile creature from the graveyard and then copy something. So, you know, that's not bad. That's actually pretty good. Doesn't match the rest of the deck in any way, but it's there. So again, a bunch of squads, a bunch of copies, first strikes. That's kind of the whole game. Some cards don't really fit anything. They are just here. I guess that you want to put more cards here that create tokens or create creatures or just give you cannon fodder, so you can just sacrifice all that, because the effect from Caesar says another creature, and it doesn't say once per turn or anything, so you can keep doing it as long as you have, you know. Yeah. So this card being called Kellogg Dangerous Mind is a good reference if you know the story of the Kellogg cereals. So of the Kellogg's cereals, it's kind of right on the spot. So again, this is for treasure tokens. The treasure tokens are good for Mr. House, but again, the deck is kind of divided, right? I'm not going to go over all the cards. You have the vaults, which is a nice reference here and there. Some robots. The robots kind of fit if you can just play to sacrifice them. The lands are not quite there. The theme is like humans mostly, or human soldiers. That's where like the stuff is. You can see that a bunch of cards from these decks are rares. It's like they really wanted to be like, oh, these cards are good, and I get it. But yeah, so Black Market, Lethal Scheme. A Black Market is not Black Market Connections, by the way. It's you know, whenever a creature dies, put a charge counter on Black Market, and at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, add one black mana for each charge counter on Black Market. This thing is dangerous when you have the commander in there and just sacrificing creatures, because you have a weird, powerful engine for mana, right? So that's one of the perfect matches in this deck. Assemble the Legion. This card is a thing, but at least, you know, you keep generating stuff to sacrifice. Fervent Charge, Ruinous Ultimatum. This is, well, a board wipe, which, you know, with Caesar and all that. So, love it. Then, the mana base, nothing to write home about. It's the same for all decks. It's kind of okay. Then, for uncommons, you have some cards here and there. The rats and stuff, maybe you can use them for a rat deck. They kind of fit because you can do a squad with these and, you know, exile 4 cards from the graveyard. So if you clean your graveyard, you can just have more rats, which is not bad. And they have menace, which, you know, is very good. But if they're not that good to sack. I never, you know, sack them like crazy or anything. Some can be commanders here and there. From Caesar, ironically, they don't necessarily play perfectly with Caesar. Like this guy, like when it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a tenth of the creatures they control rounded up. This gave some discussions because it seems like a normal number to, it's like a tenth. And it's like, and then everyone is like, wait, what is a tenth? So if I have one creature, a tenth is nothing, but it's rounded up, so it's 1, right? So the number is interesting, but it's going to give some discussions for sure in some groups. Whenever an opponent sacrifices a creature, put up some Legate Lanius, so it enters with more stuff as long as, you know, they sacrifice stuff, but it's your opponent, not you. So it doesn't necessarily play well with Caesar. It's just there, is a removal engine. This is the type of cards that you need. You create humans to just throw at them. Again, the bobbleheads, 1 for charisma, 1 for luck. Again, this is a Fallout deck, so if you don't like it, you know what you can do. So, Survivor's Medkit, the Orators, and then again, these are like the okay cards. Some of them really play okay with the rest of the deck, some of them not so much. Pitiless Plunder, whenever other creature you control dies, create a treasure token. So this bad boy here, great card to have. So you have a bunch of cards like this. Whenever a creature you have dies, so you really want to sack your stuff, right? Most of your see, this is the token generator. Most of your upgrades here are going to be cards that give you tokens because you want to sacrifice tokens, not so much anything else. So Skull Clamp, not bad. Then Soul Ring again, Talisman of Conviction, Hierarchy, Indulgence, which is very nice. Ash Barrens, then Command Tower, Evolving Wilds, the usual, right? Memoir to Glory, Myriad Landscape, just Path of Ancestry, which is a great match of card and art. So just the normal, and then the normal lands. That it's kind of weird to me how like these ones are full art, but the ones in Doctor Who are not. It's like, who decides that? Like, what's up? So Caesar deck. We're going to talk about it a little better when we compare them to the others, but as you saw, it's all about sacrificing, and half of the deck, well, not half, like 30%, 25% of the deck has nothing to do with what Caesar is trying to do. So likely those are the cards that you want to sack if you want to play with Caesar, and likely that includes the other commander, Mr. President, or Mr. House, because Mr. House, yeah. So deck number 3, Fallout 4, Dogmeat, Ever Loyal. So green, white, and red, Scrappy Survivors. This is an interesting deck because it has to do with the thing that we all do in Bethesda games, which is grabbing everything that you can put your eyes on. As your loyal sidekick, Dogmeat scrounges through your deck for helpful auras and handy equipment. And then junk tokens. Who's a good boy? That's right. Dogmeat is every survivor's best friend. He will sniff out rare loot, track down, basically what he does in the game. So it's a good match of mechanic and gameplay. And to avoid having any issues with the community, Wizards did the smart thing and you're already petting the dog. Because everyone knows that in any video game or anything, the first thing the community will ask is, can you add a feature to pet the dog? Like in Breath of the Wild, which sadly you can't pet the dogs, which is like, what? Like every game with a dog, the first thing that the community will ask is, can you add a feature for me to pet the dog, right? So Wizards went ahead and said like, okay, you're petting the dog by default in the card. Thank you. Which is great. Good, well played, Wizards. So deck box with a different art of Dogmeat, in this case with goggles, and his tongue out, all silly, all nice. Gotta love Dogmeat. I always found funny the name Dogmeat for the dog. Because I get it, is it's dog meat because that's exactly what it is, but it's like, I don't know, having a chicken and calling it nuggets or something. It's kind of morbid. So the deck, the counters, the usual. You already should be used to these by now. The counters are just mostly +1/+1s and shields. You will see why in a second. Life counter, same old, in this case with Dogmeat. It's not bad looking. I think that the only that doesn't match, like the green and black doesn't match, is Dr. Madison Lee. But I digress. Now for the insert, it will give you some tips on what this deck is all about and playing the deck. So junk tokens are artifacts that allow you to exile the top cards of your library and cast it that turn. Use it or lose it. So this is all about artifacts and using them, but it's also about Voltron and Dogmeat, Ever Loyal, and Preston Garvey, Minuteman, which we're going to talk about Preston in a second. The magic colors, and then why are Dogmeat and Preston Garvey red, green, and white? Dogmeat embodies red, green, and white through his unwavering loyalty, love, and fierce protection. Preston's heroic commitment to justice and the defense of his community also places him in this alignment, which is like, Wizards, can you try? Like you have space to write. Like, I can't believe that you write all this, and then for the thing that a lot of people care the most about, you're like, yeah, the dog is fierce and is nature and is loyal, so those are the colors. And then Preston is cool as well. It's like, Wizards, please try. please try a little bit. So let's see the sample. Is this going to be the good sample? The good sample is no sample, because collector boosters boxes are a scam. So James Wandering Dad, Fallout 4, right? Because it's in 4 that you see your dad, or you play as your dad, and then I'm mixing it with 3. Oh, I need to replay Fallout 3. And Blasphemous Act, which nice art. And the art matches perfectly. Not bad. So, and it's a board wipe. So, yikes. Okay. Now the tokens. The tokens will tell you what this deck is all about. And, gotta love a good token. So, if I can remove this from my hands at any point because of static electricity, magnets, how do they work? There you go. So, Dogmeat, ever loyal. We're going to talk about him in a second. Then the insert card that I think no one cares about. Junk tokens, a lot of them. We haven't talked about junk. All decks have a junk token at least. And what is junk? Junk is sacrifice this artifact, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Activate only as a sorcery. So that's what junk is all about. Settlement is to enchant a land, and enchanted land has tap at 1 mana of any color, which yikes. Then treasure, food, which Nuka-Cola, at least they changed the things. You have radiation trackers, which this is not the deck that you will expect to have this thing on, but it is here. So what is radiation? Let's talk about this concept. Some of the cards do mention radiation. Radiation is at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase. If you have any rad counters, mill that many cards. For each non-land card milled this way, you lose 1 life and a rad counter. So you're going to gain, it's like in Fallout, right? Your radiation goes up, then it goes down, you lose some life, and you get some benefits from being radiated. In this case, it's kind of the same. So if you have 5 rad counters, then you have to mill cards until you mill 5 non-land cards. You lose 5 life, and you lose the counters as well. So then the next turn you have to be exposed again to radiation. Treasure tokens, copy, a squirrel or something. I would love to see this token with the Bloomburrow decks. Wasteland Survival Guide, which is a token artifact equipment. Equipment creature gains +1/+1 for each quest counter among permanents you control. Food, human soldier, treasure, and another squirrel. Those squirrels are lovely. So there is that. This goes here. And now let's talk about the deck. This is, depending on your playstyle, this is either the deck that you're going to enjoy the most or the deck that you're going to hate the most, right? When we compare the decks at the end, I'm going to go a little bit more over the what deck is for whom. Now this is weird. So some cards are here and then the rest it's not, because the reference card is not here. Okay, whatever. So let's see the commander and the co-commander. So Dogmeat, ever loyal, for 1 red, 1 green, 1 white, is a 3/3 dog that says, when Dogmeat enters the battlefield, mill 5 cards, then return an aura or equipment card from your graveyard to your hand, which, not bad. Then whenever a creature you control that's enchanted or equipped attacks, create a junk token. So Dogmeat, as it's appropriate, is your commander, but it's not the main character. You are the main character, right? So the other creature, that is the one you're going to Voltron, is the one that is getting the benefits every time it attacks, and for each, if they are equipped and etc., you get junk tokens, and it's an artifact that you can tap. We already saw that, right? So, and Preston Garvey, it's a thing. So for 2, 1 red, 1 green, 1 white is a 4/4 human soldier that says, at the beginning of combat on your turn, create a green aura enchantment token named Settlement, attached to up to 1 target land you control. It has enchant land, blah, blah, what we saw, right? So whenever Preston Garvey Minutemen attacks, untap each enchanted permanent you control. So the weird thing here is that Preston Garvey is not bad, but it kind of, and this is, I think, if I recall correctly, this is the only deck that they kind of play with each other, contrary to the others. Like, well, I guess Madison Lee and Liberty Prime, they play with each other because it's Liberty is energy counters. But these two, they kind of play with each other in the sense that Dogmeat gives you auras or enchantments, and a creature that is equipped or enchanted attacks. But the problem is that this enchants your lands. So they kind of play together, but not really, because they don't talk the same language to a degree. Well, one is a human, the other is a dog, it makes sense. But the thing is that you just untap enchanted permanents. This is about enchantments. This is just about... this also plays along with enchantments, but it's not what this thing is about. It's about milling and getting junk and doing stuff, which is very Fallouty, I have to say. And this is more about creating settlements. And if you enchant your lands, your color base just goes up, up, up. This can make it very easy for you to have, color mana issues solved. My problem is that will be a great ability to have for a 5-color commander. But for 3 colors, it's like, okay, because if you put a settlement to any land, it says add 1 mana of any color, which is great. And you do that at the beginning of combat, you enchant 1 land per turn. So each combat on your turn, you can enchant 1 land, and it immediately becomes a land that gives you any color. And then whenever it attacks, so you want to attack with him, you can untap everything that's enchanted. So it's a good mana fixer. Problem is that it's only for 3 colors, and mana fixing for 3 colors is not that difficult, but I guess it's a good help. But it has nothing to do with Dogmeat. Now you can play the 2 in this deck, and you will see why in a second, but bear that in mind when we talk about the theme of this deck. So Brotherhood Outcast, this deck is the one that is like more all over the place when it comes to like things in the deck thematically. This is like Fallout, the deck, because one is science, so it's robots and other stuff. The other is Caesar, so it's a bunch of bad guys and New Vegas stuff. But this one is like, yay, Fallout 4, right, guys? And some other stuff that is not even Fallout 4. So Codsworth, Handy Helper. This is a very good card that I think matches everything, because it's like commanders you control have Ward 2, which is good, and then you can tap it, add 2 white, spend this mana only to cast Aura and Aura Equipment spells, which matches both commanders, and tap, attach target Aura or Equipment you control to target creature you control, activate only as a sorcery. This is very good for Voltron decks, and if your commander is your Voltron, it has Ward 2 as well. So I think Codsworth is very useful in this deck for any of the 2 commanders, and in general away from this. Idolized, again, enchant creature, and it has, whenever this creature attacks alone, it gets +X/+X at the end of turn, where X is the number of non-land permanents you control. So, again, for Voltron. And if it's a Voltron Samurai, it's gonna be crazy. And, come on, let's be honest. The whole theme is here, right? Equip things, enchant creatures, you get +X/+X, and then do things, right? That's kind of the name of the game. Vault 101 birthday party. Whenever you create a 1/1 white soldier creature token and a food token, because there's a cake, and you may put an aura or equipment card from your hand to or graveyard onto the battlefield. If an equipment is put into the battlefield this way, you may attach it to a creature you control. Again, the whole deck is about attaching stuff to people. So it's equipment, which makes sense because the deck is called Wasteland Scrappers or something. So pretty much that, right? So enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and gets haste. Create a junk token, and then you equip it because it's equipment, right? Junk Jet, Megaton's Fate. Choose one, either destroy target artifact or create 4 treasure tokens, and which is, the card is not that cheap, but or Detonate, which is Megaton's Fate, deals 8 damage to each creature. Each player gets 4 rad counters, which is, it's a bomb, right? So good lore gameplay match. Maybe it's not the best card for this deck, but it certainly hits the Fallout spot. Vault 21, I think that the whole thing about vaults being spread around the decks is pretty cool. Veronica, whenever you attack, you draw a card, you create a junk token, it's all about junk. Animal Friends, This is what gets you the squirrels. So enchanted creature has whenever this creature attacks, create a squirrel, which put a +1 counter on that token for each aura and equipment attached to this creature other than Animal Friend. So again, Voltron, 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 and this card is the top Voltron thing. Strong Back, which says enchant creature, equip abilities you activate that target enchanted creature cost 3 less to activate. Aura spells that you cast that target enchanted creature cost 3 less to cast. And enchanted creature gets +2/+2 for each aura and equipment attached to it. This is the Voltron card, my friends. So the deck may not be equipped for that specifically. Like there is not, like the commander helps, but it's not the Voltron creature. I guess that maybe you can do Voltron with Preston Garvey because he has the whole, whenever you attack, enchanted permanent, you untap everything. So you can untap, tap things, and then, but what this deck feels like is a very fun deck. It's a little bit all over the place. You can see if you're going to destroy your creature or something, you can reattach stuff very quickly, or so like it is all about equipment and attaching stuff, which is not bad. It's kind of very cool. There you have then you have commander for other decks, I guess. So but you have the Pip-Boy there you go. So the only problem here is that, by the way, the Pip-Boy is kind of, as a Sonic Screwdriver, is one of those cards that's like, yikes. Whenever a equipped creature attacks, choose one. Either you draw a card and discard a card, you put a +1/+1 counter on that creature, or you untap up to 2 target lands. Equip 2. So it's equipped for free, basically. Again, now the lands that are kind of okay. The thing with this deck is that you will play this deck, and something that you're going to realize is this deck is cool, but maybe it's along with the theme of like Wasteland Scrapers or like, but this deck is the one that, in my opinion, feels the most like, oh, you buy this deck as pieces for another deck that you have, which is kind of appropriate if you consider that this is the equipment and artifacts deck, right? So you're buying equipment for your actual Voltron deck because it has a lot of good cards that are just like, oh, whenever a equipped creature attacks, or for each thing you have attached to the creature, you do this, and that. You have some creatures that you can use as your Voltrons, like Crimson Caravaneer, but it's like, it has double strike and trample, which is very good. It's a 1/2, so they're kind of giving you the setup for like, oh, this creature is weak. That's why you need to equip it with everything. And it says whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you create a junk token. So this is a good engine. This could be your Voltron. There are a lot of good candidates for Voltron creatures, or because nothing in the deck says that only one creature could be the one. So it can be Voltron or it can be Power Rangers, right? Like you can have everything on a single creature. You can have multiple creatures with multiple stuff. This is the same. Whenever it attacks, if it is modified, you may have it deal damage equal to its power to you and any target. Again, the whole Voltron thing, right? So it's not like the uncommons are the ones that, like, because the power is all in the equipment and enchantments. So a lot of these cards from humans, see, like, it gets +1/+1 for each aura and equipment attached to it. Whenever it dies, if it was enchanted, create a junk token, and if it dies, if it was equipped, you create a junk token, right? So you have a bunch of creatures here to attach things to, and that's not bad. Well, bobblehead here, and bobblehead here, the whole thing about the bobbleheads. The problem is that those creatures are good, but is not a proper Voltron. You know how a proper Voltron in Commander normally is built around your commander. So your commander is the Voltron because you want to get that card always, and the rest of the cards are stuff to just give to your commander. So your commander is full of stuff. And sadly, none of the two commanders I feel is proper Voltron material, and a lot of the cards that you have here that could be Voltron material are not legendary, so you can't really use them for to be like your commander out of the box. So that's why I say that it feels like this deck is fun, don't get me wrong, I like this deck a lot. This is one of the funniest to play with. But if you want to take it to Super Saiyan, it's really asking for a protagonist. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you have dog meat, which is the companion card, now you're needing a commander for Voltron. So the equipment, auras, and Voltron. And then last and not least, Magic the Gathering Universes Beyond Mutant Menace. Now this deck is one of the most polemic online. Some people are saying that this is the good deck, and this is actually, I think, is the most expensive one. And some people are saying, it's not that good. It was the one that had the most hype, and I think it has the best reprints, if I recall correctly, but maybe I'm wrong. Now, this is all about rad counters. So we already saw rad counters here because there are some decks in the Dogmeat deck that will create rad counters, but they're not a focus. It's a focus here. Now that comes with a downside and an upside, which we will talk in a second. Revered as a local legend throughout Appalachia, even before the Great War. The wise Mothman is said to bestow gifts of knowledge upon fortunate travelers and loyal cultists, but beware he is not the only Mothman stalking the wasteland, which is, and is black, green, and blue. So most colors are represented. I think that red and white are the ones that have more representation across the decks, which maybe they are trying to compensate for something. Because, as you can see, +1/+1/+1/+1/+1, which is funny because you will expect the +1/+1 party to be in the Dogmeat deck, but not the case. So this was here. Again, same logic for the box. Nothing crazy. And the envelope. The deck. The life counter, the deck box. Let's start with the deck box. So the deck box is very nice looking. I mean, if the thing that you like the most about Fallout is the mutants, well, this is your deck. I think that this is the weirdest deck of them all. And also this is one that the green thing fits the most, obviously. So not bad. I'm going to talk about in a second because it depends on what is Fallout for you. And I think those are the 4 themes in the decks. Is Fallout about science and like the progress of humanity and war never changes and how we try to because Fallout is about nuclear apocalypses and nuclear wastelands, and that's a consequence of science. So science as a solution for science is part of the themes of Fallout. But then you have the human problems and the whole human factions and all that, and that's where you have Caesar. But then you have the wasteland and the scrapers and trying to get by and getting all the items and all that we do in the games, and that's Dogmeat, which also has a dog as a companion, which and then you have the mutants and the weird things, which is this deck, Mutant Menace. It's all about rad counters because, well, there are mutants because of radiation, so not much to say there. You have the Wise Mothman, and then the co-commander is the Master Transcendent, which sadly is not from Doctor Who. Now, you have a description here, you can read it if you want, and then the part that I like the most, which is, why are those 2 cards black, green, and blue aligned? So the split between wisdom and intelligence could not be clearer with the Wise Mothman and the Master. But they still both fall under blue alignment. Their adaptations to the irradiated landscape are represented with black and green, which is, again, kind of a cop-out, Wizards. I know that this happens with the Doctor Who decks as well. So this is one thing that we need to address very quickly, right? And is that Wizards and their designers, they try. In Magic, in normal Magic, even though no one cares about Magic's lore anymore, not even Wizards, they really tried so that the colors are matched with the abilities and are matched with the characters and their motivations and all that. And that's one of the things that I love the most about Magic. And that's one of the things that a lot of people love about Ravnica, which is when you combine 2 colors, you get a new color, technically, right? Ooh, Recon Craft Theta. Not bad. And Irrigated Farmland. As you can see, they don't want to put the cool cards in the samples, so this is not really that random, but not bad. And I think it's a shame, because if you want to bite someone or to bait someone into buying the expensive ones, just give them the ones that look like Fallout things and not so much wide art cards, but whatever. The thing that happens with the design teams is that I believe that they try their best. After all, Wizards as a company and Hasbro may be very bitchy with a lot of things, but the designers, I believe that they really, and the people that actually do the work, I believe that they really like what they do, and they are passionate people, and I have nothing against them. The suits, normally those are the ones that take the weird decisions that we don't necessarily agree with. So, well, as you can see, mutants and aliens, and then radiation counters, of course. And then more zombies, a couple of clues, and copies. So, mutants, couple of aliens, and nothing out of the ordinary. So what happens? They want to put stuff that is fan favorite, either because it's a demand by the company that is lending them the IP, like, oh, you need to put this character, or one of the decks has to be about this, because this is the thing that we want to push, which is very reasonable. Or, they just go by theme. And when they go by theme, the commander decks are limited by the commander. So sometimes they put cards in some colors that don't really match the colors just because they only fit that deck, right? Because if you buy that deck, it has to be themed around something. And that's where the color identity kind of gets betrayed a lot in Universes Beyond. But it is what it is. So the Wise Mothman is a very good commander. It's a 1 black, green, blue, 3/3 that has flying. Whenever the Wise Mothman enters the battlefield or attacks, each player gets a rad counter. Whenever one or more non-land cards are milled, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to X target creatures, where X is the number of non-land cards milled this way. So, notice this thing I noticed by reading comments online is that it says milled specifically. It's not when cards go to the graveyard from your deck, they have to be milled, like it's the key word. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to X target creatures, where X is the number of non-lands. So you get the radiation, then people have to mill cards, and because they have to mill cards, you get power for a creature. It can be to the Wise Man, to the Mothman, or it can be to anyone else. Now, there is here, and the Master, which is a old classic Fallout thing. Remember, like there's one way of winning over the Master. It's just so dark. So the Master Transcendent, when the Master Transcendent enters the battlefield, target player gets 2 rad counters. So it also plays with radiation, which thankfully it is same cost as the Mothman. So 1 black, 1 green, 1 blue, and it's a 2/4. And it says tap, put target creature card in a graveyard that was milled this turn onto the battlefield under your control. It's a green mutant with base power and toughness 3/3. It loses its other colors and creature types, but it doesn't lose the abilities, right? So it just loses the other colors and creature types, but it still has the abilities. So this is actually another great commander. So this is one of those cases where both play in the same league. So Mothman is all about, so it flies, so you can likely attack anyone that doesn't have any way to block you. So it flies, you attack, everyone gets rad counters, including you. So you're gonna mill as well, and you get +1/+1 for each time a card is milled. It has to be non-lands, but again, you only lose the radiation counters when you mill something that is a non-land, right? So it matches. The only problem is that it says 1 or more non-land cards, but it says X is the number of non-land cards milled this way, so you distribute +1/+1 counters among your creatures. This is very good. But this is all about creating an army of zombies, and that's why you have a bunch of mutant zombies, because you're going to create them with this, and they keep their abilities, which is very nice. So you're going to mill stuff and then use it. So any of those two is already a good deck. Now, if you're like me and you don't like milling, you don't like playing with the graveyard, well, maybe this is not the deck for you, but you will see that besides having a bunch of nice references in this deck, everything is about milling, and some things are about rad counters, which is something nice that they did here, is that this is a masterclass on how to incorporate a ability into an existing game and make it retrofit or retrocompatible, which is They created rad counters because rad counters and radiation is from Fallout. So it could be poison counters because we already have poison counters in Magic, or it can be, but poison counters actually kill you when you get to 10, which will make sense with radiation. But in Fallout, radiation goes down as you move around, right? So they did the same, but then you mill cards and you lose a point for each card that you mill, which makes sense because you lose like physical prowess because of the intoxication, right? However, since they added the counters and the counters make you mill, you can actually upgrade these with anything that uses milling. So that's great. That's a masterclass in game design. And again, Proliferate and Storm, they just match. This card is great for any deck that has Proliferate, as you know from some of the videos. I play with a lot of people that use poison counters, and that is a thing in our group. So cards like this are very valuable because you can not only proliferate, but you can storm it. So this is very dangerous, and this card is, a lot of people want this card because of that. Struggle to protect purity. Again, a lot of the cards, even more like the first cards, it gives you rad counters, right? Because it's exclusive Fallout cards, so they want to really, lean down into that. Likely you can even, the only thing is that it's a color identity thing, but you can get some cards in here that are green in the Dogmeat deck here, as long as they actually also play with rad counters. I think that the problem is that the cards that give you rad counters are white in that deck, so doesn't really match. But say for example, Nuclear Fallout. Each creature gets twice -X/-X until the end of turn. Each player gets X rad counters. So you can kill yourself as well when you do this because everyone mills, so that includes you, and you go clockwise, right? So you have to be careful with that. You need to have something that gives you life for rad, or that gives you life every time you mill, so that you have an advantage over your opponents. Because otherwise, yeah. So Lily Bowen. So the character choices are great. Power Fist, Rampaging Yao Y, not bad. Strong the Brutish Thespian. So again, everything that doesn't have a rad on it, it says, right? See, you gain life rather than lose life from radiation. So having this card with you that actually also has Ward 2, it's kind of an expensive card. 4 and 2 green, is a 7/7 with Ward 2. And whenever he's dealt damage, you get 3 red counters and put 3 +1/+1s. So it fits the engine only for you, but you gain life rather than lose it. So this is the trick, or one of the tricks, so that you don't die because of your own radiation. That's kind of the whole thing, right? Like evolution because of radiation, right? Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, if that creature has a greater power and toughness than this creature, put a +1/+1. And whenever it evolves, you create a token that's a copy of it. So it multiplies and multiplies and multiplies, which is thematically amazing. Agent Frank Morrigan. Again, kind of very expensive because 5, 1 black, 1 green. It has trample, is an 8/6, so you can actually do damage with it. As long as it attacks this turn, it has indestructible. And whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, you proliferate twice, which is kind of the reason why this thing is so expensive. This is one of the decks that has the most heavy hitters, so it's easy to finish. It has a bunch of big boys because the rest of the time you're just going to be radiating everyone, right? So when Alpha Deathglow enters the battlefield or becomes monstrous, destroy target permanent, and you can have monstrosity, destroy target non-permanent, proliferate, right? So I believe that a lot of cards here are going to be very useful for people that like to play with counters or with poison counters, because radiation is poison after all. So like in real life, in Magic is like different mechanic. So whenever a creature you control deals combat damage, +1/+1 counter on it, so you get some +1/+1s here and there, and that's a good reason to also have proliferate here and there, another proliferate, and hexproof. Permanents you control with counters on them gain hexproof and indestructible until the end of turn, prevent all damage. So that's the mixed thing about this, is that rad counters is the name of the game, and then rad counters give like +1/+1 here and there. So the proliferate will also boost you that way, which makes sense because it's like, oh, you get radiation, your mutants get stronger, and since they get stronger because of the radiation, and you can proliferate, which is even more, and so on, so on, so on. This is a very dangerous milling engine if you with having radiation already. So whenever you cast a spell proliferate, there is a bunch of weird things like this, right? But as you can see, besides a couple of heavy hitters, Tireless Tracker, which is a good version of this card, whenever you sacrifice a clue, put a small counter, it's like, well, whenever landed, you get clues. This is the only reason why you get clues. And get +1/+1 counters, which then you can multiply. Biomass Mutation is one possible finisher. Just bulk everyone, try to kill players, and then go back. Casualties of War, which is a good way of destroying specific things. Not so much Finality, not so much. Then the mana base is meh, which is a shame because it kind of stops this deck on its tracks. And then you have some of the normal creatures, which are the creatures that are going to take you during most of the game to get the reaction for everyone. Like whenever it deals combat damage to a player, that it gets 2 rat counters. Whenever each damage you get rat counters, so rat, and it's the basic Fallout big bugs like flies, roaches, glowing ones with death touch, and deals combats to a player, they get 4 rat counters. So it's all about rat counters. Lumbering Mega Sloth, Uncontaminated Drink, which is a thing. Draw X cards, then you get half X rat counters rounded up. I love that the cockroach is either living or chilling in the bathtub. It's not clear. So that this is okay if you want to poison yourself, which I guess is the whole theme, but you will recognize a bunch of enemies from this, and Raul is here, so there is that. Strength Bobblehead, which matches. I think this is the one that has only one Bobblehead now. Yep. I guess they were like, nope, no time for jokes in this deck. So Cultivate, Farseek, Harmonize, the usual. Some of these cards you can pretty much remove. This deck is going to move fast because of the milling, and you can get a bunch of things from the graveyard because of the milling. Not only your graveyard, but other graveyards. So if you can do some improvements to this deck to add more of a curiosity, dominance, and resilience, to add more of a punch to this deck. And then, the basics, then the Temple of the False God and all that, and then the lands, which are very nice looking. And that's the Wise Mothman. Now, let's compare decks. That's what men normally do, right? Compare decks. I once watched this video from, I think it was an Australian YouTuber. I may be wrong, so please take it with a grain of salt. I think the person was Australian, and the way that person said deck, it had an accent that it made it very funny for a phrase such as comparing decks, right? Oops. Let's use the plastic commanders to compare the decks and say which one does what and which one is better. Now, if you're already used to the channel, likely you already jumped the podcast and went to the final conclusions. So, final conclusions. These decks are all over the place in a good way. Now, from a financial perspective, these are not the best decks, or not even the best Universes Beyond decks. Like Doctor Who had better value right off the box, Lord of the Rings as well, and Warhammer even more. But these ones are kind of cool. I don't know if it's because the market is chilling with Magic and people are just giving up on buying sealed stuff, or I don't know, people don't care about Fallout that much, which is weird. But by the way, there is a free theme on Xbox for Fallout. It's because of the series, not because of the card game, but hey, since you're here, might as well. So go download it. But if you have an Xbox, I mean. So when I say they are all over the place, I mean it because of the mechanics and what they represent for Fallout. But they represent 4 different aspects of Fallout, which is what we were commenting right now. And I think that's the beautiful thing about the design philosophy from Wizards, right? So the science aspect, the human conflict aspect, the survivors aspect, and the mutants and the warp nature aspect, right? So this is Fallout. Right here, you have in these 400 cards, you have Fallout in a bottle, likely a Nuka-Cola bottle. So in terms of which deck is better for you, well, it depends on how do you prefer to play and what do you want to do with these decks. Because if you're like me, I think about PreCons as a board game, right? I don't modify a PreCon by default. I can do it if I buy it specifically to be modified, but sometimes I just like it the way it is. I can upgrade it, and I do sometimes, but that's when I want to try hard. Precons are more or less balanced with each other, across, even though the 2016 ones were crazy powerful and, but precons are more or less balanced. And, if you don't want to think too much about building a deck or something, buying a precon is right there. So if you want to collect Fallout, if you buy the 4 decks, you have all the cards. So there is that. If you want to play, it depends on how you want to play. So I think they match their commanders pretty nicely. Dr. Madison Lee and Science is all about energy counters. Now, the deck itself is not 100% about energy counters, and that's something that you may want to fix if you go for this deck and you want to take 100% of its power. You don't have much to pull from because Kaladesh is mostly the only set that has energy counters, but you will have more after Modern Horizons 3. So in Science, you play in 2 dimensions, in 2 planes of existence, because you're playing with mana to put stuff on the battlefield, and then the stuff that you're putting is generating energy counters that you have on the side, and then you use those to do stuff with your cards. So it's like having 2 banks to a degree, right? And that feels very science-y. That's why Kaladesh was like that, right? So if you like that, that's the deck for you. It's like you play at 2 paces, in 2 gears, and it feels very tactical. But you need to have Dr. Madison Lee in the deck because the deck really doesn't work without her. And Liberty Prime, it's okay, but it's more like a thing that you get from your deck at some point, and you can use him or it as a finisher. But I wouldn't use it as the main commander. Dr. Madison Lee is the real deal. Now, Caesar is all about sacrificing and just pew, 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 and, go, pistol, go, right? Having the second commander, which I forgot the name of second commander, Mr. House. So Mr. House is not a favorite of mine. I couldn't remember the name even. I love it in the game, but I don't like it here as a card. Caesar is all you need for this deck. I wouldn't change it with something else. I say that this is a deck, if you're okay with, well, you have to play it like Caesar will play it, or Kaiser, which is sacrificing people. Like, okay, the end justifies the means. I will send these 2 creatures, attack, sacrifice them so I can do this, this, and this, right? And the whole deck is about, when you sacrifice a creature, well, most of it, because then you have robots because of Mr. House, which is, a 25% of the deck that is just there. When it comes to Dogmeat is all about equipment and auras and just filling you with stuff. But ironically, not Dogmeat, because Dogmeat is there for other creatures. They say whatever creature you control attacks, which can be him, yes, but like whenever a creature you control attacks, you do this and you do that, right? Like he's support, like in the game. But the other commander, it's good, but I don't feel this deck has anyone that can be the Voltron that this deck is demanding. I feel it has a bunch of possible Voltrons, and it's kind of what's going to happen is that you're going to distribute your load more or less in the cards that you're getting, and that's the thing. It's a precon, it's a starter deck to a degree, so it's done like that. So you don't have to like put everything into a single card. You pull cards, you equip stuff to them because your equipment kind of stays. The aura's not so much, but like you can do your life. And the Wise Mothman is a weird one because it's very interesting as a deck and it's very fun, but it's not a deck that people will enjoy playing with if they are new to Magic, or they are going to enjoy playing against if they are new to Magic, or even if they are old to Magic. A lot of people don't like playing with poison counters. Imagine Rad. Now Rad, it's not as bad as poison in the sense that with poison you get 10, you die. Here, if you get 10 rad, you lose 10 life and you mill 10 cards. Now, a lot of people don't like it when you mill their decks. So, yeah, because there is, like, Commander is a very feel-good game, right? You build your deck with the things that you want to play because you have this strategy. The moment someone tells you, okay, you have to mill 5 cards and lose 5 life, well, minimum 5 cards because non-lands don't count for rad. So you have to, like, lands don't count. So you have to keep going if you get a land. People are going to be like, and you will see it in their faces, they're going to be like, oh man, because they want to play with those cards. And unless there is some weird synergy here, which happened to me in one of the games that I pulled, which it wasn't like a counter pick by the other player, it was just coincidence. The other player picked a graveyard deck. So every time I was milling their deck, I was actually making them a favor, which worked not that well for me because all that deck was all about every time you mill, you do X, Y, and Z, and you can get things from the graveyard, which is similar to what this deck is all about. But, plus this is the one deck out of the 4 where I think that you can exchange the 2 commanders without much problem, and they work. You just change how you play. One is all about creating an army of zombies, and the other is all about fortifying your creatures. But all of them give rad counters, and the deck is all about rad counters. So, in terms of power, I think that the order, it's something like this. Power of the decks, in my opinion. So these are the 2 most powerful decks. This is very close. It's just not perfect because it depends a lot on the creature that you get to Voltronize. So, and this is here, which doesn't mean that it's not fun or not powerful. It's just that it plays at a different pace, which can be good if you are sneaky. If you are a scientist, you know how to play this thing, so you can make it more like this, right? Like one being on top of other is just because of logistics. It can be like this, right? Doesn't mean that one is better than the other. So like it can be like this if you know actually how to play this properly. But if not, I think it's more like this, right? Like, like not that bad, but yeah. If you want to go by fun factor, well, that really depends a lot. Like fun is subjective. Well, power is subjective as well in these decks, but like fun is subjective because it, as I said, all decks really aim for a different type of gameplay, which is something I appreciate. So again, if you like planning and energy and all that, if you like equipping, if you like sacrificing, if you like just torturing the other players, like there is a little bit for everyone. So I couldn't tell you what's the most fun. Now for me, the most fun, it's something along these lines. Like this. So most fun, less fun. And again, less fun. I really like all the decks, and I love New Vegas. So like, it's not like I hate this deck. So why I said this? I really have fun just like throwing stuff on top of my creatures and being like pew pew pew. So this is fun. This is fun to torture players with, and this is fun because I like energy counters. I am that type of person. This is less fun for me because I don't like sacrificing creatures. Sorry, I grow attached to them. I don't know. So every time I'm like, attack, and sacrifice, I don't really like to play with the graveyard that much. In this case, technically, this plays more with the graveyard than this one, but because this mills, and I guess that's why this will be like this, actually. Because I don't like playing with the graveyard or sacrificing stuff. Like, I know it's necessary, and it's one of the mechanics that makes black one of the strongest colors in Commander, but what can I say? Right? So there is that, and in terms of lore and flavor, well, if you like New Vegas, but if you don't, in terms of flavor of Fallout, I think is for like, the average person, the average man, is something like this. Like, these 2 are very flavorful, things that people will recognize very fast because 76 and Fallout 4 and all that. And this has a bunch of stuff from Fallout 3, which a lot of people will recognize, but these 2 are more like the mutants and the things that you find in the way, which is like most of your time playing. Not a lot of people play in New Vegas, which is a crime. And here you have a lot of scientific stuff and robots and stuff that not necessarily everyone gets. So We ranked by fun, by power, and I think that's it. I don't have any other way of ranking these things. Personal preference, which I guess you could say fun, but personal preference... Personal preference will be something like this. Like, like personal preference is this. Like, I like this one more because of the theme, and then these ones are cool. But because I like Fallout, right? Okay, so two more rankings. If you are new to Magic, what deck do I recommend to you? This one. First this one, then this one, and then these ones. Because energy counters are not that difficult to understand, but they are kind of confusing if you never played Magic before, so I will leave these two to the end. These are easier to follow, in my opinion. So if you're new to Magic, easier to use, in my humble opinion. Second, easier to use, and then these ones are things, right? If you don't mind and you want to go heads on, just pick whatever you want. And if you're an established player, like if you're an old dog, I guess this one is the funnier one. Well, it depends whether you like Kaladesh or not. If you like Kaladesh, this thing goes here. If you don't like Kaladesh, this thing goes here. And this, I guess, if you're an established player, well, it depends. If you like Kaladesh, here. If not, here. And I guess that will be it. And I guess for parts, the best deck for parts, in my opinion, is this one. And then, like, I'm not talking about like the prices of the cards and all that. Like, I for this video, even though we're showing the values, I don't care that much. For pieces that you can use in more decks than just, this one. This has the most pieces. This one has a bunch of proliferate cards, so you can use this for a lot of things. And then these two are here. So I guess that for pieces, it will be something like this. And that's the ranking, and those are the decks. So once again, I told myself I want to do a quick video, and it's almost 2 hours. So let me know down below what you think about this. Do you like these long form reviews? Do you prefer if I just open them very fast and then just talk about the decks doing this? Do you like the podcast in the background? I don't know. Let me know down below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and all those things that the cool kids do. And I will see you next time on Packs and Recreation. See you on the wasteland. Bye. Hello everyone, once again, and welcome back to Packs and Recreation. And today we're going into the cowboy side, and we're going to tackle the commander decks for Outlaws of Thunder Junction, which I have to admit that for the longest time I've been referring to as Outlaws at Thunder Junction. And oops. So there are 4 commander decks as per usual. Less than a month, or exactly a month, passed since the last set of commander decks, which was the Fallout one, which I kind of enjoyed. I have to say, there are not enough Friday night magics or Commander Sundays, or I don't know, whichever day it is that you have to play Commander at your LGS, to try all the decks without dedicating a bunch of hours and looking like a psycho trying to play as many games as you can to test everything. And I have to force my friends at gunpoint, sometimes my family as well, to try to test all of these in time as they are released, play with them, then have a formulated opinion, and then get the second set to open in front of the camera, and so on so far. So in case you're new to this, Outlaws at Thunder Junction is the cowboy set, even though technically is not the cowboy set, is more the villain set. It was described as such by Mark Rosewater. Is like about villainy and doing bad things, I guess, and you kind of can tell some of it by looking at the themes of the deck. You have 4 decks, most of them 3 colors, 1-2 colors, and we will address that in a second. And in this ever so more thin and small, like thinner and smaller format for the deck boxes, and every time with less things to look at the back. And this time is kind of foily, which you can see by the reflection, which is interesting, and we're going to address this in a second. This is one of those things that I only care about. Like, you can get these 4 decks in a very small box, because I mean, they are not as big as they used to be anymore. Now, for comparison, this is one of the boxes for the Commander deck before, and as you can see, it's a big boy, and it's a big boy. So, like, there is a lot of things happening here. And yes, with this one, or the second format of boxes, or even the third format of boxes, a lot of space was wasted. Even with the more recent, more modern sizes, like this one was clearly oversized, and most of the size of this was because of the deck box, which they just evolved into one that you can fold, and therefore these gains. And imagine the box in which this comes. And then this middle format, which also comes with a foldable box, but in the case of Universes Beyond, they come like this, which I guess is to do a double showcase. But for Magic, the only one that came like this is Master's Machine, and it was because it came with the Plane Chase cards. This doesn't have any Plane Chase cards, and this doesn't either. So we lost the big face commanders, and today we are losing something else, which is going to be funny when I show you in a second. Now, so for the longest time, Commander decks came with that oversized card that you saw. Now, I can't find any of mine that is already open for some cosmic reason, so we're going to use a Dungeon card. A Dungeon card is the same size. It's not as big as a Pokemon oversized card, because if you look at a Pokemon oversized card, and I will show you in a second, this is a Pokemon oversized card. So as you can see, way bigger than a Magic the Gathering card, is bigger than the box. So yeah, Pokemon has a different approach to this, and people don't play with that. Pokemon also doesn't have a format like Commander, which I don't know. And we used to have these oversized cards for the Commanders. This was nice, this was collectible, and if you wanted to be like, oh, I call my Commander, boom, obviously it wouldn't be with your deck, but that was part of the fun. Like, you don't mix it with your deck, oversized card. Now, there was a problem to this, and is that it was very painful to carry around. So yeah, reasonably, you wouldn't see a lot of people playing with these when they have to move around. Now, then we moved into the thick Commander cards, which, you know, this is, why is this double sleeve? Because I am sick. But basically, this is a thick Commander card, is a proxy that you can only use as like, this is my Commander card. It's only if you want them to be, I don't know, to have a big thick card on the side so that you never mix it with the rest of your deck or something. One idea that I read in a comment on a YouTube video not so long ago was, oh, the reason, the thing I like to do with this is I kept all of these on the side and I just shuffle them, and the one that I pull is the deck that I'm going to play that night. And it's like, oh, that's actually a great idea. And this is kind of a less collectible thing, but it's also a nice thing to have. I think some people like them, but overall people don't use them. It's like, whatever. It's like a repeated card that you can't really use. And when the card is on display, which, you know, in boxes like the Doctor Who one, or the old format of Commander boxes, you know, the big chunky ones, you had the cards on display here. So, and the cards are on actual size. So what you could do is you can cut it. You can just cut it. And if you want to have a chunky proxy, you could have 3 times the same Commander. I mean, for what? I don't know. God knows. But you could do it. Now, they keep removing stuff and options from us. And now, obviously, the package is thinner. They can send a lot more stuff in the same container size, but you also don't have a big, such a big of a preview. It's kind of a disappointing thing. And why I'm bringing this up, because these babies right here don't come with a plastic Commander. They don't come with an oversized Commander. They just come with the Commander, as you will expect. The Commander and the second Commander, or the optional Commander, or co-Commander, whatever you want to call it, in foil. There is one new thing that I will show you in a second, but yeah, they are just giving us less and charging us the same, and sometimes more, which is not great, Wizards. So, going back to the theme, Thunder Junction. So, Cowboys, the themes here are basically Mardu treasure slash outlaws tribal, which we'll address in a second. Then grand larceny, which is about stealing cards, but not really. See in a second. Desert Bloom, all about lands, and quick draw, which is a deck in itself, and we'll talk about it in a second. Now, let's go in alphabetical order. So, D, G, M, Q, right? So, let's start with the Mandalorian deck. Why I am calling this the Mandalorian deck, we'll see in a second. So, because I mean, it's pretty obvious why I'm calling this the Mandalorian deck. The Mandalorian is a Western disguised as a Star Wars series, and this is a Magic the Gathering Western being like, yeah, this is the Mandalorian. So there you go. All about discard lands, grow them back. Seems like an interesting theme. I was actually kind of excited about this one. Bring life to the desert, the preview of the card, Yuma Proud Protector, which literally is the Mandalorian, and then it still has the collector booster. As a note, I am only going into detail for this one, the first one, and then for the other ones we just open them faster. Stay Sharp, Little Cowpoke, which nice. And I have this thing here that's supposed to be for pulling, but it's not, so whatever. There you go. Nothing here. The magic envelope, because you get it, Magic the Gathering, so nothing here. The deck box. The deck box, as usual, comes with, you know, so it's a deck box, quotations, big quotations. You can use it if you don't have anything else. I mean, as a starter pack is okay. The art is right here. It's cool. The life counter. Now, the life counter, I'm getting more and more disappointed because, I mean, at least give me the art of the commander or the secondary art, because normally you have two arts for the commander. One is here and the other is on the insert, which we will check in a second. Now, as for tokens, we get less and less interesting tokens each time, and this time it's just a bunch of +1/+1s, which I mean is what the deck can do, I guess, and some mini dividers. Not much pointing here really. So let's put this on the side and envelope here. We will open the preview. Here you have the deck. With the commander, I think you can already see the new thing on the block. Life counter is whatever, I don't know, it's like the most boring life counter ever. I mean, I don't think anyone uses them, but at least give me cool art. That way it's just, I don't know. And then you have the insert. We do love inserts in this channel, so you have on one side, you have the commander, and on the other side, you have the secondary commander, or co-commander, you're gonna call it. So, on the main side, you have Desert Bloom playing the deck, how you play the deck, and then you have the co-commander there. Thunder Junction Deserts, or Deserts? The Deserts. Thunder Junction Deserts? Damn, now I have a linguistic loop. Well, maybe dry and vast, but they are full of some of the most beautiful and powerful landscapes, which, sure, why not? So this is all about when lands have the desert subtype, you can do stuff with them. And that's okay. You have the rules of commander, more or less, nice art. And then on the other side, you have the context for Yuma, which is the Mandalorian. Get to Thunder Junction looking for a new start, from an injunction for a crime family, a new cabana. Well, this is pretty much the Mandalorian. When the directions, if you want to read it, please pause and read it. Or if you want me to read it to you, just write it in the comments and I can be like, Yuma, Proud Protector. Yuma came to Thunder Junction looking for a new start. Or whatever archetype of boys. Now, one thing here is that I miss from the Universes Beyond is that they don't bother to explain why the colors are the way they are. It's like, yeah, that's the character. Thank you, bye. Now, for the collector sample, if you're new to this, well, this is literally just a sample. You get 2 cards, try to bait you into buying collector boosters for special treatments. So Vraska joins up and Skewer the Critics in this new, how do you call it, newsletter or newspaper style thing. So I don't dislike it, but it's kind of confusing. If with the recent sets, if you just bring a bunch of them to the party, it's very like so a lot of these cards with special treatments. It's very difficult to tell which game you are playing and which card is what color and what not. So it gets iffy. Now for the deck itself, let's talk about the deck. Now, first thing they're going to realize is, well, we no longer have our plastic commander. And as Aqua said, life in plastic is fantastic. So without plastic, no life is fantastic. It's just life. So the thing that we're dealing with here is why they remove the plastic commander. Even though I'm not the biggest fan, I mean, I don't use them very much. If you remove something, give me something else. Well, apparently what they're giving us is that the main commander now is Wide Art, which admittedly, it makes sense that the main commander has some sort of special treatment beyond being foil. And, but that means that the secondary commander kind of looks weird. So we'll talk about this in a second. And you have this, so they can give us a non-foil copy of the commander, but they can give us this, so even though no one cares about that. Like if I'm buying this, I already know, whatever. So the tokens are here, as usual. Let's look at the tokens first to have an idea of what this deck is about, or try to guess, right? If you want to play this game. So insects, elementals, angels, plant, sand warrior, zombie, ox, plant warrior, treasure, dragon egg, dragon, plant warrior, plant, and then the 3 bounties. Now, as you can see, this deck is all over the place. It's kind of some elementals, some plants, but you will see in a second what I mean. And you have this new type of card that is called a bounty. So you have these cards here. This is kind of a sub-game to have. This applies to all the decks, right? So stay with me. This is kind of a sub-game to have, where you put these cards on the side. So before the game, shuffle at least 6 unique bounty cards into a face-down pile. At the starting player's 3rd turn begins, reveal the top bounty card. Claim the revealed bounty during your turn and collect your rewards. As each turn begins, if no bounty is being offered, reveal the next one. If the pile is empty, shuffle all the claimed bounties to restock. If the bounty went unclaimed last turn, increase its reward to the next level. So rewards: 1. Create a treasure token. 2. Create 2 treasure tokens. 3. Create 2 treasure tokens or draw a card. And 4. Max. Create 2 treasure tokens and draw a card. So you have this here, and the bounty normally is as follows. Bounty, Lord Fagil. At the beginning of your end step, if a land card was put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn, collect your reward. Bounty, Pow, Fleeting Filcher. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, collect your reward. And Bounty, Vara Beth Hanifer. At the beginning of your end step, if the nearest opponent to your right as the turn began was dealt combat damage this turn, collect your reward. Now, every deck has, you will see, the cards as well, and these are nice. These, I want, like, what's your take on this? So my opinion on this is that, for example, I like the Plane Chase cards, but I almost never played with them. I played 2 times, and those were the 2 times that I managed to convince my table to play with Plane Chase cards, which it's okay. It was similar to like the time that I managed to convince them to play the Ravnica Cluedo edition thing, which we're going to have a video on, because God, did I play a lot of that. It's okay, but people normally just want to play Commander, and like Commander is a very egotistical is not the word I'm looking for. It's very selfish in the sense that people normally just want to play with their deck. Like, I build my deck and I just want my deck to do stuff, and I don't want you to attack me because I want my deck to do stuff. We have 40 life points because we want time to do stuff, and all the synergies are because I want to do stuff and I want to win by doing my stuff. So that's why people don't like land destruction, because you are stopping them from doing their stuff. People just want to do their own little game on their side and then just pew the others as much as possible. That's how it works. But, and please observe this, when you play Commander, you will realize that people just really want to build their own castle of cards on their side and then try to win against the others. These extra games are okay, but people normally don't care. And even though this is less invasive than Plane Chase, because Plane Chase are big cards, which is a gimmick, and then you have to have the die, and then you have some cards from those decks that actually talk about the Plane Chase card, which make them worse cards, because if you're not playing with Plane Chase, those cards are just super meh. This is more interesting, that since it forces you to some behaviors if you want to have more treasures, and the treasures just give you more fuel to go faster. So this is interesting, but I don't think no one is going to care about this. Like, I don't know. I like the idea, but if the trade-off was these 3 cards for the Plastic Commander, just give me the Plastic Commander back. I mean, this is a nice idea, but I don't know. At least in my groups, which I play in multiple groups, no one cared about these cards. And I tried. God knows I tried. So, yeah, there is that. Now, let's talk about it. This applies to all the decks. Let's talk about the deck itself. Now, let's look at this commander. Yuma Proud Protector. For 5, 1 red, 1 green, 1 white, you have a legendary creature, Human Ranger, for 6/6 that says this spell costs 1 less to cast for each land card in your graveyard. So, that's not bad. And whenever Yuma Proud Protector enters the battlefield or attacks, you may sacrifice a land. If you do, draw a card. Okay. And then whenever a desert card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, create a 4/2 green plant warrior creature token with reach, which, okay, you already see the loop of this commander, right? Like, it's cheaper if you already have stuff in your graveyard, so you want to mill yourself. Now, milling yourself with red, green, and white is doable, but, and then when it enters the battlefield or attacks, you may sacrifice lands. So you want to put lands there as fast as possible, just to sacrifice them. You will get cards, and then whenever you either mill yourself or do this, you create a plant warrior that is kind of, good attack right there, like 4/2. Besides that, this card doesn't have that much going for it. It's a 6/6, yes, but it doesn't have any protection abilities or anything special. So it's very likely that since it's kind of expensive, although you get cheaper the more lands you have in the graveyard, and that 1 less, I think, does it apply to the commander's tax? I don't think so. But it's a commander that is kind of powerful. You don't want to swing it with it because you don't want to risk it. You just want to be there and kind of quiet. So the deck is all about that, and you will see as I show you the cards. Now the co-commander is a thing. So Kiri, Talented Sprout, is for 1 red, 1 green, 1 white, is a legendary creature, plant druid, is a 0/3 and says other plants and tree folk you control get +2/+0. At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, return target plant, tree folk, or land card from your graveyard to your hand. So you can see that these two are similar, but they are really not striving for the same. So one wants you to kill your own lands so that you can create warriors, and the other is telling you that it's more of a synergistic thing, a tribal thing with plants, and everything that went to the graveyard, you can bring it back to your hand. So it's trying to do the opposite. They can work together to a degree, but they really don't talk to each other because, like, deserts are not, plant, tree folk, or, well, they are lands, sorry. So, like, they can work together, but it feels like they should have partner, which will be actually on theme because, right? I mean, it's not the same creature, but, right? I mean, it will be a very good partner. I mean, and you will be like, oh, that will be overpowered. It's not. We will talk about other decks that are overpowered. So that's what the deck is trying to do. Now, does the deck achieve it? Well, they try. They have all these lands out, deserts. It's kind of okay. So you have a bunch of cards that are like, well, you can return permanents from the graveyard, which is okay, but you really just want the ramp. You want to ramp because you want to either, like, with the colors you have and the cards you have here, milling yourself is not the main strategy. The main strategy is have them on the battlefield and then sacrifice them, the lands. So you see, Unmath, Locus of Rage, which is a fairly used commander on its own, it's here, just being like, yeah, we can do that. Descend upon the sinful. I think this is for Innistrad, right? So yeah, because Delirium, that's for Innistrad. So exile all creatures, and then you create, so kind of a board wipe, trying to exile everything. Chromatic Lantern, which is okay here for reasons. Martial Anthem, not bad. So multi-kicker, because everything is kicker. And a lot of +1/+1s. You can return up to extra creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Like, the deck is, as is usual with Wizards, the deck is trying to do 2 things at the same time. And sometimes even 3 things at the same time. And that's what kills this deck, in my humble opinion. So, and this is a topic in itself. Wizards. I get it that the precons are precons. I get it that the reason why you sell this is to get more people into Magic the Gathering. Or established people like myself to be like, oh, I like that theme. Oh, I like that character. I like that mechanic. Or maybe, oh, that deck is worth it. See, return a card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So there is a good synergy here with Idani. Like, Commander decks normally are one of the best products, well, actually the best product that Magic the Gathering has. Like, without a doubt. Now, my problem here is, this is kind of another commander that you can have as well, which is Hazazon, Shaper of Sand, like same color identity, human warrior. It has Desert Walk, which seems like a very, useful thing to have. The problem is that the others are not going to have this deserts, right? So you may play desert lands from your graveyard, that's very good, and whenever a desert enters the battlefield under your control, create 2 1/1 red, green, and white Sand Warrior creature tokens. So this, to a degree, this seems like the love child of the actual commanders of the deck, but, kind of in the middle, which is interesting to say the least. I think that's the problem that just hits this deck, and it's a problem that I see, I think it's the philosophy from Wizards, which is Wizards obviously is not going to make you a super duper mega useful and valuable commander deck because they want to charge you like 50 or well, technically it's 45, but there is no MSRP, there's no recommended price, right? So it can be whatever. But they want to charge you, I don't know, 45, 40, 50 bucks, 60 maybe even, or if it's Commander Masters, God knows what, 80 bucks plus for a deck. And you look at the deck and you go like, oh, I like the theme. Now, there are multiple types. Oh, the Soul Ring is nice. There are multiple types of people here that are, when it comes to a commander deck, right? For example, when I look at a commander deck, my philosophy is, do I like the theme? Be it the flavor theme, for example, oh, this is about the Mandalorian and plants, right? Or be it the mechanical theme. So this is about desert lands. It's like, oh, okay, interesting. If I like one of those two, I will likely buy the deck. So, and even more with the mechanics, which is what happened with one of my favorite precons, if not my favorite precon, which is the timey-wimey one. So, if that's the case, okay, let's go, right? But some people buy the commander decks as some sort of build kits for other decks, or even just to, do the math and be like, okay, this deck is going to cost me 45. If I buy it on release and I sell this, and this, I can actually recoup my investment, and then I just want this card and this card. So, and then I keep some extra lands or whatever. Like, some people just use them for that. And yes, Wizards knows about that, and that's why they include from time to time like cool reprints and stuff like that to bite people into buying the decks, because sometimes the decks don't hold themselves. It's not a coincidence that sometimes the weakest decks are the ones that have the best reprints, because, well, we have to make for it one way or another. So and that's why sometimes you have better land mana base, and sometimes you have a worse one, and it also has to do with the contracts that Wizard has with the companies for Universes Beyond, because they want the deck to be good. It's similar to Rocket League, where every company wants their card to have the same hitbox as the main card, which I forgot the name of, because that's the card that everyone uses. So, even if the card doesn't match that hitbox, here is the same. It's like, well, if you want to make a deck of, I don't know, Warhammer or Doctor Who or whatever, it has to be good, right? You're not going to do a bad deck for an IP that is not yours, because then you have problems. So, but when it's their own IP, they do whatever they want. So this deck, as you could see for the cards it has some deserts there, but it's all about mana, ramp, and just bringing lands back from the graveyard and trying to do stuff with it. I don't feel the deck is heavy enough because it's trying to do multiple things at the same time, and that's why I'm talking about this, which is, I don't know what Wizards' intention with these decks is. If the intention is, this is something to play right off the box, you can play with it. I don't think you're going to have much fun with it because it's very slow. Very slow. Like, it doesn't have the speed of ramp that you need. It's okay. It's not bad by any means. It's just okay. You really need to like the theme of like plant warriors and stuff like that, because it's okay, right? That's the whole yada yada here. It's just okay. So why build a deck that is just okay? And you can be like, well, it's a PreCon. PreCons have power levels 3 to 4, right? Like, PreCons are just for you to start playing. And it's like, yes, but there are PreCons and PreCons, right? Like, sometimes you want a good PreCon to just play with your friends that maybe have better decks, or just upgraded PreCons. You just buy it, you want to play right off the box. But apparently, that's not what Wizards wants, because they keep doing these decks with 2 commanders, which strive for different things. And I understand that the cards is not going to be the same. You don't want twice the same card. I mean, why would you have that? But at least have compatible things. These 2 are not that incompatible, but it does feel like they are striving for different things inside the deck, and therefore the deck is divided between the 2 of them. So actually, I think that a better option for a commander is the 3rd commander that is in there that I showed you, because it's just kind of there, and that's something that actually kind of bothers me. It's like, what's the objective? Why are we trying to build? Is half and half deck? Like, what's up with that? And that theme is also reflected here to a lesser degree, but here it is. So, Grand Larceny, black, green, blue. Steal cards generate mana. So this, in concept at least, it's all about stealing stuff from other players, which, they are going to love it, and which no one loves. And Wizards is actually very careful about that. By the way, I forgot to mention this is a cactus, and it's amazing. So, Grand Theft Desperado, because Auto had copyright. So, same logic here, right? So, as I said, I'm not going to go into full details for all of it. We're going to go into detail for the decks and more of a comparative review in the end, right? This one, in terms of tokens, again, +1/+1. Not the most exciting decks, I know, in terms of counters, not tokens, counters. The deck box, also kind of disappointing. Yes, you have the cactus here, and you have the dude here. It's okay. You will see again the life counter. It's okay. That's like an ongoing theme here, which is it's okay. So here our commander is Gonti, Canny Acquisitor, and let's see the insert, because we do love inserts in this channel. So let's see. Same logic, co-commander on one side, commander on the other. Grand Larceny, playing the deck. So once a thief, always a thief. Visiting from Girapur City, Gonti is Thunder Junction. So apparently, according to the lore, Thunder Junction is now one of the middles of the multiverse, because everything, well, that's why it's at Junction, right? Everything goes in there and it's kind of stable, and the Omen paths don't move that much. So you're supposed to just steal cards from the other players and use them. And your commander is Gonti, Canny Acquisitor. A wealth of stable omen paths appear in and out around the city of Girapur after the Phyrexian War. And blah, 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 right? Believe it or not, I do read this when I buy the playtest decks. I do read this, and I actually enjoy the lore of Magic the Gathering, even though Wizards doesn't, and they think that no one does. So now for the random part of this, again, please remember, this is random. You're not going to likely get the same thing that I'm pulling. So Laughing Jasper Flint in full art and Clear Shot. Nice looking, it's almost a mirror. But again, I don't especially enjoy this type of card, but yeah, nice. So there is that. Now for the deck itself. If I can open it with gloves, which is, it's a sport in itself, you should try it. Plus because technically this thing has a spot that you're supposed to just pull, and the thing comes with your finger. It's somewhere in here. It doesn't want to cooperate. I remember one time in a video, by trying to do this, I actually the glove gave up first, rather than the plastic, and then this happens. So to all of you that say like, where are the gloves? Like, well, if you know the lore, it's because I have ugly hands. But beyond that is because I'm a collector. I'm a serious person. You're supposed to treat this with respect. They're like, dude, you're opening a pre-con. Come on. It's like, you're right. At this point, it's more of an identity thing than anything else. But it is a pain in the ass for a lot of products. Amongst them, this, like, look at this. I still haven't got rid of it. You really need to static electricity. Look at this. The amazing adventures of reviewing a deck. There you go. So, Commander, Co-Commander, the insert card that no one cares about, sadly, for better or worse, and the tokens. So let's see what tokens are here, and let's see what the deck is all about. It's about stealing cards, right? So, Thopter. Actually, let's do it. Thopter, Manifest. A Manifest is a creature that you can cover a face down manifested creature with this reminder card, so you will see why in a second. Thopter, Treasure, Boar, Manifest, Boar, Treasure, Eldrazi Scion, which is like, okay, Manifest, Eldrazi Scion, Treasure, and more bounty cards, which, as you can see, different bounties, different deck. Same logic, in this case is the Outsider. At the beginning of your end step, if you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand this turn, collect your reward. Goratash and Silas, at the beginning of your end step, if all opponents were dealt combat damage this turn, collect your reward. And Frankie the Fang, at the beginning of your end step, if the player with the most life or tied for most life as the turn began was dealt combat damage this turn, collect your reward. So again, nice, and yes, you need 6, so technically you need two decks from Thunder Junction to do this. If you actually manage to have 6, or even have more than 6, it's actually pretty cool. I think it's cool. Problem is that people don't care. So now about the deck itself. I told you, the other decks are going to be faster. The first one is always the slower one because I talk about all the new things. So again, white art, very nice looking art, I have to say, and the foil are just in the right spots there, like in the blue spots. Gonti, Canny Acquisitor. For 2, 1 black, 1 green, 1 blue, is a 5/5 Etherborn Rogue that says spells you cast but don't own cost 1 less to cast. So there you go, stealing. And whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, look at the top card of that player's library, then exile it face down. You may play that card for as long as it remains exiled, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. That is not bad. Now, what is kind of bad is that the commander is kind of expensive for what it is, and but it works for what it's supposed to work. So spells that you cast but don't own cost 1 less to cast. So this deck is, the commander is all about, you're going to steal things from players, you need to do damage to them, you're going to steal things from players, and once you do, they remain exiled. You can cast them for as long as they remain exiled, which is good because it's not like until the end of turn, it's like they remain exiled. And you can use mana of any color and it will be 1 cheaper, and it's a 5/5, which is not bad. Again, it doesn't have any protective abilities or anything, so it's one of those commanders that is like, they made him expensive for the sake, and gave him power, same as Yuma, but you're not really going to swing that much with him unless you have a clear opening, because you lose the effect and the thing is kind of expensive, so it will just set you back. And then the co-commander or secondary commander is Felix, 5 boots. For 2, 1 black, 1 green, 1 blue, which is the same cost as the main commander, is the 5/4 Ooze Rogue, which is an interesting concept. And it's funny that it has 5 boots. It's not clear to me if it has 6 legs and only 5 boots. It has 5 legs, which, why 5? It's so much prone for jokes. It has Menace and War 2, which is something that you will expect more from a commander. If a creature you control dealing combat damage to a player causes a trigger ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. And this is another great example of these two things. They talk a similar language, like, English from the US and English from the UK is the same language, just a very different accent, because they will work with this deck, but they are trying to do completely different things. So, and you will see in a second. So the whole play here is you want to gain control of stuff. The whole theme of the deck is let's steal. But the commanders are doing their own thing, which is I think Felix fits better to a degree, because as you can see, like, spells that you cast anywhere other than your hand cost 2 less to cast. Whenever an opponent casts a spell from anywhere other than their hand, draw a card. Like, some of these cards are just here, but most of them, for each opponent, you may cast up to 1 target instant sorcery from the player graveyard without paying its mana cost. And if you do that, the trigger your commander is cheaper, right? So it's not giving you stuff for free. It's not that broken, but the stuff that is giving you is cheaper. You have stuff such as Curse of the Swine, that's where we have all the pigs, Destiny Sphinx, the usual. The whole play here is that, see, like, Mind's Dilation is the same play. You exile something from the top of the library. If it's a non-land card, you may cast it without paying its mana cost, which is great. It's kind of expensive, but once you have it on the field, it kind of does the same as your commander. It's just better because it's on their turn. And Gonti is again here, but in this case, just its normal version. You look at the top 4 cards of the target's opponent library, exile 1 of them, and put the rest on the top of the library. You may cast this card for as long as it remains exiled, and same thing, just cheaper and monocolor. So not as flexible for a commander. The whole play here is, yes, let's steal things. Now, funny is that the deck is interesting as it is. You may be seeing that some of the cards that are here are kind of interesting, and this deck is very annoying depending on who you're playing with. If you're playing with people that don't care that you touch their space, funny how this card was never printed. It was kind of expensive and always printed a lot. If you're playing against a player that, for example, I'm a player that doesn't like when people mill my library, because it's like, I don't think anyone likes it unless you're playing with a deck that benefits from it. But the reason why I say it is because it's like, can you not play with my deck, please? You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't like that you play with their deck. And because of that, this deck is kind of, it can make or break a group, because you're going to just summon a bunch of things for other people's libraries. And there was this episode of I don't remember. I think it was one episode of Shuffle Up and Play where someone was playing with a deck that was all about playing with other people's cards. Was this lady that I can't remember the name? That cosplays as Nisa, I think, or not. Well, I can't remember the name of the lady, but she was playing with a commander from Dungeons and Dragons. That is this. I can't remember that ball with eyes. And it was all about playing with other people's decks. And people were like, oh man, because every time you play with other people's cards, they get like, oh, I want to play with my card. Again, because Commander is a very sandcastle thing. You do your own and then people fight each other. It's like when you play Age of Empires 2 with your friends and you're like, okay, so let's everyone get until age 4 or like, let's give us all 20 minutes and after 20 minutes we can kill each other because you want to build and then go, right? And it's funny, I just stop here because the Mimoplasm is one of the first commanders, if not the first commander, one of the first because it was 3 from the first PreCons. And now it's here as just another card. I mean, you can, if you want, you can switch this card, which ironically is Ooze, same as Felix 5 Boots. So, but the effect doesn't, it only applies once and the other cards don't support it, so it's kind of... But it's funny how the power creep goes. That card was the commander, and I was like, ooh, the commander is kind of thing. And now it's just like, it's another card in the 99, we don't care. So, in their defense, 10 years passed, right? So, well, there's a reason why you have Eldrazi here. So, see, like when you cast this spell, target opponent exiles the top 4 cards of library, then you may pay a number of land cards from their own exile onto the battlefield under your control. So, you will play with other people's decks. Now, why do I say that the commanders, both the main commander and the secondary commander, are not quite there? Because you may be looking at these cards and thinking, well, I mean, most of this deck, if not, all of it, some cards are better than others, obviously, but like all the theme of the deck is like play with exile things from your opponents and then play with those. Some of the cards tell you until the end of the turn, and some of the cards tell you as long as it is exile, you can use it, which is very good. And also you have a bunch of creatures that can be blocked, and the reason for that is to trigger your commander, because when you do combat damage, it gets triggered, right? So that's why it has all these weird creatures that can be blocked. Even creatures with no color, which is great for things that give you protection from a color or something like that. So even cards with flying, they just fit right in there perfectly. So no problem with that. My problem with this is, as you will realize very soon, you saw the deck, right? I didn't stop for every card because, I mean, we don't want this video to be even longer than it's already going to be. I am infamous for that. But the cards kind of are doing their own thing. And then you have these two guys here being like, hey, if you do damage, I can go steal things. Like, well, yes, but you have like what? Like 5 cards that say this creature can be blocked or that have flying so you can go over and do the damage. For a commander, that is kind of expensive. And then the secondary commander, it's almost asking for his own deck. It's like, if a creature you control didn't combat damage to a player, it causes a trigger ability of a permanent you control to trigger, which triggers an additional time. That is good if they are both at the same time, because it says that when you do combat damage, it triggers, so it will trigger an additional time, so you will mill more, it's kind of milling. You will exile more things from them, and you can use it. So these two together, again, they kind of work very good together. Alone, though, as commanders, like the one that you have as your main thing, they are okay. And Felix 5 Boots, it's nice to be with this guy, but it's actually kind of interesting to have as its own thing, because things trigger. So, actually, if you want to go for this one, because the theme is good, I actually think this is the one that is more thematically correct. Try to run it with both commanders, with Felix and with Gonti, and see which one you prefer. Because the deck kind of goes both ways, because they are kind of just supporting the rest of the cards. And you may be thinking, well, that's how a commander works. Like, well, it depends. Normally, most commander decks is like, I have my commander and everything goes around my commander. Those two, what I feel is, I have my deck, and the commanders are there like, yay, you go, girl, which, okay, but you know what I mean? It's not the craziest combo. Now, to talk about combos, let's talk about the tribal deck. Well, you can argue to a degree that the land thing is tribal, at least the secondary commander. Kiri is tribal for plants and treefolk and all that. And this is not tribal, this is about a theme of stealing, but this is tribal, a weird tribal, if I may say so. This is Olivia, which is weird, because Olivia is not in a vampire deck, which is weird. We are used to just seeing vampires in vampire decks, so what is that? Take a bite into crime, and that's because, get it? She's a vampire, because the deck doesn't have vampire mechanisms or mechanics. So yeah, as usual, this time we have worse tokens, worse counters, because we have some 3+1+1 and 3 whatever. So I guess they're supposed to be treasure counters or something, I guess. And then for the magic envelope, we have the usual suspects. So the box, that you already know. What's in the box? What's in the box is, well, the booster sample and this thing that sadly, for better or worse, no one cares about. Now let's see what's in the collector booster sample, for the sake of since we have it. Ooh, Karlov the Punisher. This is the one-hit poster style. Again, it's okay, but it doesn't feel like a magic card. I feel it's only okay for legendary creatures, because if it's your commander, it can be in any style and it's whatever. But for cards in 99, not so much. And then a newspaper style, which whenever you commit a crime, exile up to one target black card from your graveyard and copy it. You may cast a copy. If you do, you lose 2 life. Not crazy, but it's a living. It's honest living. So the insert. We do love inserts in this channel, so same logic. The co-commander goes in the explaining how the deck works, which this also shows you that, you know, things are weird. Like they used to have, remember that I commented this in multiple videos, like normally a commander deck has 2 arts for the commander, the one in the card and the one in the box. And sometimes they have 3, the one in the card, the one in the box, and the one in the deck box and in the manual. And it was like, why do you ask 3 times the art? Like, you ask 3 and then you pick the one that you like the most and the others fill the space. Now they don't. They give more relevance to the secondary commander when they put it here for, like, let's play the deck. It's kind of confusing that they put the secondary commander in the back while they explain basically how your commander works. But then again, when you shift it, it talks about the main commander. So I guess if you only have 2 drawings, I need to put the commander here. This is all about Olivia, opulent outlaw, enraged by her ruined wedding and failing attempt to usurp all vampiric power. This is interesting because this is kind of, wait, read it if you want. Pause it, read it. This is, you know, this is a main character in one of Magic's main sets, which is Crimson Vow. And here she is, relegated to a commander deck, which is not bad. I mean, commander is the most popular format after all. But if you want to know her story, well, buy the commander deck. It's not in the main set unless we go back to Innistrad. But apparently, and this is the thing that Wizards wanted to do, since the Omen paths exist, they don't really need to respect the rules of the multiverse anymore. Like, it's not only the planeswalkers that can travel, any legendary creature can travel. And that's why Thunder Junction is pretty much just the usual suspects set, where you have all the bad guys dressed as cowboys, because yeah. So let's see the cards and let's try to guess. I mean, although the theme is pretty clear in the box. So Mercenary, Treasure, Inkling, flashbacks from Inklings, Treasure, Mercenary, Treasure, Rogue, the Monarch, Rat, Blood, because vampires, Eldrazi again, a clue, which is a very nice looking clue, I have to say. Is Thunder Junction, alright. Assassin, Food, and then the bounties. Let's see the bounties. Bounty, Squeakers the Slide. Beginning of the end step, if a legendary creature you control attacked on this turn, collect your reward. Ariana Wrecking Ball. At the beginning of your end step, if you committed a crime this turn, collect your reward. Targeting opponents, anything they control and or cards in the graveyard is a crime. And Lisa, Sterling Collector. At the beginning of your end step, if the player with the most cards in hand or tied for the most cards as the turn began was dealt combat damage this turn, collect your reward. Again, interesting concepts. Sadly, in a world that doesn't care for this type of game. Now, let's check the commanders. Again, this card is one of, I think all of them are very nice looking. So one thing I have to commend to Wizards and their artists is that, yeah, well, we don't have a plastic card anymore, which Wizards, please. But the white art commanders are all beautiful. That's something, well, at least the three we have so far. We need to talk about that in a second. And Olivia, opulence. She owns everything. Is a one red, one white, one black legendary creature, vampire assassin. It is a 3/3 and has flying and lifelink. Whenever one or more outlaws you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, and warlocks are outlaws. So basically everything that is bad. And then if you pay 3 and sacrifice 2 treasures, you put 2+1/+1 counters on each creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. Which, it's good, but at the same time is expensive as hell, because you need to pay 3 and 2 treasures, which is the same as paying 5. I mean, yes, you're putting 2+1/+1s on every creature you control, but yikes. So that's Olivia. As you can see, it's all about the outlaws and creating treasure tokens. And you have Vihan, Goldwalker, which, sorry, I have to do this. Vihan Goldwalker is a red, white, black dwarf warlock, which, okay, is a 3/3 that says other outlaws you control have vigilance and haste. And it says what are outlaws. And then at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have treasures you control become 3/3 construct assassin artifact creatures in addition to their other types until the end of turn. Once again, because apparently they do this by themes, by waves, I guess it depends on the team that designs the decks, right? So it happens. Because on Ixalan and so on Karlov Manor, you had a bunch of commanders and secondary commanders that don't necessarily work well together, but they were competing for different things. Here, they are doing different things, but if they are both on the battlefield at the same time, they actually work pretty well together, which is a theme, as you can see. Now, sadly, they don't have partner, otherwise this would be broken as hell. So, not bad, but both share the same theme. So that's at least good, which is outlaws you control. The only thing is that Olivia will give you treasures, and if you want to go full opulence and pay 5 to put 2+1/+1s on everything, I guess, even though it's not, the best of effects, really. At least she has flying and lifelink, so there's that. She counts as an outlaw because she's an assassin, so she counts for her own effect, and that's good. She gets you treasure tokens. Plus, it says 1 or more, so you only create 1, right? It doesn't matter, as long as she can attack, because she has flying, and that works. And for Vihan, you get vigilance and haste to everything, which is not bad at all. And then the treasures you have become 3/3s. Now the problem is that it gives you a cool effect for the outlaws, but it doesn't give you the treasures. So yeah, the ideal thing is to have both in here. Now, let's see the rest of the deck. Where is Carmen Sandiego? Where is the value here? What is the value in terms of gameplay? If you want to see how much these cards are valued by my timings, it's more useful. You should just look at the cards on Card Market or something, because yeah. So Will of the Council, ooh, yikes. I never like Wheel of the Console. It's a funny thing, but I don't like my destiny being decided by the other players. Heliod's Intervention. Destroy extra artifacts. The player gains twice X life. Angelic Sellsword. We Ride at Dawn. One of the new cards. Legendary creature spells you cast have Convoke, which is great, but this is not a legendary tribal. So, whenever your commander attacks, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with tap. That creature you control gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. It's a shame because this card, with a legendary effect, you will think, well, this goes beautifully in another commander PreCon, which is the one from the Hada, which is a legendary tribal. Same colors, Mardu as well. Problem is that she is a planeswalker, so she can attack. Therefore, the second part of the card is useless. I believe that they put that in there thinking about that card. Massacre Girl is here, even though she was just in the previous set, so Feign the Broker. Again, this deck is kind of weird. It's full of bad guys, so if you like the bad guy theme, I guess this is the one, because basically the themes are nature, which, okay. Technically it's the Mandalorian, the theme, but it's nature and plants, which, I mean, I like cactus, so cacti, right? But like, And then Stealing, and this is the bad guys. Now, the Warlocks, they put Warlocks here because they were like, oh, let's see all the creature types that we have that are bad guys, and Warlocks are like basically evil wizards most of the time. So yeah, but most of them don't really match with the theme. So if you need to remove cards, you're likely going to remove the Warlocks, even though the co-commander is a Warlock, but I mean, it counts for the theme, and his effects actually are good. Most of the others, not so much, but you have a bunch of vampire things, Vampire Assassin, Vampire Rogue, and since Olivia is a vampire, you can kind of build a deck around her of vampires, and most of those vampires are going to be, well, you have some Warlocks here, but like most of those vampires are going to be assassins or rogues. You have a bunch of warriors and stuff like that. If you go to Ixalan, you have a bunch of vampire pirates. Oh well, actually no, wait, they are conquistadors. So yeah, it's kind of a difficult thing to try to do a vampire tribal that is also outlaw tribal. They tried, and the theme is kind of there, and that's kind of what pains me more about this deck. This deck is fun in the same way that the Doctor Who deck for the villains feels fun, which is if you really are see another legendary commander that is here chilling. That's why there is an Inkling. I was like, Inkling's here? Don't tell me that the Demagogue is here. I was like, yep. So Queen Marquesa or Marchesa, another legendary commander, and it's sitting here. I mean, you can use her as the commander. She has the color identity. So will it work though? It will come in the Monarch at the beginning of your upkeep. If an opponent is the Monarch, create an assassin. Nah, it will be pointless with the rest of the deck. Although that's kind of how the deck feels. And remember when I told you at the beginning that my two main reasons for buying a PreCon are either I like the theme mechanically or I like the theme in terms of theme. So, it's a deck of ninjas? Oh, I'm going to buy that deck. It's a deck of mechas? Oh, I'm going to buy that deck, right? Like, because the flesh is weak, right? So sometimes you're just like, I like warriors, I like knights, I like elves, or whatever, like vampires, and you just buy it. And technically, in those cases, you are doing a 2 for the price of 1, which is if it's vampires. It's a tribal vampire thing. So the mechanic is the theme, which is vampires. A lot of, not all of them, but like a big percentage of like vampire decks, or warrior decks, etc. The mechanic is the tribalism, typalism, as they make us say now. So, you get what you get. Here, they kind of try to eat their cake and have it too, or have their cake and eat it too. I don't know which one is the correct way of saying it. I am scared of that phrase, since I know that there is a correct way of saying it that the other way identifies you as the Unabomber, so I don't know. But if you know what I'm talking about, just watch the Manhunt, the Unabomber series, or just read about the Unabomber. I don't know why I'm mentioning the Unabomber in a Magic the Gathering video, but because we're a cultured channel, we talk about history, facts, lore, geek stuff, like and subscribe. This is the type of channel that you want. I try to do some hypnotism at the same time. I try to just go close to the microphone and say like and subscribe, like and subscribe. You see, Lightning Greaves, this thing was very difficult to run by, and now it's in almost every commander deck. It's like, thank you, I guess. You have Impulsive Pilferer, you don't have the Nimble Pilferer, and at the same time, you don't have Dockside Extortionist, so bam, 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 bam. Which is a shame, because it really feels like that thing fits in here like a glove. But I mean, if you have the money, get it, right? Well, basically what I was saying is that the problem here is that the theme is the mechanic, and is not a very strong theme, or it's not a very strong theme as a mechanic, which is a shame, because having the Outlaws theme is actually very flexible, in the sense that you saying that everything that is an outlaw gets whatever is actually very interesting, because outlaws are assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, and warlocks. So that's a bunch of cards from Magic the Gathering's history. Like, you can do a bunch of things. The problem is that the only cards that use the outlaw mechanic are in Outlaws of Thunder Junction. So evidently, you don't have that much power punching here. And this is the deck. If you notice, by the way, every PreCon set always has at least one, or at least only one, or at least one deck that is the deck of the set theme, which is, for example, on how do you call it? Murders at Karlov Manor. The theme was like the deck that pushes more the thing is the whole suspect and accusation deck. The others kind of fit on the theme, on other themes, but they are not on top of the new mechanic as much as that deck. Same thing with on Fallout. There is the mutant one that is all about rad counters. The others are kind of, energy counters, etc. Is like things that are already there. Here is similar. You have deserts, which is not a new thing. I mean, there are deserts, and then the deck kind of ignores the deserts. You have stealing things, which is a theme because of the set, but it's not a new mechanical theme. And you have outlaws as a new mechanic. It's not really a mechanic; it's just a class for cards, and it feels weak, which is my problem with this, because Olivia feels like you could do a lot more with her, and you don't really. I mean, you can, but you really need to renew the deck to a degree, because a lot of your outlaws are not that powerful. And sadly, for better or worse, the outlaws don't work that well together within amongst them, right? Like, only these two cards kind of aggregate them, unless you really skew the balance in one way. Like, oh yeah, it's outlaws, but most of my deck is an assassin tribal. It's like, okay, that works, because you have an assassin tribal, and then you have your commander doing some extra bonus stuff. Or like, it's a vampire assassin, vampire rogue, vampire thing, right? You do like a 2 for the price of 1. If you go that way, you can salvage it. But if not, it's not a bad deck, but it really feels like, similar to this one. It's like the deck is doing, this one was like the deck was doing a thing, and then the commanders were just sitting there and looking at it and trying to help. Here is like the commander is like, we're going to build a house, and then the rest of the deck is like, whatever, we just want tents. Like, it's a bunch of assassins and rogues and warlocks. They do their thing. They don't necessarily have synergies amongst them, which is part of the problem. And talking about synergies, the last deck, which is Quick Draw. By the way, don't forget, at the end, I'm going to like compare them and talk about rankings and preferences and all that. So Quick Draw is what many consider the best deck of this collection, and for a lot of people is the only deck of this collection, because as you can see, these decks are okay, or like from meh to okay, but they don't bubble anything on you. They're like just okay. This one is different. So you have here this lady here that really reminds me of an actress, but I can't remember the name. And again, the commander is Stella Lee, wild card, and is an is it deck. Or is it? Ha 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 ha! Pam pam pam. So let's see what's up in here. Let's see the phrase. The Master Blaster Spellcaster. There you go. That's what I want to see. Puns and rhymes and colorful things. So, as usual, same info with the others. At least this one has +1/+1s. The only thing that I can assume for the Olivia one is that it has those things because they count as treasure tokens, I guess. So that's the reason. But very lackluster, the tokens here, which also kind of tells you how flexible the decks are in terms of like, not tokens, but then the counters. Again, life counter, boring as everything. Like, it could at least have the cactus on it. It doesn't even have the cactus, just the most boring thing ever. And the sample one, the box, with the same art as, well, the box, the main box. Let me remove this from here. And let's see the sample. Again, don't ever buy this for the sample packs because it's whatever. Ooh, Satoru the Infiltrator. Weird art, but whatever. So, legendary creature, human ninja rogue, menace whenever Satoru the Infiltrator and/or one or more other non-token creatures into the battlefield under your control. If none of them were cast or no mana was spent to cast them, draw a card, which, okay. And then Savage Smash in newspaper style. Okay, not bad. Again, not great. This is just for you to be like, oh, that's crazy, and they're trying to get you to buy collector boosters, man. Don't do it. Let's see the inserts. The co-commander is here. The secondary commander is here. It's all about huge turn. It's spellcasters or slingcaster or whatever it said on the box. And there it is that for a reason. So you have the story here for Stella Lee, wildcard. If you want to read it, pause it. Where does she come from? She's from Thunder Junction. Yeah, she... Well, or not. They are not saying from where she is. She walked in Thunder Junction and is finding things in Thunder Junction, but let's see. Now, why all the fuss about this deck? Well, my dear viewer, it's not so much because of the deck, I will tell you. It's because of the commander. And we will see in a second. This is the placeholder card. Now the tokens, and let's see if you can tell what the deck does by looking at the tokens. Bird Illusion, Elemental, so is it alright? An Ape, which is not very is it? A Shark, a Drake, a Artifact Soldier, a Boar, another Drake, Elemental, Soldier, Dragon Elemental, Bird Illusion, another Dragon Elemental, and a Treasure. So, all over the place, a lot of illusions and elements. It makes sense. It's an Izzet Spellslinger deck. Risa Blades Lee, which is she family of the commander, Stella Lee and Risa Lee. At the beginning of your end step, if you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, while you had 2 or more instant and or sorcery cards in your graveyard, collect your reward. Sleepy Sovka. At the beginning of your end step, if you cast no spells this turn, collect your reward. And Miron, or Miron, I guess it's Miron. Although that looks like an accent, so it can be Miron. But I'm just going full Spanish. I mean, it is the Wild Wild West, so half of it is Mexico. So Miron Tillas Jr. At the beginning of your end step, if the nearest opponent to your left as the turn began was dealt combat damage this turn, collect your reward. Okay, again, as is the theme so far. Not bad ideas, but... Now, The commander and the co-commander. Stella Lee, wild card. I think, ironically, even though this is the best commander, it's not the prettiest card. Again, this is subjective. But the card is kind of boring compared to the other three that are all like epic or cool or whatever. This one is like, it's nice. Like, nothing against the artist. Don't get me wrong. The art is not ugly. It's just, it's not super crazy. But I guess that's the point. She's just very fast. Whenever you cast, so is an Izzet for 1 blue, 1 red, 2/4 human rogue that says, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card, which by itself, it's okay. It's a good effect, which means that second spell you cast, you exile a card, and by the end of your next turn, you may play it. So if it's a land, you get a free land, I guess. And if it's not, well, you can use it. If not, well, it goes away. What is getting people crazy all over the place is the second effect. And let's take this as a quiz for whether your advanced Magic the Gathering skills are sharp enough. So, pam, 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 pam. If you tap her, copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. Activate only if you have cast 3 or more spells this turn. Why I say that this is like a level check for Magic players? Because if you look at it, you just tap it, and yes, it says only if you cast 3 or more spells this turn, which is not that difficult to do in an Izzet deck. But it just says copy, and you copy an instant sorcery spell you control, and you may choose new targets for the copy. The whole craziness about this card is that if the spell you're copying is a spell that untaps you, you can literally go infinite with pretty much any untap spell that you cast, because you will just tap and tap, tap and tap, tap and tap, and keep copying it. And for every effect that those cards have, you may benefit from it, being grabbing your entire library or doing whatever. You can do a lot of crazy things here. So that's all the craziness about the commander. Not even the first effect, which is okay and will trigger if you do the second on infinite mode, but it's all about the second. Now, that means that the co-commander, sadly, is on the shadows. Now, one thing that I want you to notice is that if you look at the card, Ares, Roar of the Storm, is not necessarily the same art that you have on the inserts. So, nothing against the co-commander, but weird. Weird nonetheless. So, Ares, Roar of the Storm is an elemental warlock that costs 8, 1 blue, 1 red, and is a 4/4. And it says, this spell costs 2 less to cast for each different mana value among instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. So likely this is going to be a lot cheaper than it looks. It has flying and prowess. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a 4/4 red dragon elemental creature token with flying and prowess. Now, this is not a bad commander by any means. Problem is that this thing is an infinite engine, or infinity engine. So yeah, this is not bad. This is kind of a default commander for a spellslinger deck. It's like, well, it gets cheaper if you have a bunch of stuff in your graveyard. If you have instant or sorceries. And it has prowess, which is very good, and you can create a bunch of dragons every time you cast your second spell, right? So each turn you can create a new dragon, and it has flying and prowess. So choo-choo train, right? So again, not a bad commander, not that commander. The problem is that the deck is not bad. The deck is a spellslinger deck. It kind of works. This is, if it works, don't change it. Now this is funny because, as I said, the only one that is Thunder Junction alike is the Olivia one, because it has a theme from the set. The other ones are just things that are here. So you have a bunch of mages, right? So as you can expect from an Izzet deck. Whenever you cast a copy, you cast or copy an instant, you draw a card, which is great. Return things from to the owner's hand, so you got some removal. You got some cards that don't make any sense. Midnight Clock is always here, of course. Hot the Gene is always great for Spellslinger's decks, because it powers is equal to the number of cards in your graveyard, and instant and sorcery spells you cast cost one less to cast. This thing is dramatic when I play with it in a standard. Drink 2 times, so again, is blue and red, right? So is it not much that you can do that goes wrong with this? It just works. You have some legendary creatures here that, you know, have the same logic. If you have stuff in your graveyard, it gets cheaper. It has Ward 8, which is like, sorry, what? And then whenever you cast, again, it costs 8 less if you have 8. So this is a late stage card. Whenever you cast or copy an instant sorcery spell, target creature has base power and toughness 8/8 until the end of turn, which is kind of broken if you look at your commander. So the whole theme here is this deck is not bad. This deck is simple as it can get. It has some new cards, a lot of old cards, you know, classic EZ cards from. See, this is actually the card from the insert. You have a bunch of, you know, classic EZ cards. Some of them make sense to be here. Some of them, like this one, not so much. It actually is a card to put into the timey-wimey deck. Not so much in here. Because, you know, the whole idea of the deck and what the deck is trying to do is to give you mechanisms to Niv-Mizzet Parun, another legendary commander that is here. Kind of the theme, like the last commander decks, the sets that we open so far, they kind of have a theme in terms of like cards that they add. For example, Doctor Who was like, oh, we have great lands. Like, okay, amazing. Then Ixalan was like, oh, we have the archetypes from Ixalan, but the whole game here is that we are trying to do like powerful decks. Like, okay, interesting, cool. I'm very like to the point decks. Karlov Manor was all about, hey, we have some crazy reprints here. Ixalan also had some crazy reprints, but we have these themes, and the themes kind of work, and most of them are somewhat related. It's like, okay, cool. Here, one of the themes that seems to be going on with the 99 is that all the decks have inside of them legendary commanders from the past that they used to be, or they still are, strong commanders that people use. And now they are just sitting there in the 99, which shows you how far we've come. And again, a bunch of expensive cards you're supposed to cast. Again, the whole point of this deck, if you look at it, what the cards do, the effects, the whole, it has a bunch of flashback. It has some cards with suspend. It has a lot of delve. Why? Because what this deck is wanting you to do is to use those 3 spells, right? Is to call those 3 spells so that you trigger your secondary commander ability so that you can go with it. And however, you don't have, at least that I remember, you don't have any infinity pieces to go here with your commander. So your commander can't go super infinite with some deck. It works. The deck works. I think is the fastest, funniest deck to play with. But it's not using the commander to its fullest. If you look online, you will see a bunch of people recommending to upgrade this deck. Now, in this channel, we normally don't talk about the upgrades of cards for 2 reasons. One, I don't consider myself smart enough to recommend you super duper upgrades and stuff like that. But like, I mean, any other person is likely a better teacher to you than me for these things. And second, I really am an enjoyer, and what I try to analyze here is the board game that is a PreCon set, right? So what do you get when you buy it as this? How much can you do with it? And I guess this is a good transition to let's compare the decks. So, because it's relevant to the analysis of this deck. So you have Stella Lee, Olivia, Gonti, and the Mandalorian, Yuma. So the 4 decks from Thunder Junction. Mathematically, and in terms of fun and upgradability and all that, the best deck without a doubt is the one from Stella Lee. That's for sure. So best deck, if you want to upgrade it, there's a lot of conversation online about this commander becoming a crazy commander for CDH, for competitive commander. And I can see why. There's a lot of things that you can do with this that, plus use one of the most beloved combinations in Magic the Gathering, which is Izzet, and uses blue. So you can, blue is part of Izzet, right? So blue in competitive commander is, they always say that the two strongest colors in commander are white. I wish. Wizards is trying to make it white, but it's not. Is black and blue. And that makes sense. I mean, blue is don't let the others play, and black is I will give you power, and normally in return I ask you for life, which when you have 20 life is inconvenient, but when you have 40 life is free real estate, because the only life point that matters is the last one. So those two colors are normally most powerful because you can abuse them, and then the other colors are there to supply specific needs, like red for direct damage, green for ramp, and white for, I guess, control and board wiping. Now, it doesn't mean that, again, just to be clear, blue and black are not my favorite colors in Magic the Gathering, so I'm not the best colors, no. But that's kind of the meta, right? So because of that, this card, the potential this card has, and the deck itself, let's talk about the deck. It's not only the commander. The deck is good. The deck works very well with the commander. It doesn't go crazy. So what's happening is that if you buy this deck, if you listen to me and you're like, oh, he said that the best deck is this one, I'm buying this one, and then you play it and you're like, well, I mean, I didn't win right away. I didn't feel like I'm Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet. It's like, well, there's a reason for that. The deck is good, but it's not the Messiah. The deck is good. It works with the commander. You will likely use more the first spell or the first ability than the second, because the second is only if you cast 3 or more spells each turn, while the first one is the second spell each turn. So the deck will try to get you to do as many spells per turn as possible. And remember that the ramp you have is blue-red ramp, which is a type of ramp, right? So, and a lot of these spells are crazy expensive, although they have ways to be cheated out into play, right? So I think it's the funniest or most entertaining deck to play with, but it's kind of a challenging deck compared to the others, in the sense that you need to be on top of your, wizard game to have this properly used. Now the others, well, if I had to compare them, let's talk about fun, which is subjective. So this is fun in my eyes. I think this is right, straightforward, pretty simple. I think, again, this is the one that you can have most fun with. Then I think, depending on the type of person you are, Gonti is going to be fun. And then these two, actually, not like this, maybe. But I was almost about to do this, but it's more like this. I don't know. Olivia is not ultra fun, because the deck feels kind of disconnected from itself, is okay. But the problem is that Yuma is just too slow. The deck is too slow. It just feels very grindy. So, yeah, that's why I guess this is less fun. So in terms of fun, this will be the order from the one that I enjoyed the most, the one I think people are going to enjoy the less. In terms of power, well, that's a doozy. It's kind of tied to fun, really, but it's, by the way, this is not a preference. It's just that they occupy the same space, but I don't want to do this or something. But so it will be something like this. Again, Yuma is not that it's not powerful. It's just that it's going to take you a long time to get where you want to get, and that kills the power. Something like this. Again, this can be like this. Like, this doesn't mean that this is better than this one. They are the same level. So in terms of power, I will rank them like this. In terms of upgradability, well, that's an interesting one. This, of course, because the commander, blah, 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 we already know the story, right? Now, in terms of what can you do with this? It depends on what you want to upgrade. If you want to upgrade the deck, which not necessarily includes the commander, this, and then, you have the second commander is actually a good piece to build another deck with or something like that. And then these two are tied for I guess, because they both feel like, I need to put you a lot of stuff on top so that you start working. This because it's slow, but this because it really feels disconnected. Again, this is not a bad deck. It just feels, for my standards, it just feels like, what are we doing, right? Like, why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night I can feel my leg, my arm, maybe my fingers, the body I lost, even the comrades I lost, won't stop hurting. Like, it's like they are still there. So, please tell me if you got that reference. Again, I like the commander. I actually like the card a lot. I think it's the prettiest one of them all. It just feels like the commander is doing something and the deck is doing something else. And it's because, they are outlaws, sure, but they don't. And I guess that's thematically correct. It's a band of thugs. They work together, but they don't work together. So, they are there to kill the same guy or something, or to steal the same thing, but they are not a team. So, I guess that's thematically on point, I guess. And yes, plants are slow, so, right on the money. So, I guess that. In terms of, if this is your first Magic the Gathering deck ever, I will keep the order more or less the same, I will say. And if you're an established player, more or less the same as well. I think this is pretty much the summary of this. But again, this distance, really, it's not that this deck is that good. Let me make that clear. This deck is not the Messiah. It's not the craziest deck ever. This deck is okay. The commander is very good if you want to cheese out the thing. The problem is that these decks fail at multiple points. Not catastrophically. So it's not like, I don't know, imagine that you bought your deck and you're watching the review and you're like, oh, but I actually enjoyed my deck. I had fun in my Friday night. I'm not saying you didn't have. I played with all of them. I had fun with them. I actually won with some of them. It's not impossible. Now, depending on what you value on a deck, you may not get it, and you're likely to get it more from other decks from the past. For example, and with this, I promise you, we will end this torment that is listening to my voice. If you want a deck that is cohesive, this feels cohesive. This kind of feels cohesive. This kind of feels cohesive, and this kind of feels cohesive. But these three are in the same level, right? These three are the same thing, which is the commander is doing something, the deck is doing something that is kind of related to it, but it's not a crazy synergy. Mind you, this is not a crazy synergy, but it's a synergy of blue-red. Basically, everything works because it's the spells and spells that chain each other and stuff like that. So it's just about, if you cast spells. So that's all that matters. That's why it's easy to combo it. It's easy to chain it, and that's why the deck feels like it works so well. But these ones, again, it's all about stealing. Cool. Your commander steals and does it for cheaper, but you need to do combat damage. So because of that, we put some creatures that are unblockable. It's like, oh, yes, thank you, I guess. The commander is too expensive for what it is. Then the co-commander is trying to actually do something interesting, but it's kind of another deck. I don't know what is there. And half of the deck is devoted to this guy, and half of the deck is devoted to that one. They kind of work together, but not that well. So it feels like you have a half-assed deck instead of having a good deck. Then for Yuma, it's kind of the same. Spec calls one less from lands. So the deck wants you to have a bunch of lands so that you send them to the graveyard. But it doesn't have the ramp to get you that amount of crazy land that fast so that this becomes a super viable thing. Then again, it's a commander that costs 5 red, 1 green, 1 white. Yes, it says that it costs 1 less for each land in your graveyard, but the lands in your graveyard, you send them there. The ones that are already there only make him cheaper, don't trigger him. He only gets triggered when you send stuff to the graveyard. So for that, actually, the co-commander is more interesting. So of all of them, even though all of them work pretty nice with their co-commanders, the only one that I will be like, can this please be partner? It will be this one with Kirsi or Kiri or whatever. Because, yeah, just make them do something. Plus, he's carrying something. If he was carrying Kiri, that would be perfect. And Olivia is kind of the same. It's like, oh yeah, Olivia, if you do damage with Outlaws, you get treasures. Like, great, you're going to do damage with her, and then the other guys are kind of there. Like, there is no synergy, there is no greater mission. It's just Olivia and a band of thugs that creates treasures, Yuma and a bunch of trees that don't grow fast enough, which I guess it's okay, it's a desert, and Gonti that wants you to do damage to steal stuff, but actually most of the cards steal stuff on their own, so it's kind of whatever. So see what I mean? It's like they are there, but they are not in their deck. They being in their deck, they can not be in their deck, and the deck will work pretty much the same. And that to me is It's like, then why are you the commander of your deck? What value are you bringing? Like, yes, they are synergistic with the decks to a degree, but it's not, it's not. Normally, the way most people build a commander deck is either around a commander or around a mechanic. And these three in particular don't feel like they are built around the commander. This one doesn't feel the deck is built around the commander, but it just feels like it was built around a mechanic and the commander fits the mechanic. These three feels like, there was a mechanic. They build cards that touch that mechanic, and the deck is kind of trying to keep up with whatever it is that they are trying to do, but they are doing something else. So the deck of Gonti doesn't really need Gonti. Like, they are independent. The deck of Olivia, benefits from Olivia, but it's just really a band of thugs and of thugs, and Yuma is just whatever, right? So in terms of like synergy and like if it makes sense, literally is like these three and then these. So that's kind of the summary. And again, personal preference, it will be something like this. If you want me to be like, to not cheat and do like, oh yeah, they are the same, well, I guess this will be my personal preference. Still Ali, Gonti, Olivia, and then Yuma. And this was a review. I tried to do it faster this time, still now more than an hour and a half, but let me know down below what you think about it. And if you agree, if you don't, if you have one of these decks and you don't agree with what I said, please let me know. I love to debate. And as usual, I hope to see you next time on PAX and Recreation. Yeehaw! See you next time on Thunder Junction. Bye! Hello everyone and welcome back to PAX and Recreation. And today, the final day has come, because after a long time, we're going to review the commander decks from Modern Horizons 3. There are no modern decks, just commander decks, which is weird. And to your delight, I also have the collector ones, which, funny enough, the box is smaller, which I don't know if you can fully appreciate given the size, and also feels more premium because it's, in the box instead of a sticker. I don't know. So, what is in the box? What's in the box? Well, this is not new to me because, remember, because I'm a masochist, every time that we do these videos, I already played with them for a while, which normally more or less a month, I guess, because that's like 4 commander nights if I am not very lucky, 5, 6, or 7 commander nights if I am very lucky. And you know what they say, once you're married, 1 commander night a week, that's good enough. So these are the 4 decks of the apocalypse, the Modern Horizons decks that are not Commander Masters decks, even though they really feel like it. I have mixed feelings towards the boxes. We're going to open the normal ones, which, well, good thing I'm going to open them. See, already scratched right off the box. You saw it. I had the tape that said like, "Oh, don't open this." If see, like, good thing we don't care about this cardboard. We only care about the external cardboard. Now, just for reference, I have the others here. As you can imagine, my playtest wasn't done with these ones because I am not rich. Please like and subscribe. But yeah, so they are pretty, or prettier, I guess, is the correct way of dividing this. I'm going to show you the boxes, nothing crazy. I'm not going to open them unless you specifically request so. The boxes are smaller, which certainly feels very weird because you know the trophy theory, or what some experts call the PlayStation 3 theory. Well, I will let you ready for some trivia. So technically, the trophy theory is this concept that whenever you want to make something feel more premium, besides, you know, making it shiny or foil in our case, because we collect cards, you make it heavier, right? So a lot of trophies are just plastic, or some sort of plastic, or some sort of material that is really not very heavy. Contrary to popular opinion, or what you may think if you never saw a trophy in person, they are not made of gold, they are just golden. But to make the trophy feel like it, you know, is more valuable, or like it is worth whatever it is that it's representing, normally the bases of the trophies are weighted. That means that makes the trophy feel heavier, and you feel, you know, more accomplished, because it's like, oh my god, this thing is so heavy. It certainly is worth its weight, right? That's where the expression comes from. Now, in the world of consumer electronics, that happened with the PlayStation 3 as well. The PlayStation 3 was absurdly big and heavy on purpose, and a lot of people said that it was one of the just ways of Sony justifying the $600 release price, and people wouldn't feel, you know, robbed by it, because they could have made the PlayStation 3 smaller in some way or capacity, same with the 5, but you know what they say, if it's not heavy or big, you will feel scammed, and they don't want you to feel scammed. So there you go. That's the trivia for today, because this video wasn't long enough. So regarding the Commander decks, yes, this is the new style of boxes. I don't dislike them. I certainly think they look better with non-human or unconventional things. These two, I mean, and this only talks in favor of the artist for sure, but these two feel like people doing cosplays, which, nothing against cosplay, but yeah, so again, that only speaks about the quality of the artist, because it's like, oh, it almost looks like a person, right? Taking in a photo shoot, so it is what it is. Obviously, these ones are prettier, even though they are smaller. That's why the box is smaller as well. See, this box is beautiful and very shiny, and same for all the others, although in these ones, I think that these two are not as favored, and then this one really picks up the pace. We can review this in another video. So long story short, because otherwise, imagine if you're already familiar with this channel. I mean, you know me. So imagine myself. You already know how long it takes for me to talk and open and talk about 4 decks. And yes, it's true that, you know, if we're doing the collector ones, I'm not going to talk about the cards themselves, because we already saw them. It's just about the treatments. But it is what it is. So if you want to see these, or want to see a comparison, or whatever, if you want to see me burning them, leave a comment down below. That is a very prohibited thing for a lot of people, so we're going to focus on the normal ones, because this is what most likely you're going to get, at least some of them, because these ones are at a reasonable price, and these ones not so much, and a month, more or less, depending on when this video is published, already passed, and the prices are what they are. Now, I need to talk to you about my experience, or my expectations when I bought this and before playing with them, and then as we unveil them, or like I show you the cards and we just talk about them. In case you're new to this channel, yes, I'm late to the party. Yes, I realize that likely if I want to play test them and do the review on time, the best way of doing it will be just to play on cockatrice or something with the decks as soon as the deck list is revealed. but I really like the commander feel of it. And sometimes, since I normally buy all 4 of them, and please Wizards, don't make more than 4, because when you make 5, it's just impossible to pull these off. When you make 2, I guess we can do something with it, but don't make more than 4. Even more now that you release a commander deck every month, a set of commander decks every month. When you have 4, you can actually play with your entire pod, and your entire pod plays with the decks, so you can see all the decks interact with each other, which is also very cool. Plus, I love playing Magic digitally. I think to a degree that's the future, and it's the more eco-friendly thing and less speculatory. But, we all love cardboard, that's why we're here. So it is what it is. Now, I play with them for a while, and what we're going to do is I'm going to open them. And as I talk about highlights and cards and so on, I will talk about how the deck feels, how it plays, pros, cons. And if you want to see the prices of cards or something like that, just go watch the professor's video, because it's a lot better than anything I could do in my life and a lot more timely. So, if a card I talk about gets your attention, just check the card, I guess. That's kind of the vibe that we go here. It's more of a friend explaining you how it feels to play with the deck. Now, my expectations going into these decks, if you recall correctly, link in the corner or somewhere, we also did the Commander Masters decks. And I remember when I did that video that I was very static with the Commander Masters decks, because I was like, oh boy. Can you imagine like a Commander Masters decks? Like, come on. And they were more expensive, like $80, right? Or something like that. And it was, 60. Well, we don't know because they don't have recommended price. So, but like, I remember going like, man, it has to be freaking crazy. Plus they did this like showcase style that we also have for Modern Horizons 3, which really makes Modern Horizons 3 feel more like Commander Masters 2. Featuring Modern, because some of these things broke Modern. But the thing here is, when I saw this, I was like, oh man. And the thing that gets me the most excited about these Commander decks are 2 things. One, if they are designed by Gavin, like the Doctor Who ones, which to this day, some of my favorite decks ever are in that set. So the designer kind of matters, which is funny because sometimes you know who designed the deck, sometimes you don't know. And I think that Wizards should just publish it more and be like comic books or something. And it's like, oh, this is by Todd McFarlane. You're like, oh, okay, so I want that because I like that artist. So here is similar. It's like everything is play tested at Wizards as a team effort, but whoever leads the set kind of gets more interest from you. Also, that happens with the Commander decks. Obviously, they don't want to do that because they don't want this to become like a Hideo Kojima game kind of thing. But, the other thing that steers me towards the decks is the concepts, right? So, like, everyone can make a +1/+1 deck, and everyone can make a typal deck, or, well, tribal, but now we call them typal because we're cool. So, when they release a new deck, like from Bloomburrow or whatever, and the whole deck is like, well, other birds you control get +1/+1, or like you do new decks or something. It's like, new other humans, that type of thing is interesting. They do a twist here or there, but it is what it is. However, when they do interesting things, like the Doctor Who timey-wimey deck that is like, okay, we're going to go for a weird mechanic and we're going to make it our own, which is the suspend mechanic, that really thrives with me, right? So imagine that you don't know anything about Magic, you're going to the store or you're watching online and you see these 4 decks. Now, the first thing that's going to go into your head is another Eldrazi deck, and apparently it's because people just freaking love Eldrazi and Slivers, apparently, which is why they released those 2 for Commander Masters. And I can tell you, from playing a lot with them, again, both me and my friends having them, Commander Masters is, like, I think that the best deck from Commander Masters, as it is from the box, is the one from Aniktea, the one from Enchantments. The Eldrazi one and the Sliver ones are good, but maybe they are too good, because what happens is at the moment you put the deck box inside on top of the table, people just target you, so it is what it is, and they are not that crazy. And then you have the Planeswalkers one, which I am the only living soul on the planet that actually likes it in so much that I bought 2. Well, actually 3, because the one I play with, the one you saw on the channel, and then another one, just to make like the ultimate version of that deck. And I still wish to this day that the commander from that deck, like whose name I forgot. I have it here. Commodore Guff. See, I even have another one close. This is how much I like this deck. It also helps that no one likes this deck, and it's like $25 or something. So it really helps you, helps your case that no one likes it. And yes, I know playing with Planeswalkers is a thing, but for me it's kind of interesting because you have to defend on 2 barriers. Whatever. That's another video. Check that video. I talk a lot about that. Now, I like those topics, like a 5-color deck with slivers, a no-color deck with Eldrazi's, and then enchantments in a color combination that was missing to have like a strong representative, and then a Planeswalker one. Crazy. Now for Modern Horizons, just by looking at the boxes, okay? Like just looking at the boxes, not the art, but like the description. Because I actually like this new format that Wizards has. It's like, okay, these are the colors, this is the name, these are the strategies, right? Or this is the main topic of the deck, right? Looking at these, you go like, okay, Eldrazi, boring, because, start small, Eldrazi smash. It's like boom, boom, boom. The only thing that really catches your eye is that it's 5 colors plus colorless. So 6-color deck. If you want to consider color as a color, which is the same as saying that white is a color because it's all colors and black is a color because it's no colors, but you get the point. You look at this and go like, well, maybe this is interesting, and this is interesting, we will check in a second. Then the other 3, although the idea is boring because it's Eldrazi again, but Modern Horizons 3's whole focus is on Eldrazi, as you can see in the box that we opened, and the 3 Eldrazi being the main focus again. So we have these 3, and these 3, we're going to talk in a second, but energy counters, which I already talked in the Fallout video, check the Fallout video for that. There was a setup for this one. This is just Graveyard Overdrive. Fill your graveyard, avenge the dead, which is not really what the deck does. We're going to check that in a second. And this one was interesting because you had these twin ladies or something, and it's tricky terrain. Ramp lands, grow value. It's like, well, it's just ramping. And to check that in a second as well. Now, let's start with, I guess, alphabetical order. So C, G, E, T is going to be the alphabetical order. Let's start opening Modern Horizons decks as I talk about them. So first, Creative Energy. Creative Energy is likely the least loved deck of them all. So I guess it's fitting that we're going to open it first. The box is getting smaller and smaller, which I like because it's just wasteful. Battle your friends with powerful creatures and spectacular spells in Commander, blah, 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 with Satya, which is, I have to say, is not the most original name. And it's kind of, I know that it's not Kaldheim. What's the name of the plane that is all steampunky? Cash. God damn it. Cash. I'm getting old. I had to go check the bundle to see the name. So Kaladesh, we know that Kaladesh has these Indian influences. So I guess that's kind of where this thing is going as well. So now they only show you a card, which is the commander. So they are really doubling down on the whole. If you're buying this, you already saw it online, right? Which is kind of weird because then it should be less showy. I don't know. Plus, this is expensive enough so that people just won't buy it because. So, eccentric architect Satya is known for inventing the Aetherflux Reservoir, helping to usher the Great Aether Boom. So, long story short, this is an energy deck, and I have some feelings about it. Pull the plug on your foes. Love it. Let's see what the format is here. So first thing that we have to say, I guess, is the premium commander decks are the same, just with a lot of more foil treatment in the cards, that special foil, and then some cards have this cool new thing, I guess, that is that like special treatment, like wide full art treatment. It's kind of meh. Like also you pay a lot more for a premium deck, which is more or less the same as the Warhammer 40k decks that were like full foil and all that. And they also come with a collector booster sample. They don't come with a full booster. Like, come on, Wizards, come on. Again, to my disappointment, the life counter is just generic, which is, okay, let's be honest. Satya is not going to be, by any means, my most beloved, commander ever, maybe. Aesthetically, I mean, which again, not all planes have to be this weird fantasy thing, right? That's why we have like Duskmourn and Bloomburrow and all that. But not the most appealing look. And then you have two mini dividers or whatever, or tokens or status or whatever. One with the Planeswalker symbol and the other with the set symbol, and just some counters. Planeswalker symbol and +1/+1. Nothing too crazy. And then I'm not going to do this detail for all of them. I'm just going to do it for the first, and then just read the inserts. So, as usual, one thing that I like a lot is that they have at least 2 pieces of art for the commander. Now they have, well, the one in the box, which is the same as the one in the cardboard, which is the same here. So they're getting lazier because they used to do 3, and this is one in the card, if I recall correctly. So Satya the Ether Flux, yeah, and this is the same drawing. So yeah, Wizards. I mean, yeah, I acknowledge it that in Wizards they did like 3 arts and they only use 1 for the card or something, and it was kind of wasteful. But come on, we're losing the magic in Magic the Gathering. Come on, guys. So creative energy. You have the summary here. We're ready to assemble some engines. The energy mechanic makes a return, and there is no shortage of ways to use energy counters through Satya and a host of other outlets. So you can, like, long story short, this is an energy deck. You can choose when to use your energy or just have a lot of energy and use it later down the road. Again, your call. Not much to do here. If you really love energy, it's going to be your thing. If you really don't, you're going to hate this deck with a passion. As the inventor of the Etherflux reservoirs, which, it's kind of a big thing to just drop here. It's like, oh yeah, this guy deserves a commander deck. It's like, well, no shit. Like, I mean, the inventor of the Etherflux reservoirs? Come on. It's one of the 2 figures primarily responsible for ushering the era of the Great Ether boom. So, very important. Through historians tend to overemphasize the role of Avati Via, who discovered who to harness in the first place. They realized it's an equal collaboration. So I guess, like, long story short, I mean, pause it and read it if you want, but I kind of like the angle that they're going for. That is like, that whole Edison Tesla thing? Well, it's like, or like Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak kind of thing. It's like, well, there is another guy that people used to give it more credit to, but actually, this is the guy. Which, depending on how much lore from MTG you read, is either a shameless retcon or just whatever, right? So that's the box, that's the thing. This is an envelope that sadly we're not going to use for anything else. We're going to open the booster in a second. Well, like right away. It's a mini booster, it's a sample booster. It's a lie. You're never going to get anything meaningful from this. So be always wary of that. And whatever you get here is random. Okay, you'll like Fuse Atrocity, the commander of one of the other decks, in this case in a special treatment, which is something that we need to talk about in a second, and then Tireless Provisioner, which is not a bad card at all. Nice. In the foil treatment from the Commander Modern Horizons 2 retro foil thing. So not bad. Not a bad pool for a sample pack. One thing that we need to discuss is what happens here and how sometimes Wizards is just going too fast for their own good. An example of this is related to, well, the type of cards. So the last commander decks we opened, that were not the Fallout ones. So, which, sounds like a long time ago, but it is not. Actually, I'm doing this, like a little bit of like behind the scenes magic from you. I am doing this video, and I am already thinking, oh my god, I am late with Assassin's Creed stuff. And yes, mind you, this is not, I can open this with gloves, yet I continue to insist on doing it so. Mind you, this is not the channel for speedy news. Like, if you want speedy news, you go with Magic Historian, I guess. Which, great guy, good content, great sense of humor. If you want, better reviews or anything, just go to the Prof or the Nitpicking Nerds or something. I don't know. Like, this is the channel of that dude that that just talks a lot about stuff that no one really cares about. So this is the deck, right? And you can already see one thing that they were supposed to not do anymore, which is the plastic card. The plastic card is back, but I'm assuming it's only back for this set. And then from Bloomburrow and Duskmourn is away again. So, or maybe this is a strategy for some cosmic reason. But remember that the idea was like, you don't get this card anymore. In exchange, you get the two commanders in full art, or at least the main commander in full art. And you're like, okay, well, that's cool, I guess. But in this case, Wizards did something that I'm really not a fan of. I actually think that kind of a jackass move, to be honest. Which is, they didn't do that because they want you to buy collector boosters. Like, for example, this card only comes in a collector booster. When we open the Eldrazi Incursion, which is the next one, this is not going to be the art of Ulalek. So, you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. It could come with this card, it would be great, but they're like, no. You get the normal art, which is kind of dynamic. Same happens with Satya, right? Like, it's like a angle drawing. It's not like, normally the commanders are like front and center kind of thing, and he's like doing his own thing. And yes, you have a Satya commander profile card, right? Which is, it has this art. So, you know what I mean? like they just want to bleed you for that. And you may be thinking, well, but if you bought the collector ones, right? The shiny ones, you're not going to have that problem. That's not a problem. And it's like, well, sorry to tell you, it is a problem. Because if you open the other ones, you will realize that all of them come with special treatments, but not those treatments, except the Eldrazi one, which for some reason doesn't come with the foil cards. And they were like, oh yeah, it can't. And it's like, it can. It is in the collector boosters. Like, they said something about the art not being doable for full art or something, and then the cards are in the collector boosters. So it's like, bam. So again, Wizards, I don't care that you do this shit of like, over gachaing the gacha game that you already created. So I don't care that you abuse, because at the end of the day, you just buy it if you want, and if you don't, like, whatever. Like, there are proxies and you can play online, like, you know what I mean? But if you're releasing a premium product, and in the case of the collector boxes, the premium product, why don't you just give me the freaking cards, Wizards? Like, come on. Like, there has to be a limit to that. I mean, yeah, but so that aside, well, the game that we normally play that is like, oh, let's look at the tokens and we can guess what this deck is about. Well, there's not much of a point here, because we already know what the deck is about. Energy. So you have an energy reserve, a bunch of servos, Etherborns, servos, illusions, servos, Phyrexian Mirror, servos, copy, treasure, which is kind of a weird art, copy, gremlin, copy, Thopter, construct, mirror, and Etherborn, Thopter. So you already know what the deck is about. We just need to read the commander. So what is the commander doing? Satya, Etherborn, Genius. For one blue, one red, and one white. It's a legendary creature, human artificer. It has menace and haste, which feels kind of overpowered. Whenever Satya Etherflux Genius attacks, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of up to one other target non-token creature you control. You get 2 energy. At the beginning of the next end step, sacrifice that token unless you pay an amount of energy equal to its mana value. So, you know what this deck is all about. So we're going to see all the other cards, and it's going to become very clear that, it's an energy deck. But Satya is an interesting commander. That it's fun that the characterization that they do for him in the insert is like, oh, he's a mad genius and he's like restless, and this effect is kind of very aggressive, which doesn't feel like, doesn't feel like the guy. It feels like in this image, I don't know what the freaking dude he's doing, but it feels like he's fixing something. It doesn't feel like he's battling. And yet, the card really just is like whenever Satya attacks, you create clones and you keep attacking, and you can keep them if you pay energy, but if not, you just get energy, which is very good. Now, the co-commander or the secondary commander, or whatever you want to call it, is a different beast. In this case, is Keith, Famed Mechanist, which, funny enough, also has a profile or feature or whatever. And I'm divided into which are I like the best. I think that, also fun note, I prefer Satya without the beanie. The beanie just come on, what is this? Magic the Gathering or Parappa the Rapper? So Keith, Fame Mechanist, same cost as Satya. So 1 blue, 1 red, 1 white. Legendary creature, Dwarf Artificer, 3/3. It has Fabricate 1. When this creature enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on it or create a 1/1 colorless servo artifact creature token. Other non-token creatures you control have Fabricate 1, which is crazy, and you can pay 2 and tap her, choose 1. You can either populate or you can proliferate. So Satya is a good commander, but Keith, you can go places with Keith. Because, it creates a colorless servo, and then other non-token creatures you control have Fabricate 1. So, again, non-token creatures, that's the big problem here. Otherwise, this thing could go freaking crazy. But you can just pay 2 and tap her and do either populate or proliferate, plus, other things that have Fabricate. So whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you either create +1/+1s or create more servos, so you have more stuff to do. And that is actually crazy, because Satya, and this is where we're going to spend more time, right? The rest of the cards are where they are, but Satya is more of a focus thing. It's just attack, energy, attack, energy, attack, energy, attack, energy, and just keep adding stuff to your reserves. But Keith is more of a tactical play, I will say. You keep fabricating and you keep adding stuff, and you can populate or proliferate. You can go one roll. Basically, you can have them being bigger because everyone has +1/+1s, or you can just multiply, right? So it's a very crazy engine. Funny enough, they kind of can work together, but I feel like they step on top of each other. If for some cosmic reason you manage to pull both, yes, they benefit from the same because both are using non-token creatures as their fuel, and for sure proliferating increases the energy counters. So it is what it is. But Keith just feels like a more tactical commander, in my opinion. Well, Satya is more boom, 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 let's go. And that is reflected in the deck. So we have some new cards, not a lot of them. It's I think 10 or something like that. 10 or 20, I can't recall correctly, we will see. So Sphinx of Revelation, you can see that the whole thing is, in this deck, is energy, energy, energy. So again, as I said at the beginning, if you like energy tokens, welcome to paradise. If you don't, welcome to hell, because this thing is all about it, right? Whenever you gain life, you get that many energy counters. That's good, although you don't have that many other mechanisms to trigger it as it comes outside the box. Whenever it enters the battlefield, you get more energy. Whenever it attacks, you may pay energy and you do stuff. So all the new cards, or the new specialized cards, are all about, energy. It's kind of obvious. Now, you may be thinking, fun fact, this thing totally goes into the Doctor Who deck, Hourglass of the Lost, because you put a time counter on it, and then you can remove X counters from it, and return stuff from the graveyard to the battlefield. Which kind of doesn't make sense here. I guess it makes sense because you have engines for proliferation, but this card goes strictly right there into the Doctor Who deck. It's whatever. Then again, not because it is an energy deck, everything has to have energy costs, but it kind of has. Otherwise, it feels weird. And you can see that Blaster Hulk, Salvation Colossus, everything does the same, right? You have, whenever they enter, they give you energy, or you can make it cheaper by having energy, and you can use energy to do their secondary abilities or their crazy attacks. That's kind of all about the deck, right? Creature spells you cast have demonstrate. Now, if you cast a creature spell, you may copy it. If you do, choose an opponent to also copy it. This card is kind of weird in this deck because, except for a few cards in this deck, why would you give a copy to your opponent? But it is what it is. Overclocked Electromancer, again, energy. Now, fun fact is, if you recall, when we did the Fallout decks, Gonti's Either Heart, which is great. If you recall, when we did the Fallout Commander decks, I was saying that, it's like, oh, we have an energy deck here, which is a science one, if I recall correctly. And it really feels half-baked, which is interesting. And my prediction back there, it was like a month ago or something, or 2 months or whatever, was like, you know what, this feels like half a deck. Like, cool things are here, but there is not enough, horsepower here. And lo and behold, this is the answer. By the way, Biden of Thassa, which is a card that it's here, I guess, because you have a lot of red things to force the hand of your creatures by attacking right away with haste or whatever. So again, there are some cards here that are useful, but not that much. Like, it becomes a Phyrexian Mirror. Obviously, you need to have some fuel because all your commanders both depend on non-token creatures. You get a Goldspan Dragon here, which is okay, I guess they wanted to add some value to the decks, and this is where you can tell that you can tell when Wizards wants to make a premium product and when they don't, because this card has no reason whatsoever to be in this deck besides the value, right? Like, oh yeah, well, we need to make this deck valuable, otherwise people are not going to buy it. And because Goldspan Dragon doesn't need to be here, it's a treasure token card. Like, this deck doesn't operate with treasure tokens. Like, don't get me wrong, treasure tokens are useful always because mana, right? But like, it doesn't synergize with the rest of the deck besides the whole, well, it's a Goldspan Dragon. Like, the deck has a lot of things like this that is just like, well, I guess you wanted to put some value here, right? Creatures you control have Myriad. It's like, oh, okay. So this is okay because if you combine this with Satya or with Kaith, I don't know what's the right pronunciation, this is actually an interesting multiplication effect. But Akroma's Will as well is like, oh, okay, like, thank you for the card, I guess. So this is one of those instances where, shocklands, or some sort of shocklands, because there's not really a shockland. This is a semi-shockland. Shocklands, you pay 1, go search the actual land. Here is, you can go 1 or the other, and it deals damage to you. So I guess this is also a shockland. Add 1 mana of any color, put a charge counter on Coalition Relic. It's a good thing that you have proliferation in this deck. That's anything that I can say. See, like, Either Works Marvel, thank you for this card. Angel of Invention, thank you for this card. Like, why are they here? Like, okay, it has Fabricate. The theme is like steampunk thing. It's not only energy. Come on, PAX. It's not because of that. It's not because it's an energy deck. All the cards need to be energy cards. But that's the thing. They kind of do. This is the thing that really, like, I will give anything to sit in at the design table when they design these decks. Like Midnight Clock. What is Midnight Clock doing here besides things, I guess, because, like, this could go in any other deck, and yet it is here. Professional Phrasebreaker, that's a very good card. Again, it gives you treasure tokens, so that's cool. Farewell, which now has a counterpart that is actually in one of the other decks. Thank you for giving me removal against everything. But again, the Solemn Simulacrum of all things, like, you can tell, like, the mana is better than in most decks. You have a lot of shocklands, or a kind of shocklands that is like, well, does you 1 damage, and then you have Scry 1 lands. This happens across all the decks. Like, again, precons. So since they are precons, you're not going to get like super duper mega value here because it is what it is. But I will give anything to just sit at the design tables when they are designing these decks, because the more you play Magic, the more you play Commander, the more you see the products being released, the more you kind of can see the story of designing the deck in your head. You know, like how it evolved. Why I'm saying this? Because of the whole philosophy. Like, one thing that we already saw in multiple of our videos is, well, a lot of times the Commander decks have 2 decks inside of it. It's like they tried to do one thing and then they were like, nah, we're not going to commit 100% to it. We're going to do something else. And with First Bubble, Swords to Plowshares, like all the classics, then a bunch of lands, which, you know, not bad. The mana base could be better, but that's always the problem. Like, if you hear me or anyone else being like, oh, the mana base could be better, and you don't get it, and you're like, oh man, like, what do you mean? It has all the mana that you need and all that, and maybe it has too many lands, because, you know, rookie mistake when building a Commander deck is not putting enough lands because you want to put everything else. Actually, the lands is the tricky part in deck building, to be honest, right? So the whole thing with this deck, if you want to see what the difference is between a competitive deck and like a CEDH and a normal deck, just add the expensive lands, and that's suddenly your deck, which is like $100 or $200, suddenly becomes like $500, $1,000, $8,000, because you add all the crazy mana, dual lands, and all that. The mana is what makes the difference. So here is like normal mana, and for this card, it really feels that it's between 2 places. One place is, and funny enough, with this one, right, with Creative Energy, it's a weird dilemma that I haven't felt yet. And we were going to see that in the others, but basically, it's a fun deck, but it feels halfway there. Like, playing with this deck feels like, it doesn't feel that much like a precon. It feels more like you had some cards in your house that were energy cards, and you get this new commander that is energy based, and you're like, oh, I'm going to build a deck around this commander, and you have some energy cards, so you do kind of half of your deck, and then the other half of your deck, you are like, I guess I better put the best cards that I have in these 3 colors, and you put like Goldspan Dragon, the other Angel, all the mana base that you can pull. Is like, okay, cool, Solemn Simulacrum, like just pull like all the hits, which is interesting because that's weird. Like, normally, again, Commander decks, you can check this in like all the previous Commander decks that we reviewed, it always feels like 2 clear defined themes, like, oh, like +1/+1s, and then these things, like, and normally you can feel the difference between the 2 commanders. Like, the 2 commanders kind of pull separate ways, and you can tell like, okay, the deck is like 50% this one and 50% this one, or like 70% this one, 30% this one. And sometimes, which is even worse, is like 33, and then something else, which is like other cards that don't really sit with any of the commanders. In this case, both commanders cost the same, and they kind of use the same resources. They just go at different angles about it. Like, Satya is all about attacks, and you can just switch them freely. Like, the deck will work with both of them, which is kind of a problem. If you can do that, that means that the deck is not, you know, fully optimized for any of them. Like with Satya, it will work, it will force you to attack, and it will put more emphasis on energy, while Kaith, I don't know, it's all about spawning things and just adding more value on your board in exchange for, you know, proliferating from time to time. Obviously, you can optimize them greatly, and Kaith is the type of thing that if you have, you know, things that multiply triggers, or you can untap her just to tap her again, her abilities are very good, because populate and proliferate are certainly good. Now, the deck kind of feels 50-50 in the sense that you have a lot of energy cards, and you have a lot of, I don't know, artificer cards, which is like, you know, servos and machines and shit like that, which is like, okay, but this is by all means, an energy counters deck. Creative energy, energy counters. It's all about energy. Everything says energy. The guy is the guy that invented the whole energy thing. So, like, what's my problem with this deck? Well, when you play this deck, you realize that it's not a bad deck by any means. I mean, it all depends always on the price point that you get these decks. Like this deck, for the normal price of a commander deck, $35, it's like, okay, pretty good deck. But for more than that, it's like, even more, because it doesn't feel premium. It feels premium in terms of reprints, and that was one of the big things when it was released. It's like, oh, but it has cards that you can sell. I mean, if you're into that, sure. But and amazingly, you can actually remove those cards from the deck, and the deck still works. Because what you're going to do is you need to get this deck and the Science deck from Fallout and just mix and match. Because funny enough, both of them are blue, red, and white. So, it's in the cards. Like a lot of the cards that are going to be an extra, if you don't want the value cards, are basically like cards that are doing whatever, or the value cards. Like there are a lot of treasure tokens and stuff like that is like, why is this here? And it really feels, more than any other deck that we have done so far, it really feels like, oh yeah, we just added them because we needed to add value to these decks, because people look at how much the cards inside are valued, and therefore the stores can make the price difference. Now, in defense of the stores, even though I don't like scalpers is another thing. Like, even though I don't like scalpers, the thing that you have to understand is, even a normal store, even if they don't want to scalp you, they kind of need to scalp you. And why do I say this? Well, the reason I said this is as follows. There are two types of store owner, right? You have the store owner that, also is a sneaky seller player, which is like, he knows what this is. Like, if it's like a local game store, obviously they know what this is. Like, it's not like, oh, okay, a new product. It's not like a supermarket or something, like a toy store. It's like, oh, okay, another Magic product, and they don't care. No, they obviously know what's inside, what product this is, and what the release is. Now, Wizards sells them these things at a premium because these are better decks, and they have to sell them at a premium because these are better decks. Now, the fun thing is, when the store buys the commander decks, they come like the box I showed you at the beginning. It's an entire box that comes with all the, decks. So what happens is, if everyone wants this deck and no one wants this deck, this is the same box. So let's say that, I don't know, let's assume in a perfect world, it's like, okay, each deck, I don't know, $30 retailer cost, I don't know. It is more, actually. It's like 40 something because these are more expensive. But let's assume $40, right? So retailer price, $40. Let's assume it's less, but you get the point. So $40, and it's like, okay, so you buy the entire box, and it's like, okay, so 40 times 4, 160. So $160, which is not, again, like, likely for them is like 30, 20 something, the entire box, like per deck or something, right? So, but again, well, let's assume $20 for easiness. Like, okay, so if each deck is $20, which is not, but you have 4, so $80. They buy the box for $80. Now they're putting them on sale. What happens? Everyone wants this, no one wants this. So they know that they need to sell, I don't know, they will sell 10 of these, but maybe they're going to sell 1 of these to someone like me or someone that really likes energy tokens or something. So if they buy 10 boxes, they're going to have a surplus of 10 here, or 9 or whatever, because everyone wants this and maybe the other one, but no one wants this. So what stores do a lot of times to compensate for the dead stock is they scalp you, right? Because that's the logical option. The less logical option is, if they don't do it, then let's be honest, for a store, it's a lot better to just receive these on the date that they receive the boxes, open them, sell the cards individually, get a lot of money from them, and that's it. Because these decks are made in a way that before the decks are released, the cards inside are always, or most of the times, more valuable than the entire deck. So if you're a big card store, yes, you can just, and a lot of card stores do this. They just buy a bunch of them, open them, sell the cards individually before the date or right in the day. They make some cash, and then they have some to sell closed. And the ones that they have to send closed, they have to compensate, because if this box with the 4 of them cost me, I don't know, $100, I need to make money on this. And this sold right away, but this is going to sit there for a long time, and likely they will have to drop the price. So this deck, maybe no one wants it for 60. So maybe I have to put it at 50, and no one wants it for 50. So maybe I have to put it at 40 or 35, and I put it at 35, and it starts selling. But actually, in this case, no one will put it that cheap because of the cards that it has inside. Because again, Wizards put value in the cards, and the stores are not stupid. So there is that. But let's say that this one sits at 50. They are not going to sell it less than 50 because they know the cards are inside, but no one's going to buy it. This one, they're going to buy it, and they know the cards that are inside. But even if the cards are not valuable, they are going to, put the price up because they want to compensate the rest of the decks that are in the same box. So they charge you 100 and something for this, and when someone buys it because they're like, oh my god, Eldrazi and all that, you kind of already made for the losses that they're going to have with the other decks, right? So that's kind of the logic that happens here. And that's why this is a complicated market. The second-hand market, or the secondary market, is just crazy. Even the stores are part of it. It's all a big mafia made of gacha. And you will think that in these products, of all freaking Magic products, these ones will be the ones with less speculation, because you can actually see the cards, and they reprint this to no end. Like, there's no special edition, there's no Warhammer collaboration, there's no Doctor Who collaboration. This is just decks for Magic. Like, there's no point. They can make them more expensive because Wizards won't acknowledge the price of the cards in the market, but they know the price of the cards in the market. So also the stores do. So they're going to make it more expensive, right? But it is what it is, and that's kind of the situation. In this case, Eldrazi Incursion, the next one alphabetically, because E, G, right? F, exactly, yeah. So let's see, same logic, not that much text, because they know what is here. Is like, according to legend, Ulalek is an Eldrazi that has only ever appeared once and reflects properties of the Titans Ulamog and Kozilek, which is a crazy way for Wizards to say, okay, we know we have 3 big Eldrazi. We know we put the 3 big Eldrazi in the main set, but we need to sell these. But we don't want to put, Ulamog, Kozilek, or I forgot the name of the other one. Damn it! We don't want to put any of the 3 big ones in the box. So we make a fusion. Why not, right? What's the text in the bottom? The end of the rainbow and all life. Now, this is an interesting concept, right? If creative energy is a deck that will just burn your time, because it's it's a big mana play deck. It's all about energy, and likely for it to be at its best potential, you need the Fallout decks. You don't need the Fallout, but you need the Fallout decks. If you want to quickly assemble a very good deck, just buy the 2. Otherwise, of course, hunt the singles that you want, and you will get a very interesting, deck. But there are not that many energy cards. You know what I mean? A lot of them got new ones for Commander, got done for Fallout, and now for that one. So here's same logic. Cool art. I think it's my favorite art because it's the less human-like, it's the more creative one, I guess. Same with the counters. Nothing too creative going on here. Now for the insert, the magic insert. We do love our inserts in this channel. Cool art. This is the card that can be extended. Wink, wink. Ulalek fused Atrocity. The Planeswalker Ugin once compared the appearance of Eldrazi on a plane to the appearance of hands being dipped into a pool of water. That said, Olalek is what happens when two Eldrazi Titans dip into a plane at the same location from the Blind Eternities, an amalgamation of Ulamog and Kozilek lineages. Olalek's presence amplifies both the innate tendencies of... It's a fusion, guys. We know you like Dragon Ball Z, so there you go. Ulalek has only ever appeared once on a plane that has long since been reduced to a drained husk and whose name has faded from memory, aka convenient. Since then, it's unknown if Ulalek as a being still exists, or if it came apart once aspects of Ulamog and Kozilek that made it up withdrew back into the Blind Eternities. Now, as far as this deck goes, you can see that there is not much text there because the Eldrazi are back on the rise. Is another Eldrazi deck, guys. And in this case, the only difference is that, well, you actually have color in this deck, so you can actually do an Eldrazi deck that uses color cards, because remember, your commander deck is limited to the colors that your commander has on the card. It doesn't have to be the mana cost, but it has to be on the card. And that means that every time you need to do an Eldrazi commander, that's it, you need to play colorless. Now let's see the collector booster sample, let's see what we get. So in the other one, we got Ulalek, so maybe it's fair that in this one we get Satya, but that's only in a perfect world. Let's see what's up. Well, we got Kudo, so that's another commander. Kudo, King Among Bears, which is cool. And technically, this is also a card, like Wizards is doing this a lot, which is they are forecasting other sets. So we know that there is a bear card and there are a lot of bear combinations in Bloomburrow. So they are already being like, yo, you're going to use this one with the ones in Bloomburrow? It's like, sure, yes, thank you. And then Accursed Marauder, which is in foil and beautiful and kind of crazy because they are just too shiny. So not bad. The not badness continues. And then what the deck is about. So the cards, you have the card list online, so we're just going to talk about the biggest hits and how does it feel to play with this deck. Now, interesting, because I was not very excited about this deck, which, well, maybe you can tell, but the reason why I wasn't that excited about this deck is actually funny. It sounds like a Splinter in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. I made that funny. So the reason why I say that this thing is what it is because, you know, first time I see the magic trick, I go, the second time I go, okay, I guess, like, you know, whatever, like, I don't care. In this case, let's see what the deck is all about, besides, you know, Eldrazi, Spirit, Eldrazi, Spirit, copy, Eldrazi Angel, which is kind of a cool token, not gonna lie. Doesn't look that much like an Eldrazi, to be honest, besides the fact that it has some tentacles and so on. But so it is. Copy. Eldrazi Angel. Copy. Shapeshifter in a interesting, cool art. Eldrazi Spawn. Eldrazi Scion. 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 Which, once you see the commander, you're going to get it. So, what's up with this? I have two cards. Interesting plays on both. So Ulalek, I guess, Fused Atrocity. So it costs 5 colorless and or colors. So you can just choose what you pay for it and how many colors you want to play in your deck. It is devoid, so it has no color, which is cool. And whenever you cast an Eldrazi spell, you may pay 2 colorless. If you do, copy all the spells you control. Then copy all activated and triggered abilities you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. So this is why people are going crazy for this commander. Again, there is kind of a mixed bag of feelings here because you read this and you go, oh, right? Like, I mean, this is a perfect Magic the Gathering card and it's not that expensive. So it's 5 colorless, or you can just put colors in there. So depending on how you build your deck, is, not that difficult to pull. You can pull it fairly fast. And if you have the normal, Eldrazi mana engines, like the Commander Masters deck had, you can actually go faster than turn 5 to call your commander. Now, to compensate, Ulalek apparently is, not very big or strong because it's only a 2/5, which for an Eldrazi is kind of bam, 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 bam. But whenever you cast an Eldrazi spell, if you pay 2 more, which is kind of crazy because Eldrazi spells are already kind of expensive. Well, two more, no, two colorless, which is specific. Like, remember, colorless and generic are not the same, even though both are gray. If you do, you copy all the spells you control, and then copy all activated triggers abilities you control, which is, it can cascade crazy, which is funny because the other Eldrazi commander from the Commander Masters was all about cascade. So this is a thing that sounds very powerful, but I have to do a disclaimer here. If you are not a commander player that enjoys doing math and, switching things and don't buy this deck. You're not going to enjoy it, and your co-players are not going to enjoy it because, again, whenever you play a Eldrazi spell, to pay 2 more, and you copy everything you have. Spells, that means monsters. Well, monsters. What is this, Yugi? It means creatures, it means enchantments, artifacts. Everything is a spell in Magic, remember that, except for lands. And you can copy all other activated and trigger abilities. So this is a lot of triggers. This is a very painful card to trigger every time. And if you don't know your deck and you're not good at, mental math, just to be okay, this, your turns are going to be very long and people are going to hate you a lot. I can tell you because the first time I played with this, I was like, so this isn't that because I didn't know the deck. Now after that, it's okay, right? But kind of crazy. Now the second commander is not as pretty, or is prettier depending on your taste, I guess, is Aslak or Aslask, the Swelling Scourge, or whatever. It costs 3 generic, so completely different shift compared to Ulalek. As a legendary creature, Eldrazi is a 2/2, and whenever Aslask, the Swelling Scourge, I love how they really have to put the tongue twisters in here, or another colorless creature you control dies, you get an experience counter. And then you pay 1 from each color. Again, this can be swapped as your co-commander. I just don't like it when the co-commander is not compatible with the deck at all, because you need to, it doesn't work. In this case, it is, because again, it has the symbols here. That's the thing that a lot of people don't know. For you to use colors from your commander, it doesn't need to be here, it needs to be anywhere in the card, so this counts. Creatures you control get +X+X until the end of turn, where X is the number of experience counters you have. Scions and spawns you control gain Indestructible and Annihilator 1 until the end of turn, which is kind of crazy. Now, different play, right? Ulalek is all about more Eldrazi, paying more, copying everything, craziness. Aslask is... it's a thing that is there. I think this is more playable because it's cheaper and you can do some plays, and it's also 5 colors. It's more compatible with other Eldrazi things. I mean, both are very Eldrazi, friendly, but it's not like they are bound to this deck forever. They are pretty much compatible with everything, but every time a creature dies, you get an experience counter. Now, experience counters implies that this deck plays different from this one, or like this commander plays different from this one, and the deck goes in completely different directions, because here you want to keep stuff on the board and copy it, and then maybe you want to sacrifice the copies, in which case if you have both on the battlefield, this is perfect. This is the dynamic duo. One will copy everything, which then you can sacrifice, and when you sacrifice things, you get experience counters, which in turn, when you pay the mana, you can, go crazy, and everything has Annihilator and so on. So they kind of play well each other. But this is a completely different type of deck. Like here you want to copy and build, and here you just want to put your commander ASAP on the board and then start destroying stuff, while you get the 5 color mana to just trigger it once and twice and thrice, and just get your Scions and Spawns with Indestructible, so they're not going to die, which doesn't trigger the first ability, but they get Annihilator 1, so you're going to destroy a bunch of other things. So different plays. Now that's interesting because the deck And I think that's also one of the reasons why this deck is that expensive, is because it's, it enables you to go 5 colors, or 6 if you want to count colors as a color, and then it can go both ways. Like both cards play the same, so the deck feels more cohesive compared to the other decks, because it's just Eldrazi. That's basically it's a tribal deck, right? But with Eldrazi, and people love Eldrazi because Hulk smash. Literally, the people love Eldrazi because of what says in the box, Eldrazi smash. Like they know their audience. Like that, I need to give that to them. People just love Eldrazi because, oh, it's a 10-10 for 10. That's crazy. And it looks like Artorias for some reason. And it's Ulamog's Dreadsire. Creature Eldrazi Vigilance has Ward. Sacrifice a permanent with mana value 1 or greater, which is great. And you can tap it and create a 10-10 colorless Eldrazi creature token. So once you have it, you don't need to attack with it. You can just tap it and just create more Eldrazi's and just spawn them against your enemy, which if your commander is any of them, you can see the combinations here. But with Aslask, every time they try to destroy it, you get more value. And then you have things with colors, right? So even though they have the void, because it is what it is. When you cast this spell, for each opponent, you choose a creature that player controls, create a token that's a copy. So you copy a lot of things, both yours and from other people. But besides that, is quote unquote a normal Eldrazi deck, in the sense that it's just like go big, go boom, and that's it. Target creature you control gains protection from each color at the end of turn, and overload for and 1 colorless. And it has flavor text, people. Like we have flavor text in some of these cards, which is crazy. Selective Obliteration. Each player chooses a color, then exile each permanent unless it's colorless or it's the only color you control. So again, as with the other Eldrazi deck, you have a lot of cards here that really lean on the whole color thing, because you're like, hey, I have no colors. And the cards that have colors have the void. So it's like, like, oh, this is white. It's like, nope, it's not white, it's the void, so no color. This is an interesting one, Eldrazi Angel, Angelic Aberration. This is the reason why you have the Eldrazi Angel tokens. Bismuth Min Render. The void again, so you have like 1 from each color, I think. Yeah, red, black, blue. I think there is a green somewhere here in the new cards. There you go. So you have 1 from each color. It's kind of a cycle, and they put the entire cycle in the deck. It's not a cycle in the sense that they do the same, just changing the color that it works, but it's a cycle in the sense that it's like, okay, it's the card. Because, for example, Hideous Taskmaster has nothing to do with anyone else in terms of like, the void has Trample, Haste, Annihilator 1, which everyone loves Annihilator. You can tell that Wizards is being shy with Annihilator in the commander decks, because they're like, oh, it has Annihilator 1. This is crazy. This one has Annihilator 2. It's like, Wizards, just go full commander. It has Annihilator 6, like the previous Eldrazi's of all time. And they're like, no, because people don't like Annihilator in commander. It's like, well, they don't like land destruction either. Just man up. Whenever you attack, choose other. Even again, interesting effects, a lot of weird plays, and you have big Eldrazi and small Eldrazi, which is is interesting because these color combinations allow you for smaller Eldrazi, right? And Ugin is here because it's like colorless. Get me some Ugin. Like Ugin is always in these freaking decks because he's the colorless boy, right? He's the one that started this whole thing. And it has the crazy ability, colorless spells you cast cost 2 lives to cast. And then you have Ugin's Labyrinth, which is a very expensive card, which I think we pulled actually in the video. Check video in here. But, great colorless spirits. That's where you have spirits, Eldrazi Conscription. You could technically, because you may be thinking it, you could be thinking, wait, can I mix this deck and the other? Because you just said, like, if you mix the Fallout deck with the Energy deck, you get a full deck. So does that happen here? Like, if I mix this Eldrazi deck with the Commander Masters Eldrazi deck, do I get a full deck? And that's interesting because I played with this one a couple of times, and then I was like, wait a second, and then I pulled the other one. I didn't mix them because I have a Shapeshifter, because why not? I didn't mix them in the sense that, I didn't like destroy both decks. to get one cohesive one. But I was looking, like playing with one and playing with the other. They are compatible, but they are kind of different decks, and it feels like if you replace half of the cards here with half of the cards in the other commander deck, in the other Eldrazi commander deck from Commander Masters, it doesn't feel right, because if you notice, a lot of the cards here are kind of cheap, right? And the other deck is not like the other deck had, all expensive cards, but expensive in terms of like mana value, not economic value, financial value. But the other was really leaning into your, your commander having Cascade. So it was playing cool, like, oh, you have Cascade, right? It's like, since you have Cascade, no one cares. You're going to cheat things as fast as possible. You're going to just try to rat your way out, right? Olamox Crusher, because why not? I remember the first time I saw this card, it was like, ooh, I wasn't that good at Magic. And, Beginner's Trap. Just like one color mana from each. Then you have a lot of dual lands and stuff like that. So the mana base here is not that bad. But this deck plays completely different from the point that, this one is not fully colorless like the other. So the other had some interesting lands that you may want to put in here, because they are not here. You have a lot of flexibility here, a lot of changelings and stuff like that, and add to colorless and stuff like that. So some mana dogs, which is interesting for an Eldrazi deck, but you don't have like Urza's Factory or whatever the name of the 3-card combo is. So you can put those cards in here. They will work, but at the same time, you will feel kind of dirty, because this deck is all about having colors as well, even though they are devoid. So that's an interesting combination. Now, my summary here for this deck feels more interesting than the previous one on paper. On practice, funny, because this one says start small, Eldrazi Smash, yet the other one feels a lot more like Eldrazi Smash. This one feels like Eldrazi clone. Like, it has a lot of copies and stuff like that. So the idea is that you multiply in horizontally, not vertically. Yes, you have powerful cards, but it's not like, Olamox Crusher and so on. But you look at this and you see all those arms and you go like, oh, Eldrazi Smash. And you're like, oh man, he's going to have like the biggest, chunkiest cards. Like, it doesn't really. Like, this deck is all about copying, going horizontally, and either accumulating or sacrificing, depending on which commander you go with. And that's it. Really, like, there is no... Like, it feels Eldrazi Smash in the sense that it is simple enough. I think that the main commander will, like, is kind of a pain in the ass if you don't know what the deck does, and you have to, like, play your turn fast, otherwise people are going to hate you. But it's not very complex. It's just there, which is interesting. Like, I get what this is the most expensive deck and why people go crazy about it, but at the same time, it's like, guys, it's, Monster Go Boom, like, it's not the most creative deck ever. If anything, the color thing feels interesting for you to expand on it, and because now you're able to put color cards in an Eldrazi deck with an Eldrazi commander, and you can go crazy with your color cards, but it can backfire because a lot of the new cards are like, well, choose colors or stuff like that, right? So you can actually bite yourself because the cards that are in the deck are devoid, so they don't feel the colors, if you know what I'm saying. So kind of interesting. It I don't know. It feels. It's not like it's a brain dead deck, but it's just like, well, I'm playing Eldrazi. Like, I don't know. I really feel like a hipster by saying, like, I don't know what you people see in that deck. Like, the deck is very simple. I don't get the point. Now, this one, no rest for the restless, with Disa the Restless. Disa is that Kil'jaedoran explorer from Dominaria's Ice Age with a rare talent for timing the ferocious Lurgoyf. So the Lurgoyf and all these creatures. So you saw that, but remember when we saw the box, we only saw this, and we saw fill your graveyard, eventually, and you're like, okay. The moment we saw that this thing had anything to do with Yorgoyfs, because it's in the description of the card, people went crazy. And for some people, this is the best deck. For some people, this is the worst deck. There is no middle point there. Jump them out. Yes, ma'am. So, not a fan of the art in the box. Nothing against the artist. I think the art as is amazing. Is more than a picture, actually. But it doesn't resonate with me. I don't know. So same logic here for the dividers or counters or whatever. Same for the counters in here. Deck. Deck box and so on. Everything. It's good all. The life counter that is boring because they don't care about it anymore. Which is, come on, Wizards. Come on. They simplify the drawings. The life counter doesn't have the commander anymore. Like, what is this? Inserts here. Very quickly. Nice art here of These Are the Restless. Was a Kishidorian Explorer. I love it when they release commanders that are dead because it reminds you that Magic is past, present, and future. Ice Edge on Dominaria. Apparently, this lady is referred in the lore text of other cards, so this is why we shouldn't abandon lore text or flavor text, people. Thought she had encountered Urgoyfs beyond the Javima River before. It wasn't until her travels to Findorn Forest where she gained more first-hand experience on them. Boba. She's the lady that whispered to the Urgoyfs, apparently. And how do you play these? In a very weird fashion. It's time to Jun them out. Jun is the color combination, right? Jun is a shard of Alara, but is also a lifestyle. Play the strongest cards, Eke, every ounce of value out of them, and use all of your resources to succeed. In this deck, the most important asset is your graveyard. Try to fill it with all kinds of creatures and card types to grow your Urgoyf army with the help of Disa the Restless and overwhelm your opponents. Now, you're either gonna love or hate this deck, brother. Like, there is no middle ground here whatsoever. Let me just... I'm just going to open this before we open the commander deck, because I need to put... There you go. This goes in here. This goes in there. Let me just remove all the cardboard. And now let's see what the sample booster is all about. There you go. Guide of Souls, not bad. Human Cleric, whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life and you get 1 energy. This is from the first deck, so I guess. And Null Elemental Blast, which is a very Eldrazi card to have in your deck. Choose 1, counter target multicolor spell or destroy target multicolor permanent, which is not bad, and in foil. So, what is this deck all about? Let's see the tokens and let's try to find out. So, these are the Restless, and then you have Tarmogoyf. It's like, what? They have a Tarmogoyf token, but not a Tarmogoyf creature card, which is funny as hell. Tarmogoyf power is equal to the number of card types among all graveyards, and toughness equal to the number plus 1. So, literally, is a Tarmogoyf, but it's just in token shape. So they didn't give you the Tarmogoyf, but they give you tokens of it, which is a thing. So you see this, like look at this progression. You see this and you go like, oh, Tarmogoyf? Oh, this is going to be a Goyf deck? They're like, okay, Goblin, interesting. Goblin, interesting. Saproling, interesting. Dragon, okay, that's interesting. Treasure, cool. Zombie, insect. Beast with Death Touch, which is the best type of beast. A Shapeshifter, which is a changeling. Then another dragon. You're like, okay, interesting. Shapeshifter. Then Garruk Apex Predator, which is like... Or Predator, which is like... Sorry, what? Garrus is in this deck? It's like, yes, man. Saproling, another dragon, and a copy. And you can already kind of see what's going to be the problem with this deck, sadly. Let's see the commanders. So you have 2. These are the Restless and Koram the Undertaker. They don't cost the same, sadly. So these are the Restless costs 2, 1 black, 1 red, 1 green, and is a human scout that is a 5/6, which is not bad. And it reads, whenever a Lurgoyf permanent card is put into your graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, put it onto the battlefield. This is already a problem because you saw that we have 3 tokens for Tarmogoyf, and we don't have any Tarmogoyf. So if those die, you don't get any benefit from this, because remember, tokens don't go to the graveyard, which is, it is what it is. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a Tarmogoyf token. Which, you know, once you get some, you lose some. It's like, okay, cool. So this is all about having a lot of Urgoyfs, getting them die, I guess. Whenever in anywhere other than the battlefield, so whenever you discard or whatever, you put into the battlefield, which is okay. And whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to the player, you create a Tarmogoyf, which is okay. Then Koram, the Undertaker, is slightly cheaper. So 1 black, 1 red, 1 green is a 0/5 human warrior. And you can see how this changes the play. Basically, Koram, the Undertaker, gets +X+0, where X is the greatest power among creature cards in all graveyards. Whenever Koram attacks, each player mills a card, and during each of your turns, you may play a land and cast a spell from among cards in graveyards that were put in there from libraries this turn. So, completely different play styles, and sadly, even though I like the main commander, you will see in a second why this deck is really not fit for one thing more like so for the other. So, if you see this and you see the Tarmogoyf tokens, and it says whenever a Lurgoyf permanent is put into the graveyard from anywhere under the battlefield, what comes into your head? 2 things come into your head. So, thing number 1, we have a bunch of Lurgoyfs, that's crazy. And thing number 2, we have a bunch of cards to circumvent or to send stuff from my hand to the graveyard or so on, because, you know, then I can cheat them into the battlefield. Because, again, this is the main commander. Now, if you see Koram is more of a generic commander that is kind of nice, and it kind of fits the deck, but it can't fit any deck with these colors, really, because, you know, it gets +X+0, where X is the greatest power among creature cards in all graveyards, so you just want to make people mill, and you need to play him later down the game, or just after milling a bunch of your creatures, because it's a 0/5, and you need to get that greatest power. Again, it's the greatest power, not a sum of powers or anything like that. So if your enemy is playing with Eldrazi's, for example, this is amazing. Trust me, that happened. That's why it's cool to play with the 4 decks at the same time. But whenever it attacks, each player mills a card, which is good because it fits him. And then you can play lands and cast a spell from among cards in graveyards that were put into libraries this turn. So this is a very good engine. Doesn't have anything to do with your Lurgoyf's thing. But the deck also forgot that this is a Lurgoyf thing, because you have some cards here like that have, you know, this has Cascade, is like cool. Then it has Haste, is like cool, I guess, and then it has Escape. So it's a very flexible card. It's a very modern card, I guess, but which it fits. It's Modern Horizons, but it's like 3, 1 red, 1 green. You can exile 3 other cards from your graveyard, which is kind of counterintuitive because of the Lurgoyfs and Tarmogoyfs and all that. And this card comes from the graveyard, which is okay because it has Cascade, so you can try and pull something else. But it's like, sorry, are we playing Cascade? It's like, well, you can play Cascade. It's like, okay, cool, I guess. So let's go with the next one. It's like Broodmate Tyrant. It's like, cool, very expensive dragon, 4, 1 red, 1 black, and 1 green, 5/5. It's like, well, but it's okay because when it enters the battlefield, you create another dragon. There's a 5/5 with dragon, and you can do Encore. It's like, okay. So that's why we have so many dragons. That's okay. However, you can see how none of these cards so far, these are the new cards, they don't really match the commanders, do they? Like, Tempt with Mayhem. Tempting Offer, choose target instant sorcery spell, each opponent may copy that spell if you may choose any target for the copy you control. It's like, okay, cool card, I guess. Gluttonous Hellkite. This is interesting because Gluttonous Hellkite costs XX, 1 black, 1 red, 1 green. So this card can get very expensive very fast. It's a 3/3. But when you cast this spell, each player sacrifices X creatures. Gluttonous Hellkite enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters. on it for each creature sacrificed this way. So it's expensive to pull, and the cheapest you can do is basically for 5, and that means that everyone sacrifices 1 creature, because it says each player, so it includes you. But if you actually have mana for it, you can kind of do a board wipe and then have a big-ass dragon that kind of can clean the thing. But it doesn't have haste, so it has flying and trample. So only in the next turn, sits there as a target. It happens. This is a good engine for the other cards because it fits the graveyard, and that's okay. But again, feels like we're playing some other deck that doesn't have those commanders, which is weird. Then you have a Pyrogoyf, and it's like, cool, a Goyf, 4 cards in, because these are the new cards. The Pyrogoyf power is equal to the number of card types among cards in all graveyards, and its toughness is equal to that number plus 1. Cool. Whenever Pyrogoyf or another Urgoyf creature enters the battlefield under your control, that creature deals damage equal to its power to any target. This is very cool. Great. Then Polygoyf, you have another Urgoyf creature. Great. Trample and Myriad. And then its power is equal to the number of cards in all graveyards, and its toughness is equal. Okay, great. Amazing. Barrowgoyf. So we're getting, this is like a sliver deck, but with Goyfs, which is great. Sadly, we only have 3 colors. There is not like a 5-color Goyf deck, but we're there. So Barrowgoyf, cool as well. They're not that expensive either, right? 3/1, 2/1, 2/1. Death Touch, Lifelink. So Barrowgoyf power is equal to the number of cards in your graveyard and the plus number 1, right? So same logic for everyone. Whenever Barrowgoyf deals combat damage to the player, you may mill that many cards. If you do, you may put a creature card from among them into your hand, which not bad, right? And then you have a dinosaur. If it starts with damage to the chosen player, a permanent they control, it deals double the damage instead. It's like, okay. And then a lizard. And, Final Act. This card is kind of crazy. This is the Farewell, but in black, which is very good, very interesting. And then Siege Guy Lieutenant, which is interesting. But again, you see the thing here, right? Like, Final Act is very good in this deck because, again, destroy all creatures that just fills the graveyard. That's right up your alley. Or if you want... Well, you can exile the graveyard, but that will be against yourself. Just clean the board and in your favor. That's very good. But, a lot of other cards are just like, okay, like Tarmogoyf Nest. Okay, this is cool because you can just... It's an aura, so you can create a Tarmogoyf token. This is great. But we don't have Tarmogoyf cards, so just buy one. It's kind of expensive. They didn't want to... Like, Exterminator Magmark, which doesn't fit thematically at any point with the rest of the deck. I'm going more card by card on this deck because I need you to understand something. Like, this deck is the one that people are the most divided about. Whenever I play with it, I see people talking about it, etc. Like, everyone agrees that the energy deck is the worst and the Eldrazi one is the best. Or, well, there's some debate because some people actually say that this one is the best. Some people say that the other one is the best. But this one is either the worst or the best. There is no middle point. And when you see these cards, you get it. Because whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets only one single non-land permanent your opponent controls, if another opponent controls one or more non-land permanents that spell will target, choose one of those permanents, copy that spell. The copy targets the chosen permanent. And it's like, okay. And you can regenerate it from 1/1 black, which is like, cool. And then you have Liliana of all freaking people. You have a Planeswalker here, Liliana Death's Majesty, which, is great. Great card, not gonna lie. This is why we have zombies in here. But, because it mills cards, so I guess that's, that's what you want. It's just a Planeswalker sitting there, which doesn't make much sense. Destroy target on a permanent and all other permanents with the same name as that permanent, which is good for tokens, I guess. And that's it, because you're in Commander. Junji, the Midnight Sky. Again, it's kind of there. Everyone discards cards, and the graveyard to the battlefield. You know what I mean? Like, Garruk is here. That's why we had the insignia or whatever token it is, right? And then River Cleaver. Cool, I guess. Temple of Malady. See what I mean? Like, I'm just going to move faster now, but you have a Urgoyf, and it's like, well, that's crazy. Look at that drawing. Power is equal to blah, blah, blah. Very basic. Selvala is here. which is like, okay, like thank you, I guess. Kessing's Wolf Ruin, Archon of Cruelty. Okay, because this card's a card, so you just want to, again, like, and then you have Grist as well, because why not? Like, again, let's be fair here, right? I'm not dumb, you're not dumb. Necrogoyf, see, like, basically, you don't have that many Goyfs, but there are not that many Goyfs in this deck. I think there are like 8 or 10 Goyfs in a 100 card deck. So your commander is not going that crazy. I think it has more dragons and dinosaurs put together than it has Goyfs. I need to do the math on that. But, you know, you have some mana, you have some flexibility, you can destroy things, right? Like again, we're not dumb. We know what this deck is trying to do, right? What this deck is trying to do is, okay, you either have to mill yourself, mill everyone else, destroy things, send things to graveyard. Because the moment you have things in your graveyard, your power is going to increase. And the moment your power increases, you can start playing your game. Like, you will own the game, you know what I mean? Like, welcome, X-Men to die, right? Like another Urgoyf, Altar of the Goyf. Like, I love it that they reclaim such an old name as the Urgoyfs, right? Lightning Greaves, right? It has some good reprints here as well. Like, all of these decks have like fairly good reprints, let's be honest. But again, like, you saw all these cards, right? I wanted to put some emphasis in here because you saw those cards. I was like, I don't know, 8 Goyfs at most? Cool. Whenever a Urgoyf permanent card is put into your graveyard from anywhere else, it's like, eh? Like, so the first ability from your commander is going to be used 8% of times or something like that. Like, because 100 cards, 8 cards are Urgoyf, so 8% of times you're going to use the first ability, which is okay, and only if you discard them from other plays that is not combat, which is weird because you will want to have the Goyfs in combat as fast as possible because the whole thing is about the graveyard. So it's like, whatever. And then whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to the player, you create a Tarmogoyf. And it's like, well, that's good. The first effect is just there, I guess, in case you lose a Goyf along the way. And you can cheat it out, but they are not that expensive as creatures, so it's kind of whatever. The second effect is more important. You can just do multiple Tarmogoyfs, which is good because you can have an army of Tarmogoyfs or something like that in Commander where you can only have a copy of Tarmogoyf. So having Tarmogoyf tokens in, you know, a deck that forces everyone to play with the graveyard is very good. But it's, I kind of stop thinking that like half the Commander is not really. And you can be thinking like, oh, well, but no, like playing with the deck, you feel that a lot. Like the first ability, sometimes I even forget the first ability. You're only focusing attacking with one or more of your creatures to deal combat damage to a player. In which case, yes, you have dragons that fly, so that's cool. Because then you can create Tarmogoyfs, which on its own, again, Tarmogoyfs are, you know, it's the boogeyman from the meta. Like, everyone knows the story of the Tarmogoyf. If not, there is a great video from Ristic Studies on it. But wait, what are we doing with this? Like, again, this is Commander. You having like 3 Tarmogoyfs on the field, like they can be more or less tough because it's card types. Maybe if you're playing a very open Commander deck and like one has Planeswalkers, the other has enchantments and so on, like these things are going to be more or less beefy, but they don't fly. They don't do anything crazy. Like, and it's 1v3. It's not, you know, modern 1v1. So, you know what I mean? Like, and then the secondary commander actually resonates more with the deck, but not in a way that you feel like, oh, okay, this deck is all about Koram the Undertaker. No, it feels just like, well, Koram happens to be here and he's happy to be here because it's like, you know, plus X plus 0 for the greatest creature is like, okay, greatest creature power is like, okay, you kill them all or just use a destroy creature or something, immediately this gets its power, which is great. And then when you attack, everyone mills, including yourself, which is good. And again, if you have your commander and you're milling, maybe you get a Goyf back, but you know, you have to pick a commander. You can have him both at the battlefield at the same time. It's kind of a rarity. And then during each of your turns, you may play a land and cast a spell from among cards in graveyards. So this is actually a better engine, because the only thing you have to ensure is, by using all the other cards in the deck, is that you're going to destroy something that is kind of big, so that this guy is kind of big. But it doesn't have haste or any sort of protection. So I don't know, put some lightning greaves on it, which is why there are lightning greaves in the deck, right? Well, there's lightning greaves in any deck nowadays, but whatever. Like, put some lightning greaves, it gets protection, it gets haste, you get to attack, and everyone mills, which is good for you. And then you can put an extra land for free, which is very good ramp, which you don't have anywhere else, and you can cast a spell from there. Obviously, cast is not free, you have to pay the cost, but again, Coram the Undertaker seems like a better commander than Disa the Restless, and it's a shame, because the moment I saw Disa, the description for this, because again, when you saw the boxes, because nowadays they just show the box and the themes first, and you go like, ugh, and you make like possibilities in your head, because these things hype you up, right? Like the image, the colors, the name, the concept, those things hype you up. You're like, oh my god, what is this deck about? Like, maybe it's about this, maybe it's about that. And then it has nothing to do, because fill your graveyard, true, avenge the dead, I guess. But this lady is a Goyf lady. So the moment the thing turns, like they revealed the spoilers of the commanders, and I see that Disa Jar Jar Binks, like I saw that Disa is a Goyf commander. My heart went crazy, because I was like, yo, is this going to be like, you know, like the Eldrazi deck, or the from Commander Masters, or the Planeswalker deck? Like, they're going to release more cards of the Goyf type, and cards specifically for Goyfs, because Goyfs are powered by the graveyard. So it makes sense that everything is about the graveyard. And then it turns out that she kind of does things with Goyfs. She generates Goyfs, which is good, but nothing too crazy. And then you maybe can cheat Goyfs out of the graveyard with the other ability, and you only have 8 Goyfs in the entire deck. It's like, Bam, 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 bam. You know what I mean? Like, We're going to compare them better at the end, but now, for last but not least, Tricky Terrain. I was also interested in this one when I saw the description. Pretty much I was interested in all of them except the Eldrazi one. Well, I think the energy one, I was kind of, it's an energy deck, because, you know, it is what it is. Like, what am I going to do? Invent the wheel? But, which I hope, but no. So, Tricky Terrain, I was interested because I saw these twins, and I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And so normally the visuals accompany the skills, right? So I was like, it's about copying or something. And then ramp lands grow value, and it's just green-blue. So it's like Simic, and the whole description they have is ramp lands. So it's basically just a ramp engine. What is it? What about that, right? The Soul Seeds of Devastation, Omo, Queen of Vesuva, which we're going to check in a second, because Queen Omo is the shared title of identical twin sisters who rule Dominaria's island of Vesuva, bound together to act as one. And the text, land a perfectly synchronized smackdown. See, it's like a 3-way pun in there. I love it. So, what's the thing? This one, the last one, and these videos are long enough, but some of you use them as a podcast while you study or work or whatever, so that's good enough for me. Amazing art. And, you know, the island of Vesuva, which is, you know, Vesuvia much, but it is what it is. Again, in terms of tokens or counters, same. They didn't go crazy with the counters, which is a shame, because I love when they do like more original things, or more, at least, interesting things. But not even that, sadly. Like the box art is the same as the box art. You know, the box art is the same as the box art. The counters or the tokens are pretty much the same, right? Which, again, to be fair, let's be fair here. Let's be fair here for a second. Like, no one cares about this, so I guess that they save money by not printing the commander in there, which is a shame, because sometimes you like the commander a lot, and you just want to have the life counter, right? Even if it's not, you know, a super duper life counter. If you ask me, I would prefer to have a D20, but the commander is 40 points, so I guess it has to come with 2 D20s. And this cardboard thing is a lot more cheaper, but, you know, at least put the commander art on it or something. It just feels so meh. And then, you know, everything just feels meh, like disinterested. It's like, Wizards, come on, guys. like, if you're going to do this halfway, then don't give us the thing. Like, we're already used to it. You already removed the plastic commanders from us, so whatever, right? But again, the sad thing is that these are the premium decks, which is funny, right? It's like, come on, if it's the premium decks. So Omo, Queen of Vesuva, great art, although they look a lot like statues more than like two living people. It's actually a shared name, but the Sisters' collaborative rule is enabled by a magical rite they voluntarily underwent when they assumed queenship. By surrendering their individual names and assuming a single one, they were bound together and capable of acting virtually as a single entity. They oversaw the reconstruction of Vesuva after its devastation during the Rift era, and have ever since been vigilant and maintaining its wards to protect the island from outsiders. I love it when they give us lore, because some people love magic lore. Another image, different drawing, by the way, a different quality of drawing at least, playing the deck. Lands take center stage, thanks to the might of Omo. Discover ways to make and use specific land types, from gates to Loki, or Lochi, and assemble powerful land-based combos from across the multiverse. Will you tap a single land for 10 mana, attack with 10 land creatures at once, or maybe awaken Married Lage, or Married Lage, depends on how you want to. I think it's Married, because Married Lage. Try to do all with the help of classic green and blue card, draw, mana acceleration, and huge creatures. Now, if you saw, like, you read this, and you read the box, right, I said, like, oh, mana ramp, and I was like, whoa, land tribal, that's going to be interesting, because, I mean, they're not going to do anything crazy, but the good thing, whenever they pick an archetype, or whatever, to do a commander deck, is not so much the commander deck, because, they never put, like, super duper reprints. Ooh, Ugin's Labyrinth, let's go, baby! See, the entire video is worth it. Full art, foil, Ugin's Labyrinth. By the way, what does it do, and why was it useful in the Eldrazi deck? Well, imprint. When it enters the battlefield, you may exile a colorless card with mana value 7 or greater from your hand, so an Eldrazi pretty much, and you can tap it for 1 colorless. If a card is exiled with Ugin's Labyrinth, you get 2 colorless, and you can tap to return the exiled card to its owner's hand, and then a Tireless Provisioner again, which is not bad, but this is a very good pull for a sample booster, so there you go. Now, the thing that always gets me excited is the 10 new cards, right? Or 20 new cards, or whatever new cards that they have. Because when you see those, you get like, ugh, okay, they're going to print new ideas for that archetype. And for like land tribal, all in for that. Now, this thing, depending on how you see life, this thing is either the best deck or the worst deck. Now, you have Married Lage, so, the big centerpiece in here. A Sand Warrior, which, ape. You know why there's an ape in here. I don't need to tell you why there is an ape in here. Plant, Forest Dryad, Boar, Beast, copy, another Beast, a 4/4, a 3/3, an insect, a zombie, Elephant, Hydra, Boar again, Zombie, Plant, Beast, Elephant, Forest Dryad, and Vivian Reed, I guess. So you already know some of the cards that are going to show in here, and you know why there is an ape in here. If there is an ape, there is a way. So let's see the commanders. You have the main commander, Omo, Queen of Vesuva. So it's an interesting cost because it's 2 and 1 green or blue, which makes her a lot faster to pull. And it's a 1/5 Shapeshifter Noble. And it says, whenever Omo, Queen of Vesuva, enters the battlefield or attacks, put an everything counter on each of up to 1 target land and up to 1 target creature. Each land with an everything counter on it, it's every land type, in addition to its other types. Each non-land creature type with an each non-land creature with an everything counter on it, it's an every creature type. Now, when I saw this commander, when they spoiled the description of what the card does, I was like, sorry, what? Because I thought this was just land ramp, and it's true that the everything counter means that every land is every type of land. But if this lady is your commander, you can only do green and blue. Like, you can't go 5 colors. Like, this ability will be crazy in a 5-color deck. And don't get me wrong, you can have a 5-color commander and just add this card to the 99, and it's a good enabler. But because, whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, so, at least at the beginning. There is that, and then every creature type is also a very good enabler for like tribals and things like that. If you want to force hands or something, plus it says that you can put an everything counter on each of up to one target land on target creature. It doesn't say that it's a card that you own or control. It's just cards, so you can actually change things, which is great. Then you have the other commander, which just feels there, which is Jyoti Moog Ancient, which is for 2/1 green, 1 blue, is a 2/4 that says when Jyoti Moog Ancient enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 green forest dryad land creature token for each time you have cast your commander from the command zone this game. Okay, and at the beginning of each combat, land creatures you control get +X until the end of turn, where X is Jyoti's power. Now, this happens. This feels a lot like this. Like the first ability is okay, and I have my opinion on why this thing. Like they even has the text like they are affected by summoning sickness. Like just in case, like don't get too crazy, boy. They get affected by summoning sickness, which is something that everyone knows, more or less if you play Magic. But like enters the battlefield, you create 1/1. Like Forest Dryad land creature token for each time you've cast your commander from the command zone. Like, let's just for you to land creature token. So it has summoning sickness and it gives you mana. So I guess that it's not that bad because it's a mana dork. So if it died multiple times, you get free dorks that will give you mana. So there is that. They're affected by summoning sickness. Okay, and at the beginning of each combat, land creatures you control get +X until the end of turn, where X is Jyoti's power. These two cards are trying to do stuff, and you will see that I don't know exactly what the deck is trying to do. The deck is not bad by any means, and you play with it, and you just see it roll. But March from Veli's Veil. Choose a non-basic land type. Each land you control of that type becomes a copy of target creature you control until the end of turn. It gains haste until the end of turn, which is good, right? Because with everything tokens, everything you can put like, all the lands are forests or whatever, and you can say like, forests become a copy, so you have multiple copies of that creature, which is not bad, and you can have flashbacks, so you can play it twice. Not bad, but Wonderscape Sage, return a land you control to its owner's hand, draw a card, then discard a card unless that land had a non-basic basic land, which is okay. Copy land, you may have copy land enter the battlefield as a copy of any land on the battlefield except its enchantment in addition to its other types. Okay, Desert Warfare, a desert. So this deck also feels like, and it really feels like Wizards is starting to sell decks as a subscription service or something, because the energy deck is like 2 decks. It feels like they had a bunch of good ideas for energy decks, and they were like, okay, one for Fallout, and we can't put that much new cards in Fallout, so let's do one for Modern Horizons. And it's like, okay, so we do half and half because they are the same freaking colors. So it's like same deck, like not much to do there. It's like, okay. Then Eldrazi is like an easy one. It's just like more honky donkey, boom, 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 boom. Yorgoyf, I don't know where they did that or why they did that. But this one feels like, remember the desert land theme deck from Thunder Junction? That is actually the worst deck in my opinion. The one that has the commander that is basically the Mandalorian with Grogu. Well, they insisted. It's like, well, this is a desert. You have a card here for deserts. It's like, why isn't this card in the other deck? Like, why would you put it here? Like, what are you waiting me? Like, you want me to buy both? Like, yeah, well, I did because I am that person. But like, what is this? Like, land locus. Okay, cool. Creature, elf, wizard. Like you have like land deserts. See? You have a bunch of mana dorks. Rampant Frogan Tua gets +10/+10 for each player who has lost the game, which is Woo! Whenever there is combat damage to player, you may mill that many cards, put any number of land cards until battlefield tapped. So you get some crazy cards in here. You get a cave as well, because from Caverns of Ixalan, remember that? And you know, it's like you get all types of lands. It's not so much ramp, but as it is types of land. Okay. Oh, you have a gate. Remember gates? Gate of Madara, so Naruto is going to appear at any point now. Jellyfish, Hydra, Beast, because we don't have any more types. So you have an elephant, cool. Then you have a land, which is if you control enters the battlefield tapped, and then you can create a Hydra from it, which is like, okay, very cool. Nissa, Steward of the Elements. It's like, oh, okay, interesting, cool, thank you. Again, Human Wizard, land. So again, I'm not complaining that the land deck has lands by any means, because that's cool, that's what I wanted. Just wanted lands. It just feels like there's a lot of cards here, like that one for deserts and all that. It's like, my brother, why isn't that in the other deck? Why do you sell me like Vivian Raid? Like, it's interesting that they put Planeswalkers in here. Like, but why would you sell me not half, but like a deck that really feels like, you know, you had the cards. You know what I mean? Like, you had the cards. You could do like a super duper deck, and you were like, nah, we're just going to split this. You know, we're going to split this mofo up. Like, no one, like, legendary is no land. Let's go land. Like, I don't dislike this deck. I just the whole, you know, desert specific new desert card is. But see, like the Urza Trinity is here because there are different types of lands. So Urza's Power Plant, Urza's Tower, Urza's Mine. They are not in the Eldrazi deck, which is interesting to say the least. Gates. Then you have all the usual, but you have a bunch of different types of lands because it's just 2 colors, so they can just go all over the place. And the idea is to convert your lands into things and just attack with them, which is not that bad. And to be honest, I like this deck. See, Punkify is here, obviously, that's why we have an ape. Like, it's interesting. And to a degree, if you, depending, like, I mean, you know your pod, but even if you don't know your pod, you know that there are a lot of big no-nos in Commander. And this deck has a sort of big defense against some of the big no-nos in Commander, which is land destruction. A lot of your creatures and all that stuff are just lands that you convert, for better or worse, because sometimes you don't have good defenses. You have a lot of cards here to protect you from some stuff, but it is what it is. So they can destroy your lands. You're going to get a bunch of lands that do a bunch of weird things, and that's kind of the play here. It feels like a better version of the desert deck from Thunder Junction. The deck from Thunder Junction just feels like very bad, and I don't like it at all. So, and I tried. I played like 5 times with it. I actually won like, I played like 5 times with it. I won like 3 games with it, which is like, what? But like, I never felt good playing with it. I think that I won because people just assumed that it's like, oh, it's that deck. Like no one attacked me. But, which is a polar opposite of like the Eldrazi deck. You pull the Eldrazi deck, everyone, you become the Archenemy immediately because it's like, oh, he has Eldrazi, right? That's how it is what it is. Now, you saw those cards in here, and why they wanted to show you the cards? Okay, now you saw the cards. You saw that there is a bunch. I mean, pause the video whenever you see a card that you want to read. Better just check the deck list. But there's a bunch of cards that do all sorts of things, and you're like, okay, cool, that's interesting. And it's like, it is, my brother, and yet, why would we have these commanders? So this commander has nothing to do with the rest of the deck, at least not in a useful fashion. Like, this one doesn't feel like commander material, or at least it feels like commander material if you really build around it, because it's like, well, every time it dies, if you summon it again, you get more Forest Dryad land creatures, so you get mana dorks, and at the beginning of each combat, land creatures you control get +X, where X is its power. Which is like, okay, like, you really need to build around this, which the deck is not really. So this second commander just feels like, okay, you know, like, okay, it's there, cool. But Omo is the weirdest case of I was double fooled, like because you see this, ramp lands, grow values. Like, okay, it's not technically a lie. You see all the cards are in the deck. You start playing the deck. You realize that the whole deck is all about lands and ramping and adding stuff and converting your lands into stuff and paying for a lot of things, converting your lands into things. So lands is the name of the game, which is great. Like, so the box technically didn't lie to me, but then you see the commander and I don't get what this commander is supposed to do here. Like, this commander feels like it will be the greatest commander ever if it was like, well, one of the best commanders ever, at least for ramp. If it had 5 colors on it, even 4. But with green blue, which are, is already a very rampantic color combination. Whenever it enters the battlefield attacks, put an everything counter on each of up to 1 target land and up to 1 target creature. So 1 land and 1 creature become everything. So they are everything. Which the everything for lands triggers with a couple of things in the deck. That's very good, but the everything for creatures, not so much. Although if it's a land creature, it can trigger. It doesn't feel like the deck is built for her, which is very weird. And it's a double, I don't know. I would say like mistake, or this. It's like a double deception. Like, I thought something from looking at the box, and I was like, oh, okay, the deck is going to be about this. Then I read the command, and I was like, oh, we're going to do that. And then it's like, no, not really. The commander is just there. It's kind of cool, I guess. But, that's it. And it feels just meh. But now we're going to rank them and see which one goes where and which one do we prefer. So these are the 4 bad boys, the 4 main commanders for the decks, and we're going to use them as representations of the decks. So summarizing, you're like, Mofo, we've been here for 2 hours, and now you summarize? Like, yep, my bad. So Energy, Eldrazi, Graveyard. I was about to say Goyf, but it's really Graveyard, and Lands. In terms of synergy between the commander and its deck, more or less these, I guess. So the most synergistic, because it's an energy deck after all, so there you go. Then the second synergistic, because it's just colorless and Eldrazi's and stuff like that. And then these ones, their effects apply, they just don't apply all the time and 100%, and the deck just doesn't feel. Now, when it comes to secondary commander capabilities, I think the order is more or less the same, actually. No. Like this. So the secondary commanders from each deck are, this secondary commander just fits, gives you like complete flexibility in another direction. This works. The secondary commander here works. The secondary commander here works. The secondary commander, I don't like it at all. It doesn't feel like commander material. So maybe I'm dumb. I don't know. So there is that. In terms of like secondary commander and commander. Now, you're maybe surprised that this deck that everyone says like is the worst, it's so far won 2 rankings, and the reason is, well, you can be like, oh, because you didn't expect anything, right? So that's why you got surprised. Like, well, maybe, but at the same time, it's because it really depends on what you look for in a deck, right? I'm looking at these decks as what I always tell you in these videos, which is you buy the deck to play with the deck as is. Maybe you change a couple of cards, because that's the beauty of a commander deck. You evolve it. It evolves with you, right? That's the beauty of commander. But in this case, but a lot of times you just buy the PreCon to play with the PreCon as is, and then you change here and there. And the energy one just kind of works. It's not the most powerful one, but the commanders really feel there. Now, in terms of decks as a whole, like, just out of the box, how complete does it feel? How complete in the sense that it doesn't feel like you got scammed with half a deck, or that half of the cards in the deck don't do anything. I think that it's somewhere along these lines, like these 3 are in the same, more or less. Yes, this deck, the Eldrazi deck, is the one that feels the most complete, but I wouldn't say it is because of merits. I will say it's because of demerits. So this deck is between energies and creating servos, so it's 2 decks into 1, I guess. Both are compatible, but it's not like a... This deck, the commander is kind of in one direction, the co-commander is kind of in the same direction or another direction, and then it's all about lands. So the deck feels united. The commanders don't feel that united with the deck. And this one is all about goyfs, your goyfs, and graveyard, but the co-commander feels more like it. These are kind of feels like it, so, actually... But the Eldrazi deck is everything is colorless, and everything is the void, and everything is Eldrazi, so everything feels very on topic, I guess. So, it is what it is. Now, in terms of fun playing with them, and this is completely subjective, if you want to see like monetary value, this is not the channel for it. In terms of subjective fun, you're gonna hate me for this, but well, I don't like energy as a mechanic that much, so it is what it is. But I guess like this, in terms of fun, and you may be like, what the fuck, you just said that this one is like, yeah, this commander feels detached from the deck, but the deck I think is very fun. One thing that you have to understand my rating on like subjective opinions, like which deck is the most fun to play with, is that I always like Magic decks that are, as I call them, diagonal. Like they are not your straightforward Magic deck that is just like, oh, every dragon gets +2/+2, or like graveyard tribal, or stuff like that. It's like, that is cool, but it's just so done that it's just like, you can have a graveyard deck or a dragons deck or whatever deck, and it can be eternal, and in each new set, you just look for cards that fit and maybe swap one or another, and the deck is eternal. What I like is decks that defy angles of play, or that really feel crazy to play with, like crazy ideas. And if those ideas are well executed, that's better. That's why I like Timey-Wimey so much, because it's just a crazy idea. So, well, not a crazy idea, but it's a crazy angle to execute with a time counter. So on that logic, this is just energy counters, so it doesn't feel like super original, it doesn't feel like too crazy, and I don't like energy counters that much. So it's not bad, but I don't feel it as fun. This one is funnier because with both the commander and the co-commander, it's all about graveyard hate and putting, well, not graveyard hate, graveyard love, and putting and using other graveyards for your sake. So not bad. This one is kind of interesting because I also like heavy accounting decks that you have to like do the math for a lot of things, and whenever you trigger either the commander or the co-commander, the secondary commander, you have to do a bunch of hey, and this goes here, and this multiplies, and this goes that, right? So I like that, and since I like that, I like what this deck does. I don't like it because it's Eldrazi, but I like it that if you play it properly, you can copy a bunch of stuff, and it just does a snowball. Now, it is fun for me. I don't mind being the arch nemesis, but I have to say that if you are a normal person and just want to have fun, this deck, maybe it's not going to be the funniest thing for you, because you're going to become the arch nemesis. The moment people see this thing in your command zone shining, they're going to be like, oops, Eldrazi. And like, even if they go like, okay, it's 2/5, even if they get like scared of this cost, they're like, oh, it's a 2/5. The moment they read the skill, the ability is like, oh, okay, we need to kill this guy ASAP, because otherwise this thing is going to be crazy. Now, this deck is funny because of that logic, I like this deck. It's very angular. It's very like lands do everything. And I like that unconventional way of playing. It's basically a land tribal, so technically it's a tribal deck anyway, but there's a couple of cards here that are very interesting. Now, the commander doesn't make it for me, which is a shame, but I think this commander can be crazy good in a deck that is specifically made for that. But I guess we have to wait for that to happen. So, right? Like, it is what it is. Now, in terms of which deck I think is better constructed, well, it's kind of the same logic as with the commanders, right? Like, this one is easy because everything is Eldrazi, so there you go. This one is better constructed, and then these two are not bad, same, one being on top of each other doesn't mean anything, they are the same level, right? The problem is that the commander this connection is kind of there. However, I've seen people saying that this deck is the best of all of them, and this deck is the best of all of them. Now, mathematically, this deck, because of monetary value and all that, this is technically the best deck. I don't agree with, but these decks are funnier to play with and very aggressive if you play with them. This one feels kind of boring, to be honest. So this deck, I mean, if you like energy tokens, it's going to make your day. But if you don't, this is always kind of meh. And this one is just interesting, but it's not a drastic deck at the end of the day. So I will put these two at the same level in terms of global fun for most people, like not for nerds like me. And I will be like this. This is the combination. So these two are the funniest ones to play with, and these two are the most boring ones to play, I guess. In terms of personal preference, after all, like considering all the things, funnier thing to play, blah, 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 I would say, I know that you're like, you do this deck so much, and yet, it's like, yep. So it will be something like this, right? More or less the same mix as the other. Like this will be my ranking for these decks, more or less. Again, not considering financial value, other than that, that's usual. But hey, that was the video, a short video. Let me know down below in the comments what you thought about this podcast and what you think about my takes. If you aim at buying one of these, if you already did, what are your experiences? Do you agree with my takes? Do you don't agree? Please share your takes, because again, I am playing with these decks, and sometimes I share them with my friends. I also get their opinions because that's part of the magic. Haha. The gathering. But I also like to see people's takes of just playing with the deck right as it is, and how did it feel, because all these videos is all either financial value or just like reprints or upgrades and so on. And I love those videos, don't get me wrong, but sometimes you just want to play with the deck as is and analyze the deck as is. And in those cases, I am like, tell me your opinion, tell me what's up, and let me know down below if you want me to open the other decks. And as usual, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and all those cool things that the cool kids do, and I will see you next time on PAX and Recreation. Bye! Hello everyone, and welcome back to PAX and Recreation. Sometimes I say the welcome back, and I think like, can you imagine that I'm saying like welcome back to PAX, like a herd of 2-packs, like a bunch of 2-packs, like the rapper, a bunch of them, and then just a guy called Recreation. So welcome back, and today we're going to open the Commander decks, as you already know by the title. But first, just want to point something. As you may have realized, we are using a different playmat. We normally try to change them. This time is for Bloomburrow. This is a foil playmat, believe it or not, which maybe on the camera doesn't show that much, but this thing is actually like this thing is actually very nice. Like, you may have seen some in the past. We did some other videos. Like if you see the seams here, like the seams are not foil. See, so that's the difference. And yes, if you're like me, likely you don't like the holo foil playmat from Ultra Pro because they look like shit. And I bought one for March of the Machine, the Aftermath. Yes, I know it's the worst set in history for Magic the Gathering, I know. But I really liked that art style that looked like Days of Future Past with the posters and all that shit stuff. Like, I really loved it, right? So I bought it. And then because it was holo foil, it didn't look that great. And then we also bought the Lord of the Rings one, which you can see in the Lord of the Rings collector booster openings and stuff like that. That has Frodo and so on. You know, the green art, of the same art that is in the collector boosters of Frodo trying to grab the ring and so on. And it also looks kind of meh. So I never get the point of like, why holofoil? But this time, my Lady Mabel here just looks amazing. And why? Take note, Ultra Pro, please. This is like a two-in-one. We talk about the Commander decks and also like a mini review of the playmat, because the material is more or less the same. I have played with them, you know, a lot. I don't know if like super duper, you know, heavy duty, but I play with them and they don't peel off. At least, well, maybe it's because I treat them properly, but they do have like a different texture, because as you can see, it has this like, you know, this pattern that is basically the foily thing, right? This pattern doesn't exist where the seams are, right? So that's the foily thing, and it doesn't come off like if you do like this, but it has a slightly different feeling. Like when you pass your hands or your gloves next to it, it it sounds like it's get ready for ASMR. It sounds like instead of like normally sound, but it's still smooth. It's still nice. And here's the logo for Bloomburrow, which I don't know if you can see, but I love it in the corner. Now, why this one looks great, actually, because the colors actually match the whatever foily thing they are using here. So since it's in tones of yellow and brown and so on, it looks very, very, very nice. It looks actually beautiful. And the texture actually helps giving it a, like a handcraft stained glass kind of feeling to it. So it actually looks very, very nice. So for once, very good job, Ultra Pro, on this one, because I think the art matches. But yeah, so with that out of the way, stop, Wizards, stop printing commander decks and stuff for us to play. This is, as per usual, the box of the commander decks. So as you may know, if you're new to the channel, this is the explanation time, I guess. But if you are not new to the channel, well, I apologize for repeating myself for the 11th time. But as is the custom in this channel, because I have several problems, we normally buy a set of commander decks because I really love PreCons. I'm not making fun of no one here. Like, it's not a statement or anything. I really love PreCons overall. So why do I love PreCon so much? Because, well, for better or worse, I'm a busy person, and I'm sure that a lot of you are as well. And even though I would love to sit down and like build my deck, and I really love deck building, I sometimes don't have the time. So if you just give me the deck done, it's like, thank you, let's play Commander, right? And they are more or less balanced, right? Like if I want to play CEDH, I will play CEDH, and have a deck with all the stuff that is important proxied. Actually, I have one somewhere, and the deck is like a turn 0, turn 1 deck to win, but that's to that. Sometimes I just want to play with friends and with interesting decks and so on. And because of time and other factors, I don't consider myself a very creative person, so I really like PreCons. Now, I don't like the fact that we have so many PreCons in a year. It's exhausting me. But what we do normally in this channel is we buy a set. We play with them. When I say we, it's like me and my friends and so on. And then I unbox another set in front of the camera. And normally I distribute the cards or whatever, like between me and my friends or something. Like, it doesn't go to waste. And the reason why I do this is because, well, we open stuff in this channel, but I actually want to give you a review after playing with them physically for a while. Because, I can just see the deck list and be like, oh, this is going to be a good deck. But sometimes just playing with it is how you feel it. And yes, you could emulate it, but we like cardboard here, what can I say? So we have 4 decks. I was actually kind of excited for these decks, for the themes of this deck, even though, as I said in the pre-release video, Bloomburrow is not my most expected set of the year. That will be Duskmourn, because I like the theme a lot, but ironically, even though Assassin's Creed and Fallout came this year, and I actually like that too, but Bloomburrow, I think, is objectively the best set of the year, but you may think differently. And these are the 4 commander decks. Now, why I was excited about it, not only because of the juxtaposition, new word of the day, of cute animals and weird stuff, right? I think that these 2 are the more like things that you would expect from a cutesy animal. These 2 are more like, sorry, what? But raccoons, birds, bunnies and squirrels, and a squirrel is a necromancer that always hits. And you have when I saw these, I was like, okay, so zombie tokens, artifacts in Gruul, I guess, which I wasn't wrong, because you can tell this is like what great visual design looks like. Just because of this and the description, I was like, okay, is artifacts in Gruul. And then Peace Offering and Family Matters. Fire Matlin said make offspring go white, so I was like, okay, it's tokens or something, which we will see in a second. And I was the more excited about Peace Offering because I like group hug decks. Why? Because as I have stated multiple times in this channel, By the way, disclaimer, if you're new to the channel, the deck reviews in this channel, as you may have seen by the timeline down below, are very long. And it's kind of more like a podcast while we open this. So, yeah. Because otherwise, just go see the deck list. You know what I mean? Like, there is nothing new here. Like, you know what I mean? So, I like group hug decks because I like the different win conditions or different play styles. So whenever a commander deck does something interesting and new, I actually get very excited, because doing decks that are like typal and +1/+1 and so on, it's cool. Like, I don't hate it, but it just feels boring. And group hug, it's one of those things that is like counterintuitive, like build cards and an entire deck that helps your opponents, but helps you a little bit more so that you can win, and you can asphyxiate them with a hug. So that's kind of interesting. So you already know that I'm biased towards one of the decks, but we will review them all, and then at the end I will like do the ranking thing that we normally do in terms of like a favorite, the one that I like to play the most, the one that I think is the strongest, the one that I think that financial value. Again, there are better videos for that. The Professor ones, for example, are great videos. I can never match that man. That man is an inspiration. So, and he's far earlier than me. So if you want to see the financial value, see that. You can look at the financial value now, but it's not going to be the same as the video in the Professor, because some time already passed, which is kind of more the thing. This is more like you want to buy them now or for cheap on Christmas or something. You just want to know how the thing plays. We stand for PreCons here, right? So let's see. Can we go? Actually, this thing is in alphabetical order. Yep. So let's do it. Let's do it in alphabetical order. Let's start with Animated Army. So make trash, do smash, and it has a raccoon. So they are already leaning into that whole MCU thing with the raccoon and smash. Or maybe it's just me that I'm paranoid. Now, this is the new style of commander deck box that is, a slight foil. And then just the commander is in preview here. They don't show you any other cards. They already assume that it is what it is. And it says, battle your friends with powerful creatures and spectacular spells in commander. Blah, blah, blah. One creature's trash is another one's treasure with Bellow. Who animates artifacts and enchantments into mighty elementals. So, it's like artifacts, but not really. Ramp up your mana and throw down some expensive spells to burn with chaotic fury. So, I wasn't very excited about this one, because this one is Gruul, and if there is a color combination that I almost never play as, is Gruul. So, let's see the message on the bottom, because I always love these things. Take them out with the trash, which is great. Like, is there a team that thinks about that? Is there a person that has like a sprint that is like, okay, for this sprint you have to come up with the quips for the commander boxes, and the person is like, okay, will do. So the usual envelope. There is a change this time in the commander decks, and is one that we have been asking for, I think, because you have the deck box, and then you have the collector booster sample pack. And you may have realized that that's it. We don't have a life counter. So they removed the life counter on these commander decks. And we're going to talk about that in a second. I'm even going to assemble the box because, whatever. But you have this thing here. So no longer has the card, so you can just cut it and make another card out of cardboard, which... Come on, Wizards, let me proxy. And some counters. The usual. And the insert and the deck. So every time that boxes are smaller, and every time we get less stuff with the commander precons, bro. This is the life we're living. So Bellow, Bard of the Brambles. And Bellow awakens the mighty elemental calamity, blah, 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 blah. You can read that if you want. I love inserts, but not that much when they're kind of boring. And then lore. Bellow, Bard of the Brambles, the Ringtail Bard, the Trinket Master, and most recently, the Omen Trotter. These are just small samples of the monikers Bellow has earned over the course of his journey. He has traveled all corners of Bloomburrow, and now, beyond collecting trinkets, braving the elements and the lightning in foreign foreign cuisines, Bello has gained wisdom and confidence from his many harrowing adventures, but he won't deny that unfamiliar words present a whole new level, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so if you want to read the story, there you go. We do love inserts. So there is that, and they removed the life counter. Now, did they give us anything in exchange for the life counter? Technically they did, so I don't like it. So let's be clear here. Like, Wizards has an economy. Like, actually they have a financial, well, financial is kind of a not the right word, but like they have like financial advisors in their team just because of the card economy. So Wizards can pretend that the secondary market doesn't exist, but they know it exists. So, and they treat their cards as an economy. They have to, right? And why do I say that? Because, people buy the game with the expectation of playing, and technically they sell it as that, the expectation of playing, but and just a game. And that's why they are not loot boxes, bro. It's just a card game for kids. But at the end of the day, for a lot of people, it's an inversion. No, not an inversion. An investment, sorry. It's an investment and a way of life. And because of that, they know that they can do certain reprints and so on. For example, Italy Primal Storm is here. They know why it's there. It's a good reprint that is losing value with each reprint. So Wizards knows. That's why they also print newer cards, more powerful cards, more cool cards, to just inject more value into the economy. They bring some reprints from time to time, that kind of thing, because they want to, keep their economy alive, because it's an economy. Now, they do that with the reprints and with the lands and so on. Now, the PreCons, and these PreCons in particular, actually have a good mana base compared to some of the others of the past. So they are improving there, so you get more value, more bang for your buck, if you care about that. But then they do these trade-offs, right? So first they remove, this is like, that phrase that is actually, it's like a poem or something, but it became like a meme, sadly, that is like, first they came for the gingers, and I said nothing because I'm not a ginger. First, and then they came for the blondes, but I said nothing because I'm not a blonde. And so, and at the end they came for me, but there was nothing to defend me, right? No one to defend me. So here's kind of, saving the distances is kind of a similar thing. It's like, first they made the boxes smaller, they removed the thing, then they removed that, and no one said anything because no one cares, right? And now, like, I think it was in Murders at Karlov Manor, they removed the plastic commander. I think, I can't remember, maybe, or was it in Thunder Junction? I can't remember. Like, they removed the plastic commander, which, now it turns out that no one cared about the plastic commander. I cared about the plastic commander. I use it as a divider for the tokens, so I can pull the tokens for that deck in particular. But okay, no one cared about that one, and it was a plastic card, or at least like very strong cardboard. I think it's more like a very strong cardboard than plastic, but whatever. I digress. Like, it was a thing that they gave us. It's like, no one cared, because they gave us the commander in full art. Ooh, and it's like, oh well, okay. The commander in full art is more important than the plastic commander, because I don't want 2 copies of the same card, which is weird, because kind of you would like 2 copies of the same card if the commander is good, but whatever. And now, even though I complain in every video that the life wheel went from having a drawing or something from the same commander deck to just having the Magic the Gathering Planeswalker logo in orange, like the most generic thing. And I was like, Wizards, if you're doing this, just remove it. And they listened, apparently. Sadly, they only listen to that stuff. They don't listen to, like, please stop the secret layers from being like a scammer's scalper game, but whatever. So now, because I removed the life wheel, you have the commander in full art foil. You have the secondary commander in foil, which sadly is not, full art or anything, because the secondary commander deserves no love. Then you get a third card in foil. In this case, is a Planeswalker, right? In this case, is Domri, Anarch of Bolas, right? So what if this card was in Bloomburrow? So it becomes an animal, right? And it looks very nice. I love it. I think this is great. Now, I do have to ask, what is that math that they are doing, or math that they are doing, in the sense that it's like, well, you know, one card in foil, yeah, that's worth the life wheel. It's like, it's not. The life wheel is heavier, more expensive, uses more cardboard, like it's a bigger component. Like maybe for most players, because they don't use them, because they use dice or something, maybe. But why is this an equivalent exchange? I mean, don't get me wrong, I prefer these because I don't use the life wheels, but the life wheels seem to be more value, I guess, which is weird. Even more if you remember that in the previous commander decks of the past, we had 3 foils, not 1 foil. Like, remember the 2017 commander decks? We had 3 or even 4 foils because you had the partner system. And now they are treating foils in commander decks like they are this weird commodity. It's like, I don't know. So sorry for the rant. This is only going to happen for the first deck because this is, you know, we're explaining the change here. But I don't know what Wizards' game is. I mean, well, it's Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons, but like, I don't know why they do this. Like, Wizards is cardboard. Like, your margins are already crazy. Like, yes, you have to pay R&D and you have to pay artists, but come on, like, what's up? So, getting back into topic, the commander here is Bello, Bard of the Brambles. It costs 1 red and 1 green, so a very Gruul commander, and it's a 3/3 Raccoon Bard that says, during your turn, each non-equipment artifact and non-aura enchantment you control with mana value 4 or greater is a 4/4 elemental creature in addition to its other types and has indestructible, haste, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, which sounds pretty good. And people were very excited about this, but you have to remember 2 things, and you have to remember that as we go through the deck, which are, 1, it says during your turn. So technically it's like vehicles, you know, like it's artifacts that become offensive, but only during your turn if you crew them. Here is the same. It's like, well, they are only 4/4 elementals with indestructible and haste if it's your turn, and if their mana value is 4 or greater. So we're talking about a lot of whales. Second, this deck out of the box, which we're going to review as we look at the cards, is not that bad in terms of value. Value, like mana values, sorry, not value like monetary value, or like in terms of mana values. But I think it's one of the decks that suffers the most of the concept of, if you exchange a lot of cards, this deck will become amazing. But you really have to tailor to it, because, you know, 4 or greater enchantments and artifacts in the Gruul color combination, it's not a, you know, it's a thing because of green, but they only can attack in your turn. And remember, if for some reason they are tappable artifacts, if you attack with them, they're already tapped, so you can't use them for mana song, which we're going to see in a second. So interesting, not that bad. Then the secondary commander is Wildseer Scoring Maw, which is a 6/6 elemental wolf that costs 3, 1 red and 1 green. It has trample, and it says enchantment spells you cast from your hand have cascade, which is a different game completely, right? So, but also is a different commander, like, well, duh, but like, Bello is like, okay, enchantments and artifacts that are not auras or equipments, they have this thing, right, in your turn, and that's good. But what Wildseer is saying is like, okay, so do an enchantment deck, because in this one you can go with artifacts, you can go with enchantments, you can go both ways, you can go only one way, right? You can go, this is kind of flexible, and the deck plays into that. But Wildseer is like, okay, just go enchantments. Do an enchantment deck in Gruul colors, and just go wild, like just you know, because they have cascades, so it's going to be boom, 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 you know. So not that bad. It's kind of interesting to play with this guy, not within this deck, which we're going to see in a second. And then the Planeswalker. Now every deck comes with a Planeswalker because Domri, Anarch of Bolas, is the classic 1 red, 1 green, 3 loyalty commander that says creatures you control get +1/+0, which, you know, applies to your elemental creatures when they convert in this deck, so it matches. And then +1 gives you red or green mana. Creature spells you cast this turn can be countered, which is kind of good. And the -2, target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. So Domri is not going to be a defining planeswalker or anything like that. It's a cool planeswalker to have there on the side. It gives you +1/+0, facilitates mana, facilitates removal because you can put your creatures to fight other creatures, which is removal in red and green pretty much. Well, in green because red is damage, but like, not bad. So I don't know if it fits this deck, but we're going to talk about that. So there is that. Now we're actually going backwards with this deck. I got so entrailed by the whole they removed the life counter thing that I didn't do the normal order. The normal order is let's look at the tokens, let's try to guess what the deck is all about, right? So you have a hamster, nice art, amazing art. City's Blessing, a boost, a hamster, another boost, so a 4/4 beast, a 3/3 beast. Would you say that this one is the 4/4 and this one is the 3/3? I mean, maybe because of the size of the trees around it, but like this one looks more intimidating, but whatever. Am I the same artist? Nope. So, a beast that is a cat, a literal cat. A beast that is a cat, a saproling, there is a hamster, a saproling, there is a treasure, and this is a very nice treasure. A saproling, there is a treasure, a saproling, there is a treasure. Prosperous Bandit is a token creature raccoon rogue, which you're going to see in a second what card generates this. Has first strike. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to the player, create that many tapped treasure tokens. This token's mana cost is 2 and 1 red, which is to avoid you from doing things with it. Treasure and beast, there's also treasure. So you see where this is going. A lot of beasts. Ironically, not a lot of, not a placeholder here for elementals or anything, which is interesting. It has treasures because that's Red's thing now. Let's open these very briefly because we did this in a different order. Let's see what the collector booster sample pack has. Liliana. And, Mabel. So, see, the playmat, which is a great match. Mabel, heir to Crackflame. So for 1 red and 1 white, is a mouse soldier. It's a 3/3. Other mice you control get +1/+1. And when Mabel enters, just enters, because this is the set where they change from enters the battlefield to enters, which I don't like it. Create Crackflame, a legendary colorless equipment artifact token with equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance, trample, and haste, and equip 2. So not bad. And then Mabel's metal, which is nice that we have two Mabel cards in the same thing. Better than this, just really the token for the sword, but they don't put tokens in here, so it is what it is. Not bad for as long as pools go. So here, what is the deck about? Well, big enchantments and auras, which is interesting because you will see that we have some creatures here because this is Gruul, so you're supposed to go Gruul Smash. And you have a Tally, which goddamn, so Prosperous Bandit, not bad. This is like one of the sources for treasure tokens, is kind of the idea. I love how they put a Tally here, like, yo, look at the Tally, and it's not even a new card. Normally they put the new cards first, so that you see the new cards. A Tally is just here like, yeah, we're giving you value, boys, and it's like, thank you, Grandpa, I guess. Pyre Swipe Hawk. This card is okay. I mean, whenever you expend 6, gain control of up to 2 target artifacts for as long as you control pirates. You expend 6 as you spend 6 of your 6 total mana. So whenever you use mana, which is kind of the idea here, but not really, because you need mana quickly, which is interesting because, I mean, this is Gruul, so you have green, so you have ramp. And Gruul is, a lot of people make fun of Gruul because it's the Hulk Smash color, right? It's like, go fast, do damage, and grow exponentially, right? That's Gruul. That's the way a lot of people don't like to play it. I like to play Gruul. I like, more indirect ways of winning, but nothing wrong with Gruul. Now, if you have green and red, it means that you have to grow ultra fast, which we're going to see in a second with the mana base. That is kind of not really the case. It's there, but you're not going to go like crazy, go boom, you know what I mean? When you have a talent, Alchemist Talent, which, okay, Berserker's Onslaught, attacking creatures you control have double strike. So you see the thing, right? But enchantment that costs 5, right? So it's like, okay, well, it gives double strike to everything, and you have a talent here that's an enchantment as well, right? So like you're going to see that all enchantments are 4 or more. That's the joke, right? Otherwise you can't use them with your commander. Now, even if you use the secondary commander and you do Cascade, it kind of works because everything is around 4. So the more expensive if something is, the better for you. Outpost Siege, Reign of Riches, which is not a bad card at all. When Reign of Riches enters, create 2 treasure tokens. The first spell you cast each turn that mana from a treasure was used to cast has Cascade. Sorry, what? Like, and you can just create treasure tokens with some of the other cards, like Prosperous Bandit, right? So, and you just want this to sit here and convert it into an elemental and just keep attacking, which is great. Sadly, your commander doesn't create treasure tokens, which is interesting because I guess that they didn't want it to ramp out of control, but it says whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, right? So you have the whole red-green thing going here. But if it says whenever you deal combat damage to a player and you have to reward a Gruul card, my bet will be give me treasure tokens, you know what I mean? Like, because it's a raccoon and the whole thing of the deck is one man's trash is another man's treasure, you know, like literally treasure, right? Like it says it here, make trash, do smash. Now, yes, maybe generating treasure tokens will be too broken in this deck because it can lead to a very dangerous cycle of just you having too much ramp. But considering that all the spells are very expensive, it seems like that will be the correct way of having that commander working. Drawing a card is more of a blue thing, but you know, technically, drawing a card is the most valuable thing in Magic, so I guess it's correct. But you know, just some removal. Again, a lot of very expensive summoning, so like Sunbird Invocation has nothing to do with Pyre Stripe Hawk, believe it or not. It's not like Yu-Gi-Oh! Like one card calls the other. Star Storm, this is an instant, so it doesn't really, you know, just removal, I guess. Gratuitous Violence. It feels very weird to have a lot of enchantments in red and green, and they being so expensive. Lotus Cobra, Evercode Ursine, like, now they also did this division of like all the red cards and all the green cards, and then the deck. It's, I don't know who decides the order the cards go in, but it's certainly weird. Evercode Ursine, they change with every 2 sets or something. Trail Tracker Scout, Tickets in the Ticket, Galta. So you have Galta and you have Etali. So welcome back to what was the name of the dinosaur plane again? Excellent. So Essica's Chariot. So basically, again, this is this deck, maybe it's because it's Gruul, but it's very straightforward. Once you read the commander, everything becomes very clear. Oh, Kodama. Like everything becomes very clear. Like, you know, you just have a bunch of enchantments that are very expensive. That's kind of the thing. And then because you have your Gruul, you have big creatures there, I guess, because thing go boom, you know what I mean? But it doesn't feel like, you know, like, then you have this, like lands you control have tap, create a treasure token, which is a shame that this thing is here because yeah, there's a reason why. See this, like this is good because this doesn't need to tap as an artifact. It just needs you to your lands tap and create a treasure token. So you create treasure tokens which you can tap to do stuff, but those treasure tokens don't have like a good enough mana value, so you can't. There's no engine here. The thing that you can do with them is you can use them for sacrifice engines and stuff like that because you're sacrificing tokens, right? But it's not directly tied to the commander. Even the freaking Gilded Lotus is here. Like, I think Tran Dynamo, if I recall correctly, is also here. It's just a bunch of fat things for the sake of fat things being. But now you will see the mana base. And as you can see, it's like, well, this kind of ramps you, more or less. But then, this is kind of the problem. Same problem that, you know, Tran Dynamo has, and like this card is actually an exception because this one says your lands generate treasure tokens, so you can do whatever you want with your treasure tokens, but your treasure tokens are not mana value 4 or greater, so they don't count for Velo. So it's kind of whatever. It's nice. It creates a bunch of noise, and yes, if you have a bunch of lands in one color, you have treasure tokens that give you any color, so you can just play with that. But it's not, like, I don't think the deck uses that card as it could be used. But cards like Gilded Lotus are the problem here, because you see Gilded Lotus and you're like, oh man, 5 for 3 of any one color. Okay, cool, but is Gruul, is Ramp, it's okay. It's like, it's not, because the moment you play this and your commander is on the battlefield, this thing will become an elemental, and you want it to become an elemental, maybe to swing with it, but it doesn't have, like, it would be crazy if they had Vigilance. It would be freaking crazy. But Vigilance is not a red-green thing. So they have Indestructible and Haste. So you go swing with them, they're not going to die, they can swing right away, and then they are tapped because you attack with them. So you can't use Gilded Lotus that turn. And if you use Gilded Lotus that turn, you can't swing with it. So this is kind of the problem of a lot of the cards in here. And that's why I say that if you're doing this deck, if you want to do a version of the deck, because I don't think the commander is that bad, I think it looks nerfed for some reason. I think that they play tested it and they were like, oh yikes, okay, like see, they have a bunch of very good lands, not like crazy, they're not dual lands, right? But fairly decent lands here, and you need them because you need a ramp, and Blasphemous Act, but in Bloomburrow theme, which is amazing. So because I was kind of sick of the art of that guy that looks like guts that is just dying there. This one is more like interesting. But overall, you feel like you have a lot of you have some mana dorks and so on. Like Goreclaw is here because of course you can explore, you create more lands. You have some removal, some damage removal, and some target and some battle removal because red and green. You're playing additional land this turn, which is great, and you have stuff like that, right? Essential library for playing. So you have the green part of green, just to grow you as fast as possible, and then you have things that are just here for the sake of being here, like Thought Vessel. Like, Thought Vessel is one of those mana rocks that is just like, oh, okay, 2 for 1, you have no maximum hand size, that's cool, because sometimes you don't have... Like, Thought Vessel is almost like a default part of the 99, to the point that it's no longer 99, it feels more like 85, because there are like 14 cards that are always there, like Thought Vessel, Command Tower, Solar Ring, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, Signet. Like, but Thought Vessel, for example, is not a crazy good card for this deck, and it doesn't have the mana value for you to convert it. And then again, we go back to my point, right? So it's kind of there, right? It's kind of there. You have some ramp, you have a lot of create beasts or generate beasts or stuff like that. But everything that is not cards like this, like Harmonize, everything that is not an enchantment or an enchantment or an artifact with this cost just feels like stupid. Like in this deck, just feels stupid. Like Harmonize is not an awful card because draw 3 cards for 2 and 2 green. Okay, it's not bad. But for the mission that you're trying to achieve here, it's not super crazy. And then you have like Gruul Signet. Cool, I guess, but like these are the mana rocks that you're not going to transform. So I guess these are your mana rocks for real. But then Hedron Archive. It's like, what are you gonna do with it? Are you gonna swing with it or are you gonna tap it for 2? Because you know what I mean? Like Tran Dynamo, same example. Like, are you gonna tap it for 3? Or are you gonna use it as an elemental, right? So I think that's where the main confusion in this deck comes from. Then you have all these talismans, all this stuff, which is nice because you need the ramp, and the deck has decent ramp. It doesn't have the craziest of ramps, right? But everything that is not directly into serving the commander theme feels kind of weird. Like Etali itself is like, thank you for the reprint, I guess. you know, and that's why like it's the first card you get after removing this. It's like, oh, Etali, oh, crazy, because it's like, what are we like? Whenever it attacks, except the top card of each player's library, then you may cast a number of those cards without paying their mana cost, which is amazing. Everyone loves Etali, but what is Etali doing here exactly? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this feels more like something that I will throw into a deck that I kind of already built, and I have like, oh, I'm missing, which is never the case actually, but normally it's the opposite. It's like, oh, I am 20 cards over and I need to cut 20, right? But this here feels a lot like, oh, I need to add 10 cards. Well, let's add a tally. Let's add, I don't know, Galta, right? Let's add Kodama, Grothama, and the other one that was around here. Like, let's add those cards. You know what I mean? Because it's like, oh, you need big things because this is Gruul. Like, you're not going to not have big things. And I mean, not trying to hate on Gruul or anything. Like, I swear, guys, I swear. Like, it's cool. But the problem is, and we're going to like get more into the strategies when we compare it with the others, but it just feels a little disconnected, right? Like, normally, what happens with these decks is you can tell that it's normally built for the main commander, then the secondary commander is there to give you like a secondary way of playing, you know, kind of like thing. And the deck can go any way, but it's normally more catered towards the main commander. That's how it works, normally. However, sometimes it's not even like one or the other, it's just like half and half. Sometimes it's like 30-30 and then something else, like it depends. This time it feels very weird, right? Because it feels like the deck was built for Velo. This kind of fits in there. This actually fits half the deck. Like, all the artifacts do nothing with this. I mean, they have Cascade, so you can get an artifact from Cascade. Like, it doesn't say that it's Cascade for enchantments, right? But normally when you cast, well, because Cascade doesn't trigger again enchantments, so I guess it's okay. But like, it does feel like this commander is using only half the potential of the deck, and this one is the one that. But the way this commander works, the deck just feels like half the deck is there for the commander, the other half is just someone was like, wait, what colors are we doing? It's like Gruul. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. Then add Etali and add this and add that. You know what I mean? It feels very forced. So overall, not a bad deck. Kind of chaotic to play with, which I guess is the case if you go on Gruul. But it doesn't feel Gruul when you play. You know what I mean? It feels more Gruul when you play Etali or something like that, or Kodama, like, because those are typical red and green creatures, but the strategy of the deck doesn't feel Gruul, which is interesting because it doesn't have to be like that. Like, we have those profiles because of Ravnica, but in this case, it's like, well, it's an interesting idea with those colors, so, you know, it has the red aspect and the green aspect. Like, it doesn't have to be Gruul, like, you know, big smash. It does say on the box, it says, make trash, do smash. Like, it is trying to write that thing, but I don't know. It feels there. Playing with it feels very chaotic, but not in the good way of you doing chaos, but the deck doing chaos with you, which is not something that you want, right? So there is that for the first deck, and then you may be looking at the timeline and be like, yes! All that for the first deck is like, mind you, the next ones are going to be faster because we're not going to talk about the life counters or anything like that. Now, next in line, F for Family Matters. Make offspring, go wide. So, the bird. The bird that looks more like a bard than the bard. So, I don't know. Dungeons and Dragons much? Sinala, or sorry, Sinala, my god. Sinia looks like a stork, which I guess it's the case. That was my idea. And, you know, it says make offspring, so I was like, well, that's a stork, I guess, or something. I don't know. So I guess I was guessing that was the the topic, and then it says Cinia Valley's voice, the jovial troubadour, which is also a bard, a different type of bard. Cinia crashes literally into Tree City and has delighted denizens ever since, but they are silent on their mysterious past. Now, Cinia delivers the pain plus a whole liter of 1/1 token offspring that double up on enter the battlefield effects. Each of your creature spells gains the offspring ability. Blah, blah, blah. So we'll see in a second what is the thing here, and I will give you a spoiler warning right away that this deck is the deck that many people consider birds of a feather fight together. This is the deck that many people consider the best commander deck of Bloomburrow. Now, will I be a contrarian or will I agree? Let's find out. So, normally I am a bit of a contrarian, to no one's surprise. So again, here, what we are expecting, I guess, is nothing. It's just the box. And then the sample booster and nothing else. So, which, now that I think about it, like, for once, normally I assemble the boxes and I put the stuff in there, but that's because I have the plastic card and all that stuff. But now I don't. So I can just really, you know, F in the chat. So dividers, again, or mini dividers, I don't even know if those count as dividers. The counters, the insert, the deck. Let's see the insert. Let's see that beautiful baby. Let's go. So a very colorful bird, Cinia Valley's voice. Playing the deck. Congratulations! It's a 1/1 token. Cinia is obtained and bringing a colorful menage of offspring with them. Each of the creature spells are granted a new offspring mechanic, blah, 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 with only one power can be. And then the history of Cinia, like amazing art. All the pieces of art of Cinia are just beautiful. Not that the others are not, but Cinia just has this weird quality to it. Cinia's history is a curiosity to all. Despite being an open book with their outgoing and bumbling demeanor, no one knows where Cinia came from. They crash into Tree City, literally, and have been delighting citizens with their loot ever since, boasting the never-ending array of romantic ballads to a taste for adventure. Zimmy brings joy, Boba. So, freeze the screen if you want to read that. That's the flavor. Mind you, I already read it. That's why I'm like chill. And let's see what the collector booster sample has before we go into the deck. Now, you can already, Wizards is it's either getting better at describing what the decks do in their boxes, or they are just not that original anymore, because by reading the description of the box, you can already kind of tell what the deck does. So, Fecund Green Shell. I love this card for multiple reasons, but the card is not that, it's not that crazy good. And a Purely's Recycling in foil. Not bad. Not crazy, but not bad either. Why do I say that? Because, well, now you read the description, there is no much point to our token game anymore. Like, you can, which in their defense, okay, like, this is not like, let's shit on Wizards 24/7. Like, in their defense, that's the way it should be, right? Like, if a PreCon normally is for less, either players like me that don't have the time or the will, or just new players. You just buy a deck, start playing. Like, that's why they do the decks, right? Or because they want to show new stuff to the community, or they have ideas or something. It's not because of financial value. So, because of that, I think that the play here, right, with these decks is actually cool. You grab the box in the store, like, I guess Walmart, or even, I would say your local game store, but if you go to a local game store, I'm guessing the person there will try to guide you a little bit. That's kind of the beauty of a local game store, or even the other players. Or if you go to a local game store, technically you see videos like this and stuff like that, so you're not new. But if you grab these at Walmart or something, you get attracted by the shiny box. You have the description here, kind of cool. I am not that much into just showing one card because it's like whatever, but it's commander, so I guess this is the one card that matters. But we're getting there. So let's see the tokens. Let's see what this deck is all about. You have a soldier, a human soldier, which feels like a flavor miss, to be honest. A citizen, which again is a human, which seems like a flavor miss. A human, which seems like a flavor miss. Another soldier, a rabbit, treasure, rabbit. Agate Instigator, which, makes sense. Stormcrow, Frog Lizard, Stormcrow, Bird, Phyrexian Golem, so beware. Fairy, Spirit, Fairy, Goblin, Thopter, Illusion, and a Goblin. So, all over the place. And why is that? Because if you see the description for Zinnia Valley's Voice, for 1 blue, 1 red, 1 white, is a 1/3 bird bard that has flying, of course, because it's a bird. And, well, of course, some birds don't fly, whatever. Zinnia Valley's Voice gets +X+0, where X is the number of other creatures you control with base power 1. Creature spells you cast have offspring 2. So everything has offspring. If you pay an additional 2 as you cast this creature spell, you can they have a son or daughter, right? They have offspring. And that basically means that you create a 1/1 copy of it that has the same effect. So the idea of this deck is enter the battlefield effect, because when it enters, it copies, or at least effects that are ongoing that multiply each other. So this commander is kind of, it's not broken, but it's kind of broken. And this is why a lot of people are like, whoa, this deck is crazy. Like, to be honest, what kind of nerfs this deck is that there is no green in here. So, like, your ramp is not going to be that fast, but you kind of, with blue, red, and white, yeah, you can ramp. Like, it gets +X+0, where X is the number of other creatures you control with base power 1. So the more babies you have, the more powerful it gets, which, it has flying, is a commander, so you're going to swing at people and do commander damage. So, not bad. And you will see in a second why this deck is the preferred one by a lot of people. I think it's also the boring one, but that's just me. And then you have Arthur, Marigold Knight. So for 2, 1 blue, 1 red, 1 white, is a legendary creature Mouse Knight. It's a 4/5 with haste, and it says whenever Arthur, Marigold Knight, and at least 1 other creature attack, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield tapped and attacking. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Return that creature to its owner's hand at end of combat. So Arthur has nothing to do with the rest of the Arthur, poor Arthur, right? Arthur is kind of expensive, 2, 1 blue, 1 red, 1 white for a 4/5 with haste, which is, it's not ultra bad, but then it needs to attack with another creature, right? So you look at top 6 cards, you may put a creature from them in the battlefield tapped and attacking, and then that creature goes back to the hand at the end of combat. So as a way of getting creatures and swinging with them, it's not that bad. But you do need to have another creature attacking with Arthur. So it's 2 creatures swinging. To get another one swinging, which, it put it into, onto the battlefield, tap and attacking. I don't even know if it triggers the enter the battlefield effect. I don't think so. Even though I did enter the battlefield. So, maybe. Time for a judge. Let's see. And we're back. Yeah, so after, because we did play with this card, but this card was not the main commander, so I never actually saw this card super duper in action. But yeah, basically, it's exactly what I was saying. So poor Arthur, because the card is good, it's not that good. They basically did overcorrected Winota, and yeah, but so problem with this commander. So this commander is great. This commander is not that good, and likely if you're going to build on this, you're going to remove this one from the deck, which is sad. And Arthur, I don't think is strong enough to hold that deck on its own, because it has haste. Whenever Arthur and at least one other creature attack. So you need to have more creatures here to attack. If it was him alone, you could attack and then just, do something like, what's the name? Karlov the Vast, right? Just have the deck full of heavy hitters with enter the battlefield effects and just go boom, and then it goes to your hand, and then boom, and then it goes to your hand. You know what I mean? But you need to have some other creatures there to be attacking, and it doesn't have any protection or anything, so it's not very likely you're going to trigger this a lot. It has too many ifs here for me to like Arthur. It's a shame. It does work with the deck though. Like Xenia overrides everything by saying like, oh, everything has offspring, so that's, but that means that everything else is for you to double down or enter the battlefield effects by paying 2. But Arthur, well, rides on that, so this is one of those rare cases where both commanders kind of work right off the box with the entire deck, or mostly. But Arthur looks nice. I love the concept, love the art, love everything, but I will either make him a little bit cheaper, like, I don't know, one blue, one red, one white, or just one blue, one red, one white. Well, maybe one it's too cheap, maybe. But maybe make it cheaper here, or keep this cost but remove when Arthur and another creature attack, or give it indestructible, or like if it attacks with another creature it gets indestructible or something. It's not really worth it. And then you have the Planeswalker in foil that is a converted Planeswalker. In this case, it's Elspeth, Sun's Champion. So for 4 and 2 white, you get a 4 loyalty Planeswalker that says +1, create 3 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. That's why you have soldiers. But couldn't they do like a token with mice or something? I understand that they are mice token and that's a mouse token, right? And rat tokens, and maybe that's why they didn't want to do it. But come on. -3, destroy all creatures with power 4 or greater, which works with this deck because of the offspring and so on. And -7, you get an emblem with creatures you control get +2/+2 and have flying, which is just nice, I guess. So you're seeing where the deck is going. Let's just go over it kind of fast enough. So this is one of those cards that is like here, but it's like, I can remove this one. Nothing that crazy because, it doesn't have enter the battlefield effects. It's not that strong. Like, it just has first strike, and then if you pay 3 and 2 white, like, this card is not doing anything here, in my opinion. So it's funny that they put it here. Like, it has Jazal Goldmane. It's like, I don't care, thank you. So Marshall Coop, not bad. Again, one of the reasons why you have white soldier tokens. Storm of Souls. Each of them is a 1/1 spirit. So allocate your cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. This looks actually crazier than it is, mostly because, you're like, oh, we're going to have a bunch of tokens. They die. If they die, they don't go to the graveyard, son. They disappear. So this thing doesn't trigger as crazy as you may think. So again, Selfless Spirit is one of those things that, you get indestructible. It's like, okay, I guess like this is kind of useful for this deck. Very useful for poor Arthur here. But, Jack Rabbit. When Jack Rabbit attacks, create a number of 1/1 creatures. Like, this is okay. If you have offspring, it's okay. But you can pay X for your offspring. So Jack Rabbit is cool, but not in the theme. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like this happens a lot with the raccoon. Yes, this is a commander PreCon, and therefore it's like a basic thing ish, and therefore they don't go full crazy in it. Version control have +1/+1, have vigilance, and so on. Like. But this is why we have the Phyrexian token, by the way. But it feels, it feels weird. You know what I mean? It feels weird that it's like, why doesn't everything have enter the battlefield effects? Just give me enter the battlefield effects, or just ongoing effects. Like, why not? Like, for example, this one doesn't fit thematically at all, but it makes sense when it enters mechanically. It fits. When it enters, create a 3/3 colorless Phyrexian golem artifact creature token. So it gives you 2. If you pay 2 more. So that's not bad. And golems you control have first strike. That's not bad. When it enters the battlefield, now they printed a bunch of cards and they removed the enter the battlefield and they just put like enters. And I'm not that crazy about it, to be honest. Like, it feels incomplete. And I know that, it's word economy and so on, but what is this? Like, Magic is pretty, it's very word economic. It's not like Yu-Gi-Oh! Loyal Warhound. When it enters the battlefield, if your opponent controls more lands than you search one, so you get another one for 2. And they are kind of cheap. This is the type of card that you want to put here if you want to adjust this deck a little bit. All the type of cards you need to put here are cheap, enter the battlefield effect cards, and you get double. Or at least, just have cards with ongoing effects, like other creatures get +1/+1. So you get a copy of it, so you get +2/+2. It's kind of the play here, right? Like Luminous Broodmoth is for 2 and 2 white. Flying whenever creature you control without flying dice, redirect the battlefield under its owner's control with a flying counter on it, which is actually pretty nice. And it can turn on you if you're using it in another deck, not in this one because you don't have like mind control or anything like that, but it's very good. This is the type of card that you want, and you don't want to have a copy, but you can have a copy just to protect yourself in case they remove it. Sun Titan is just here because it's a white deck with an Elspeth card, so of course it has to have Sun Titan. But in defense of Sun Titan, yes, it has an enter the battlefield effect, so you may return target permanent card with mana of 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, so you can get 2, but it's kind of an expensive card. Again, the cool thing about the commander is that you don't need to do it for everything. Like it's not like the offspring cost is mandatory, is useful. So this is a Jeskai deck where you can just, if you pay 2 more, you get the sauce. And you get a bunch of clones. Now, again, I was just speeding up a little bit, and we're going to see all the cards one by one. But like speeding up a little bit, basically here, the trick, right, is that at the beginning of combat on your turn, create a token that's a copy of equipped creature, except the token isn't legendary. The token gains haste. So if you equip this to see, well, no, I was about to say if you equip this to Cinia, it can go very crazy, very fast. It doesn't. But actually, Helm of the Host, I don't know. Are we getting anything from Helm of the Host in this deck? I don't think so. Now, the mana base, same logic. Everything follows the same mana base logic. So you have like the Doctor Who lands, the Tango lands, right? 2 or fewer, or 2 or more, as the professor calls them. Exotic Orchard, the classic mana base. So you have a very decent mana base, and you need it because this deck needs that thing. And then you have some cards that, the cards on the back are like the cards that are just kind of fit and are not very crazy. But Spirited Companion, you can draw 2 cards and have 2 creatures because you get another copy, right? Which is not that bad. You gain 1 life or draw a card. These are not the crazy cards, but they kind of give you the fuel that you need because they have enter the battlefield effects. Now, you can put this deck into hyperdrive by, just changing a lot of things. Like, for example, Tetsuko Umezawa, Fugitive in this deck is just mean. Because if you have a bunch of 1/1 tokens or the spirits from this card, Tetsuko Umezawa is just crazy, right? Like, creatures you control with power of toughness 1 or less can be blocked. So you're going to be swinging with the babies, which is great. It's going to be a Muppet Babies episode. So Arcane Signet, Borrow Signet, the usual, right? Just the classic Secret Mender. Sadly, well, this is an artifact creature, so it actually has offspring. You can have an offspring, the offspring of an artifact creature. When it enters the battlefield, you're into life. When it leaves, draw a card. So you can do that twice for 5. So again, it's not the cheapest thing ever, but having a copy of a card for 2 more is not bad. So if you're going to use this deck, it's pretty good right off the box. Like this is why people are saying that this is the best deck right off the box. Like, if you're going to use this deck, you just need a few adjustments. One of them is removing the secondary commander because the poor guy is doing nothing there. But the whole story with that deck, with this deck, with Xenia, is remove everything that's very expensive, remove everything that doesn't have an enters the battlefield effect or an ongoing effect that is beneficial for you, and just fill it with enter the battlefield effects and ongoing effects. Like all the creatures you control have +1/+1 and shit like that. Why? Because if you pay 2 more, which is not that crazy, the more you move into the game, you start to having double the value for everything you do. Double the value, right? And that's the whole game. And the more babies you have, the more powerful gets Zinnia, actually. So you start swinging with Zinnia, because that's the thing. You get Enter the Battlefield effects, and then it's like, oh, but how do I win? Well, with the Enter the Battlefield effects, you actually get to do a lot of crazy things. But with Zinnia getting stronger and stronger, you can just swing at people by flying, swing at people by flying. So it's not that bad, actually, right? You actually need to time it pretty well with your cards, because if you don't have Zinnia or you don't have enough mana to play the cards and double them, you really have to time which cards are you using when, because sometimes you want to double some and not others, right? So, basic strategy, nothing too crazy. This is a very good deck, but maybe too much of a straightforward deck. Let's see. Then Peace Offering, the Group Hog deck. So Group Hog, +1/+1 counter. So I like this. I don't like this that much. But is Mrs. Bumbleflower, or Miss Bumbleflower. So Miss Bumbleflower is win friends and influence players with Miss Bumbleflower, who encourages the defensive, diplomatic approach over big attacks. Give special perks to your new allies while bundling up 1/1/1 counters and watch the table crumble under your kindness. So this is the type of thing that I really like. So different decks with weird ideas or weird strategies. So what does it... Well, I mean, Group Hog is not new, but you know what I mean. More bunny, more problems. Yep. Now the fun thing is that I remember when seeing the commanders, and I saw there was a deck with a bunny. I mean, if I had to bet, I would bet everything on my name that the offspring deck will be the bunny one, which, yeah, maybe it's cliche, because it is. But okay, so deck box. Every time it's like less and less important. It's just like, okay, deck box, there you go. Dividers, counters, deck, insert, is Bumbleflower. So build up your defenses with +1/+1 counters while everyone is arguing over who's your real best friend and pouring over their many resources, all courtesy of you. This is a deck that only works in Commander. This is a deck that only works under the social conventions of Commander. And it has alternate win conditions as well. Miss Bumbleflower, graceful, gracious, and generous. Miss Bumbleflower is the owner and proprietor of the three cities most popular inn, and its signature pot of never-ending stew. This utterly massive cauldron sits in the heart of at all times, and blah, 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 right? So you can read it if you want. It has some story, some lore. I love it, actually. I'm skipping over it because, you're here for the game, not for the lore. If you're here for the lore, one of these days I will make a channel like the Magic Historian, just about lore, which is just me with a stupid voice reading cards and lore snippets from Magic the Gathering, and going like, no, Vraska, we're supposed to be together. Who is Vraska? Stabs Jace, right? So, Storm Splitter. Oh, nice. For 3 and 1 red, is a Otter Wizard. With haste, is a 1/4, and whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a token that's a copy of Storm Splitter. Exile that token at the beginning of your next end step. So it has haste, so not bad, not crazy. And Strike Force. Flying, double strike, and vigilance. Yeah, all that for 2 and 1 white. Show this to a Magic player like 20 years ago, and they will be like, sorry, what? Now, let's play the token game. I mean, you know what type of deck it is. It's a Group Hog deck, so nothing is going to be too crazy here, but I always love that the tokens are like, it's a different type of cardboard. It's like, also smells different. And you're like, who smells their cards? You do it too, come on. And don't pretend like everyone smells their cards and their new books, right? Or it's just me. So, let's see the tokens, okay? Let's try to guess. So, Elephant token, I can bet you... I mean, I know because I already played with the deck, but... let's try to guess which card that is very popular in Commander in the white color requires you to have an Elephant token. spoilers, the elephant token is not going to be for you. Squid, that has Island Walk. Stillborn Champion, not bad. A Mouse Soldier. Squid, Rabbit, Octopus. Treasure, Cat, Rabbit. Fish, the fish token is actually beautiful. Bird, Fish, Bird, Shark, Sharkwig, Elemental, which, yeah, sure, that's elemental. Why not? They picked the elemental that looked more like an animal. Like, yeah, it looks like a goat. Go with that one. And that's a chimera, but whatever. Shark, elemental, cat, and poison counter. Pam, pam, pam. And also rabbit. But poison counter on a group pog deck. And that's one of the most fascinating things in this deck. Now, the weird thing, actually, and this is like minor pet peeve, but I will have, like, at least, normally the poison decks from Phyrexial will be one, had like 4 of this in the back of the other cards because you give 1 to each player. So it's kind of weird that they only included 1, but whatever. It's not the main strategy of the deck, but it gives some ideas. So let's see the commander. Miss Bumbleflower. For 1 green, 1 white, and 1 blue. Is a rabbit citizen. It's a 1/5 and has the vigilance. Whenever you cast a spell, target opponent draws a card. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains flying until the end of turn. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, you draw 2 cards. So whenever you cast a spell, your opponent draws a card. So you really want to cast more than 2, because the first time your opponent draws a card, you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, it gains flying. But if the second time, you draw 2 cards. So you really have to be like, who wants cards? And this is a very dangerous thing, because giving a +1/+1 and flying till the end of turn to one of your creatures is not that crazy. Like, plus it's target creature, you can give it to an opponent. So, which is kind of actually the play here. Like, give +1/+1 and flying to an opponent and be like, yo, you want a card and you want a +1/+1 and flying, and just, remove them from your path. And it just has vigilance, which is interesting because, you can't swing with her. Because you can give +1/+1 to her and flying. So, flying with vigilance, you hit and you come back, kind of thing. But it's actually pretty flexible. But if you do it the second time, then you draw 2 cards. So if you keep insisting, you get 2 cards, but someone got another card. And giving cards is very powerful. So not much to say here. You will see how the deck plays. Now, the secondary commander is interesting, Mr. Foxglove, which is actually referred to in the insert for Miss Bumbleflower. If you don't push the video back, pause it, you have a reference to Mr. Foxglove at the end of the text. For 2, 1 green, 1 white, 1 blue, is a 3/5 Fox Rogue. It has lifelink, and whenever Mr. Foxglove attacks, draw cards equal to the number of cards in defending player's hand, minus the number of cards in your hand. If you didn't draw cards this way, you may put a creature card from your hand into the battlefield. So, Mr. Foxglove, it's a valid commander, but a very weird commander. So, let me put it this way. As I said multiple times in this channel, I like weird decks. Weird as in not just the basic, like +1/+1, type all, attacking. So, Miss Bumbleflower is an interesting commander because you have to go like, cast a spell, draw a card, +1/+1, blah, blah. It's interesting. It's very political, if anything, and it has some tactics to it. But Mr. Foxglove, it's very interesting and chaotic, which is weird why it has those colors. Like, there is no red in there, but whenever Mr. Foxglove attacks, you draw cards equal to the number of cards in defending player's hand minus the number of cards in your hand. So if we're playing you and me, right? You have 5 cards in your hand, I have 2. So I draw 3 cards, which is actually freaking crazy. Now, okay, let's be honest. Mr. Foxglove is not that crazy. It has lifelink, so you gain life, but it doesn't have indestructible or haste or flying or anything. Actually, this is one of the best combinations. If you give Mr. Foxglove +1/+1 and flying, you can go over a lot of things. And therefore triggers. Now, it says attacks. It doesn't need to connect, actually. So That's not bad, but you don't want it to die if he's your main commander, right? If you're using him as your main commander. Now, the interesting thing is that if you didn't draw cards this way, you may put a creature card from your hand to battlefield. So if you have more cards than anyone else, you can just drop a big ass guy, and you have green, white, and blue. So you have the most expensive, inefficient price of cards in here. So, it's a completely different way of playing the deck. This deck kind of leans into, more Bumbleflower than Foxglove, but you can actually build around Foxglove, and it's kind of crazy. I actually like the idea of Foxglove a lot because it's, it kind of matches the drawing. It's like this Zorro-like character, which is a fox, so it's a Zorro. Right, that's the joke, but it's very suave, as you say in English instead of suave. It's very suave because it's like, well, you attack, I get cards, but if I can get cards, I'm just going to get some backup, and it's like, boom, you drop it, right? So it's a win-win situation as long as you keep Mr. Foxglove, alive. So it can be also Robin Hood, but I guess they went with Zorro because Zorro means fox. So, and then you have Tamiyo, Field Researcher, and Tamiyo becomes a bunny. In case it's not obvious, well, let me just double check. No, it is not the case. I was about to say, in case it's not obvious, they become the same animals the commander's like, no, they're not. They don't. Tamiyo becomes a bunny, and Tamiyo Field Researcher for one green, one white, and one blue is a 4 loyalty plus walker. The plus one is just choose up to 2 target creatures until your next turn, whenever either of those creatures deal combat damage, you draw a card, which is, it fits a lot with the deck, with both commanders. And the -2, tap up to 2 target non-land permanents. They don't untap during their controller's next untap step, which, it's okay. And then -7, draw 3 cards. You get an emblem with, you may cast spells from your cast without paying their mana cost, which is crazy, right? And you start with 4, so you're really 4, 5, 6, 7. Like the moment you hit 7, you're gonna ultimate, because the moment you have that emblem, no one can remove it from you, and you just cast everything for free, baby. So yeah, that's it's an interesting combination that we have here. Now the entire deck this is the most interesting one to look at because it's all over the place. I say, like enchant opponent, beginning of enchant opponent's ends point, you and that player each draw a card, which is great. And then when you attack enchanted opponent or a planeswalker they control, or when they attack you, sacrifice Tenuous Truce. So, it's literally a pact. Don't attack me, I don't attack you, we both get cards. Yahoo! Kind of thing. Like, I love that. Lot of the third part. Actually, this deck says in the box, group hug +1/+1 counters, and it's like, yes, because Miss Bumbleflower has a +1/+1 thing, but it's actually more about drawing cards. Is the main thing in half of the cards at least, which is very good value. Stillborn Champion, Offspring, which create a 1/1 copy of it, and then Vigilance. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, which not bad. Then with Bunnies, which is a very interesting card. Tempting Offer. Draw a card and create a 1/1 White Rabbit creature token. Then each opponent may draw a card and create a 1/1 Rabbit creature token. For each opponent who does, you draw a card and you create a 1/1 Rabbit creature token. So you create, and then if everyone creates, you also create, right? So this is type of group hug thing. That's like, I can give you stuff, but I got stuff. And then they use this mechanic a lot in this deck, which is the gift mechanic, right? Gift an extra turn. You may promise an opponent a gift as you cast this spell. If you do, they take an extra turn after this one. And you create a 4/4 Blueberry creature tokens. You create 4 2/2 Blueberry creature tokens with flying. If the gift was promised, all permanents you control phase out, and until your next turn, your life total can change and you get protection from everything. Which is basically the first protection, a kind of expensive first protection that gives you more cards, more defenses, but phases everything out. So you're like, okay, so I'm out. Right? This card actually used it a couple of times. Is hilariously stupid how this plays in Magic, and this card is perfect for this type of deck because you use it. You can not gift someone, but like there's always one player. If you're playing this deck, there's always one player that is dominating the game, right? Is more aggressive. So you play Purge Protection, which is, if someone is attacking you, and you're like, it's like Teferi's Protection, but not really. You create 4 birds, which are just there, it's a thing. But then you just say, okay, so if I give you 2 turns, will you save my ass? It's like, sure, you disappear from the game. And then the other player plays twice. And, if they are a person of word, which is technically how this goes, you get a paladin for you, which is interesting. I like this type of card. It's very unorthodox. It's, what they should be instead of just vertical power scaling. Sunscorched Regent, Promise of Loyalty. This one, I have it in the Planeswalker deck because why not? All these cards are like, please don't attack me, right? Mangala the Diplomat is that card. Whenever an opponent attacks with creatures, if 2 or more of those creatures are attacking you on a Planeswalker you control, you draw a card. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell this turn, you draw a card. So it's just draw engine, destroy everything that is not a giant. So, and then you call the giant in. Sphinx of Enlightenment, which is funny because see all the white, blue, all the green. Like there's only one creature they wanted to feature here, like the Sphinx of Enlightenment for 4 and 2 blue, which target opponent draws a card and you draw 3 cards. It's okay. It fits the theme. It's kind of too expensive for this deck, to be honest, but whatever. Now Forgotten Ancient. Now this card, I want to talk about this card. Bloodroot. Why is it Arkansas and this is why is it Kansas and this is Arkansas? America, explain. Bloodroot. Well, shouldn't it be Bloodroot or Blood Rot? No, it's Bloodroot. Doesn't make any sense. So the Bloodroot Apothecary for 2 and 1 green is the weirdest card ever, and I'm in love with it. Even though, just because it's weird, I don't like it because I don't like playing with Toxic. I have said this in multiple videos. I don't like playing with Toxic in Commander. I think it's a win condition, I guess, but it feels like to be honest, I prefer losing against Tassa's Oracle than losing against Toxic counters because yeah. But basically, this little bad boy here has Toxic 2, which for some cosmic reason. And then when Bloodroot Apothecary enters, you and target opponent each create a treasure token, which okay. And then whenever an opponent sacrifices a non-creature token, that player gets 2 poison counters. So if for some cosmic reason you are playing against decks that use treasure tokens, my god, like, you're going to become the target and Bloodroot Apothecary is going to become the target. So you better protect this card by all means, because if they sacrifice 5 treasure tokens, they are dead, right? So that's kind of the play that you want here. That's the push. That's the thing, right? And obviously, I mean, this card sounds better than what it is because they are going to remove it from the board. When they remove it from the board, you likely don't have anything else to do toxic damage. So but give it flying or give it indestructible or something. Protect it at all costs, and this thing is going to create mayhem. But again, that's a theory. No, but again, like, this will be crazy if you're playing against decks that use a lot of treasure tokens. You basically cut their path right there, like crazy. It's crazy, believe me. But if they are not, then this card is just okay. Then this card is just cool because you give a treasure to a person and you just look at them like, because it's a poison treat. It's exactly this. Because if they sacrifice it, they get two poison counters. So sadly, there is not a lot of proliferate here, but at least this card can go into other decks and it's freaking crazy. So I'm very happy. Like, I like this type of design. It's unorthodox design. It's weird design. Horizontal power scaling. When Communal Brew enters the battlefield, any number of target opponents each draw a card, put an ingredient counter on Communal Brewing. Then put an ingredient counter on it for each card drawn this way. Whenever you cast a creature spell, the creature enters with X, +1/+1, because of communal brewing. So this type of thing is also cool because you're forcing people's hands. You have a Hydra here, which, whenever a player casts a spell, this is group hug because it depends on other people, but it's not really group hug. And Rites of Flourishing, at the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws an additional card, which is great. Each player may play an additional land on each of their turns, which is crazy. Everybody wins. Then you better have something to, what was the Planeswalker that Narset, I think, that said that players can draw more than one card per turn? Or if you have this and Narset, well, that's it. You have like a very good luck in there. Tempt with Discovery, so there is that. Colonial Hydra, so they're going with the Hydras here because why not? Because of +1/+1 counters. Because you see, you have a lot of +1/+1 counters. It doesn't feel like it should be the topic of the deck, but it is, which is weird, or the theme of the deck. The Girapur Orei, or Girapur, I think it's Gira. So each player may play an additional land on each of their turns. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, if that player has no cards in their hand, that player draws 3 cards. Psychosis Crawler, and then good old mana base. Nothing too crazy. And then in terms of blue creatures, then we get some cheaper blue creatures. Like Triskai Decaphile is okay for you to have no maximum hand size, because if you have exactly 13 cards in your hand, you win the game. It's okay. Like if you play, like it's no one's business. You draw cards, and you're like, the beginning of your upkeep, you have 13 cards. You can win with Triskai Decaphile in this deck, but it's not like the main thing. Octomancer is pretty cool, and it's another proof of this horizontal design that I like a lot. Why? You gift an octopus. You may promise an opponent a gift as you cast this spell. If you do, when it enters, they create a 8/8 blue octopus creature token, which is very good. So for politics, this is great, because it says at the beginning of each end step, create a token that's a copy of target creature token that entered the battlefield this turn. So it can either enter as an Octomancer, it's kind of expensive for what it is, but if you go full politics, you actually get an octopus as well. And you and your ally have an 8/8, which is pretty cool. And then it keeps copying tokens, which, it's a thing here. Although this also kind of fits in the... Well, it doesn't because it's green. But I wish it wasn't, because it will fit into the Zinnia deck perfectly. 20-toed Toad. They love this word size. Your maximum hand size is 20. Whenever you attack, if there are 20, whenever 20-toed attacks, you win the game if there are 20 or more counters on it, or you have 20 or more cards in hand. So this deck, as you can see, has a lot of alternate win conditions. And Toxic is also there as a way of killing people, I guess. But you have a lot of alternate win conditions in there that are just like, I'm chilling. And just, if you have X amount of cards or you have X amount of counters, you win the game. And since you're just chilling and, promising stuff to people, you may actually win by, not doing that much. Selvala is here as well. Each player might draw a card, and each player who drew a card this way gains 1 life, which is like, okay. Coveted Jewel, draw 3 cards, add 3 mana of any color. Whenever one or more creatures an opponent control attack, you and your unblock, the player draws 3 cards and gains control of Coveted Jewel. Untap it. So, interesting as well, another way of doing politics. Generous Gift, there you go. But the Bloomburrow version, which is interesting. Swords to Plowshares, the Bloomburrow version. I love it that they have Bloomburrow versions for all the classics, but they don't have tokens for some of Soldier and stuff like that. Bird, and then an offer you can refuse, which is actually pretty cool. Wizard class, Cultivate, and then you can actually go wild and add some other alternate winning conditions. And actually, Tassa's Oracle kind of fits here. Not 100%, but it kind of fits. No maximum hand size. That's kind of the whole ordeal here. I feel like, you know, they give you Sweetfoot boots. Lightning Greaves will be better, of course, as is always the case, and give it to Mr. Fox. You know, that's kind of the play that you should do here. So overall, this deck is very interesting, but it's not an easy deck to play with because it has like 20 ways of winning and everything is at the same time, right? And you're like, yeah, I can win with this, I can win with that. And it's like, you know, some people will hate this deck with all their might because it's not really a deck that plays Magic the Gathering, you know what I mean? Like, it feels a lot like you're playing a different game and people are playing Magic the Gathering. Like you are just there like promising stuff and giving stuff to people. You're like a pimp in the middle of the game, like, oh yeah, grab a card, but don't touch me. Grab a card, but don't touch me. Hey, when an octopus, don't touch me. And you're just like there in the middle, and it actually gives you a lot of flexibility because you can be friends with the entire table. You can be friends with one big player that is just having the advantage. You can go any way you want, and you can win in multiple ways as well, with Triscat Decaphile or 20-toed Toad, so stuff like that, right? So it's actually, you know, I like it. But it's not an easy deck to play with, and people will either love you or hate your guts because there is no middle ground here. Because this deck is just like that. It's that type of deck. So, you know, that's my advice to you, I guess. Get it under your own like responsibility. And then last but not least, Squirreled Away. Some people love it, some people hate it. Black and green, Horde tokens, squirrels. And it just says squirrels because that's the meme of a squirrels. So Hazel of the Root Bloom. Hazel leads a shadow faction of nature worshippers and will go to any length to preserve balance for her community, right? And in this case, you accumulate tokens and just go boom, right? It says it here, right? Horde tokens and then squirrels. So the squirrels part just feels like, you know, the meme of this deck is nuts. Whoever you are at Wizards of the Coast, I just want you to know that I appreciate you. Like, whoever it is, the person that writes those phrases, I appreciate you. Someone out there, in this case me, just every time I buy a new Commander deck, one of the things that gets me the most excited about is actually like, what's going to be the pawn for this one? Like, I'm not joking. So, whoever you are, thank you. This one suffered, as you can see. The Boosterino. And then the deck, the counters, which I think is the same counters for all of them. Like, they're not even trying. Like, it's a +1/+1 deck, you get the same. It's a poison deck, you get the same. Like, they don't care. They don't care anymore. It's just like Hazel of the Root Bloom. Squirrels just want to have fun. Oh yeah, squirrels just want to have fun. Whoa. With Hazel's ability to use all of your assorted tokens to add mana, you can cast more and bigger spells to stay ahead of the competition. Which is interesting because you will see, the way that this deck plays is what I assumed that the Gruul deck was, like the Bellow one. The Cache Master. Or Cash, I guess Cash. The Cache Master, Hazel's name is one spoken only in whispers amongst the populace of Bloomburrow, a threat to lord over the heads of misbehaving children. She is the enigmatic I can't do it seriously. She is the enigmatic leader of the Belladonna, a resistance faction both vicious and covert in their bid to reclaim the world of nature, or the world for nature, and so on. You can read it if you want. The Calamity Beast of Spring. I actually like the design of this squirrel a lot. So let's see. Put this thing here. Well, let's open this thing. Let's recycle this first. Let's open this thing first. Liliana, and Xenia, Valley's voice, which is kind of a shame because like when you had the normal commander and you pull this one, you're like, cool, I can swap it. But now it's just like, actually that one is better because that one is foil. This one is not. So, bam, 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 bam. But hey, people like this commander, so at least that. And Huskbuster Swarm. In foil, not bad. Again, you don't buy the commander decks for the sample, for the sample booster, which is not a sample. It's like, think of it as, the first one is free. Remember that boosters are basically gambling. So that's kind of the play here. Is like, the first one is free. Look at the cool treatments that you can get for cards for your commander deck. Right? So don't fall for it. Be smarter. Buy singles. Or just a PreCon if you like the PreCon, right? So let's see the tokens. So Squirrel. Makes sense. Treasure. Squirrel. Treasure. Squirrel. Food. Nice. Eldrazi. Okay. Was not expecting that. Clue. Pest. Shapeshifter. Spider. Blood. Human Soldier. Come on, guys. We're in Bloomburrow. Wolf. Rat. Raccoon. Rat. Raccoon. Goat. And wolf. So you can tell where this is going. Squirrels, I guess. Not as many squirrels as you imagine, right? Like, not that, like, we have 20 tokens or 10 double-sided and not that many squirrels. So, Hazel of the Root Bloom. Very nice looking card, I have to say, like, leading the horde here. For 2, 1 black and 1 green is a 3/5 that says, tap it, tap it, pay 2 life, tap X on tap tokens you control, add X mana in any combination of colors. At the beginning of your end step, create a token that's a copy of target token you control. If that token is a squirrel, instead create 2 tokens that are copies of it. So if you pay, everything generates mana, which is crazy. If you don't, at least at the end of in the end of your turn, you create a token that's a copy of one of your tokens. But if it's a squirrel, it multiplies by 2. So you see where this is going, right? Either you're supposed to go either by numbers, a lot of squirrels, or either by big things because you have a lot of mana to summon big things. But we're going to see those big things in a second. The Odd Acorn Gang, this is the secondary commander, is an interesting one because for 3, 1 black and 1 green is a 5/5 squirrel warrior. And it has menace, trample, and reach. And squirrels you control have tap. Target squirrel gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. So this is interesting. You will see the rest of the deck in a second. But remember that this one multiplies squirrels, doesn't give you squirrels. And this one, whenever one or more squirrels you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. This also relies on squirrels, but doesn't give you squirrels. The squirrels get an effect to just, bump other creatures, particularly other squirrel. Maybe this one, right? It has menace, trample, and reach. So if you just outgrow it with a bunch of squirrels, it can get very crazy very fast. So both of them rely a lot on having squirrels. And this is why the deck is going to be crazy when you look at it, because, they're like squirrels, squirrels, squirrels. We will see in a second. And lastly, the commander is Garruk. Garruk Cursed Huntsman. And Garruk is a bear, I think. Although I will always think about Garruk as a gorilla, I think, but I think bear fits more the tone, I guess. So, for 4, 1 black, 1 green is a 5 loyalty planeswalker with a 0 loyalty ability that says create 2 black and green wolf creature tokens with, when this creature dies, put a loyalty counter on each Garruk you control. And -3, destroy target creature, draw a card, and -6, you get an emblem with creatures you control get +3/+3 and have trample. So it's very good for squirrels, but you do need a bunch of wolves to get there, so we'll see it in a second. So let's see the deck. Remember, we need squirrels like we need water. Let's see. When enters the battle, we create a number of 1/1 black rat creature tokens for a number of opponents you have. Sadly, squirrels are cousins of rats, but they don't count for what we want. So, okay, when this is a rat berserker, when it enters, you get a food token. Okay, this is a bat, so they are all cousins, but we want squirrels, nothing else. So, whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you get a blood token. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter. So, there is a very good looping here. This card is actually pretty good. Kind of expensive, pretty good. Swarmyard Massacre for 3 and 2 black. You create 2 1/1 green squirrel creature tokens. Then each creature that isn't an insect, rat, spider, or squirrel gets -1/-1 until the end of turn for each creature you control that's an insect, rat, spider, or squirrel. So not bad, but for 5 gives you 2 squirrels, and then basically nerfs everything that is not, insect, rat, spider, or squirrel, which is what this deck is all about. So interesting, but not that level of crazy. I mean, with your commanders, you can multiply those squirrels, so that's not bad. But you only get 2 so far, so let's see. Food token, what is a squirrel? So you can multiply it, because you need to multiply a token, but it's a squirrel. Enters the battlefield, you create a goat. This is why we have a goat. You know how this card works. Sawing half. If that creature dies this way, its controller creates 2 tokens that are copies of that creature, except their power is half of the creature. So round up each time. So you can actually use this against your own cards to have multiple squirrels, believe it or not. So not bad. Let's see. Ogre Slumlord, rats. So, I mean, to be fair, there are not that many squirrel cards. In Modern Horizons 2, we got a bunch of squirrel cards, but you will expect that the play with squirrels was stronger, I guess. So your creatures, they can be regenerated. Draw a card for each creature destroyed this way, cycling, and when you cycle, everyone gets -2/-2. You get the Gourmand's Talent. You create a 1/1 green squirrel creature token. You may choose the same mode more than once. So you can get 3 squirrels just here, so not bad. Again, it's not that it's your only ability or your only play here to create squirrels, but the deck really, even in the box, says squirrels. So, it's like, give me more. Whenever a squirrel, scurry of squirrels, my god, my tongue is just going crazy right now. Deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It has myriad. So, not bad. Not squirrels. Spiders. Enter create 4 green squirrel creature tokens, and squirrels get +1/+1. So this is amazing for this deck. Another squirrel. Again, I'm just showing you this in this order. Like we can just go faster because that's kind of what I want to get at with this deck. Remember how this deck is played? Like, you see how the black spells are kind of expensive. They're not. They get from less expensive to super expensive, but like they're sorcery. It's not like you're going to swing like the Ogre Slumlord is the most expensive black card in this part of the deck, and is a 3/3 and just gives you stuff. So you pay in 2 life, which is cool in Commander, to tap X untap tokens you control and give you X mana. Remember, you need those tokens, and you first have to play stuff to get tokens because your commander doesn't generate the tokens. It can multiply the token, or it can do a copy of a token that you control. And if it's a squirrel, it's double, but it doesn't generate tokens. And then you get swayed by the whole, I can get so much mana. It's like, yeah, to do this, which is cool, but like, the deck is kind of expensive in terms of mana value, but it feels like this ability should be somewhere mixed with that commander, because like the deck is expensive, but it's not that expensive. And you have Chatterfang is here. Also, everyone salute Chatterfang. If one or more tokens will be created under your control, those tokens plus that many squirrels are created. So Chatterfang is the Fang. Like, this is what you want. This is what you need in this deck. The moment Chatterfang enters, everything just starts moving, right? But, the expensive stuff is cool, but you're not going, you know what I mean? You know, like the mana base, right? You have a bunch of good mana base. The mana base for all the decks is more or less the same, right? You know where ways. Gilded Goose, cool. Food, okay. Like, by the way, yes, you can copy food tokens and treasure tokens, right? With your commander, and you can tap food tokens for mana. So that's why you have a bunch of things here that give you mana. But knowing that your commander is just an engine for squirrels, and yes, you can tap those squirrels for mana to get more squirrels, I guess, because you know the whole play here, as you can see, is that she's like a religious sect kind of thing, and just gathering more people, or squirrels in this case, and you know, cheater speeder. Like, again, you have the stuff, you have the power, but you don't have quite the right thing. You create tokens with everything, and you're like, well, this is expensive, but I have my tokens. Like, do you though? Because you need the Sword of the Squeak, which is amazing. You need to have more tokens, and I feel that this thing doesn't give you enough tokens. So most of the upgrades that I will do to this deck is remove a couple of stupid spells that are here that is like, okay, because some of them are like, oh, you create human tokens. It's like, okay, like, I don't need, if it's not a squirrel, so step number 1 for this deck, every squirrel card that is not here, add it. Like, no brainer, because you know it has a storm. You know, Chatter Storm is the thing that you want. Do it, then multiply squirrels. Let's go. Tap everything for mana, and then add big, heavy hitting things for you to be able to use that mana that you have. Because this deck doesn't feel that expensive. You know what I mean? Like, and it doesn't have that much card draw either, right? So it's not like, oh well, but you have a bunch of mana, but you can't. Then you have like the mana base. Like, you have a bunch of mana, but you know, but you can cast multiple smaller things. You don't need to cast like big things. It's like, yes, I would second that if you had a lot of card draw, which you don't have, right? Like with the 2 commanders here, and that's kind of the problem, is that this one gives you mana, which is amazing for all your tokens, and tokens can be anything. It can be food tokens, it can be creature tokens, it can be anything. And then the second one just copies a token, which is great. So if it's a treasure token, you get another one. If it's a food token, you get another one, which in turn, next turn, will give you more mana in exchange for 2 life. But hey, it's just life, right? So, and if it's squirrels, you get 2, right? So that's great. So the whole play here is squirrels. You get more squirrels. If there are squirrel cards that are not here, add them, remove everything else. But then you're going to be stuck with a bunch of tokens and mana for no good reason. Like, I don't feel that there is like, you know, Eldrazi's here, like a 10-10 that you need the mana for and go like boom, right? Like, this deck feels like it could use some Eldrazi's. Like, ironically, the squirrel, you know, druid, leader, defender of nature thing feels like the best gate for Eldrazi's. Like, it's just a cult leader for Eldrazi's, and it's just like, yeah, let's pray for the Eldrazi's and just summon big ass Eldrazi's with all the squirrel tokens that you're tapping. Otherwise, you know, and for the secondary commander, it's a very interesting idea, but you know, menace, trample, and reach, which is pretty crazy because, you know, 3 squirrels, each of them does a different thing, I guess. This is pretty good. But then squirrels you control give target squirrel +2/+2 and gains trample at the end of turn. So you can give that to one of the named squirrels or to another token squirrel. That's great. And whenever 1 or more squirrels you control deal combat damage to player, draw a card. So you do get a draw engine here, but not crazy because it's 1 or more squirrels. So what you want to do is have a bunch of squirrels, tap all of them to give +2/+2 to this guy because it has menace, trample, and reach, and just swing with that big commander damage and goes kaboom. But that's a completely different deck from this. They do play together nice, but it's a completely different deck. Like, not deck, but like feeling. The deck is kind of in the middle. It doesn't have all the squirrel cards that it could have, which is a shame. And it doesn't have all the heavy hitters that I will expect, which is stupid because, I mean, give me the heavy hitters. Like, why are you not giving me the heavy hitters? Come on. Now let's talk about decks and comparison and finish the video around 2 hours. Yay! So welcome to the Magic the Gathering podcast. So Bello, Zinnia, Miss Bumbleflower, and Hazel of the Root Bloom. So in terms of which deck is the most powerful right off the box, my order will be trying to be as impartial as possible. Okay, like impartial, trying, because no, you can't do it. So number 1, these 2 are tied. Number 2 and number 3. These 2 are okay. Like, if you really push for me, I guess it will be something like this. If you really want an absolute order, like, I feel like this is the most powerful deck right off the box because of multiple reasons. It works. The co-commander, sadly, my dear Arthur, is kind of trash, but the main commander is good enough. But like, we're talking about them as they are. And you can upgrade them, sure. If you're going to upgrade them, likely you're going to remove all the co-commanders except for Mr. Foxglove, and the old Acorn gang. So like, likely you're going to remove Arthur, and maybe Wildseer, maybe can stay. I don't know, but Zinnia just this deck just works. It's intimidating. It just works. Hazel kind of works. Bello kind of works, but less, because it's very expensive without the mana. And here you have a lot of mana, and I don't feel like you have the engines enough for it. So that's why I kind of tied them, because they are like on the same boat kind of thing. Like, okay, this one kind of has the mana engine, but doesn't have enough squirrels or heavy hitters to complete its mission. And this one is just very expensive, and it doesn't feel like it's complete. And this one is not like it is the less powerful, but it is the weirder one to use. And if you are like me, and sometimes you play 1v1 commander with a friend, which is a thing, don't hate me, this deck is useless, because this deck is really made for multiplayer commanders. So you have multiple types of group hog decks, and this one is not the type of please don't touch me. Like, this deck has some please don't touch me cards, but this deck is very straightforward with what it wants, which is, yeah, let's go. I give you +1/+1s. I give you a creature. You want an octopus? Heck, have an octopus, but hey, don't hit me, haha, right? And if you're playing 1v1, which again is not what these decks are designed for, right? The commander is for 4 people or more, right? Like, come on, let's be honest. But, just saying, in this deck is different. It's not like the other group hog decks that are full of cards like propaganda and so on, that you can actually play 1v1 and make the other person miserable because they can hit you, because they have to pay like 10 mana every time they have to attack you and stuff like that. So this deck is very, very reliant on having a lot of people and your social skills and, being like, hey, and yeah, and the other decks as well. So this deck is weird. This deck can be like here in terms of power level, or it can be here depending on the player. So it's really a floating card. If you're good at social, like politics in Commander and so on, it's easily the most powerful, because you can go, plus it's a group hog deck, come on. If you're not, then this deck is not for you at all, right? And these ones are kind of there. So this is what I will say is the objective, trying to be objective, power level thing, right? In terms of my preference, when it comes to these decks. Now, I guess I spoiled you around talking about the decks, because yes, this is my favorite deck. So this is my favorite deck. Then I have mixed feelings, but I think this is the order, I think. And if you want me to be more like my actual feelings, will be something like this, right? Like, my favorite deck, I'm okay with this too. I don't care that much about this one. For 2 reasons, right? I don't care, like, I care about this one because I like group hog, I like mind games, politics, and all that stuff. So this is my type of deck. And I actually like a lot Mr. Foxglove. Like, I can't tell you how much I like this card as a potential main commander, because it's just very aggressive and weird. I like it. You just need to protect it properly, give it flying or something. That's why Mrs. Womberflower is here. But it's interesting. Now these two, this one I feel it's kind of the typical Jeskai deck, like Hinata kind of thing. Hinata stacks, right? But it's a typical deck that is just like as long as you have mana in colors that don't have that good of a mana base by default. So it's like, as long as you have mana, you can do this cool thing and just start spell casting, spell slinging and stuff like that. It's cool. I like it. It doesn't make me crazy. It's like this one. I like the idea of the squirrels and the theme and so on, but I don't think it's executed to its fullest, which is a shame. And this one I just don't like that much, to be honest, because, well, I don't like Gruul by default, right? So that's the thing. But I don't like... I don't feel like the deck is properly... Like, either the commander was nerfed or the deck is not very well done. Like, this deck doesn't feel right to me. Now, mind you, if you like it, is your favorite, or you have it and you enjoy it, please let me know. Tell me that I'm wrong. I will be more than willing to read your take and be like, oh, okay, and counter argument maybe. I don't know. Like, we're here to discuss, right? But it really didn't hit the spot for me. Again, you're talking to the guy that likes that group hog deck, so it is what it is. So, it is what it is. Now, in terms of the most fun, which fun is very, very subjective and not necessarily my favorite. Like, my favorite is one thing. The most fun is a different thing. Now, in terms of the most fun, as it comes right off the box, I think that the most fun depends on your definition of fun, right? For me, the definition of fun is something chaotic, more or less, right? So I think it will be actually like these, maybe, like most fun for me because, well, and then these two are kind of crazy for multiple reasons, and this one is just standard. Like, this one feels like a good deck, you know what I mean? Like, this is why everyone says that this is the best deck objectively and the most powerful, because it's just a good deck that works, and it is what it is. But this one feels, this can be very chaotic. If you're not like me, if you don't like Group Hog, then ignore this, right? I feel this is the funniest one, well, the one to have most fun with, because it's very crazy. But if you don't like Group Hog, then take this as my opinion. I think that this is very chaotic, but chaotic for you. So if you want that your deck keeps messing with you, sure, why not? And this is the same because of the squirrels. So these both feel like, wow, this is crazy, right? So, and I like that type of mechanic and flow with my decks. So with my deck, good thing I don't have an Australian accent or a New Zealand accent to be like with. So with my deck. So the thing is, in terms of fun, in terms of upgradability and possibilities, well, that's a tricky one, right? I think that objectively speaking, this is the strongest to upgrade by far, because anything that has entered the battlefield effects is in Jeskai colors is on the spot. So, and creature spells that have like ongoing effects also hit home for this. So I think that objectively this is the easiest one to upgrade and the most powerful one to upgrade. So I think this one has the most possibilities. I think that this one is tricky actually, because there are not that many other squirrel spells. Like, there are some squirrel spells, but not that many. So, and if you're not using squirrels, it really feels like this thing can work, but it's only half its capacity. You know what I mean? Like, you can work without squirrels, but if you don't have squirrels, it feels like you're not doing your thing. You know what I mean? So this is interesting. Like, I think that this one is easier to go crazy with, and this one is floating again, right? Because like, it can go any way. Like, you can put anything in this deck as long as it has these colors. Like, it's like whatever. I actually think that this one is easier to upgrade than this one, and depending on your opinion, it can be like this, then this two, and then this. I think this one is the hardest to upgrade. Like, not the hardest. It feels like the one with less potential. But why? Let me explain. You can do this without squirrels, and it works, but it feels handicap. You know what I mean? the deck and the commander itself, they feel handicapped because, if you have a squirrel, it multiplies by 2. It's like it really wants you to have squirrels. If you are not going full crazy on squirrels, it feels like, yeah, this effect is very good, but it's not as good as it can be, and to use only like, it's not half of your commander because you do get a copy, you just don't get 2 copies, right? So the commander is not that bad. Maybe I'm being too unfair, let me know, but it feels like that. This one feels like it can go any way, really, and this one as well. But in terms of which deck needs the most work to work right off the box, for me, I think it's this one. This one needs the most work to fix it right off the box. Fix it, not make it super duper. Fix it. Because, like, these ones, I think, like this, right? Like, to fix them, not make them crazy. Like, because this deck kind of works, but feels like half of the artifacts that are there are not really the type of artifacts that you want. The enchantments are there, not really the type of enchantments that you want. The creatures that are there, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like you really have to pick a lane. Like, pick a lane, really. Like, just go full enchantments, go full artifacts, go enchantments and artifacts, but like, pick a lane and go with it. And be very mindful of the mana value 4 or greater for the deck, right? And then this deck can be freaking crazy, but yeah. And this one, because you really need to double down those squirrels, because I am of that opinion, if you're not using squirrels, then not hitting, right? Or not hitting as hard as it could. And then these two just work, in my opinion. Like, you can obviously add cards to them, but it's not the same, you know what I mean? Now for a new thing, and the last thing, I promise, because this video is long enough already, I'm just so tired. Like, the secondary commanders, right? In terms of decks and their possibilities, which deck is what, right? Let's say this is the Bellow deck, right? Zinnia, Bumbleflower, and Hazel. In terms of because this is the thing that we can start doing, okay? You have to maximize your cardboard. Stop buying stuff just for the sake of it. If you're buying something, optimize it, right? Optimize it. You're paying bucks for your cards. Use the cards. So is the secondary commander, backup commander, alternative commander, whatever you want to call it, which ones, if you play with these ones in your deck, which decks are better or are the best? And I have to say, the order is Mr. Foxglove, the Old Acorn Gang, and then, well, actually, a tie here. It's a tie here. Let me just move this. Like, it's a tie here, okay? So these two, this one and this one. So I feel like Mr. Foxglove, the deck just changes. It's crazy. Then Wild Seer just works, but, not everything is an enchantment, so it doesn't work to its fullest. The Odd Acorn Gang, again, we have the squirrel problem. So there you go. And Poor Arthur. Oh, Poor Arthur. Poor Arthur. So that's kind of the thing. Now, overall, I think those are my impressions. Very long impressions, mind you. If I had to pick one, well, you already saw my preferences. It will be Mrs. Bumbleflower. But I think that overall, they are all very good decks. I like them a lot. I think that they actually went interesting directions with the deck, which, some kudos to the Wizards team. It gets more and more difficult to just keep inventing new ways of spinning the wheel, even though the Magic system is almost, you can make a computer with it and all that stuff. You have to keep inventing cards and make them balanced and stuff like that. So, and a deck can go any number of ways. And I think that these decks are all good decks, right? Some are better decks, some are worse decks, but if you buy any of them, I think that you will have a very good Commander experience, which is something that I can't say for all Commander sets that are released, right? So Bloomburrow, in my opinion, is the hit even in the PreCon department. If you want a Group Hog deck, you have one. If you want a Squirrel deck, you have one. But if you want like a, I guess, token deck, which I guess is the theme, you have one. If you want, well, these are also tokens. So, and this is enchantments, kind of, and vehicles, kind of. Well, you see what I mean? Like, they are kind of all over the place, so you have different flavors for things. And I think if you play with the 4 of them, like we do in our play group, you can see them interacting with each other as I imagine was intended. And it's, it's a very nice set of interactions, and they feel very balanced. It can go any way. They all play different. They all try to do their own thing. And overall, I like them very much. And with this, we're going to finish the video. Thank you very much for watching or for listening. Maybe listening, because this is more like a podcast. And if you had me in your second screen or in your background while you worked or something, thank you very much for listening. I hope you had a great time watching this video as I had doing it. And let me know down below if you agree, you disagree with my takes, my orders, so on. And I will see you next time on PAX and Recreation. Bye. Hello and welcome to PAX and Recreation, and we are back, baby, this time in the spooky season. And sadly, I don't have my Duskmourn mats yet, which is really a shame, because I think this is the set that I bought the most stuff of, because I like the aesthetic so much and the theme and so on, even though the 80s thing is kind of extra. But you will hear all about that as we keep opening stuff from Duskmourn, because I've been yapping the entire year about it, so now is your time to suffer. So I needed to get something scary, so nothing scarier than a demonic tutor, but to be really scary, it should be a playmat of a Jeweled Lotus or a Mana Crypt, right? But don't have one of those. Have a lot of Mana Crypts and Jeweled Lotus, no? Well, the good thing is that I only use them to play with, so I never really like them that much either. So, 50-50. Up to you and your opinion. I guess that if you invested in them, it's certainly a pain in the ass, and if you just play with them, it's okay-ish, depending on how much you pay for them. If you play against them and never had them, I guess you are just like, yeah, boy. But yeah, so the reality of Magic the Gathering. And talking about Commander, today, as you can see by the title, we go full Commander decks, because these are the decks that I have been waiting for the entire year. And they revealed the titles, and I was like, okay, that's kind of interesting. And then they revealed the images and so on. I was like, okay, I'm still interested. And here we are. So, and here is the review, right? So we're going to go one by one. Reminder, the first one is always the slowest one, because I show you like the content and so on, and then the others are just like straight to the cards and to the strategy and so on, right? So we have 4 decks, because this is the normal thing now. You always have 4 decks. Like, I remember when I was like, well, some sets have 2 decks, and then you have the big set of the year, which is like 5 or 4, like New Capenna or March of the Machine. And Wizards now is like, no, everything has 4, because Commander is for 4 players, so you buy 4, you play with your friends, that's how it is. Like, okay, Wizards. Which, as long as they keep coming up with interesting ways to build decks or interesting strategies, because they can do something that most of us can't, because they invent at least 10 new cards on each of these, right? I wished it was more, but well, they have to release a new set of 4 Commander decks every 2 months. So yeah, I guess 10 cards is 10 cards each is okay, which is 40 new cards every 2 months. That's something to behold for sure. So most of them are 2 colors, and 1 is the exception, right? So Miracle Worker, Death Toll, Jump Scare, and Endless Punishment. And we're going to do them in alphabetical order. As usual, I already play with them a little since launch, and with friends and not so friends. And with one of these decks, I don't even know if they're my friends anymore, which we're going to cover in a second. I'm really all over the place with this theme. I really like Duskmourn as a theme. I don't like it as a plane, because I don't think it makes, like, Ravnica is already kind of a stretch. It's like, oh, it's a city, it's a planet. It's like, well, it's a planet. It's like, no. It's a city. It's like, yeah, a city and a planet, right? So like the planet is the plane, right? It's like multiverse thing. It's like, no. It's just a city. It's like, well, what about the ghouls and so on? They live in the forests outside of the city. It's like, well, that also counts as a city. So you have the outskirts and the city, and the city is ever growing. So that means that the outskirts also grow with it, apparently, I guess. And whenever you try to go up, as they try to, you see the endless, the blind eternities, right? So here is more or less that, but worse because like it's a house. The entire thing is a house. But then you will see some of the lands and cars and so on. It's like that's the biggest house I ever seen. So yeah, but I like the theme. So we're going to look into the thing. 4 decks by alphabetical order. We should go Death Toll, Endless Punishment, Jump Scare, and Miracle Worker, unless my ABC is failing me, which I hope not. So let's go with Death Toll first, one of the most divisive decks here. As you can see, this copy of the deck took a hit. This is the deck, I actually, believe it or not, I had to play more with this deck because I was like, and well, let me show you as we open them. But by the way, they went back to this form factor, the horizontal one, which they normally use for things like Doctor Who or March of the Machine, precisely because they came with Play Chase cards, and now they come with Archenemy cards, which is actually a great match in terms of flavor with the set because of Valgaboth, which is this guy, by the way, which is the big bad of the set. So not bad. So Death Toll is black and green. Fill your graveyard, reanimate monsters. So that theme right away is not my cup of tea. I'm not that much of a graveyard player. So that, like, disclaimer, I am biased, right? And then you have Winter, Cynical Opportunity as the commander, which we're going to check in a second when we open this. But we're back to the fact that we have a fake card here, which is cool. I guess you can cut it and have it as a proxy if that's your thing. And then do what it takes to survive. Battle your friends with powerful creatures and spectacular spells in commander, blah, blah, blah. Bring Winter to the battlefield and send your cold dead cards into the graveyard to activate Delirium abilities. Return your heavy hitters from the great beyond and rise victorious. Right? So also you have Archenemy, which is, it's not a commander mode similar to Plane Chase, but certainly adapts to commander because everything is commander now, which I'm fine with. I mostly play commander, but like it's funny that Wizard is like, we can do Archenemy here too. It's like, yeah, you can. And it's funny, I guess that the motivation came because Valgaboth kind of gives the vibes of Nicol Bolas. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, the board game thingy for Nicol Bolas, it was called Archenemy, right? Archenemy Nicol Bolas. And I guess that the idea was to release multiple ones, like Archenemy Nicol Bolas and then Archenemy something else. And yeah, the format was 3v1 and 3 Planeswalkers versus Nicol Bolas and so on. We're going to do this one of these days and review it, but I need to play with it first. So there is that. And I guess they look at that and the whole theme of Valgaboth, which looks weirdly enough like the demonic tutor, and went like, yeah, sure, put Archenemy cards in there. So let's see the contents of the box and let's see what's in the box. So let me try to open this properly, because last time I opened them, I actually never know how to open them properly. I guess let's start with the bottom. Yeah, it's through the bottom, so 10 points for Gryffindor. So there goes that. Then this is the whole reason for this form factor, even though I think this kind of fits in the other form factor. These are the Archenemy cards. I'm going to open them in a second so you can see they come in a black envelope. And you have this thing, which is kind of cool, not gonna lie. This thing looks kind of cool. And I love when they actually go the extra mile. It's like, since we're printing already, just do the thing, right? You know what I mean? Because you can kind of see it, right? Like if you want to go that route, right? But it's cool. And sometimes makes it kind of painful to just throw these pieces of cardboard, which is also cardboard. Then you have a bunch of counters, a lot of +1/+1s and Death Touch. And then you have these emblems, or I don't know what you want to call them, for the rooms. So locked room in the colors of, the deck, which is black and green. The deck itself This is kind of cool. I don't know if anyone's going to use this, or like, but certainly cool. It's better than just using a coin or something. Kind of cool. And as an extra piece of trivia, they are not. I know what you may be thinking when you saw this. You're like, oh, okay, so locked on one side, unlocked on the other. Like, no, it's just locked. So you assume that it doesn't have the card is unlocked, right? So that's kind of the thing. It kind of sucks, but you could imagine, since the interior is white, they're not going to like print on both sides. What, for you to have like nice cardboard? What is this? A board game company? So the insert, which we love. We love our inserts. So let's see. Special rules. Arch Enemy. So here it explains how to play Arch Enemy. I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert of Arch Enemy, because I only play like 3 games of Arch Enemy in my life. And it was not Commander Arch Enemy, it was just Arch Enemy. And 2 of them were with that board game that I showed you. So it was like the default Arch Enemy. One of them was with a friend that had like a cube-ish thing for Arch Enemy, and we played, right? So Arch Enemy is a magic format. Is a magic format where a team of 3 players face off against an all-powerful Arch Enemy player. When playing alongside the Commander format, the Arch Enemy starts with 60, and the other players share 60 life as a team. Before the game begins, decide who will be played as the Arch Enemy, then shuffle the deck of oversized schemes. The Arch Enemy always goes first. They set a scheme in motion at the beginning of their first main phase each turn by flipping the top card of the scheme face up. They resolve the effects of the scheme, which gives them a powerful boost against their multiple opponents. The other players take a shared turn, working together to take down the Arch Enemy. Will you survive? Blah, blah, blah. And then you have the rules of Commander. Now, it's a very self-explanatory. Then you have, I'm going to talk about that in a second. Mostly when we come to another deck, that is certainly the Arch Enemy deck here. Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Mixed feelings with the card, with the art. Not that the art is bad, like the art is are freaking talented, but I don't know. Like the thing that I like the least about Duskmourn is the humans. Like all the humans in Duskmourn are like 80s. I get it, but I just like my horrors and creatures and monsters, right? So Winter has managed to survive for over a decade using only his intellect after being trapped within the house's walls when he was a teenager. He has seen firsthand the desperation can accomplish. Blah, blah, blah. So you can read this if you want, so pause it. Otherwise, this video is going to be an audiobook and it's going to be very long of me just reading lore. But I love this part, right? I don't want anyone from Wizards that comes across this video and goes like, oh yeah, like no one cares about the inserts, let's cut that as well. Because as you may have realized, now we don't have some stuff, right? Like we don't have the life counter. So remember this envelope? You normally had the collector booster sample, and then you have the quote-unquote deck box, and then you have a life counter, right? And like, to be honest, these deck boxes, although this one is kind of cool, I'm gonna lie, the art here is on point. Like, these deck boxes, to call them somehow, are kind of cool, but useless. So normally what I do with them is I just put tokens or something, and I put this and the life counter. Now there is no life counter anymore. So thank you, Wizards. The same way there is no plastic commander anymore, or oversized commander. We just get full-size cards, I guess. So you have this, which, it's something. Now let's see what we pull from the collector booster sample pack. As usual, if this is the first time you see a video of this is a sample pack, as it says literally, so, and it's random, right? So just because I open this box and I get whatever I pull here, it doesn't mean that you're going to get those cards. It's random. This is literally, the first one is free kind of thing with a drug, you know what I mean? It's like, just to get you into the collector booster thing. Well, I pull a mythic, that's something. The Roller Crusher Ride. For X2 on a red, legendary enchantment. It has Delirium, so sadly it's red, so it can't work with this deck. If a source you control will deal non-combat damage to a permanent or player while there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, it deals double that damage instead. When the roller coaster ride enters, it deals X damage to each of up to X target creatures. And a foil? Yep, is a very subtle foil, but it's foil. A foil Growing Dread, which also is not compatible with this deck, but again, it's random. Like, I will be surprised if they are compatible with this deck. So, not bad. To enchantments, actually this one can go into the enchantment deck, although it's kind of pointless. This one is kind of cool. Fun fact, even though I love, and you will see it when we open the collector boosters, even though I love this set, I love only half of it. Like, this TV thing is like, right? Like, it doesn't excite me at all, my friends. Like, yikes. So, put this thing to the side, and let's see the Arcanemy cards. I'm just going to shuffle through them, right? If you want to see any of them, just pause the video. I mean, if you want to see them, you already saw like a spoiler or something, so not much point in there. I love the back. I'm gonna love how they, through the years, they're like, okay, we can do a better back now, boys, and they just keep doing the old school, like, ugly thing. I love this kind of back, don't get me wrong. Very 2000s, very OG Magic. Choose your champion. So the thing is with Arcanemy, and again, we're going to talk about that with the next deck more, but Commander a lot of times has an Arcanemy, even though it's accidental or not so accidental. Like, there's always one player that is like, you know, goes far ahead or goes very aggressive, and everyone goes like, well, I guess that person is the Arcanemy, right? And everyone turns to that person. So in this case, this is a literal format for that, and your way to get advantage is the scheme. So per turn, you pull one, and if you have all 4 decks, you get a bunch of schemes. Some of these schemes are reprints, just with different art, and some of these schemes are new, right? So choose your champion. When you set this scheme in motion, target opponent chooses a player. Until your next turn, only you and the chosen player can cast spells and attack with creatures. And the fun thing is that target opponent chooses a player, so you can make someone pick someone that is not like, you don't pick your opponent, someone else picks your opponent, but they can pick themselves, right? So it's interesting. Plots that span centuries. There's a lot of like very beautiful cards in here. The art is just quite there. As I said, like, you can pause and see, right? Like, there's not much to analyze here. You don't need to play with these cards. It's just like a very nice thing to have. I really like that we have cards like this. I don't like the way they're cut though, as you can see here in the borders against my gloves, that they are like badly cut, but whatever. So again, no one collects these, right? Even the top, see, like, everything is badly cut here. Anything that's above magic size, I just like, whatever. Just go with a pair of scissors. No one cares. I am never alone. Rot like the scum you are. You live only because I will it. My will is irresistible. My wings enfold all. And your mistake is my triumph. So, this is similar to Playing Chase. Like, Playing Chase came with a die, so at least you had, you know, more meat there. Even though the die was whatever, like, you can just use any die and just say, like, this phase is chaos, this phase is playing Chase, but they give you a die. So I guess there was more value there if you want, just if you conjure stuff. Because you had the die, the cards, the plastic commander, and the life wheel. So, wizards. Like, give us back our stuff. Like, this is a game about collecting stuff. Whenever you don't want to collect stuff, we just either print proxies or play online. So you should really start, like, you know, don't take it as a threat, but like, you should really start, you know, pampering your players that actually buy your products a little bit. Just suggestion. So commander and second commander, and then popular Magic formats, the super mega useful cards, and then the tokens. Now, since we have the box description, so the newer thing that they have here from like a year or something that describes what the deck does, this has lost a little meaning, but we can see what the deck is all about by looking at the tokens, which is one of my favorite things to do with a new deck, even more if you have no context about them. I do have, for better or worse. So you have insects, shapeshifters, great art, which looks like a mutant from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that I can't remember the name. It was called Seymour or something. Insect, ooze, another insect. This is when it's flying. Spider, which are not insects, by the way. Tree folk, spider, insect, shapeshifter, ooze, insect. So there's something here that generates a bunch of insects. I will let you guess what. Elemental, bird, elemental, bird, demon, bird, demon, bird. So a lot of birds, a lot of demons. Let's see what's up in there. So tokens go in there. Let's see commander and co-commander, and let's talk about the deck itself, right? Or co-commander, secondary commander, auxiliary commander, alternative commander, whatever you want to call it. So Winter Cynical Opportunist is the main here. As you can see now, we get 2 foil cards in full art, so that's the replacement for the things that we're losing, but whatever. So for 2, 1 black, 1 green is a 2/5 that has Death Touch, and whenever Winter attacks, mill 3 cards. It has Delirium. At the beginning of your end step, you may exile any number of cards from your graveyard with 4 or more card types among them. If you do, put a permanent card from among them onto the battlefield with a finality counter on them. So you can see what the whole play is here, and this is why I don't really like this deck, but it's a me thing. I don't like playing with the graveyard, and I don't like milling myself. I don't like when people mill me, so I don't like milling myself. So, but again, it's down to preference, right? Like, some people really love milling strategies, and to be fair, cheating stuff out by milling it is a very solid strategy. So I'm not saying it's worse, it's just I don't like it. So if anything, I'm an idiot. So that's kind of the thing. So you have Death Touch, so it makes it a very solid defender at 2/5, right? You put it in the battlefield, turn 4, maybe turn 2 or 3, but we don't have Jewel Lotus anymore. So not really much of a point there. But like, if you're very good at turn 2, you can have it there. Maybe, with luck, turn 3, but if not, turn 4, you should be able to pull your commander. Is a 2/5 Death Touch, so he's going to sit there. You want to send him to attack. Since he has Death Touch, you kind of can send him to a lot of weird situations because, 2/5, so even just in the exchange, he's likely to overcome most things. Plus, he has Death Touch, so anything that's bigger than him, people need to start considering it. Then, yes, of course, then there is the whole debate about, well, my creature dies, but I kill your commander. It's like, well, I can call him again. So, like, there is a dance here, which is nice. And then, since you're always milling, then you exile cards from your graveyard, and then that allows you to put a permanent from among them onto the battlefield with a finality counter on it. So finality counter means that then if it dies, or if it gets removed, then it gets exiled instead of going to graveyard, so you don't have an endless cycle there. The interesting wording here is that you will expect that it will be a creature what you bring back with a finality counter, but it's not, it's a permanent. So you can bring pretty much anything, which we're going to talk about in a second. So the commander, in my opinion, is good, I just don't resonate with it. And then you have Renmo, Creaking Nest, which for 3, 1 black, 1 green is a 5/5 with Menace and Reach. So it's kind of a very, like, just right off the bat is a very different commander from Winter, which is the main one. Here is more of an offensive thing, right? Because 5/5, Menace, Reach is cool as a defensive strategy, but when Renmo enters the battlefield, and whenever you play a card with 2 or more card types, each player creates a tapped 2/2 black bird creature token with flying. The tokens are goaded for the rest of the game. So this one is a completely different beast of a commander. And it's funny because one thing that I do when I play with these decks is I try to play as many games as possible, it's an endeavor because a commander game can be like 30 minutes if you're lucky, 2 hours, maybe 5 hours. I actually had a commander game that was like 7 hours long. I was like, Jesus Christ! And like, it got to a point that we just assumed that we were going to be there the whole day and so on. That was the longest, I think. it was like an entire day playing the same freaking thing. And yes, it was mostly because there was a life gain deck and there was a stalling deck. No one had a Platinum Angel though, so there was no Honolulu situation. But here, this one is interesting. Like what we try to do is I play some games I try to rotate the decks to get the feeling of them, and then since now there are 4, so that makes my life easier, I guess. The 3 people that are playing with me, I ask them to play with the decks, right? And like to give me their thoughts and so on. I see them playing, so I try to play at least with all of them once or twice, ideally twice. And if I can get more games in, the better. But there's only so much time, and so much people can like bother to play with the precons with you until. Then sometimes I just keep testing and then people bring their own decks, which is cool as well because you need to test them against like real things, not only against themselves. And I like to shift the commander from time to time, right? So I play like the ratio normally is like 2-1 in terms of like games that I play, like 2 with this, 1 with this. And it was a completely different vibe, right? And you can tell, very defensive, very look for the graveyard kind of thing. And here is more like, okay, so first time it comes in, boom, and whenever you play cards, so if you have both at the same time on the graveyard, on the battlefield, it creates interesting situations for your dynamics. But if you only have one, which is likely because one is the commander, the other is not, and so on, this one is just interesting. Like it's just a chunky thing that is there. It's very dangerous. Ironically, it has menace, but its ability doesn't trigger by attacking. It's just by entering. And whenever you play a card with 2 or more card types, which this deck is full of because it's to trigger Delirium, right? So not that bad. So this is kind of a Delirium trigger that is not really a Delirium trigger. So it benefits from the fact that there are cards for Delirium in this deck, but it's not a Delirium card, which is nice. I don't like when the 2 commanders do the same. Now, it's interesting that it has menace and reach, which is great because you create birds for each player, and then they are just goaded, so they need to keep attacking each other, which feels like a strategy for another deck in this collection. Let's call it. The thing is that you have a 5/5 with reach, right, and even menace. So if they want to block with your own birds, I mean. The thing is, you can generate a bunch of birds that can make you trouble. So this commander seems very aggressive, but apparently the best way to play it is maybe aggressive at the beginning, but the moment birds start appearing, they can attack you, but they can't defend you, right? So you just sit with Renmo there and let them kill each other with the birds. It's likely that they can block each other with the birds, which is, something, but then, then it's all about the base. Then it's all about the exchange in there, because maybe they don't want to block because they want the birds, and then they have to keep attacking each other. And now it's a very bad commander whenever the situation goes down to 1v1, because then those birds, they have a lot of them, and you can just cover them all with your commander. Then you're in trouble, my friend. But And now for the deck itself. So as you can imagine, it's a deck all about graveyard and Delirium. The secondary commander is kind of playing a different game, but can benefit from this. However, you can feel that the deck is really leaning more towards winter. So I will say it's like 75 towards winter. You have cards here that, the idea is for you to cheat them. Some of the new cards in here, demonic. I love the Kindred enchantment thing. Whenever 1 or more demons you control attack a player, if you draw a card, and lose 1 life. At the beginning of your end step, you get a 5/5 demon creature token with flying. Then mill 2 cards. If 2 cards that share all their card types were milled this way, sacrifice Demon Covenant. So you have a lot of plays around this, and this is pretty good. I don't know if this deck satisfies the needs of the people that play with this sort of strategy, like Delirium and so on. Delirium, which I feel kind of cheated, because Delirium in my head is like a Innistrad mechanic, and this set feels like a mansion that should be in Innistrad, but they're like, no, it's a different play. However, the mechanics, right, is like, oh, well, Delirium is here, of course. Like, sure. it makes sense because horrors, right, and all that. But, so you have a lot of assistive type of things here, right? Things that just make sense. Like you may look at the top card of your library at any time, which makes sense because you want to mill it or not. So you need to get ready for that. And you may cast spells from the top of the library by sacrificing a non-land permanent in addition to paying the other costs and other things like that. You have rooms. Rooms are a new type of thing from Duskmourn, a new type of thing, a new type of card. And the main reason why we have this, if I can, the main reason why we have this. So this is supposed to be to put it like this, right? Like this, so that, you know, half the card is locked. You don't need that, by the way, but the fact that they included it is kind of nice. So when you play an enchantment room, they actually explain it. So reading the card explains the card, but just in case, you may cast either half. That door unlocks on the battlefield. As a sorcery, you may pay the mana cost to unlock the other one. So you can just have it there, and you know, and then you unlock the other, and they are there. And you know, I like the idea, and I like that it's very flavorful. I love when they tie mechanics with flavor, and you know, it's a mansion, it's full of rooms, blah blah blah. The only thing that I'm kind of sad, which, you know, is within reason, I mean, it's not their fault, is that the art is very small. So it's like, this is pretty, I guess it's pretty too. So, yeah. Whenever one or more cards are put into your graveyard from your library, each opponent loses 1 life for each card type among those cards. So this card is perfect for this deck. And when you unlock this door, mill 3 cards, then return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So this card is, well, imagine, is handmade for this deck, which but that's the good thing. If you already had a deck with Delirium, or you just want to build one, you have a good foundation here. So it's that type of deck, right? Like a bunch of enchantment creatures and horrors. Everything uses Delirium to a degree, or at least fuels your Delirium, which is great, right? And the flavor is right on spot. Like there are cards in here that you could tell like they are not from Duskmourn. Like obviously all the new ones are from Duskmourn, but like others are clearly not, and those you can be like, oh, okay. Like obviously they have some expensive cards in here that the idea is to cheat them, and then you have one of the most wanted reprints in here, not Obnixilis, which, fun fact, I always say Obnixilis, sorry, and it's Obnixilis. But actually, Professor Onyx, which I know is Liliana, but in my head, every time I read Professor Onyx, I think about Clue or Cluedo, and it's like Professor Onyx in the library with that chandelier, right? It's like, sure. So one of the expensive reprints in here. This deck is one with the like 3 or 4 heavy hitters, like heavy hitters meaning 10-buck cards, or at least they were. Since Winter says permanents, you can actually cheat the Planeswalkers, which is not bad. Actually, Planeswalkers are a different type of card, so they also count for this. And if you have been looking at it, and then you have Reanimate, which is the perfect card for this, right? Just bring back stuff from the graveyard right there. This is another big boy here, the Whip of Erebos, or Erebos. Creatures you control have lifelink, which for 2 and 2 black, and then you pay again the same price, 2 and 2 black, and tap, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste, exile at the beginning of the next end step. If it will leave the battlefield exiled instead of putting it anywhere else, activate only as a sorcery. So this card is expensive. Well, was expensive at least. Expensive, quote unquote, right? And it kind of works with the deck. However, in 2 of the decks that I like with this thing, one of them me, the other one other person, the Whip of Erebos works, but it feels like it's counterintuitive to the deck. Like, yes, you're cheating stuff from the graveyard, but then it gets exiled right away. So unless you're cheating things that are more expensive, which is not really the case, you know, like for most of them, you're just removing stuff from your graveyard. So you're actually hurting yourself, right? So to a degree, but then if nothing else, it's very useful for its type. So it's a legendary enchantment artifact. So there is that. Arachnogenesis is here. I remember when Arachnogenesis was hot stuff, and now it's just like, oh, there you go, have Arachnogenesis. Overall, again, the whole play of the game here, this is why you have so many like create insects with flying and spiders and so on, by the way. See, like very expensive stuff that I guess you can cheat and like it gives you ammunition, but again, I'm not ultra crazy for this deck. It's not the fault of the deck. Titania is here, but we have another of the chase cards in here. Well, chase, you get what I mean. Renan 7. It has planeswalkers for the reason of having card types, right? Because it has a lot of like so far 4, right? Like it's not like, you know, like this one is great, by the way. Land creature, forest dryad is like, yes, give me more, baby. Give me every freaking type of card that I can get in here. Exotic orchard, you know, the classics, you know, what else? The mana base is solid, although it's a 2-color deck, so I wouldn't be expecting, you know, a horrible mana base. It's okay. You have some new cards from Duskmourn. New cards meaning, you know, cards as in from Duskmourn, but not necessarily like specifically for the commander deck. And some of the classics have different art, which is something that I love always. Like what is the Commander Sphere sadly doesn't, which I feel like a missed opportunity. I can't find it for some reason, but this way you see the you see the mana base. Reliquary Tower, Temple of the False God. They tried, at least I like to think that they tried to go with the art that is more flavory, or the closest in terms of flavor to the deck in cause for some of the reprints of like very old cards that are always in commander decks for the mana base and so on. I can't really find it, but you know. Command Tower, there you go. Like Command Tower has a new art, right? They didn't do it with all of them, just Sol Ring and Command Tower, which I feel is an arcane signet. I feel these 3 are the ones that most of the times get the good treatment, which you're going to see in all the decks. But, you know, going over the deck, which, again, I'm going to go card by card, otherwise, I mean, look at the time that have passed, and we're only the first deck. But for sure, I'm going to talk more about the deck when I'm comparing it with, you know, its brothers, I guess. So let's move into the next one. But overall, the summary for this one is you really need to like Milling and Delirium. And Delirium a lot of times just feels like, you know, what is this phrase from this, the Tarmogoyf, right? Like how big is a Tarmogoyf kind of thing? Like Delirium is the same. It's like, okay, let me count how many types. Like if you don't like checking your graveyard every freaking turn, then maybe this is not for you. Because just because of the trigger of your commander, you're going to change the status of your graveyard. So that changes the Delirium triggers. Because sometimes maybe you don't have the types of cards. So you need to always be forcing the Delirium. And sometimes you need to be very tactical, because if you pull, like, let's say that you have like a bunch of enchantments, a bunch of creatures, and maybe you have like lands too, right? So you have lands, enchantment, creatures. It's like, cool. And your 4 type is a planeswalker. You only have 1, and you put the planeswalker in play, then you don't have Delirium for the next turn. So you really have to wait for something in the middle. Now, then again, as you saw, like just picking half of the deck, most of these have multiple types, right? So that's not bad. Like that was very much on purpose. So you can, you know, mitigate this to a degree. But now, talking about archenemies, we have Endless Punishment. Punish your opponents, make them pay. Now, it's funny to me that this is the most expensive deck. I gotta be honest. When I saw these decks, just, you know, the art and, you know, the description and so on, this wasn't the deck that got me the most excited. Like, yeah, I mean, I love the art and the design of Valgaboth. Like, trust me, I really love it. But this wasn't the deck that got me the most excited. Maybe because I'm not too much into Rakdos, but I don't know. So as you can imagine, this is a punishment deck. Same logic here, right? Whereas Archenemy, you need to be become the house that always wins with Valgaboth and dish out damage to all who enters your halls. Defend yourself with nasty creatures that heap on the hurt even outside of combat to see the new tenants evicted permanently. So let's see what's up. One thing that I am missing here, and maybe it's just me. Yeah, you know that thing that it wasn't crazy. It was like, yeah. You know that thing that I love about the Commander decks that I always make a big deal about, which is when you open them and you see the bottom and it has a phrase that is like a pun. Don't have it. I mean, naturally because you're going to like rip it and don't say it, but kind of a downer. The Valgaboth one is not as pretty. I mean, it doesn't have like the art with the ghost and all that. It's just paint, I guess, which is cool, but still a bunch of +1/+1s and -1/-1s, which should take you, should lead you right into what this deck's about. Again, some doors, 1 black, 3 red, and the deck, the insert that we love, and let's see. So the sample, the quote-unquote deck box, which looks kind of cool, but that's only like half of it is because of Valgaboth. I feel that a lot of the merch, even like the play mats and so on, are all about Valgaboth, right? So I really do feel that if you don't like the guy, you're not like this set is not for you, like, at all. So deck, sample, let's see the sample first. There you go. Ghostly Dancers. Okay, not bad. It is white or yellow, as some players say. Flying. When Ghostly Dancer enters, return an enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand or unlock a locked door of a room you control. And it has Eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters the battlefield, and whenever you fully unlock a room, create a 3/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Not bad, very, circumstantial. And this one is very pretty. Again, but the foils in this set are very discreet, which I don't know if this was a strategical flavor choice or something, but so Withering Torment, instant, destroy target creature or enchantment you lose to life for 2/1 black. Not too crazy. And says, do not open, not a door. Bloodstained notes, sorry. So there is that. Then let's see the magical insert for Valgaboth. Special rules, Archenemies. I already know all about this. The art, which is pretty. And they have, believe it or not, these are like 2 different arts. Like this one is like Blurry Air by Chris Cole. And this one is by Lai Setia one, which is more defined, right? So it's not the same. That's another problem that I have with Valgaboth art, is that most of it looks the same because it needs to look like a moth and it needs to be seen from the front. Weak and greedy. Centuries ago, the moth-like demon Valgaboth heard whispered descriptions of himself from his imprisonment within the walls of the Vendrell mansion that weren't quite right. Valgaboth was not weak or greedy. He only wanted the power that he deserved and the space that he needed to stretch his wings. And blah, 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 blah. You can read the rest. Pretty cool description. It actually gives you kind of a explanation on, what's up without having to read the wizard's story, which I recommend you read. I mean, I feel it's a lost art. One of these days, Wizard is going to be like, well, no one reads that, so we cut it. I'm going to cry inside. So, this goes here. And now for the Archenemy cards. What cards are in the Valgaboth deck? Now, by the way, these cards are fixed, right? So, the ones that you get with the deck are the ones that you get with the deck. These are not random. At least not to my knowledge. Maybe I'm super wrong, but as a strategy, it's kind of interesting because if you are really into this or like playing chase, you really want to buy all the decks just to get like the full collection, which, you know, trust me, it's cheaper just to buy the cards, but still, when will you learn? My crushing masterstroke. Fear my authority. Reality is mine to control. Running is useless. You exist only to amuse. I call for a slaughter. I will savor your agony. Your nightmares are delicious. And no secret is hidden from me. So not bad. Names are pretty cool. It's not mandatory. You can see the effects by pausing the video. Like again, I like Arc Enemy, but you really need to go into that mindset. And yes, it helps if you are the Arc Enemy and you read the cards with that voice. Even though it makes your throat all sore, but you know, you can't be the Arc Enemy being weak, right? So that's kind of how it is. So Valgaboth, beautiful card, and the Lord of Pain, which is, I like the concept. The art not so much, but I get the point. Like, it's not that the art is bad, I just don't like the art. Which, you know, I guess it matches, like it's working. If I don't like the art of a disgusting thing, so I guess that's working. So, as I said, first things first, we need to check the tokens to see what's up. So Human Soldier, not necessarily matching. I love that Human Soldiers are like fairly, you know, common, and they don't try and make like Human Soldiers within flavor, or just soldiers. So Scarecrow, nice. Ooh, this one is nice. Devil or Devil, Scarecrow, Devil, Scarecrow, Devil, Scarecrow, Devil, Scarecrow, Devil, Scarecrow, Devil, Devil, Scarecrow, Devil, Scarecrow, Devil, Scarecrow. So I guess you can imagine what's up. Like, we only have a Human Soldier. Everything else is like Devil. Like, when this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to any target. So you see what is going here. Like, you see what's up. And if you're not, let me read you the commander of this deck. So, Valgaboth, Harrower of Souls. This is the most expensive deck, like, you know, in the market. Not necessarily because of the prints inside, but because people really love this strategy. I think, as you will see in a second, that this is certainly a deck. So Valgaboth, Harrower of Souls, for 2, 1 black, 1 red, is a 4/4 legendary creature, Elder Demon. It has flying, ward, pay 2 life, and whenever an opponent loses life for the first time during each of their turns, put a +1/+1 counter on Valgaboth and draw a card. So now everyone draws cards. That's no longer color tied. So you can see what's going on in here. This commander is kind of not descriptive of the deck. It is, but it's not. In the sense that it says whenever an opponent loses life for the first time during each of their turns. So not on yours. So ironically, having a 4/4 fly with flying is not the mechanism of torture here. Is the rest of the deck, which is interesting to say the least. So, you know, whenever it happens, you put a +1/+1, so it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, so you can eventually, yes, fly in. You can fly and keep getting hits in there, or just defend with it. And you draw cards, which is great. And this means that it's for the first time during each of their turns. So if everything in your deck goes correctly, that means that you get 3 cards before it's your turn, right? Unless, you know, they destroy something like Valgaboth. But, you know, 3 cards and then you draw. So in your next turn, you're already 4 ahead, right? That's freaking crazy. So not bad. Then the Lord of Pain is quite a different beast. It's a human assassin, 5/5 with menace, for 3, 1 black and 1 red. And it says, your opponents can gain life. I know it sounds powerful, but not really. Like, unless you're playing with someone against someone that has like lifelink, or, you know, really loves life gain. I wish I had this card when we had that like ultra long commander game, but you know, it's not as powerful. Like life gain is actually, you have a nice contrast here. It's like one of the first things you learn as a Magic player when you're like trying to get better is the best ability in the game is drawing cards, and the worst ability in the game is gaining life. It's not that it's like strictly the worst, but more cards means more resources and more things for you to do, and life is just that. So at least it says that the others can gain life. So, it's okay. It's something. What matters is the next effect. Whenever a player casts their first spell each turn, choose another target player. The Lord of Pain deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to the chosen player. So this thing works as an extra card for Valgaboth. Backwards, not so much, but the Lord of Pain is that type of card. You have it there, and people are going to hate you because whenever they cast a spell, you just point at another player and go like, you lose that much life, and you lose that much life, and you lose that much life. At least it's only the first spell each turn. Same here, like whenever they lose life for the first time each turn. So they are limited somehow to avoid this becoming a party, but you can see the theme in the two of them. That is, the table is going to hate you. And this is what I was aiming at when I was saying, like, well, I guess they are still my friends after playing, because this deck, I believe, is the deck that they were thinking about when they introduced the Archenemy cards into the commander decks. Ironically, since they have a shared life total, it doesn't work the same, but I guess it doesn't matter because each player turn and the life is shared, so they're actually more aggressive because it's only 60 versus 120 life points. So yeah, this deck is ideal for playing Archenemy. And if you look at the four decks, you can make the point that the four decks are to be had a Archenemy game. You have the bad guy with the everyone loses life kind of thing, and then you have you have a survivor, the smart, and the mystic, right? So you have the whole thing there to have yourself a Archenemy game for the very modic price of ideally like $40 a piece, so $120. But we all know that's not the case because decks don't have an MSRP and price can be all over the place. So let's see the deck, but you can already see the picture, right? Like this deck is going to be a pain of a deck. Now, this deck is the most consistent one when it comes to the strategy of the deck. And you will see with the others, in the sense that, yes, that one has a bunch of card types and some of them have Delirium, for example. But here, everything is a pain in the ass. And I almost mean that literally. The newer cards, I get it, but then they just went and get a bunch of old cards. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, they lose 1 life. And you put a -1/-1 counter on up to 1 target creature they control. That's why we have a bunch of -1s. And then when it dies, if it had no -1 counters on it, it comes back with a -1 counter on it. So, very persistent Constrictor. Sadistic Shell Game. Same logic here. Looks like a Iron Maiden cover, by the way. So starting with the next opponent in turn order, each player chooses a creature you don't control. Destroy the chosen creatures. Suspended Sentence. Destroy target creature an opponent controls. This player loses 3 life. Exile Suspended Sentence with 3-time counters on it. And then it comes back because it is suspended, right? So it is an instant. So the play here is to do it on other players' turns and trigger Valgaboth, right? So that's the whole thing. And you can see that's the theme, right? First Strike Haste, whenever a player taps a land for mana, if Barb Flare Gremlin is tapped, that player adds 1 mana of any type that land produced, then that land deals 1 damage to that player. So you may be thinking oh well, it's only like 1 damage here, 1 damage there, and it's going to trigger Valgaboth, which is just going to get bigger and you just get cards. So if you technically it's not that triggering. You could say that the Lord of Pain is more triggering because every time or the first time someone casts something, you go like that much damage to that player, and that makes people hate you faster. But people will hate you with Valgaboth because they just see how every time you just keep making him bigger and bigger and bigger. But even if you don't have any of your commanders out, they will hate you because the entire deck is about whenever your opponent casts a non-creature spell, Gleeful Arsonist deals damage equal to its power to that target, and it has Undying. So like even if your cards die, a lot of the new ones just come back. This deck is like sadistic Magic, the video game. You know what I mean? It's like even the rooms, like Spiked Corridor and Torture Pit. Like if a source you control will deal non-combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much +2 instead. And when you unlock this door, create 3/1/1 red devil creatures, you know, the ones you saw, that when a creature dies, it does 1 damage to any target. So all over the place, I'm not going to read them all, right? But you can see from all of this deck, like if a creature died or just do damage or destroy this, it's a very annoying deck. And annoying is really the word. Like at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, it deals 2 damage to that player unless they sacrifice a creature. Like, yikes. Right? And yes, as long as your dimension to black and red is less than 7, Mog is using a creature. So, you know, it's not like the deck is broken, but the deck is certainly a pain in the ass. And you know how they say, like some people, regarding the bans that we had, some people say, oh, well, if you play with all those cards anyway, you must not have friends regardless, right? Or like, oh, you have rule 0, so you talk to your friends, and then it becomes a valid thing. And to that I say, maybe, but honestly, if you play with this deck, if you play with unknowns at your local game store, that's certainly going to be a thing, unless they are tryhards or something, or they are masochists, or both like me. But if you're playing with your friends and they are not into the mood of you being a pain in the ass, you're going to be the arch enemy. So I guess this is a mindset deck more than anything. They need to be into the mindset of, okay, that deck is about that, so that they don't hate you with all their might. And you need to be into the mindset of, they are going to attack me first. Like, you're going to become the arch enemy, unless there is another deck, by the way, Lightning Greaves, with the aesthetic of, the 80s thing. Pretty cool. And Lightning Greaves is very cool that it's here, because you want to put that in Vagabond ASAP, or anything else that you have that those damage recurrently, right, to protect it. So they have a bunch of that, and whenever something happens, they have damage. That's the whole deck. Destroy the target creature, just destroying and doing damage. So if I had to summarize this deck, besides, people are going to hate you, that's kind of the summary in my opinion. Also, I think it depends on your behavior. So let's be honest here. This is not the worst Magic deck I've seen in my life, right? I've seen I have played with and I have made decks that are a lot worse than these and a lot more unfriendly than these, right? Like decks that really make people go like, ugh, this guy, right? Like most of those decks, it really depends on your playgroup, right? Like, for example, the decks in my case that make people want to, pull their eyes out are basically don't touch me decks, which are decks that have like propaganda and barriers and shields and whatever. It's like, okay, don't touch me, I am playing right here, and whenever they try to attack me, it's like, no, you can't, and I just keep playing on my corner because I try to do some strategy that is very slow, right? So, and some people really hate that you don't allow them to attack or whatever. And some people really hate that they're just always bleeding. Valgavoth this deck is going to make games very fast. That's kind of how it is, either for you or for the table, because either you bleed them most of the game and then, well, you eventually die, but the game, instead of being 2 hours, is like, 30 minutes, or it's going to be very short for you, because the moment they see that your deck is all about pain, they're going to be like, okay, we need to get rid of this guy, right? So I feel like this deck is cool, and it depends a lot on your playgroup if it's going to be successful or not. But I do feel that this deck, plus the others, is like the whole arch enemy thing. And my theory is that, this is quite literally Nicol Bolas in more ways than one. And it's like, okay, so you have nickel bolas, and then you have the other 3 planeswalkers, and that's kind of, which 2 of them were planeswalkers, by the way. So like this is kind of how you deal with the thing, right? And as an Arcanemy set, although very expensive, it's very cool to play like that. Like we did 1, and it's like freaking cool. And yes, flavor, in terms of flavor, this is the best deck to be the Arcanemy, no doubt. But you know, with a couple of upgrades, it can get very aggressive very fast. Even without the upgrades, the deck is just a pain. However, you may think that being red and black, the deck is all about like aggressiveness, but it's not really. That's something that I found very funny. The deck is about making it awful for others, but you technically shouldn't, like the deck is not for you to attack that much. Like if you see most of the creatures that you have here, including valuables and so on, you want them to be there, right? Or to like attack with them so that they are tapped, so that, you know, you can do stuff. But they have first strike, so you have some sort of advantage. But some of the others are just to be there, sitting and causing pain, right? Until they can, even this one, being a 7/5, just being there is a pain in the ass. You want them as defenders, right? That's the whole thing. Whenever an opponent draws a card, if you control a red permanent, you may have a K-Direct Parasite, deal 1 damage to the player. So like you don't want to attack with them, you don't want to defend with them even most of the time. You just want them to be there. You know what I mean? Just there, and be very painful. That's the whole thing. So basically, you cause trouble for them. You draw cards during their turns, and then in your turn you build your shit, and then you pass along, and you keep doing that. So when they try to kill you, you have some sort of defense going on. It's a very interesting deck that I have to be honest. When I just saw the box cover, you know, back when they announced it, I was like, oh yeah, it's going to be like full violence thing, right? But it's actually very flavorful with, you know, a demon that is hunting a mansion, right? It's like it's just there, draining you, just causing you pain progressively. So very flavorful. Same as this one. This one is very flavorful too. It's like a guy that is just resourceful, and you know has survived in the mansion for X years, right? So it's like just scrap to the graveyard, do things, scrap to the graveyard, do things, right? So not bad. Like I love it when they match flavor with mechanics, and if mechanics are new or new-ish, like Delirium is not new, but you know, the causing pain to other players is not new, but the way they are presented is interesting to say the least. Now, the next one is Jump Scare. So Jump Scare has tricky instants and mysterious face down cards, and you know, Duskmourn, House of Horror, the whole thing. Now Zimone is from I forgot the name of the set. Strixhaven, I think, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but if I recall correctly, Simone is from a Strixhaven, which is funny because then you have Liliana from a Strixhaven in another deck, so things happen. Again, 10 Arcanemy cards and quick behind you. And it's funny because this is a Simic deck, right? It's blue-green. And you are supposed to invent the element of surprise with the Brilliant Simone and lay out face down card, blah, blah, blah. So, you know that theory that I shared multiple times on this channel, that Wizards sometimes makes decks in 2 parts, like they make the initial idea and they're like, we can do better or not, or like they are really looking at you or like looking into your soul and being like, yeah, you need to buy the 2 of them. If you buy the 2 of them, you kind of get a better deck than just one. You know? That happened with the energy decks from Fallout and from Modern Horizons, and nice, by the way. +1/+1s and trample. Then green and blue. Although yes, this one looks more like a Simic than blue, but yeah, trust me, it's blue. Then the deck and the insert, which we love. Let's go in order. So, booster sample, the box, which is pretty cool. I have to say, without trying to be disrespectful to anyone, to any artist, but I prefer this art, like a lot more than this one. Like this one feels more epic and more like Commander Wars, which is what I guess the reason why they had it as the box art. And this one just feels like they are doing something in there, which I know what you may be thinking if you see this channel often. It's like, well, don't you ever complain that like you like some Yu-Gi-Oh traps and magic, spell cards because you see the characters doing stuff. Same for Magic. It's like, yep. But when the art is more epic on one side, then what can I do, right? Like, look at this, it feels more epic, but also maybe quite more generic, I guess, but still more epic. So, yeah, Strixhaven. Yeah, I wasn't wrong. There you go. So, Simone is a brilliant prodigy who was admitted into Strixhaven. And her greatest weapon is her mind, which is the whole theme of this, which makes sense that she's, Simic colors and the deck is Simic. When the Duskmourn opened, the Duskmourn door opened on Ravnica, the ancient dragon Niv Mizzet assembled a variety team of journey to send the thread. Simone, being an expert on theoretical extraplanar spaces, went in there, right? So you have how to play the deck, which gives you a summary similar to what I'm going to tell you, but that one is like, I guess, more synthesized. Mine is more based on feelings and playing with the deck and so on. So, who is right and who's wrong? Well, obviously, I am wrong. So, sample. Let's see what's up. If I can open it. There you go. Cyberpunk, Cyber Edge Runners. Ooh, a room in foil. Let's see. Dollmaker's Shop and Porcelain Gallery. So 1 and 1 white and 4 and 2 white. Enchantment Room is a very beautiful card to have in foil. Don't get me wrong. Kind of difficult to read though. But whenever one or more non-toy creatures you control attack, create a 1/1 white toy artifact creature token, and creatures you control have base power and toughness, each equal to the number of creatures you control. So you have a pretty good combo here. And the second card is Attack in the Box, which kind of matches the Dollmaker theme here, because it's a toy. Whenever Attack in the Box attacks, you may have it get +4/+0 until the end of turn. If you do, sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. Up goes the devil. So for 3 is a 2/4, not bad. I mean, with the option for it to go Super Saiyan whenever you need it. Well, more Kaioken, I guess, because then it goes up in flames. Okay. Let's see the Archenemy cards of this deck. Look. Plastic and gloves. If you want to feel like a magician anytime, just try to open things wrapped in plastic with gloves. Like the thing won't leave you ever. And you can just feel like a wizard, Harry. See, like it won't leave me. Or the stuff I have. See, like you're a wizard, Harry. This is the joys of static electricity, my friends. So let's see. My Lothar Echoes. Nice art, nice name, nice everything. Power without equal. I am untouchable. Mine is the only truth. Your own face mocks you. Kneel before my legions. Which is, all of this is stuff that Valgaboth may perfectly say. So it's like, my theory is that, yeah, this was all built for that deck. You are unworthy of mercy. Chaos is my plaything. Your plans mean nothing. And you will know true suffering. It's pretty cool. Again, completely optional. You can use them if you want. If not, I feel that they're just like pretty cool cards to have, even if you just keep them in the envelope forever. today in the joy, there you go. In the joys of opening stuff without nails. Simone, Kian, which you can almost imagine that they are together in the same room, and the guide card that goes into the box. And the deck. Let's see the tokens so you can have a guess at what awaits there. So an insect that just came out of an egg, so cool. Manifest, worm, fractal, worm, fractal. Fire action beast, manifest, fire action beast, manifest, worm, manifest, worm, insect, fractal, scarecrow, and beast, nice art by the way, sick art, and scarecrow. So you have a bunch of manifests, in my opinion, not enough, because let's see what the commander does. So Simone, Mystery Unraveler, for 2, 1 green, 1 blue. You can see the commanders are pretty much balanced in cost. Legendary creature, Human Wizard, for 3/3, she has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters the battlefield, manifest Dread if this is the first time this ability has resolved this turn. Otherwise, you may turn a permanent you control face up. And to manifest Dread, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one onto the battlefield face down as a 2/2 creature and the other into your graveyard. Turn it face up at any time for its mana cost if it's a creature card. So, I mean, it's a Simic deck, right? So you can tell what is going to happen here. What I find interesting is this combination between Dread and Landfall. You know, the whole conversation about when they do a deck in 2 parts. Remember that deck from Thunder Junction that was red-green, I think? That was all about also having cards face down and turning them around, etc. The deck was kind of weak, but the idea was kind of interesting because it felt like, well, you know, you were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Pretty much, like everything was a trap card. But it was lacking speed, it was lacking trigger. So I guess they were like, you know what? We can fix this. And they mixed this with the Omo deck from Commander Masters, from Modern Horizons 3. That, you know, we did a review about that. You can see them in the corner or like on the bottom or whatever. It was also a Simic deck, and I actually like that deck very much. It's all about lands. Here is not about lands, but you do need, and we'll see in a second, mechanisms here to trigger landfall, but not only one time, because whenever a land you control enters, you manifest Dread, right? But otherwise, you can unmanifest Dread. So manifesting Dread is cool because you basically create these things, and this is what I say that there are not enough in the tokens, but whatever. You have manifests, right? And they are 2/2s. You can cover a face-down manifested creature with this reminder card. A manifested creature can be turned face up at any time for its mana cost. So you have, at the very least, you get a bunch of 2/2s for free, because every time you pull a land that happens, you play a land, sorry, but what you want is the second land to enter. So you really want mechanisms to allow you to play more than one land per turn, because having 2/2s is cool. Cheating them out, that's great. And I feel like this deck, as you will see in the cards, does a decent job at this, and I actually quite like it because it mixes 2 things that I like, or 2 mechanics that I feel like, you know, are different enough, but interestingly can work together pretty well. But this deck can be upgraded like crazy. Like if you put cards from the Omo deck in here, boom, like right there, this deck goes like 100% harder, because you get a bunch of land cheating tricks, which is kind of what you need. Land cheating and heavy creatures, that's all you need in this deck. And, you know, it goes again with the flavor of the character, which is, you know, Simone is all about being inventive. So it's like, oh, here's one thing here, and then boom, it transforms into another thing. So kind of cool. The secondary commander, though, different story. So for the same cost, 2, 1 green, 1 blue is a 2/2, and it's a legendary creature, Illusion. As long as Kian's power is even, you may cast non-creature spells as though they had flash. And as long as Kian's power is odd, you may cast creature spells as though they had flash. Whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on Kian. So Kian is not a bad commander for... I mean, it's not a bad card, but it is not the greatest commander for this deck. Like, it feels like they had the idea and they were like, well, it's now or never, right? Like, because, you know, playing with this deck, using Kian as your commander, it's not bad, but like, you know, like you draw a card and you put a +1/+1. So per turn, she's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And, you know, as her power grows big, your ability to flash stuff also changes. So that's not bad. However, the deck has some drawing power, but not that much drawing power. So it's not like she's going to go infinite in the deck. She can go, not infinite, but like she can go super powerful if you had like the proper engine for her. And casting most of these with flash is kind of pointless, really. Like, so I like what I'm seeing. I just don't like it in this context. I don't know if it makes sense, but as you see the deck, you will see. Simone, the deck is for Simone, like, you know, 90 to 10, more or less, like I will say. When it enters, if you control no face-down permanents, return Glitch Interpreter to its owner's hands and manifest Dread. So that's one for free, and then whenever one or more colorless creatures you control deal combat damage to the player, draw a card. So this thing is here to play with the, you know, because a manifested creature is colorless. So there is that. They came from the pipes, another one, right? So manifest Dread twice. Or a lot of cards here focus more on manifesting Dread. You may put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, then choose odd or even, which is like a theme in the deck, which is, I don't know, maybe I'm missing some flavor or something. But return each creature with power of the chosen quality to its owner's hand. So this is okay as a bounce thing, as long as you calculate your stuff. Obviously, the +1/+1 counter that they give you is to at least save you 2 creatures, like the one that you choose as base and then another one to even or uneven it out. Colorless creatures you control enter with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on them, so cool. Also manifest Dread, and, you know, for each permanent chosen this way, control by exile, then if you search your library for that many land cards, put into the battlefield tab, then shuffle. So triggers for the lands. The room is on fire. When you unlock this door, manifest Dread, which, you know, trample counter, not bad. Then when a creature you control is combat damage to a player, turn the creature face up, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So you have more ways of cheating Dread than you actually have to play lands, like Shriekwood Devourer, 7/5 for 7, 5 and 2 green, right? With trample, and whenever you attack with 1 or more creatures, untap up to X lands, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. Like, or the creatures that we're attacking, right? Jiggling Skeeter Spike, indestructible. Whenever it attacks or blocks, becomes a target of spell, it does damage equal to that, which is... It feels like something that should be in the Valgaboth deck, but sure, why not? And has monstrosity, so this card really feels like it should go with Valgaboth, but for some reason it's here. Cackling Counterpart, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, which is, you know, good. But, you know, getting mana, cool. But you don't have, at least in the new cards, which is interesting. I guess it's okay because we do have a bunch of cards in catalog to do multi-land drops, but we don't have a bunch of cards in catalog to do you know, Dread mechanics. So I guess, right, like then a bunch, you have some big cards in here, which is the idea that you are cheating big cards, but you don't have that many because, again, unless I'm missing something in the rules, and this is how we play it, so if I'm wrong, please let me know. But like when you manifest, when you like turn a manifested card, right, it can only be a creature. You can just manifest a enchantment, for example. It doesn't work like that, at least to my knowledge. I may be wrong, but you know what? We didn't check. You didn't check back then because it was on the reminder text, but we can check right now. And to the power of editing, yes, I can tell you that we were right all along. I just had doubts now. But yeah, basically, yeah, it's only for creatures. So you have some big creatures in here, but you may be tempted to see some of the other cards and be like, it's like, no, like it doesn't translate to non-creature cards. So very expensive spells that are not creatures, kind of pointless, unless they have like morph or something, which cool. But again, you don't have as many cards that you will expect to make you, drop multiple lands per turn. You have cards that react to lands, so you have a lot of landfall. Well, not landfall, but like cards that say like, oh, if you have X lands, or each creature you control is a land, or blah 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 blah. But the only ones that I can think that are kind of cool are the ones that says like every creature you own, like this one, right? For example, this one, no, where is it? This one? No, this one. Non-token creatures you control are forest lands in addition to their other types, so they're still affected by summoning sickness. So when if you have a Shaya out and you play creatures, they are lands too, so that triggers landfall. So when you put your land and you trigger a creature, you cast a creature and you have a Shaya out, it counts as a land. So that triggers, right? But you don't have, like, you will expect that the landfall deck, because the whole point is for her to be the sole engine, but ironically, the deck is kind of self-sufficient. Like, obviously, if you have her there, like, out, cool. But if you don't, it kind of works anyway. Like, see, you have a bunch of manifest cards outside of your commander, and big-ass creatures like Worldspine Worm, just there, sitting, waiting for it to be manifested, because you're not going to pay 11 for a 15/15. I mean, you can if you want, but ironically, in a landfall deck in Simic colors, this will be very achievable. But it's like, no. You want to cheat it out. You put it face down, and then you make it face up. Then when it dies, you have 3 worms, and yada yada yada. Then it goes back to the library. So a very useful card in here, and some other big boys in here, right? Like Arix Mythis, Slumbering Isle. So if I had to give you any advice, like, I find this deck very fun. You will see in a second where it sits when it comes to like preferences and playing styles and so on. But as it stands, I feel that the deck is good. The intentions are clear. The idea is cool. But there's a counterspell just because it's like blue. It's like, oh, it's blue. Just put a counterspell. Why not? You have some cards to like search your library for basic lands and put one of them or put some of them, right? Like, those tutors will trigger landfall. So, not that bad. Say Sakura Trivelder and so on. So it's not like you don't have engines, but you will expect to have more cards that are like, yeah, just put lands. See, like this one, Eureka Moment, which ironically, Simone is there, etc. It's like, yeah, put more lands, and that's kind of what we need. You have some landfall triggers, but not enough. So this deck is, in my eyes, very expandable. Not expendable, but expandable, or easy to expand on or upon. Because, well, winter, you depend a lot on Delirium. So you need to have a bunch of Delirium cards. And then you need to have a bunch of different type cards. With Valgavoth, everything that does damage and is in Rakdos colors works. But with Simone, you need to strike a balance between landfall, big-ass creatures, and engines to put more than one land per turn, so that you can use her ability to the second ability to cheat cards. So it's a really tricky deck that it feels like really, really simic. It makes you feel smart for playing it. So I guess that's kind of the point. Very on the flavor right there. You need to balance that triangle of being like, okay, so I need to cheat stuff. I need to put more lands. I need to trigger landfall. I need to trigger this landfall multiple times so that I can cheat out stuff. right? And so I need to have big boys there. But you can have your deck full of big boys because the commander just doesn't work like that. So, very nice balance. So right now we have a very clear strategies. Delirium and Graveyard and Milling, being a pain in the ass in the table, and just trying to cheat out big ass things with lands, which leaves us with Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker has an Imato Veil Piercer, which used to be a Planeswalker, not anymore. And it says, see the future, cast miracles. When I saw this, I was like, oh boy, it's a Mega Man, because I was like, is this going to be in any way full with cards that I can use for my Doctor Who deck? The timey-wimey one, which is one of my favorite decks, favorite precons ever, period. And the one that actually made me a fan of Doctor Who. So thanks, Gavin. But no, it doesn't have anything to do with time, actually. Yes, you see the future, but it doesn't have anything to do with time. So we take the L there, but it says, draw your power from destiny. And Minato, getting each of your enchantments at deep discount. If it's the first card you draw, manipulate fate to ensure your top deck is always a count to victory. So, what do we have here? Let's see. Same logic, same strategy. I love how each of the commanders has like a pattern, and that pattern manifests in the side of the box. I like to think these things are intentional, and I like to think that the person that came up with them hears these compliments and goes like, yes, someone gets it. Because believe it or not, someone had to put some work into making like nice packaging and so on, only for you to be like, yeah, okay, whatever, I don't care about this cardboard, I just care about this cardboard. And it's like, nah. So between all 4 decks, you do get the 5 colors of locked doors. Obviously, you get a lot more black because almost every deck has black, because Duskmourn, I guess. But, well, at least you get the... And then in terms of counters, well, a bunch of +1/+1s, as usual. And then Summoning Sickness, Lifelink, and that's it. I guess it's Summoning Sickness. I always get that mixed with something. Let's see the Arcanemy cards, and the deck box, and some of the stuff. So, the deck box has a Minato in here, which I have to say, maybe it's me, maybe I don't get it. I'm not that familiar with the Minato. Like, I have that deck from her. I like the character. It's an interesting character, for sure. But I saw that the art in the box, right? I was like, oh, okay, she's bigger now. Like, she's older, right? Like, because she was a child. And I don't know the lore, so I don't know if she's like a mystical entity that doesn't get old, or she's just, a person that's a planeswalker and can get old. So I was like, oh, nice, time is passing. Like in Gorillas, when you see like, I think it's Lily called the girl? I like the music, I'm not that big on the lore. But like, when you see the girl on the Gorillas band gets older with each album, it's like, oh, time is passing, right? Because in the others, you can kind of tell, but it's not as obvious. But then you see the actual card from Minato, and which we're going to get a close-up in a second, and she doesn't look older. So I don't know if it's an art thing, like it's just because of a style difference, or there was some communication in the art department, and maybe the art director was like, yeah, she's older now, and the artist didn't get it, or something. I don't know. Let's see what cards we pulled. Okay, so we get a Minato in in non-foil in the Minato deck. So cool. We get. Well, I guess you can say that this is more valuable because this one everyone gets, but this one you need to pull. So, and for once, yes, this card is 100% compatible with the deck where I pulled it from. So, see what I mean with the art? Here she looks a lot more childish. Maybe it's because of the art choice or something, but I don't know. I'm going to read the card because we're going to read it when we get to the commander, and then under the skin, nice art. The borders, is a different thing, but Manifest Dread, you may return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand, and this thing is kind of compatible with the Dread deck, so not bad. Now, Magic The Gathering. Let's see the insert, baby. Special rules for Academy, Commander rules. Yeah, see, there's a close-up. She definitely looks more like a child here. I know that someone is going to be like, bro, you're missing the point. She can be any age she wants. That's kind of the joke, because she's like a mystical entity of time and she can see the future. Like, I guess, let's see if the lore is in here, because, see, like, here it's more like a teenager, I guess, I think. I don't know. So, I don't know, I'm reading too much into this, but it seems like a very strong difference between the two arts, right? Fates, fortunes, prophecies, and destinies, these are all the things that the Professor Utonian did to create the Powerpuff Girls. These are all the things that a young and powerful Aminato has foreseen, held in her hands and played with, because she used her fate-shifting powers to simply will it. Aminato was sparked at a young age and left her home behind the traversal plane despite being a playful child. Her powers have granted her the knowledge of lifetime and a calm demeanor, blah, 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 sending her after being desparked, which sucks, and losing her ability to enter planes at will. Aminato continued to follow her instincts to a mysterious door. The threatening prophecy of Valgaboth disturbed her. Blah, 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 blah. It doesn't, it doesn't say anything about her powers. I guess that she can see fate and therefore maybe she can change her. I don't know. I'm reading too deep into this. But have you noticed that the 4 flavor texts all talked about the same? Which is like, yeah, this person, Winter was already inside the house for 10 years. But Simone and Aminato were like, oh, look, a door. And they went in. And all of them talk about Valgaboth, which, they have to because it's about the house. But again, this reinforces my theory that, a game, like this is the only, like this is an Arcanemy set. You can't make me, like, they could make a deck out of something else that wasn't the star card of the set, because, I don't know, this is like making a Thunder Junction deck and one of them is like Jace or something as the commander, which they will never do, right? So let's see. Oh, this art looks very Doom-like. Interesting. Choose your demise. Behold the power of destruction. You cannot hide from me. My champion stands supreme. Only I know what awaits. My followers ascend. Creepy art. If you hate mods, by the way, this set is nightmare fuel for you. Time bends to my will. I am Duskmourn. Ongoing scheme, by the way. My wealth will bury you. And a premonition of your demise. All of them pretty cool. Did you notice there is no rarity? Like all of them are common. It's like, yeah, no one cares. Like you will assume that at least rare, right? Because like you can only get them here or something. It's like, nah. All of them are common. No one cares, bro. So now let's see the deck. We see an angel there. We see a Minato. I call her a Minato. I mean, it's Aminato, but who knows? Well, the people at Wizards certainly know. So there goes the box. And what's in the box. And now let's see the tokens. So Angel, nice shift of pace. Treasure, nice hand. Angel, Glimmer, Horror, Glimmer, Shark, Copy, another Shark, Copy, which by the way, with a tornado, so you gotta love when Wizards gets like wink, like Sharknado, Horror, Copy, Inkling, Scarecrow, Inkling, which I feel like we need another Inkling art, people. Scarecrow, Glimmer, Scarecrow, Angel, and Treasure. So this one is all over the place when it comes to tokens. You will see why in a second. Now, Aminato, when I wasn't that excited at Minato. I was curious because she was already a commander from a PreCon, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. When I saw how this card worked, I was like, that's interesting. Now, if the deck follows through, we'll see in a second, but for one white, one blue, one black is a 2/4 human wizard that says, at the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 2, which, look at the top 2 cards of your library, then put any number of them on your graveyard and the rest of your library in any order. Each enchantment card in your hand has Miracle. Its miracle cost is equal to its mana cost reduced by 4. You may cast a card for its miracle cost when you draw it if it's the first card you drew this turn. So this is pretty, in my humble opinion, this is pretty OP, right? Like, I mean, maybe it's not the most powerful commander of the 4, like in raw terms, but in terms of like playing with her, it fits my play style to a degree. Like, I like the card. It's kind of convoluted though. Like, at the beginning of each of your turns, you look at your top 2 cards, right? And you pick which ones go to the graveyard and which ones you keep. And this is important because maybe you want one of the 2, maybe you want the 2, or maybe you don't want any of them and you send the 2 of them to the graveyard, which, it's okay. You have black in her color identity, so you can get stuff from your graveyard if you want so, by doing some changes in cards or whatever. But then each enchantment card in your hand has Miracle, and Miracle is its mana cost reduced by 4. Now, the cool thing here is everything has Miracle. That's freaking powerful. Now, the less cool thing is that it's enchantments only. Now, enchantments are kind of powerful in Magic overall, right? So it's not like, it's only like Planeswalkers or something like that. It's actually a very powerful and common card type. So not bad. Now, there is a thing that happens with this deck, and you really need to, like, it can lead to strange situations in your table, depending on who is playing with this, because the card that gets Miracle is the first card you drew this turn, right? And how can you track that? Depending on the player that you're playing with, right? Because if it's the first card you drew this turn, now for that, you will need to draw the card and be like, okay, so I draw a card and have it like separated like this in your hand, or just have it like separated here or something so that you can be like, okay, so this is the first card I drew, okay? So that, otherwise, if you are like, like Brian Kibler, and you will just be like, shum, 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 right? Like, it can be, like, it's your word against them when you say like, oh, this is the first card I draw this turn. It's like, is it though? Because if they don't have a clear way of knowing, depends on your table, right? So Commander is a casual format. So technically, like, you're playing with friends or something. It's not like anyone cares, right? But like, technically, if you want to be transparent and whatever, you need to come up with a way. Like, it's not that you're going to play it immediately. You don't need to, but you need to make it clear that that card is the first one you drew, because otherwise, that's, you know what I mean? Like, it's very easy to cheat with this commander or misplay. Let's call it misplay. That's kind of the but I like this commander a lot. The enchantments, not so much. We're going to get to that. The Master of Keys, I love the art. It's badass. For X, 1 blue, 1 white, 1 black, is a 3/3 legendary enchantment creature horror. So that applies, right? So you can also have enchantment creatures. Flying, and when the Master of Keys enter, put X +1/+1 counters on it and mill twice X cards. Each enchantment card in your graveyard has escape. That escape cost is equal to the card's mana cost, plus exile 3 other cards from your graveyard. So, not bad. If you play with this thing as your commander, the deck works, because the deck is supposed to be full of enchantments, right? So when you just use enchantments for everything, they all have escape. Instead of having miracles, they all have escape, which, is just a different way of playing. Now, it feels stronger to play with a Minato and like see the future, make it cheaper, see the future, make it cheaper. But because here is not really cheaper. You put depending on how much mana you have, you mill that much and you get +1/+1s, but then your cards in your graveyard have escape, and escape is not cheaper. It's the mana cost plus exile 3 other cards from your graveyard. So that means that you can bring back enchantments that, maybe got removed, which is very powerful. That's, I guess, why it's so expensive, but it's not really cheaper. It's actually the antithesis of this. This makes your enchantments a lot cheaper. This, not so much. Allows you to bring them from the graveyard, but you need to pay the cost plus exile 3 other cards. So, I mean, exiling can be cheap if you just don't care about the other cards. It's like whatever, because, whatever. And then just pay the cost again. So, not bad. I'm just not in love with it, but it certainly is compatible with the deck more than some of the others. Now, when you look at the cards, I really like that most of the decks all have a card with the commander doing something in the new cards, so that's cool. I like that. Very, very Yu-Gi-Oh-like. So you have stuff like this. Return all artifacts and enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield, so kind of defeats the secondary commander thing. And then it has Miracle for 3 and 1 white. You may cast this card for its Miracle cost when you draw it, and it's the first card that you drew, right? So again, kind of the thing. The rooms are also miraculous because you had Secret Arcade and Dusty Parlor. So non-land permanents you control and permanent spells you control are enchantments in addition to the other types, so that's cool. Problem is that you only have one of these cards, and if the entire deck is not already enchantments, then what's the point? And then whenever you cast an enchantment spell, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to that spell's mana value on up to 1 target creature. So the second part, which is actually the cheaper part, is pretty powerful here. The first one in this deck, or if you do this deck properly and everything is an enchantment, then why bothering, right? Soaring Lightbringer, enchantment creature. So again, everything is an enchantment. Other enchantment creatures you control have flying. Now there is a question here. As you can see by the borders, everything is an enchantment. Now there is a point to be had here. If for some reason you're playing against someone that has a anti-enchantment deck or like anti-enchantment card, then you're done, my friend. But likely, these are the new cards. I'm going to read them all. It has 2 rooms, believe it or not. When you lock this door, this room deals 6 damage to target creature and opponent controls. You gain life equal to that, which is okay. And once during each of your turns, you may cast a spell from your hand by paying life equal to its mana value, and so on. So it's like a duality there, but doesn't really do anything with the rest of the deck, kind of. Metamorphosis Fanatic. Ironically, not a... It has Miracle, but ironically is not an enchantment. So they try to put cards that are not enchantments, and as long as they have Miracle, right? So against that, I have not that much to complain, I guess. Again, if everything is an enchantment, you are in a weak situation, in a weak position against some things, right? Then you have cards like these that play beautifully into this deck. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you may draw a card. Terminus. Put all creatures in the bottom of their owner's libraries. So yikes! And for Miracle you paid for 1. So that's crazy. Aminato's Augury. So a lot of cards here are Aminato related, which is good. I love it, and I feel we need more of this. Like if you're going to give me 10 new cards, and the flavor is whatever, you just care about the function. As designers most of the time. Players, not so much. I care about the flavor. So if I buy the Aminato deck, and then I have 1, 2, right? Because it's not necessarily Aminato, but Aminato. 3 Aminato cards, right? I'm going to be like, oh, okay, that's cool. Like, it feels more like the Aminato deck instead of just like a deck that happens to have Aminato in it. Like, the fact that it has at least some of the new cards are very obviously Duskmourn themed is something that I appreciate. But exile the top of your cards of library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield until the end of turn. For each non-land card type, you may cast a spell that from that type among the cards exiled without paying its mana cost. So not bad, kind of expensive though. And it's a sorcery, so it's weirdly not compatible with the Aminato ability and not cheatable. So Other End. removal. And Entreat the Angels, very powerful, very expensive, a very expensive spell. However, it has Miracle, plus the Miracle from a Minato. So you see where this is going. This is interesting because this looks like a Smothering Tide, and it's kind of, but not really. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, you create a treasure token, which is... This looks more powerful than it really is. You know what I mean? Like, this is not Smothering Tide. This is like, okay. Because the second spell each turn is not bad. Because, you know, it happens a lot. But if this thing is there, they're going to be very wary of the second spell they cast, so they're going to just remove it right away. It's not awful, but it looks better than it actually is when you actually play it. It's kind of weird. Enchantment you control enter, so then you have a bunch of enchantment tribals, right? Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, create an angel. Enchantment spells you cast one less. So then it's just an enchantment tribal. And some things may have flash and so on. So, and some stuff, weirdly enough, is not an enchantment, which is like, what's up with this, right? Like, because this card is nothing special, and yet it's like there. I guess. Like anything else in enchantment, yes, as I said, I wouldn't go like 100% enchantment because just in case, you know. But in terms of optimal strategies, yeah, totally. Most of your stuff should be enchantments, and they should be expensive things like this, right? Like Arvinox for just 3 black is pretty cool, right? So that's the whole magic of, well, the whole magic of miracles. Demon of Fate's design, the same. It only costs 2 black, not bad. Only costs 1 black, not bad. This here, only 2 black, right? You can reduce that cost, but like, you can see where they were going with the creatures and some of the spells in here. As long as they are enchantment creatures. Because anything else that is not an enchantment, there you go. I don't know what's up with this deck and coins in your mouth, but there is that. Ironically, Smothering Tide is not here. It will be perfect in terms of flavor for things in your mouth, I guess. And obviously, since it is an enchantment, even if accidentally, this thing is full of Theros flavor, and I love Theros, so for me that's a win. When you unlock this door, return up to 1 target creature to its owner's hand, and whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to the player, draw a card. The usual, right? Auramancer, enchantments. They have released some enchantment decks in the past years, so I think that the best one to put stuff in here is actually semi-compatible with this, because the deck is white, black, and green, which is the enchantment deck from Commander Masters, which is kind of cheap because people don't realize the power of that deck. And then there is another enchantment deck from Wilds of Eldraine, which is white and green, so only some of those cards are useful here. But like, again, enchantment is a very common archetype, and you know, a very common setup overall. Arcane Denial, Archetype of Imagination, again, for 4 and 2 blue. It's like, no, just 2 blue, right? So that's the whole strategy. If you want to improve on this, right, sagas also get cheaper. You just get a bunch of expensive enchantments and make everything enchantments. And everything that is not an enchantment should be something that makes your enchantments cheaper or makes your enchantment easier to come back or to play with or whatever. So I like this deck, and it's a very interesting deck to play with. We're going to see now when we compare them all, because we have reached the final portion of the video, the one that you can just click through and get to the conclusions instead of listening to me for like 2 hours straight. So, by the way, thank you for listening to the podcast. So now, let's talk about the decks. Is it worth it to buy? Well, it depends. Like, even from a flavor perspective, I gotta be honest, like, I guess that the only deck that is kind of tied to Duskmourn is, well, the one that has the beast from Duskmourn, right? The others are tied to Duskmourn in the sense that it's like, oh, they went through the doors, or he was living here already. But it's like, you know what I mean? So in terms of like flavor, yeah, Valgabond is the number one, I guess. In terms of flavor mechanically, I guess that the rank will be this. First Balgaboth, then this, and then these two. They are tied, right? Like one on top of the other doesn't mean anything. They are just tied because these ones, they can be in Duskmourn or they can be in any set and it will still work. Like it doesn't matter. These two match the themes more closely, like Graveyard, Delirium, and Pain, and so on. So in terms of flavor, that will be my ranking. In terms of expandability, well, it really depends, right? Like, they are all very expandable. I think that Winter, in my humble opinion, the Winter deck is the less expandable. Why? Because Delirium is not that popular of a mechanic. And technically, and yes, you have a bunch of initial cards with Delirium, so it's not like there are no cards with Delirium. There are some cards with Delirium, but it's not like it's one of the main things, right? So compared to things that do damage to players, enchantments or lands, then yes, this is less popular. These three, though, interesting. I think lands and so on, it's not like it's a difficult archetype, but it's less common than enchantments and Pain. I think that the enchantments and like doing damage to players, I think these two are more easier to expand on, even more based on the colors. Landfall with Simic is pretty easy, and Delirium with Black is pretty easy too, but I think this is the order based on the popularity of the mechanics, but this is just my humble opinion. It doesn't mean anything. In terms of how easy it is to build on top of these commanders, not the secondary ones, which we can see in a second, but which ones are easier to build on top of? Well, I will say this is the easier one, and then it's really tied to the thing, right? Like, these two, I guess Aminato is the most tricky to build with, like, in terms of, or like, let me rephrase this. How easy is to drive each of these decks? Like, how good of a player you need to be to drive these from easy to hardest, right? So I think it's something like this. Like this, maybe, like, yeah, doing damage to your opponents is pretty easy. Just put cards that say do damage and that's it. It works. Cool. Delirium is tricky. Like, as long as you have things in your graveyard and you can count, it works. So, but you need to always be counting your graveyard. So this is kind of tricky. But this depends on three mechanics, right? So landfall as a mechanic, putting more than one land per turn as a mechanic, and then building your deck with big boys, big chunky boys. And this one is all about planning always ahead and removing stuff and having enchantments that are heavy so that it's cheaper for you to call them with Miracle, right? So I think this is kind of the order. I guess that's why the Valgaboth deck is so popular. It's just nasty and easy to get. So it's like, it just works. It's like a Bethesda game, right? It works. In terms of fun that I had playing with them, and this is completely subjective, so bear with me for a second. Aminato was my favorite here, but without modifying the deck, right? This is without modifying the deck. Like, I had fun with this one. And this will be my order in terms of fun for me, right? I like this scheming back and forth, this is cheaper, this is my first card, miracle thing, kind of Yu-Gi-Oh, heart of the cards thing, like, choof, and you pull the card and it's like, there you go, boom, and you call a miracle, it has a good feeling for me. This one I like because, it matches the character, it makes you feel resourceful or smart, say, in the sense that it's like, you put stuff face down, and then if you manage to trigger landfall twice for Simone, you can turn them up, and you are cheating big cards, ideally, and makes you feel like savvy that you're like cheating the game, and right? Valgaboth is just fun because you're a pain in the ass to everyone, but if that's not your type of knight, then yeah, I can see why you will avoid this one. And this one is not a bad deck, I just don't like milling and graveyard play and so on, right? So maybe not my favorite deck, but it doesn't mean that, in terms of table friendliness, which is something that we're introducing now, yeah, certainly this one is a bitch. Like, if you pick this one, by turn 2, you are the Arcanemy. Turn 2 or 3, right? Like, and the moment you put Valgaboth on the table, if you're not the Arcanemy already, you will become. Like, the deck, the tables very quick understand that you're just there to be a pain in the ass, and unless people enjoy that the games are faster because you're there like pew, 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 pew. Like, yeah, they will all turn on you. So the deck is thankfully built to withstand that, but, this is not a very people-friendly deck, right? All the other 3, I feel like they are more like you're in your corner because you play with yourself, and take that phrase for what it is, right? Like, here you're just cheating stuff, you with you. Here you're going to, it's your lands, your cards, and your stuff, and here's your graveyard, right? So here you are like playing with yourself in a corner kind of thing. So these are like all tied for friendliness, and this one is like, no, you're just messing with the other players. So you're going to be noticed very fast with this. In terms of secondary commanders, or like, resourcefulness, Winter comes with Renmo, the Master of Keys comes with Aminato, Kian comes with Simone, and the Lord of Pain comes with Valgaboth. Now, for the secondary commander, or alternative commander, or whatever you want to call it, in terms of which one you can just switch the deck and it kind of works, Lord of Pain works, right? Lord of Pain is right there in the flavor. Like, Lord of Pain is just a pain in the ass. Renmo is a card that is in the deck, right? Like, it feels like it works, but it can be just in any deck. And Kian is just whatever, right? But if anything, at least Renmo talks about the types of card, so it is banking on the fact that your cards have multiple types, so it works. But Kian is, I don't know what Kian is doing. Like, Kian is like, her power is even or odd, and you have flash, and then whenever you draw a card, you put a +1/+1, and it's like, sure, thank you, I guess. And the Master of Keys is a different, quite literally a different commander. Like, you just, instead of things being cheaper from your hand, things are cheaper. Well, not cheaper, but you can bring back enchantments twice. So, bring back enchantments, period. So, not bad. So, I guess this will be the order in which they fit the deck without doing any changes. Like, works. Maybe, I guess it works. And, sorry, what is this? In terms of potential, all of them have potential, but I guess Kian is the one that is the most like, build another deck with Kian, because Kian feels like it will be amazing in a Simic deck that needs you to have flash and has a lot of card draw. This is not the case, so she's just there for a vacation, I guess. Like, she doesn't fit the deck at all. So, it is what it is. But now for what I think people, normal people, not me, will have more fun playing with. Valgaboth is a very special type of deck, so I don't know if everyone is going to enjoy playing with Valgaboth. Like, I feel like a lot of people don't like, a lot of people that play Commander don't like the aggressiveness of normal Magic, you know what I mean? So Valgaboth is kind of against that spirit, so I don't think Valgaboth is going to be like, very popular. But these ones actually, now in defense of these decks, except for Aminato, that is like 3 colors and is kind of there. But like, these ones fit their color identities pretty well, Like, Simic feels like a very inventive deck. You're always trying to do stuff and cheat your way out of it with cards and so on. It's like, this is cool. Golgari is just like graveyard and bringing stuff and just going to your trash, that kind of thing. And it kind of works. Aminato, it's mixing 3 colors, so it's a different thing, but like, you can see the future and modify yourself. It works. And Valgaboth is just Rakdos. She's just always being a pain in the ass to the rest of the table for the sake of chaos. So in this case, it doesn't feel like it is for the sake of chaos, because the most of the cards are not like it does damage to every player, it just says to your opponents. So, it's not 100% Rakdos chaos, but it is Rakdos in identity. Now, for the final verdict, and, then you have the Academy cards, which, a whole other kind of worms. But for the final verdict, in my humble opinion, from worst to best, from best to worst, trying to be as impartial as possible, which is difficult. I feel, well, counting the entire deck, not only the commander, right? I feel like this is the order of the decks. Or maybe like this. Like, this doesn't matter, like one on top of the other doesn't matter. I think this will be the order, trying to be as impartial as possible, knowing the entire decks and how they work and so on. I feel the Valgaboth deck just works. It's just very synergetic. It just works. Like, even if you don't have Valgaboth out, the deck just works, because the deck is all about creating pain. If you have Valgaboth or the Lord of Pain out, beautiful. But if you don't, beautiful too. And that's very likely that's going to happen, because people are going to target them like crazy, just because they multiply the fact that you are draining them the entire game, right? So, but the entire deck works for that purpose, which with Simone, I feel is kind of the same, right? I feel it's similar in the sense that it's like, you have landfall, you have a bunch of landfall triggers, you have a bunch of big things to play with the Manifest Dread, right? But even if you don't have Simone, you have a lot of Manifest Dread cards in there to try and cheat your way by any other way. I do feel it needs some sort of Simic fuel, because it has some, but it doesn't have enough for you to be able to, not cheat the cards, because maybe you can't, because Simone is out, right? So, and you can't count on Kian. So, this is without making modifications. Winter, it works. Again, I'm trying to not be biased, because I don't like milling and so on, but I don't feel you have enough Delirium cards in there to make it worth, but in their defense, you do have enough types of cards to just trigger Delirium or something like that. And there are other cards with Delirium, but I don't feel like the entire deck is playing that game. I feel like you have a bunch of Delirium cards, and depending on the types of cards that you have, type of deck of cards, but then you don't have, it's not the entire deck like that. You have I will say that you have 40% of the deck is just black and green cards that are very black and green, and is they work together, but it doesn't resonate with the theme. And Minato is kind of the same feeling. I love the deck. Again, by personal preference, this will be my favorite. But my personal preference, I will show you in a second. I don't think but it's between these two, right? Because I like this type of thing. I like this, and with modifications, all four of them can get freaking crazy. I feel this one is the most limited one, but these three can get freaking crazy with modifications. I can already see which cards from the Omo deck I can put in here to make it crazy, and I can see all sorts of enchantments to put in here, and this anything that does damage goes. So this one I like a lot, because you need to play and back and forth and see the future and discount the card. But I can see this being a problematic deck for a lot of people, because you need to always look at the future and always plan your next move, and always find a way of saying this is the first card that I drew, right? Because some people get triggered over that, right? And that's bad. So right? So this will be my impartial rating kind of thing, thinking of most people and how the entire deck works, the most cohesive deck to the more scattered deck, but all of them are very good. This is not like the Thunder Junction deck, that decks that is one was very good, another was okay, and the other two were what decks. And even though the ideas were good, and this is not like the Murders at Thunder Junction. No, Murders at Thunder Junction. Which I guess, yes, in my mind they're just together because they are both boring. But like, this is not like Murders at Karlov Manor. That, the same, right? Like one deck was kind of cool, and then the others was like, sure, I guess, right? Here, I could play with all of them and not be bored, and I love them all, right? I this one less for personal preference, but I will even say that this is more balanced than the Bloomburrow decks, because the Bloomburrow decks are 4. They're red. You can see the video in the corner or down below or whatever. The Bloomburrow decks are great, but you can tell that there are some decks that are like better than others by a margin. And here, I don't feel like they are better than others. I feel like they are just different angles to the same thing. And you can play like this, Arch Enemy, or you can just go. My personal preference, it will be something like this, right? Like again, one on top of the other doesn't matter, right? So it's whatever. It'll be like between these two as my favorite deck. This one is cool, and this one, whatever. This will be my personal preference, just by playing with them. And this one, I like, to be honest with you, this will be like this, like my favorite cards, and then these two as decks, and then these two as whatever. But since I often end up being the Arch Enemy on the table, I don't mind this being the Arch Enemy deck, because like I'm familiar with the suffering. And if you want me to be very strict and have like 1, 2, 3, 4 preference, my personal preference will be this, right? Although maybe I wake up and I go like this, I don't know, because just playing with them out of the box, it will be this. But if I could change like 10 cards only, this can change very fast. With these ones, not so much. I feel like these ones I can change 10 or 20 cards and they will still be like the same feeling of decks, a lot better, but the same feeling. But these ones, I feel like if I change 10 cards in here, just 10, the decks multiply by crazy, because this one feels like, they had budgetary limits, and this one feels like they had budgetary limits, so they need 3 types of cards. Here you only need 1 type of cards, which is enchantments, and very beefy enchantments, if anything. But here you need landfall, cards that make you drop more than 1 land per turn, and beefy creatures. So that's a triangle that you really need to pick your cards properly for it to go balanced. But I'm happy to report that the deck works, because this was easily the easiest deck to be the last one, because it's very difficult to balance that. And out of the box, it works, right? So maybe sometimes it doesn't work as well in some games, but it works. So, that will be my take. Let me know down below what you think about this, if you like the podcast of the 4 Commander Precons. And if you picked any of them, which one it was, and which one is your favorite, and if you agree with my experience so far, or you don't. I'm going to keep playing this with these decks, because for once I was really waiting for these decks, and this set the entire year is my whole vibe. But also because I'm really enjoying them. To be honest, perfectly honest with you, putting aside the bias of me liking the set, Thunder Junction and Murders at Karlov Manor, those sets, besides all the drama that they had, etc., the Commander decks, I didn't play that much with them, because again, I feel like one of them was good and the others were okay at most, and some of them were actually kind of bad. Not because the idea was bad, but the entire deck was meh, like it didn't click. Then obviously we had Modern Horizons 3, and well, they had to put the big box in there, and we had Fallout, and we had Bloomburrow, and so on. And in those, I feel like there is a better balance of like heavy hitter decks and cooler decks that I still play with to this day without modifying. But these 4, I can see myself playing with multiple times in the foreseeable future. And thank God, because we have until February so that the next Commander decks are released, because Foundations doesn't have Commander decks, I think. Maybe they release ones by surprise. And then January is just Innistrad Remaster, right? So in February, we should get the next set of Commander decks. So this gives us 4 months to play with this. Oh my God, so many releases. But, well, you get the point. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you had a great time. Like, subscribe, and all those cool things that the cool kids do. And I will see you next time on PAX and Recreation. Bye.
you.